Chapter 1. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, a thick fog enveloped the land. Shingetsuyuko and Gangzadi arrived at the gates of Konoha village, ready to commence a new day of work. Gangzadi stifled a yawn, seemingly reminiscing about the warmth of his bed. Noticing his friend's fatigued demeanor, Shingetsuyuko teased, "What mischief did you get up to last night?" "Nothing much. I simply lost track of time while reading a novel." "What kind of novel could possibly captivate you so deeply?" Shingetsuyuko inquired. "Hee, let me tell you, it's a new work by Lord Jiraiya," Gangzadi replied, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Tap tap. As the two conversed, the sound of footsteps approached the gate. They looked up to see a boy with black hair standing before them. The boy appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, standing at 177 centimeters tall. His somewhat disheveled hair, though messy, had a certain charm to it, and the bangs slightly obscured his pupils. Upon observing his youthful visage, one might instinctively judge him to be even younger. Shingetsuyuko noticed that the boy was not wearing the forehead protector of Konoha village and speculated that he might be a visitor from another village due to the upcoming Chunin exams, or perhaps just an ordinary person drawn in by curiosity. "Hello, what brings you to Konoha? Which village do you hail from?" Shingetsuyuko inquired, adhering to protocol. The boy slightly lifted his gaze, revealing sharp eyes hidden beneath his bangs. The intensity of his gaze made both Shingetsuyuko and Gangzadi tense up as they realized this boy was no ordinary person. "I am a Konoha ninja, just returning from mission," the boy stated, turning slightly to reveal the Konoha forehead protector hanging from his waist, albeit worn and tattered, suggesting it had not been replaced in quite some time. "Are you a fellow villager? I don't recall ever seeing you before," Gangzadi remarked, his guard still up despite the sight of the forehead protector. Given the boy's young age, it was likely he had not yet been a ninja when they began their duties, and they were familiar with most of the villagers, having never encountered him. The boy, sensing their wariness, replied, "I encountered an unexpected situation during my mission and drifted on a deserted island for a long time. I just returned, and this mission was personally assigned to me by the Hokage." The boy's explanation seemed plausible, though his direct reference to the Hokage felt a bit awkward. Shingetsuyuko continued, "We will report this to Lord Hokage. Please wait here for a moment." He then gestured for Gangzadi to make the notification before asking, "I haven't caught your name, yet we need it for our report to the Hokage." "My name is Uchiha Itachi," the boy responded without much thought. Upon hearing the boy's name, both Shingetsuyuko and Gangzadi's expressions shifted dramatically. Gangzadi stammered, "You're from the Uchiha clan?" Noticing Gangzadi's reaction, Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. Had the village's prejudice against the Uchiha not diminished during his long absence? What had Shursui done? "Indeed, I am of the Uchiha clan. Is there a problem with that?" Itachi replied, growing slightly impatient as his black pupils swiftly transformed into the three-to-mo Sharingan, his piercing gaze resembling that of a ferocious beast, causing both Shingetsuyuko and Gangzadi to tense up even further. A three-to-mo, nonetheless. "Calm down. We are merely surprised to encounter a member of the Uchiha clan. Come, I shall take you to meet the Hokage." Shingetsuyuko quickly waved his hands, signaling Itachi to follow him. Surprised? Itachi thought to himself, puzzled. Had the Uchiha clan been so seldom involved in missions lately? "Indeed, you must have been away from the village for quite some time. The Hokage will explain everything to you," Shingetsuyuko replied, not wishing to elaborate too much, as some matters were beyond what a Chunin could disclose. At the Hokage building, Hiruzensurpassed was preparing to commence his duties. The upcoming Chunin exams had intensified his already busy schedule, leaving him little time to relax with his crystal ball technique. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Hiruzensurpassed frowned, wondering who could be so frantic this early in the morning. Taking a drag from a cigarette, he called out, "Come in." Upon receiving permission, a Konoha ninja wearing sunglasses rushed into the room. Hiruzensurpassed recognized him as Yamashiro Aoi, known for his lack of composure. "Hokage-sama, Gangzadi just contacted me via radio. A ninja returned from a mission after a long absence, and he needs your verification," Yamashiro Aoi panted. Could it be Jiraiya returning?" Hiruzen initially thought of his pupil, but quickly realized that Gangzadi would know Jiraiya well. He said the returning ninja's name is Uchiha Yelan. Yamashiro Aoi added, catching his breath. Are you certain you heard correctly? Hiruzen's expression darkened. He recalled Uchiha Yelan's name distinctly. He remembered that the boy was the younger brother of Uchiha Shenwu, who had participated in his Shrank mission at the tender age of 10, under Shizui's recommendation 5 years ago. The mission involved gathering intelligence on the hidden Mist Village, which had been closed off since the war, leaving Konoha unaware of the internal happenings within. Hiruzen had dispatched a small team for the task. To ease tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village, Shenwu had proactively recommended his younger brother for the mission. Uchiha Yelan was a prodigy who had awakened his Sharingan at the age of 10. None of the ninjas who undertook that mission returned. The Yambu reported that the entire team had encountered an once-in-a-century maritime storm, presumed dead. Afterward, little attention was paid to the matter, especially after the Uchiha clan's demise. Yet here it was, years later, that Uchiha Yelan had returned. How could he explain to Uchiha Yelan the current state of the Uchiha clan? To undertake a mission only to find that his entire clan had perished? The sole survivor was the brother of the very man responsible for their deaths? Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. After a moment's thought, he instructed Yamashiro Aoi, go summon Danzo and the 2 advisors. Upon receiving the order, Yamashiro Aoi hurried off to find Danzo and the 2 advisors. Uchiha Yelan, Hiruzen mused, inhaling deeply, feeling a profound sense of trouble and complexity looming ahead. Before long, a knock echoed at the Hokage's office door. Enter, Hiruzen said, watching a young man step into the room. Though his appearance had changed somewhat, Hiruzen had no trouble recognizing him. Yelan, thank you for your hard work. I did not anticipate such significant losses on this mission. Hiruzen's previously tense expression softened with warmth. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The Uchiha are also a part of Konoha, and fulfilling my duties is my responsibility, Yelan replied, pulling a scroll from his pocket. The intelligence may be somewhat outdated, but I did my utmost to complete the task assigned by you, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen took the scroll with curiosity. The prolonged isolation of the hidden Mist Village had made it nearly impossible for other ninja villages to obtain useful intel. Yelan's return with information was indeed a significant accomplishment. In recent years, the most notable event concerning the hidden Mist Village was the failed assassination of the Mizukage by Zabuza, who subsequently became a rogue ninja and was later killed by Kakashi. Konoha was not entirely clear on the current situation within the hidden Mist Village, so the intelligence Yelan provided was more crucial than he had anticipated. As he rapidly scanned the contents of the scroll, Hiruzen initially paid little heed to Yelan's condition, but as he continued reading, his astonishment grew. Is this information accurate? Hiruzen asked, still incredulous about the intelligence Yelan had submitted. The hidden Mist Village was reportedly conducting mass exterminations of clans with bloodline limits and was embroiled in internal strife. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, was the architect of these policies. This situation is indeed true. The hidden Mist Village was in utter chaos at the time, and they propagated the notion that those with bloodline limits were monsters and threats. Aside from the elite ninja who initially resisted, the rest were orphans wandering the streets, Yelan stated gravely, recognizing that this was fundamentally a conflict between clans and the village. He had never expected the 4th Mizukage to be so extreme. Given the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, Yelan's greatest fear was such a scenario unfolding. Resistance, you say? Hiruzen regarded Yelan with a somber expression. This intelligence is of immense value to the village. Yelan, is there anything you require? The village will surely reward you. I haven't thought about that. I have been away from home for quite some time. Hokage-sama, I merely wish to return home and rest for a while, to see the other clan members, as it has been so long since we last met. Yelan contemplated, expressing his thoughts half-truthfully. There's no need for such formality. The village will still require young individuals like yourself in the future. I recall that in addition to fire, you possess the chakra of both water and wind attributes. Indeed, During the execution of the mission, Shui even requested that I teach you some water release techniques, especially since we were headed to the village hidden in the mist. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a sealed scroll from the shelf beside him, not bothering to evade Yelan's gaze, and directly unsealed it before tossing it to Yelan. Take a look inside. Yelan felt somewhat perplexed by the Hokage's enthusiasm, yet he discreetly opened the scroll. The scroll displayed a series of water release jutsu. Water release. Water surge wave. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Water release. Water wave strike. Water release. Water severing wave. Most of these techniques Yelan had already mastered during his mission in the village hidden in the mist, yet he refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, the Hokage's demeanor had begun to instill within him a sense of foreboding. Hiruzen, what is the purpose of calling us here? With a loud bang, the office door swung open, and in strode an elderly man leaning on a cane, his chin marked with a cross-shaped scar and one eye bandaged. Yelan recognized this man as Shimura Danzo, under whom Shui had previously served. The two individuals, a man and a woman, who appeared to be of similar age to Danzo, were likely the Hokage's advisors, Mido Kazan and Uchiha Kaharu. Next time, please remember to knock. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot an irritated glance at Danzo before picking up the scroll Yelan had given him earlier. Do you recall that Shrank mission from 5 years ago? The one involving reconnaissance of the village hidden in the mist? Upon hearing Hiruzen's mention of the past, Danzo appeared slightly puzzled, while the two advisors listened patiently as Hiruzen recounted the events. I initially believed that mission had ended in failure. The rescue team dispatched at the time discovered the wreckage of a ship destroyed by the storm, leading us to presume that all personnel involved in the mission had perished. Hiruzen cast an enigmatic gaze toward his old friends. However, today, a survivor has returned to the village and brought intelligence regarding the mist. Danzo and the advisors comprehended the reason for the Hokage's decision to keep a young individual here. It was likely due to that survivor. Danzo glanced at the youth, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, accompanied by a vague sense of unease. This survivor is the very person beside me. He was merely 10 years old when he participated in this mission, breaking the age barrier for Shrank missions, and he successfully completed the task. Upon hearing that the survivor had only been 10 years old during the mission, Danzo and the advisors seemed to have an epiphany, fixating their gazes on the handsome visage of the dark-haired boy. I have already rewarded him for this mission, and I hope you will continue to excel. Uchiha Yelan, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked as he turned back to Yelan. However, observing the complex expression in Hiruzen's eyes, Yelan felt that something was amiss. Especially after Hiruzen's words, the Hokage's office was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if the five of them no longer existed. I must express my gratitude to you, Lord Hokage. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave and return to my clan. Yelan finally broke the oppressive silence. Wait! Just as Yelan was about to depart, the 4 members of the Hokage's entourage simultaneously called out to him. Yelan turned around, slightly puzzled, and intended to inquire about what further matters remained, but the 4 fell silent once more. As Sarutobi Hiruzen internally berated his old friend's lack of support in this critical moment, Danzo spoke up. If my memory serves me right, you are Shizui's brother, correct? Yelan nodded in affirmation. Many years have passed, and numerous circumstances have changed, particularly concerning your Uchiha clan. Upon hearing that issues had arisen within his clan, Yelan felt a surge of anxiety. His absence had not been excessively long, and he wondered what could have transpired. Allow me to elaborate, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, taking the reins of the conversation. In fact, shortly after you departed for your mission, Shui went missing. Missing? Where? Yelan sensed an ominous turn of events. Right within the village. Yet despite extensive searches, we could not uncover his whereabouts. No body, no information. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated gravely. However, there were witnesses from your clan who claimed that the last person Shui was seen with was Uchiha Itachi. Itachi? Yelan recalled the brooding boy a few years his senior, who was known for his prodigious talent and was the son of the clan leader. Yet, he had never seemed to get along well with others in the clan, with Shui being the sole individual who would occasionally seek him out. So, if we wish to ascertain Shizui's whereabouts, we must locate Itachi? Yelan asked, suppressing his discomfort and inquiring patiently. That may prove to be quite challenging. One of the advisors, Mito Kazan, interjected, Itachi is now in Shrank Rogue Ninja. What has he done? Yelan realized that Shrank Rogue Ninja must have committed significant harm to the village, and it seemed this seemingly taciturn individual harbored many thoughts. As she spoke, she grasped Uchiha Kamui with her hand, concentrating chakra beneath her feet, and utilized the body flicker technique to swiftly make her exit. Uchiha Shenwu adeptly harnessed his chakra, employing a technique akin to that of pure jade, allowing him to traverse rapidly upon the ground. His speed was astonishing, rivaling even that of Uchiha pure jade without a hint of inferiority. It is noteworthy that the fourth level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, while primarily indicative of a lower ninja's prowess, was greatly enhanced by Shinmiku's formidable physique, which could be likened to that of the Uzumaki clan, rendering his chakra exceptionally abundant. Moreover, during his cultivation, he was capable of absorbing natural energy, or the ethereal essence of the heavens and earth. In essence, Shinmiku's condition was comparable to that of a lower ninja from the Uzumaki clan, augmented by the complete form of Orochimaru's curse seal. To speak candidly, should he unleash his full potential, even a lower ninja could instill doubt in the minds of higher-ranked ninjas. During her peak, Uchiha Junyu was merely a chunin. Her mastery of the body flicker technique not particularly profound, and thus it was impossible for Kamino to feel any pressure. However, Junyu herself was quite astonished. She had exerted herself to the fullest, unleashing her speed, yet Kamino appeared utterly unperturbed, casting a glance, almost absent-mindedly, at the child beside her. Junyu pondered. Kamino had begun his training 2 years ago, despite his extraordinary talent. Whether in refining chakra or the Uchiha's fluid techniques, his abilities were remarkably exceptional. Nonetheless, he was still just a 6-year-old child. How could his body flicker technique be so effortlessly executed, surpassing even her own? It was said that the clan leader's son, Uchiha Itachi, was also 6 this year, and many lower-ranking ninjas were no match for him. The Uchiha clan's current generation truly brimmed with talent. Just recently, there was the emergence of Shui, a prodigy, and now Uchiha Itachi was rising to prominence, while Kamino also displayed extraordinary aptitude. Perhaps this was not entirely favorable. As these thoughts flickered through her mind, Uchiha Junyu suddenly came to a halt and turned to Kamino, saying, Kamino, let us moderate our speed. There is no need to rush. At that moment, both of their speeds decreased simultaneously, amidst the catastrophic turmoil of the Ninetales crisis. The two members of the Uchiha clan moved with an ease and grace that was reminiscent of a leisurely stroll. Uchiha Junyu remarked, Kaminari, you have flawlessly mastered the body flicker technique, the three-body technique, the fundamental physical arts of the Uchiha clan, as well as the great fireball technique, have you not? Uchiha Shenwu pondered for a moment and humbly remarked, it is merely a superficial understanding. Superficial? Uchiha Junyu found himself in a state of paralysis. Although he was eager to inquire about the extent of what was referred to as mere superficiality, it was evident that the present moment was not an opportune time for such questions. Uchiha Junyu secretly speculated that Uchiha Kamika's mastery of fundamental ninjutsu would likely surpass her expectations. In the future, it would be essential to find a suitable opportunity to conduct a thorough examination. In the blink of an eye, the trio had arrived at a settlement of villagers safeguarded by a blue luminescent barrier, where a considerable number of the elderly, the infirm, and women and children had already gathered. Uchiha Kamikaze cast a sweeping gaze around the area and noticed a number of young married women accompanied by children of various ages. The elderly bore expressions of melancholy, while the women appeared emotionally numb. Many of the little ones exhibited a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Kamikaze's eyes fell upon several serene and beautiful young mothers, almost causing him to drool in admiration. Is this truly the refuge of the Uchiha clan? So many enchanting beauties. With an appreciative gaze, devoid of any wicked intentions, he surveyed his surroundings. He harbored no illicit desires. He was simply a remarkably upright aesthete, observing everything before him with an eye attuned to pure beauty. If the opportunity ever arises, I must certainly take a stunning Uchiha woman as my wife, Uchiha Kamui resolutely declared. As a distinguished member of the Uchiha clan, I, Uchiha Kamui, believe it is not excessive to aspire to marry several stunning beauties. The Uchiha lineage boasts exceptional genetics, while the Hyuga clan seems equally impressive. The Karasuma clan also stands out, not to mention the Efma clan and Kuratsuchi. In an instant, Uchiha Kamui found himself ensnared in an inescapable reverie. After a considerable duration, he waved his hand to wipe away the drool at the corner of his mouth. Kamui redirected a portion of his focus towards the immense form of the dragon spirit. Young man, enhancing one's strength is of paramount importance. After all, even if a beauty is gazed upon 100 times, she remains a beauty, forever unattainable. Only through diligent training can one cultivate true power. With relentless practice, one might surpass peers and ascend to the ranks of the formidable in the entire ninja realm. Kamui's spirit guided the dragon spirit as it gradually soared out of the Uchiha clan's territory. Naturally, they encountered the protective barrier of the Uchiha clan. However, this so-called barrier was akin to a flowing stream, through which the dragon spirit effortlessly glided, the water swiftly returning to its original state. Upon exiting the barrier, Uchiha Kamui directed the dragon spirit to ascend into the sky. Due to the dragon spirit's still nascent strength, even with the ability to fly, it could only reach an altitude of 40 to 50 meters, yet this height sufficed. After all, who among the ninjas had the leisure to constantly employ sensory ninjutsu? Tirelessly observing the heights above 40 meters? Throughout the journey, cloaked in invisibility, the dragon spirit witnessed a multitude of Konoha ninjas rushing about, their voices echoing in distress. However, it paid them little mind, instead pursuing the location of the Ninetales. The emergence of the Ninetales sparked a fierce battle with the ninjas of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly arrived on the scene, unleashing his signature technique, the Five Natures, Great Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fire, water, and earth dragons surged forth, assaulting the Ninetales with relentless ferocity. The colossal chakra emanating from the Ninetales was immense. After sustaining a blow, a small patch of its fur began to disperse. A swirling, ethereal orange mist drifted forth. The dragon spirit promptly maneuvered forward, opening its mouth to draw in this essence. A distinct warmth, imbued with an extraordinary comfort, permeated the dragon spirit's being. Upon entering, it was refined through its digestive organs into pure energy, fostering a significant growth spurt in its physique. Simultaneously, a portion of chakra underwent a unique transformation, gradually manifesting in Kamui's dantian, bestowing half of its power back to its original self. Uchiha Shenwu closed his eyes, attuning himself to the location of his dantian. It was as if the heavens had suddenly opened a portal, allowing a torrential cascade of orange chakra to flow incessantly downwards. Although this significantly augmented the quantity of Uchiha Shenwu's chakra, the essence that emerged from the void and materialized within his dantian was undeniably that of the Ninetales. A beast of Konoha. This chakra was starkly incongruous with the golden chakra he had cultivated. It required thorough refinement to integrate it properly. With this thought in mind, Shenwu paid no heed to the chaos that had engulfed Konoha and the Uchiha clan, where fear gripped every soul. He began his arduous practice of refining the tailed beast chakra, channeling the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique. The chakra within him coursed swiftly along unique meridians, completing a full cycle in the blink of an eye. Shenwu keenly sensed a strand of chakra belonging to the Ninetales being refined, transforming into his own power. One cycle. Two cycles. One strand of chakra. Two strands of chakra. One manifestation of strength. Two manifestations of strength. After what felt like the better part of the night, Shenwu suddenly felt his dantian boiling, his meridian swelling, and even his spirit seemed to undergo a degree of metamorphosis. An uncontrollable urge to manifest a portion of his newfound strength surged within him. He hastily interrupted his cultivation, based on prior experience. Every time he broke through with the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, his spirit would externally manifest, illuminating his entire being in a golden radiance akin to that of a divine entity. At that moment, the Uchiha refuge was brimming with ninjas. Should any of Uchiha's clan members catch sight of him, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Shenwu halted his breakthrough. Simultaneously, a fragment of his spirit, aided by the dragon spirit's body, ravenously consumed the Ninetales chakra drifting in the sky. The orange-red chakra appeared as dense as fog, transforming the clouds under the night sky into a vibrant hue. The dragon spirit, thoroughly satisfied, let out a contented burp. Though it had consumed but a fraction of the roaming energy, its body, initially only a foot long, seemed to have undergone a magnification, expanding severalfold. By dawn, it had grown into a small dragon over a meter in length. However, it could not consume any more. The main body was incapable of further breakthroughs. And even if the little dragon ingested the Ninetales chakra, it would not grow. Its physical strength had reached saturation, thus, the chakra ingested would neither be digested nor transferred to Shenwu's dantian. After a moment's contemplation, Shenwu reluctantly commanded the dragon spirit to continue devouring the Ninetales chakra until its belly resembled a spherical orb. Only then, with the assistance of the dragon spirit. Did he gradually withdraw? Guiding the dragon spirit back to his dantian, Shenwu surveyed his surroundings, realizing that it was already the following morning. The ominous presence of the Ninetales had vanished, and the calamity that had shrouded Konoha had dissipated. In the Uchiha refuge, the women and children, along with the elderly, all displayed expressions of astonishment and joy. "How wonderful!" exclaimed a woman cradling her child, tears of happiness streaming down her face as she voiced, "The calamity has passed." An elderly man then remarked, "I only hope that our Uchiha clan has not suffered significant losses." Instantly, another individual interjected, "It should be that the entire Leaf Village has not incurred substantial losses." In Kanwa's ears, a chorus of voices floated in, leaving him profoundly astonished. Perhaps it was due to his transformation into a member of the Uchiha clan that he instinctively sought to absolve himself. From the cacophony of voices, Uchiha Shin could discern little innate malevolence. Senju Tobarama once articulated that the Sharingan and the power of the mind are inextricably linked, enabling one to grow stronger with alarming swiftness. As the animosity within deepens, the might of the Uchiha clan burgeons, rendering its members susceptible to a descent into the abyss of darkness. Each member of the Uchiha clan is, by nature, the embodiment of profound evil. Uchiha Kamino surveyed himself thoughtfully. The Uchiha clan members referred to by Senju Tobarama should not include me, Uchiha Kamino, should they? He then cast his gaze towards the frail and vulnerable figures nearby. Could it be that they too are inherently malevolent? Uchiha Kamino listened for a moment, then pondered deeply, earnestly convinced that Tobarama's words were somewhat flawed. No one is inherently malevolent. Those who are wicked can be guided towards virtue, while the virtuous may, through temptation, succumb to malevolence. The crux lies in the environment and the guidance one receives. A sweeping condemnation that judges all of humanity as irredeemable not only disqualifies them from leadership but also from humanity itself. Kamino raised his gaze towards the Hokage building in the distance, hoping that the few disciples who inherited Tobarama's will would exhibit some discernment and refrain from troubling me and my family. Alas, just as a flicker of hope ignited within him, it was swiftly extinguished. To expect the four great leaders of Konoha to spare an Uchiha was utterly unfathomable, an impossibility. What was he even contemplating? In the face of the four great leaders, aside from confronting them directly in a brutal clash, was there any alternative path available for Uchiha Kamino to tread? As Kamino contemplated this, it became evident that the four great leaders of Konoha would not easily release an Uchiha. Indeed, just as Kamino dispelled the barrier and many were preparing to return home, a cadre of root ninjas descended from above. Apologies. A ninja clad in a black vest, his face obscured by a mask that revealed not a hint of emotion, spoke coldly, "You cannot leave." What? A woman could not contain her surprise as she turned to the ninja before her, exclaiming, "Who are you? Why are you obstructing us? Hasn't the disaster already passed?" On the surface, it appeared that the calamity had indeed dissipated. However, Kamino was acutely aware that while the disaster in Konoha had vanished, the Uchiha's own tribulations were on the horizon. The root ninja, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "We are members of the Umbu under the Hokage's command, dispatched on the Hokage's orders. The disaster may have receded, but the Uchiha are suspected of orchestrating this calamity. Anyone possessing Uchiha bloodline abilities is subject to rigorous scrutiny." What? Almost all of the Uchiha displayed expressions of shock. An elderly man murmured softly, "Are we truly unable to leave, unable to return home? Have we become suspects?" A child beside Uchiha Shin couldn't help but exclaim in exasperation, "What on earth is happening? If we truly possess any suspicion, then why did we remain here when that monster appeared yesterday? We should have fought alongside it." "Apologies," several ninjas from the root responded, although their words conveyed an apology. Their tone was strikingly indifferent, gazing at the Uchiha clan as if they were mere corpses. "Where is our esteemed clan leader? Where are the members of the police department?" The elderly, women, and children left behind by the Uchiha clan cried out in vain, their voices echoing with desperation, yet their pleas bore no fruit. Bereft of the protection once afforded by the police force, they stood before their assailants like lambs led to slaughter. A relentless tide of root ninjas emerged, their numbers swelling with each passing moment. After several elders from the Uchiha clan suffered a severe reprimand, a palpable stillness enveloped the crowd. "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid." Uchiha Junyu anxiously held Kamino close to her, her own nerves fraying in the process. The root had segregated all members of the Uchiha clan into separate confinement, perhaps due to the fact that Uchiha Junyu was merely a woman, and that Kamino and Tuno were still very young. They were afforded a certain degree of leniency, being imprisoned in a single cell. How could this be? As a member of the Uchiha, Junyu was well aware of the characteristics of the Sharingan. She understood all too well that on the night of the Nine Tails incident, the three-tomo Sharingan seen in the eyes of the beast was indeed irrefutable evidence of its control by the Sharingan. Yet, she could never have anticipated that Konoha would act with such unwavering severity. How could they dare to detain the elderly, the weak, and women of the Uchiha clan? Where were the members of the police force? What were they doing? If they did not possess absolute certainty, the police force would never dare to rebel. Konoha would never act in such a manner. Thus, either the police force was under control, or they had reached some form of agreement with Konoha. If it were the latter, it would be bearable, but if the former were true, the consequences would be unfathomable. Even the feeble and vulnerable, with their negligible combat abilities, were subjected to such rigorous scrutiny and investigation. The young and robust members of the police force, renowned for their prowess, would undoubtedly face even harsher treatment. I can only hope that Akihito remains safe. Uchiha Junyu pondered for a moment, engulfed by a profound sense of panic and helplessness. Much like Junyu, Kaminaris was also deeply contemplating his own predicament. The current circumstances were undeniably dire, regardless of how Konoha twisted and scrutinized the Uchiha clan. They possessed not even the slightest capacity for resistance. He had anticipated that the situation would be grave, yet he had never envisioned it could be this dire. Is it truly the case that the Uchiha clan lacks power and is incapable of resistance? Such a notion seems implausible. After residing in this world for 6 years, Uchiha Shenwu has developed a considerable understanding of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, the Uchiha population numbers over 1,300 individuals, among which approximately 400 are ninjas, each one a formidable warrior. Notably, around 40 of them have attained the rank of Jonin. In comparison, the total number of Jonin in the Hidden Leaf Village barely exceeds 300, underscoring the Uchiha's formidable strength. Moreover, even if the Uchiha were to mount a rebellion, they would be unable to confront all the Jonin of the village simultaneously. After all, apart from a handful of loyalists from the Sarutobi clan, many prominent clans would likely conserve their strength. It remains uncertain whether the Kurama and Hitaki clans would intervene. The two most powerful clans, the Sarutobi and the Shimura, would undoubtedly refrain from full engagement, as preserving their strength is paramount. Therefore, in the event of an actual confrontation, the combined strength of the Jonin deployed by the Hidden Leaf Village would be roughly on par with that of the Uchiha, a fact well acknowledged. The Uchiha clan possesses formidable combat prowess, excelling in making spontaneous breakthroughs during battles. Many Jonin of equal rank are simply no match for the Uchiha. Given such strength, it is perplexing that they do not resist in the face of this predicament. Shina finds himself utterly bewildered by the intentions of the Uchiha leadership and the thoughts of the warriors. If they do not oppose even this level of scrutiny, the doubts they encounter in the future will only multiply, and the oppression they endure will become increasingly severe. Who, indeed, is leading this lack of resistance? Shina contemplates quietly. At present, he is merely at the 4th level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna, equivalent to a genin, with chakra comparable to an ordinary Jonin. Even if he were to break through soon, attaining the 5th level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna, his chakra would only align with that of a typical elite Jonin. In terms of combat capability, rapid advancement seems elusive. He must seek out a group of trustworthy individuals who can safeguard him and form an alliance. A single chopstick can be easily broken, yet 10 or 100 chopsticks require significant effort to snap. Therefore, it is essential to consolidate the strength of the Uchiha clan. Currently, the Uchiha leadership is wholly untrustworthy and undeserving of faith. If he could manage to escape this time, he must devise a means to secure mutual support. After this incident, Shina gradually comes to understand a crucial truth. Although he is a transmigrator endowed with a unique advantage, this advantage is developmental and has yet to mature. He must cultivate the power of self-preservation. While strength is paramount, one must also rely on wisdom when devoid of power. Initially, he believed that Konoha would merely register or record them and release everyone within a few days. However, this has proven to be far from the case. Shina has been confined in prison for over 10 days alongside Junyu and Tangwu. Konoha shows no inclination to release them. The sole source of consolation is that there appear to be no further plans for escalation. It seems the higher-ups are engaged in negotiations. The Uchiha clan would never abandon the elderly, the weak, or women and children within their ranks. Moreover, the upper echelons of Konoha would not dare to engage in a reckless confrontation that could escalate into a full-scale war between the factions. Both sides found themselves ensnared in a predicament, caught in a tense standoff. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu appeared at the prison's entrance. swinging open the door and addressing the three individuals inside. "All right, you may leave now." Junyu inquired, "What has transpired? Have the true culprits been apprehended? Or have our suspicions been alleviated?" The Umbu ninja offered little in response, his demeanor cold as he stated, "Konoha and Kumogakure have declared war." "What?" Uchiha Junyu exclaimed in disbelief. "The Third Shinobi World War has not yet passed a year, and two villages are at war again? Humph." Kama regarded Uchiha Junyu's astonishment with disdain. Is the critical factor truly the duration of 1 year? What truly matters is that Konoha has recently lost a formidable Hokage, along with the death of a Jinchuriki. During the Ninetales turmoil, their power displayed an astonishing weakness. Had Kama been the Raikage of Kumogakure, he too would have initiated hostilities. The timing of this conflict presents an exceptional advantage. Moreover, if Kamu's predictions hold true, why were they, the Uchiha, released? Did they genuinely believe that their suspicions had been lifted, and that Konoha harbored affection for them? The Raikage of Kumogakure has exerted considerable effort in this matter. Were it not for their brazen instigation of aggression, would Konoha so readily relinquish its internal strife with the Uchiha? Thanks to Kumogakure, long live the Raikage. With a clang, the gates of the Konoha Umbu prison swung open, and a multitude of Uchiha clansmen emerged. Kamu, alongside his mother and younger brother, stepped out to behold a throng of figures in the distance, resembling a military formation. Clearly, awaiting them outside were the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kanhiko, the father of Uchiha Shenkai, was among them. Upon seeing a trio of individuals, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and guilt. He approached with determined strides and softly reassured them, "Do not fear, it is all over now. Everything is past." Uchiha Junyu inquired, "How are you all faring? The Umbu ninjas have not treated you harshly, have they?" Uchiha Chengyin shook his head and recounted, "On the night of the Ninetales incident, we were summoned by the clan leader, and everyone gathered with the intent to assist the fourth Hokage. However, the root ninjas suddenly appeared, claiming that our Uchiha clan was implicated in a conspiracy to incite turmoil, and they placed us all under surveillance. Elder Tianhua, Elder Xiongni, and my father each argued fervently. But ultimately, the clan leader intervened, compelling everyone to comply with Root's directives. We were left with no choice but to observe the unfolding situation. In the aftermath of the Ninetales incident, Root was ordered to investigate the members of the Uchiha clan and our ancestral grounds. And the clan leader urged everyone to cooperate with the inquiry. Uchiha Chengyin stated, "We complied with the orders of our esteemed clan leader without resistance, conducting inspections and registrations. However," Uchiha Chengyin remarked, "due to concerns that the ninjas within the village might seize the opportunity to strike against us, the 13th Division of the Guard refrained from dispersing easily to avoid any potential disputes. Consequently, after conducting registration and inspections, we encountered little trouble. In contrast, you individuals in the Uchiha clan faced even more stringent scrutiny and differentiation. Was the investigation conducted with such meticulousness?" Uchiha Junyu expressed a hint of curiosity, inquiring, "Have we discerned whose actions these truly are?" "No," Uchiha Chengyin asserted with unwavering certainty. "On the night of the Ninetales turmoil, all 389 members of the Uchiha clan remained tranquil within their ancestral grounds, leaving not a single soul missing or unaccounted for. It was not the Uchiha of Konoha who orchestrated the chaos of the Ninetales that fateful evening. Not the Uchiha of Konoha?" Uchiha Junyu expressed his astonishment, saying, "If I understand you correctly, it appears that there are other Uchiha within the ninja world?" "Indeed," Uchiha Chengyin asserted with unwavering conviction, "although it may seem inconceivable, it is not entirely devoid of possibility. It is worth noting that during the era of the first Hokage, there was an incident involving the defection of Uchiha Madara. While it has been publicly declared that Madara was slain, no individual has ever witnessed his corpse, leaving the door open to the possibility of his continued existence. In regard to the Ninetales rampage, various perspectives have emerged within the Uchiha clan. The first posits that the actions of Madara's descendants stemmed from his flight. The second suggests a scheme orchestrated by other ninja villages, given the Uchiha's long history of warfare. It is conceivable that some of the three-tomo Sharingan may have fallen into the hands of outsiders, even though the transplantation of Sharingan comes with significant side effects. It remains feasible for use. Thus, anyone could potentially wield it, particularly the Hidden Cloud Village, which appears most likely to exploit such an opportunity. In the wake of the turmoil in Konoha, their village has initiated substantial operations, leaving little room for doubt regarding their involvement. Of course, the higher echelons of Konoha could also be implicated. After all, residing within the same village affords them a more straightforward means of acquiring the three-tomo Sharingan compared to other ninja villages. Lastly, there exists the notion of sinister ninja experiments. Numerous scientists have conducted malevolent experiments within the ninja world, and it is plausible that some may have incorporated the Uchiha bloodline, granting them similar Sharingan abilities. In summary, the Uchiha clan is entirely resolute in their stance. The turmoil of the Nine Tails has no bearing on me whatsoever, regardless of the occurrences or evidence surrounding the Nine Tails incident. It bears no relation to me, nor to the Uchiha of Konoha in the slightest. However, the high-ranking officials of Konoha perceive the situation quite differently. Led by the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, the elite of Konoha have summoned Fugaku Uchiha multiple times, seeking to ascertain whether the Uchiha clan possesses any hidden powers unknown to the people of Konoha. Uchiha Chinyen spoke candidly to his wife, recounting all the recent events along with his personal reflections. Kamina, listening from the side, absorbed the information with only a partial understanding. Concurrently, such scenes unfolded among various branches of the Uchiha clan, with everyone appearing as though they had narrowly escaped calamity. Engaging in conversations as they gradually returned to the Uchiha ancestral grounds, everything seemed to have settled, as if a significant chapter had concluded. As night fell, Uchiha Kamina found himself alone in his chamber. He activated his single Tomo Sharingan, awakened for nearly 2 years, and surveyed his surroundings to ensure no signs of lurking ninja were present. Sighing in relief, he drew the curtains and returned to his bed, forming hand seals to begin his practice of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique. A radiant golden aura emerged from his alabaster skin, and as the chakra within his body surged, the golden sea of chakra in his dantian swelled dramatically, expanding nearly 5-fold. His chakra energy surge correspondingly quintupled in an instant. Moreover, the golden chakra sea catalyzed a transformation in his dragon spirit, enhancing its hue from a pale gold to a more vibrant and luminous shade. The dragon spirit manifested a second formidable ability, aptly named size control. This ability allowed the 1-meter dragon spirit to shrink to a mere 2 inches or expand to nearly 5 meters in length. The chakra sea birthed a second golden dragon spirit, mirroring the original, which Kamina affectionately dubbed Huang Air. Exhaling deeply, Kamina concluded his meditation, feeling an uncontrollable surge of energy radiating outward, bathing the room in brilliant golden light. Reflecting on the recent turmoil and his yearning for change, he suddenly sensed a chilling sensation in his eyes. Upon opening them again, he discovered that both had transformed into double Tomo Sharingan. At that moment, having reached the 5th tier of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, Uchiha Kamina's physical condition was formidable, rivaling that of elite Jonin. His chakra was robust, akin to that of a seasoned shinobi, and his body was resilient, exuding immense strength. With the assistance of his double Tomo Sharingan and 2 dragon spirits, his overall prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary Jonin. Assessing his abilities, he recognized his extreme strength among his peers. Yet, despite his accomplishments, he felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction with his current level of power. The Uchiha clan is beset by peril. Even individuals of the caliber of Uchiha Shenwu can perish without warning. Such limited strength renders one incapable of safeguarding oneself effectively. The Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique requires minimal innate talent, and the initial stages of mastery are relatively straightforward. However, as one progresses, the challenges become increasingly formidable. For instance, attaining the first level necessitates merely 3 months, while advancing to the second level demands 6 months, and the third level requires a full year. This pattern continues accordingly. Shenwu pondered in the depths of his mind. According to my training pace, achieving the 4th level would take a total of 2 years. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter during the Nine Tails turmoil, I would have had to diligently train for 4 years to have any hope of breaking through to the 5th level. Under these circumstances, to reach the 6th level and effortlessly awaken the 3 Tomo Sharingan would require no less than 8 years. While surpassing the 7th level to seamlessly awaken the Manjiki Sharingan would demand a staggering 16 years. 8 years? 16 years? A bitter smile appeared on the face of Uchiha Shenwu. After 24 years, the world of Naruto may very well come to an end. It is imperative to swiftly cultivate the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique to the 7th level and awaken the Manjiki Sharingan to attain the ability for self-preservation. Although this endeavor seems exceedingly arduous, it is, in fact, not insurmountable. In addition to methodical training, resources can be utilized to enhance the practice of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique. Furthermore, reaching the 7th level merely facilitates the acquisition of the Manjiki Sharingan. Awakening is still possible without achieving the 7th level, as there exists ample room for maneuverability within the process. Uchiha Kamisuke pondered thoughtfully for a moment. His immediate priorities lay in securing resources and protection, acquiring resources to enhance his strength and seeking power to safeguard himself. After a period of diligent training, He enjoyed a refreshing slumber, awakening with clarity and vigor early the next morning. The sound of his mother's gentle knocking resonated from outside his room. Uchiha Kamui emerged, savoring a sumptuous breakfast with his family. Uchiha Terahiko smiled and spoke. It has been quite some time since I last saw your progress in training, Kamikaze. I wonder how your mastery of the Uchiha Fluid Technique and the Great Fireball Technique is coming along. Since I have some free time today, I shall remain at home to offer you some guidance. Hearing Terahiko's words, Uchiha Kamikaze, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Isn't the police department supposed to be on patrol today? Uchiha Chungyin wore a wry smile as he remarked, I am unsure where these rumors originated, alleging that the Uchiha clan is orchestrating a conspiracy to control the Ninetales and wreak havoc upon the village, leading to widespread suspicion and animosity toward our clan. The clan leader is concerned that this might escalate tensions between us and the village. Thus, he has mandated a temporary leave for everyone to avoid potential conflicts with the citizens of Konoha in the streets. Additionally, our entire clan is currently under the watchful eye of the Root organization, leaving no need for patrols. It is prudent to remain at home and await clarity on the truth of the matter. Shenwu, deep in thought, nodded contemplatively before speaking, Father. Who do you believe is disseminating these so-called rumors? It was unusual for a child of his age to display such profound insight and wisdom. However, Shenwu pondered for a moment, recalling the multitude of prodigious talents in the ninja world. Not to mention, within the Uchiha clan, there was even a genius who grasped the thinking of a Hokage at the tender age of 6. At this age, exhibiting a modicum of extraordinary intellect should pose no issue, should it? Uchiha Chungyin expressed a slight surprise, followed by a gentle smile as he remarked, You are still quite young and perhaps unaware of our Uchiha clan's inherited ocular techniques. On the fateful night of the Ninetales incident, the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan within the beast's eyes served as a distinct mark of its control. It is entirely reasonable for the villagers to harbor such suspicions. Shenwu then inquired, at the onset of the great conflict, detrimental rumors surfaced within the village that were counterproductive to unity. Logically speaking, the higher-ups should have taken stringent measures to suppress them. Yet, did the leadership of Konoha exhibit any intention to intervene or stifle these rumors? Oh, Uchiha Nakanaba finally sensed that something was amiss. He glanced at his son in astonishment and smiled, inquiring, What are your thoughts? Kamino replied, I do indeed possess a few thoughts. The rumors circulating within the village may very well stem from the villagers' spontaneous actions. However, the fact that the higher-ups and the shinobi do not intervene or offer any defense speaks volumes. I suspect that the village's leadership, along with other clans, harbors doubts that the Ninetales incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha. Uchiha Chungyin's expression shifted slightly, yet he nonchalantly remarked, Our entire clan has undergone rigorous examination and documentation. There are no issues among us. Even if there are doubts, they are devoid of evidence, and nothing untoward will occur. Kamino Michi interjected, If nothing is amiss, then why do rumors persist, and why is there surveillance? This, of course, is. Uchiha Chungyin's expression was somewhat displeased. However, he found himself unable to address the matter at hand. Enough. Chungyin decisively shifted the conversation, stating, We agree to assess your training progress. Do not evade the topic. Matters concerning adults are not for children to ponder. All you need to do is earnestly master the ninjutsu you are meant to learn. As he spoke, without further ado, he lifted Kamino and led him to the backyard of his home. Uchiha Chungyin declared, Now, with utmost effort, unleash your fireball technique to the fullest extent, allowing me a glimpse of your mastery over ninjutsu. Uchiha Shenwu sighed softly, swallowing the words he yearned to express. He stood aside, commencing the hand seals as instructed. His speed in forming the seals was not particularly swift, yet it was imbued with a sense of rhythm and grace. As he executed the seals, the chakra energy within his body flowed along a trajectory distinct from that of conventional techniques. It could be said that each ninjutsu embodies a unique method of operation. Given Shenmu's mastery over chakra, he could have effortlessly bypassed the hand seals to directly employ the jutsu. However, in a bid to avoid appearing overly formidable, he opted to showcase his impeccable sealing technique. Almost immediately, he felt a searing sensation akin to blazing flames rise from his lower abdomen, compelling him to instinctively part his lips. With a mighty roar, Shenwu unleashed a torrent of resplendent golden flames that bore an ancient and sacred aura. The sight of Uchiha Shenmu's mouth agape revealed a dragon-like manifestation of golden flames, radiating an intensity several times that of a standard fireball technique, exuding a horrifying level of heat. Uchiha Seigen's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden change. Golden flames? Moreover, The Great Fireball technique spontaneously manifested in the form of a dragon, resembling an even more powerful version known as the Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Seigen stared intently at Uchiha Kamui before him, sensing a hint of strangeness regarding his son's transformation. The Uchiha clan is a prestigious family within the ninja world, regardless of whether their parents have perished in battle or are absent for various reasons. The children of the clan begin their training in the art of ninjutsu as they approach the age of 4. This tradition has been upheld for approximately 2 years. At the tender age of 4, Uchiha Kanashi was personally instructed by Uchiha Akihiko in the art of chakra refinement, as well as being taught the first jutsu of the Uchiha lineage, the Great Fireball Technique. At that moment, Uchiha Akihiko began to sense an unusual peculiarity. The chakra energy refined by his son radiated a golden hue. Moreover, as he executed the jutsu, it consistently gravitated towards that same golden essence. If it were merely a slight deviation in color, it would not have been considered a significant concern. Uchiha Qingyan secretly murmured as he gazed at the colossal fireball before him. The issue lies in both its quality and quantity, which are astonishingly formidable. An ordinary C-rank ninjutsu appears to possess the might of a B-rank technique, which is rather incredible, to say the least. Uchiha Qingyan experienced a blend of astonishment and concern. The source of his astonishment lay in the extraordinary prowess demonstrated by his son. Although there existed a slight distinction between him and ordinary individuals, this divergence was evidently advantageous. However, a cloud of worry loomed over him as he pondered why only his son exhibited such a transformation, despite the marvel of this change. It stirred a profound sense of unease within him. Uchiha Qingyan harbored no intention of seeking answers from his son, for he perceived the boy as merely a 6-year-old child, devoid of any significant wisdom or insight. It was likely that the child was yet unaware of the distinctions between himself and others. To unravel such inquiries, one must turn to older and more experienced ninjas, whose broader knowledge could indeed prove beneficial. In Uchiha Shinjan's mind, the images of over 20 Uchiha elders gradually emerged. Foremost among them was his father, Uchiha Kazuo. Although Shinjan was the grandson of Elder Kazuo, he was acutely aware of his father's character. Family interests always took precedence. Should Shinjan's unique constitution carry any special implications, he could easily become a victim of the family's ambitions, and that would spell trouble. Uchiha Shinjan pondered for a moment, then temporarily set aside the issue. He retrieved a magnificent sword from the shelf and handed it to Kamui. Uchiha Qingyan remarked, "Now, I shall put your martial arts training to the test. Unlike the conventional techniques of Konoha, such as the leaf whirlwind and the leaf gale, this embodies the pure essence of hand-to-hand combat. The physical techniques of the Uchiha clan predominantly revolve around swordsmanship and blade techniques, relying on the ferocious combat of life and death in fleeting moments. Chang Yin, an elite jonin who has awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, appears to engage in a bout with Shenwu, ostensibly offering guidance. However, in reality, it is merely an exercise in overwhelming superiority. Uchiha Kamino harbors no significant aversion to this matter. After all, engaging in unreserved exchanges of taijutsu with an elite jonin is a rare opportunity that does not present itself often. Unlike others, he cherishes the experience of battling formidable foes even more. With a swift motion, Kamino unsheathes his treasured blade, channeling chakra throughout his body. As boundless golden chakra coalesces upon the edge of his weapon, faintly, sounds reminiscent of a dragon's roar erupt, as if the dragon spirit residing within his dantian has merged with the blade in his grasp. In truth, this is not entirely the case, however. Within Kamino's dantian dwell 2 dragon spirits, perfectly harmonizing with his chakra to form a singular entity. The chakra coursing through his body inevitably manifests a certain draconic transformation. Not only does he wield fire release in a manner strikingly akin to a dragon's form, but even in the execution of his movement techniques. The whispers of dragon roars accompany his every step. Although the Uchiha clan possesses the sword technique Sword Leap Flame, which fuses ninjutsu and swordsmanship, it has never achieved a perfect amalgamation of chakra with swordsmanship as seen in Kamui. Uchiha Qingyan, while engaged in combat, diligently gathered intelligence regarding Kamino. After an extensive period of training, he developed a considerable understanding of his son. A card materialized in his hand, inscribed with details about his son's condition. Name, Uchiha Kamino. Age, 6 years, chakra level, exceeding that of an ordinary Uchiha Jonin, comparable to that of an elite Jonin. Ninjutsu, Genin level only proficient in the body flicker technique and the Great Fireball technique, yet remarkably powerful. Taijutsu, on par with the Chunin of the Uchiha clan. Overall evaluation, a prodigy of the Uchiha lineage. Having compiled the information about his son, Uchiha Qingyan glanced at the sky. Noting that it was growing late, he stepped outside, not intending to rest, but rather to conceal Uchiha Kamino and seek counsel from a few trusted elders regarding his son's unique circumstances. Observing Uchiha Chungyin's departing figure, Kamino found himself at a loss for words. Several times throughout the day, he had yearned to engage his father in discussions about the clan and Konoha. Unfortunately, his tender age rendered him voiceless. Regardless of the queries he posed or the insightful remarks he made, Uchiha Chungyin paid him no heed, treating him as if he were merely a specter, solely concerned with assessing his various capabilities. Uchiha Kamui finds himself in a state of resignation. He has come to a clear understanding. In this household, where youth is a mere illusion, the concept of individual rights is non-existent. The aspiration to voice one's thoughts with conviction and to gain universal acceptance is an endeavor fraught with impossibility. Yet, if one were to shift their perspective, this predicament may not be entirely unfavorable. After all, the early bird often finds itself in peril. The more exceptional one is, the swifter their demise tends to be. Particularly for someone like Uchiha, who is frequently targeted. Excessive self-exposure may very well draw the attention of the third Hokage or Danzo Shimura, leading to the grim possibility of being hunted down. For a child like Uchiha Kamui, what could he possibly say in the face of Danzo's ruthless actions? Without concrete evidence, death would be a futile end. Furthermore, if Kamui's suspicions are correct, Danzo possesses countless methods to compel members of the Uchiha clan to confess their guilt willingly. Should Kamui fall, it would merely serve to intensify the internal strife within the Uchiha clan. Therefore, while showcasing talent and intellect may seem impractical, it could paradoxically be a blessing in disguise. If it were another individual confronted with such circumstances, they would have long since exhausted their options. However, Uchiha Kamui is evidently no ordinary child. In the face of the current situation, he harbors two urgent desires: the protection of his own power and the acquisition of training resources. While the former may presently be unattainable, the latter remains within reach. Uchiha Shenwu possesses a rather unique perspective. While cultivating the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, upon reaching the fourth layer, each subsequent advancement births a dragon spirit within his body, akin to a tailed beast. These dragon spirits can detach from his corporeal form, consuming resources to nourish him in return. Even from a considerable distance, they can confer significant enhancements. In essence, to accelerate his cultivation of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, there exists but a singular method: to harness the dragon spirits to devour vast quantities of resources. However, does Shenwu possess an abundance of such resources alone? The answer is evident: he does, yet it remains insufficient. Given this predicament, why not seek another individual to alleviate the burden of resource acquisition? Shenwu recalls the dynamics between ninjas and tailed beasts in the ninja world. Take Naruto as an example. He draws upon the power of a tailed beast, which in turn can absorb a ninja's chakra to augment itself. Furthermore, should the chosen ninja be fortunate enough, a grand battle could yield an influx of cultivation resources. It is rumored that the Hidden Cloud has proactively instigated a war. In this conflict, the two-tailed beast hosts are certain to engage. Although Konoha has yet to overtly express intent for the Uchiha to participate, it is apparent to any astute observer why they have been released. It is, indeed, to engage in battle. If that is the case, Uchiha Shin, after a moment of contemplation, recognized that although the loss of a dragon spirit would slightly diminish his strength, it paled in comparison to the long-term benefits it could yield. Thus, he decided to summon a dragon spirit, seeking the assistance of a tailed beast to aid in resource gathering. However, such a genius could not be chosen at random. He could not afford to make a reckless choice akin to Uchiha Itachi, who might very well be dismembered and cooked for a taste test. Instead, he must seek out Uchiha Izumi, a being both Navi and kind-hearted. The current year is the 48th of the Konoha era, in the month of November. Although Uchiha Kamino is already 6 years old, he does not share the same aspirations as Uchiha Itachi, who joined the Ninja Academy with the intention of reconciling the Uchiha clan and Konoha. For the children of noble families, enrolling in the Ninja Academy is not primarily for the pursuit of knowledge, but rather to indulge in life and forge friendships with classmates. Clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga typically have extensive training programs for their younger generations, often encompassing multiple classes. They offer specialized training in various disciplines, including taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, sealing techniques, and medical ninjutsu, among others. Young ninjas with a genuine ambition to become formidable warriors diligently hone their skills in these familial training environments. For someone like Kamino, who is focused on enhancing his abilities and harbors a certain disdain for the village, it is more customary to engage in learning within the confines of his clan's training classes. The instructors are all esteemed members of the Uchiha clan, and the training system is tailored to their development, facilitating unity among kin. After 2 days, when Monday arrived and school commenced, Kamino entered the family training facility and keenly observed his surroundings, ultimately identifying a target. The individual he selected is named Uchiha Shakuro, a 12-year-old prodigy who has awakened her Sharingan with a single tomo. She excels in both the sealing and medical classes and is said to be the daughter of a renowned Uchiha Genin, a 3-tomo Sharingan holder, who is proficient in Uchiha-style ninjutsu and jinjutsu, as well as possessing a considerable mastery of sealing techniques. With a solid family background, she is not lacking in resources. Her exceptional talent is matched by a gentle and kind disposition, and she has a fondness for small animals. Most importantly, her family possesses sealing techniques, making her more amenable to concepts akin to tailed beasts. It is not that Kamino is unwilling to choose a male counterpart. After all, men are often more inclined to fight with reckless abandon. However, he is faced with a dilemma, as the men within the Uchiha clan either serve as potential informants for the third Hokage or exhibit overly obsessive personalities. Opting for an informant could easily jeopardize his own safety, while choosing a zealot could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, he finds himself reluctant to select either option. As a compromise, he is left with no choice but to choose a compliant girl. Although the likelihood of encountering a tailed beast is slim, even if he were to select Uchiha Tetsuha, he might not be able to absorb the chakra of any tailed beast. The miraculous events of the Nine Tails incident are unlikely to occur again, and seeking a second chance at such an opportunity seems exceedingly improbable, bordering on unrealistic. After pondering for a while, Kamino finally resolved that this girl would be the one. He activated his Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, summoning a recently formed dragon spirit. He planted his consciousness seed within the spirit named Huang Er, and without much control, he followed Uchiha Shakuro's direction, drifting towards her. With the presence of the consciousness seed, he could command Huang Er's awareness and senses at any moment. Indeed, the unhidden dragon spirit was quickly noticed by the girl. Being a creature capable of speech, it caused quite a commotion in the neighboring household. However, the father of Uchiha Shenwu is an immensely powerful ninja with a wealth of experience. He has demonstrated that the dragon spirit indeed bears resemblance to the tailed beasts, capable of enhancing chakra potency. Without the slightest hesitation, Uchiha Shenwu directly sealed the dragon spirit Huang Er within his daughter's body. Although the technique for sealing tailed beasts is exceedingly rare, the Uchiha clan, with its millennia of heritage, possesses profound resources. Unlike Konoha, which has appropriated the perfect sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it is improbable that they lack access to ordinary sealing techniques, akin to those found in lesser ninja villages such as Takigakure. Uchiha Shenwu, exerting all his strength, unleashed a sealing technique reminiscent of the sealing methods employed by the Takigakure. He beheld his daughter awaken. Uchiha Shenwu gently remarked, although the sealing technique is not flawless, your tailed beast is not one of the legendary Nine Tails. Such a level of sealing technique is sufficient. Take a moment to feel the power within your body and see if your chakra has indeed become considerably more abundant. Uchiha Shenwu immersed her spirit into the sealing chamber, immediately perceiving a surge of power akin to molten gold. Effortlessly, she acquired chakra comparable to that of a Uchiha Jonin. Uchiha Shenwu possesses chakra comparable to that of elite Genin, along with 2 dragon spirits. His chakra level can only be rivaled by that of a special Genin from the Uchiha clan. However, when combined with Uchiha Shenwu's chakra, it reaches the substantial level typical of an average Genin. Furthermore, she has acquired the 2 abilities of the dragon spirit, one being dragon concealment and the other size manipulation. She is acutely aware of the surging chakra and the newly obtained powers. Uchiha Shenwu was filled with inexplicable surprise. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that within her, a small dragon of golden hue, radiating a divine light, had opened its eyes, gazing at her with an enigmatic expression. This was a state of extraordinary significance. Uchiha Shenwu sensed that he had somehow split into a pair of eyes. Everything Uchiha Shenwu could see, he could perceive with utmost clarity. He could likewise hear the conversations between Shenwu and everyone else. However, the sealing techniques of the Naruto world were exceedingly formidable, preventing him from controlling any of Uchiha Shenwu's actions or abilities. Moreover, he was unable to transmit his own energy without explicit commands. It is well known that the prisons constructed by sealing techniques can be escaped, yet Huang Er, Shenwu, never harbored such naive thoughts. Throughout history, how many foolish tailed beasts have truly succeeded in breaking free? Furthermore, he required Uchiha Shenwu's identity and influence. If the rising talent of the Uchiha clan were to be Uchiha Shenwu himself, he would likely encounter peril. However, if it were this foolish girl, even if she were to face danger, what concern would it be of Uchiha Shenwu? Hey, utilizing the power of the dragon spirit. Uchiha Kamui suddenly established a chakra link to Uchiha Shalong's chakra, drawing her consciousness into his realm. Uchiha Shiron wore a bewildered expression. Upon realizing that the structure before her resembled a prison, she understood that Long Ling had no means of escaping. Relieved, she let out a deep sigh. Uchiha Xiaorong inquired, "Did you bring me here? How is it that you can bring me to this place?" The dragon-like figure of Uchiha Shenwu cast a peculiar glance at her and replied languidly, "You are Uchiha Xiaorong, are you not? You appear to be a novice ninja, utterly oblivious to your surroundings." Novice ninja? The young girl before him rapidly darkened, her nostrils flaring and her delicate ears igniting with flames. However, upon realizing that she was faced with a seal, she found herself utterly incapable of breaking through. How frustrating. Huang-er Shenwu began to elucidate. Since the moment I was sealed within this realm, we have formed a symbiotic relationship. On the surface, it appears that you can harness my power while I remain confined in this dark prison. In truth, this symbiosis is equitable. Should you perish, I shall attain my freedom. However, if I were to depart, your demise would be imminent. Uchiha Xiaorong languidly remarked, "I am not an ignorant novice ninja. I am well aware of what you have just mentioned." Huang-er Shenwu gently nodded and replied, "Indeed, I have heard it. Your father just spoke of it. However, your father is merely a young ninja with a lifespan of around 40 years. In contrast, I, the esteemed lord of the tailed beasts, am not bound by the constraints of mortality. Thus, there are certain matters that your father may know, yet he may not possess greater knowledge than I." Uchiha Xiangrong pondered for a moment and sincerely felt that there was indeed a modicum of truth in the words. Huang-er Shenwu continued with fervor, "You may not be aware, but the tailed beast clan lives a profoundly miserable existence in your world. Numerous malevolent ninjas have devised various methods to exploit the tailed beasts. In comparison, the use of sealing techniques is relatively mild. After wandering the shinobi world for many years and witnessing your pure and kind nature, I have decided against continuing my aimless journey. I wish to manifest myself and reside within you for a time. However, there is one pressing concern that weighs heavily on my mind." Uchiha Xiaorong inquired with curiosity. "I heard from my father that as long as the sealed-tailed beast does not act mischievously, there will be no issues." Huang-er Shenwu coldly replied, "It is not a matter of great significance. It is merely that your foolish demeanor leads me to seriously doubt your survival. I am deeply concerned that one day I may awaken to discover that you have been assassinated by other ninjas." Uchiha Xiangrong, with a furrowed brow, replied in exasperation, "You are being utterly alarmist. Not only am I remarkably intelligent, but I am also a renowned genius of the illustrious Uchiha clan. Even if I were not a genius, as a sealing ninja and a medical ninja, I would never find myself on the battlefield, thus posing no risk to my life. Furthermore," Uchiha Xiangrong remarked, "Indeed, my prowess leaves much to be desired. However, my father is no ordinary warrior. With him by my side, not only I but even you, a mere dragon, would be well protected. In any case, should you encounter significant matters in the future, do consult with me before making any hasty decisions." Huang-er Shenwu suddenly spoke up. Feeling a tad embarrassed, "Do you have any military rations? Though I am a tailed beast, I too require sustenance to augment my powers. Currently, I am in my juvenile form and have quite the appetite. I need at least 10 military rations daily to satiate my hunger." 10 military rations? Uchiha Xiangrong quietly contemplated that in the world of Hokage, paper currency held little value. A bowl of Ichiraka ramen cost 60 ryo. In contrast, a single soldier's food pill sufficed for an entire day, priced at 30 ryo each, making it a considerably economical option. 10 pills amounted to merely 300 ryo. For someone like Uchiha Xiangrong, hailing from a family with elite jonin and being an accomplished medical and sealing ninja herself, such an amount was hardly a concern. Huang-er Shenwu hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to disclose the significant increase in his appetite post-breakthrough. However, after some reflection, he decided against it, as it was likely that mastering the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique would require an extensive period, indeed, a full 8 years. By the way, Uchiha Xiangrong remarked, "There is no issue with the food itself. However, even if I possess the military rations, how could I possibly deliver them to you? Would I need to unseal them, hand them over, and then reseal them? That would indeed be quite cumbersome. There is no need for such complications." Huang-er Shenwu began to gather chakra, which surged from the confines of the cage and flowed into Uchiha Xiangrong's body. The chakra I possess harbors the power of consumption. When the time comes, I shall lend you my chakra, allowing your body to assimilate it. After a thorough discussion, the two swiftly forged a commendable rapport. Uchiha Shenwu concentrated her consciousness upon her external form, instantly experiencing the sensation of returning to her own body. Uchiha Shenwu glanced at his daughter before inquiring, "Have you encountered that unfamiliar tailed beast? What did it say?" In response to her father's question, Uchiha Shenwu calmly replied, "That dragon spirit mentioned that the outside world is exceedingly perilous and expressed a desire to settle here." Such awareness? Uchiha Shenwu was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unusual perplexity regarding this outcome. Although the Uchiha clan had not interacted with any tailed beasts for quite some time, he possessed a modicum of knowledge about them. It was said that these creatures were exceedingly ferocious, known for their hostility towards humans. How was it that the entity encountered by him and his daughter was so amiable? Ultimately, Uchiha Shenwu could only attribute this anomaly to their own lack of strength. Uchiha Shenwu inquired, "Is there anything else?" Xiaorong replied, "It informed me that it is in its larval stage and requires the consumption of military rations to enhance its strength, needing to ingest 10 pieces each day. To be frank, based on the price standard of a bowl of ramen being 60 taels, 30 taels is roughly equivalent to 3 Chinese yuan. Thus 300 taels amounts to about 30 yuan. Uchiha Shenwu remained utterly indifferent and inquired once more, "What else?" After a brief hesitation, Xiaorong replied, "It mentioned that if any significant events were to occur, we must consult with it. Given its longevity, it would be best not to have it awaken from slumber only to find that we have relocated." Uchiha Shenwu, with an air of defiance, declared, "Such concerns are mere fabrications of a restless mind. With me, Uchiha Shenwu, by your side, who could possibly harm you even a single hair?" Uchiha Yangrong nodded solemnly and replied, "I too believe it is merely an exercise in futility. This little one has no comprehension of our Uchiha clan or the formidable powers we possess. Enough." Uchiha Shenwu expressed his joy, proclaiming that regardless of the circumstances, today he effortlessly subdued a tailed beast that, while not particularly formidable, represented a significant boon for his family. In celebration, they decided to indulge in a feast at a barbecue restaurant, where the portions were abundant. Xiaorong and the little one within her, Huang Shenwu, were both invigorated by the occasion. They simultaneously realized that their bellies were truly fortunate this time around. Uchiha Qingyan pushed open the door to the dilapidated old house and beheld an elderly man, well over 60 years of age. The man's face, etched with deep wrinkles, revealed a pair of curious eyes that gazed at the unexpected visitor. With a tone of surprise, he inquired, "Shinobi Qingyan, what brings you here?" "Uchiha Ruyan." Uchiha Qingyan greeted with an air of arrogance. He was well aware of the elder before him. Though lacking in formidable strength, he was a ninja of vast knowledge and wisdom. In his youth, he had undertaken extensive research in hopes of acquiring the power of the Sharingan. Yet his endeavors ended in failure. Now, having surpassed the age of 60, he remained unaccomplished. Due to his advanced age and diligent training, the guard department had specially assisted him in securing the rank of a lower ninja. This elder was none other than Uchiha's most formidable lower ninja, Uchiha Luin. Uchiha Qingyan spoke, "I have a matter to consult you about, and I hope you will keep it confidential. Do not disclose today's events to anyone. If I discover that you have leaked this information, I will not let you off easily." "Understood." Uchiha Ryuin spoke with utmost respect. "I wonder if Lord Qingyan has any inquiries he wishes to make?" After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Qingyan posed a question. "Allow me to ask you something. There is a child of the Uchiha clan, born with chakra of a golden hue." "Golden chakra?" Uchiha Ryuin paused momentarily, pondering aloud. "If it is merely the peculiar color of chakra, it shouldn't be a matter of great concern, right? I am fully aware that the unusual color is not a significant issue. However, the reality is far more complex than that." Uchiha Qingyan spoke with great seriousness. At merely 6 years of age, his chakra reserves surpassed that of a jonin, nearing the levels of many seasoned Uchiha jonin. And his physique was remarkably robust. It was as if he had trained in taijutsu, evoking a sense of abnormality from every angle. At such a tender age, possessing a physique comparable to that of a seasoned taijutsu practitioner, coupled with an extraordinarily abundant chakra? Uchiha Ryuin took a moment to comprehend the situation, and then exclaimed with an inexplicable excitement, "This is a genius, the pinnacle of Uchiha talent." However, what of his physical condition? Uchiha Qingyan possesses a hint of suspicion. Uchiha Ryuin, being a man of considerable experience and wisdom, remarked nonchalantly, "It is entirely natural for a robust physique, accompanied by an abundance of chakra, to exist. What is so peculiar about that?" Even among ordinary individuals, one occasionally encounters a few extraordinary beings. To my knowledge, approximately 30 years ago, a pair of twins was born to a commoner in Konoha. One was named F-Gene, and the other Rai-Gene. Are they not also examples of this phenomenon? They possessed innate physical prowess and extraordinary strength befitting a shadow-level powerhouse. If such remarkable beings can emerge, then the appearance of a couple of sturdy clan ninjas is hardly surprising. By the way, although Uchiha Ryuin felt that it was not a matter of great significance, upon witnessing Uchiha Nariyuki's apparent concern, he spoke words of comfort. Though I have achieved little, I am fortunate to have married a woman from the village, a commoner who endures hardship, and she has borne me a fine son. My son, Uchiha Ryan, has studied medical ninjutsu for a time and knows how to conduct a thorough examination of the body, so he can check the child from head to toe. There's no need. Uchiha Qingyin appeared to have set his mind at ease, casually waving his hand before turning to depart. The first day seemed to have passed in a tranquil manner. However, on the morning of the second day, Uchiha Qingyin and Uchiha Xiangmu had just awakened when they were abruptly jolted by the resounding knock of their comrades from the security department. Lord Qingyin, the minister has issued a decree. All jonin of the security department are to proceed immediately to the police department hall for a ninja conference. Lord Xiangmu, the minister has commanded that all jonin of the security department assemble at the police department hall without delay for a ninja conference. A succession of identical orders echoed through the homes of every jonin within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Junyu expressed his astonishment, inquiring, "What has transpired? Why the sudden summons? Could it be related to the battlefield at the border?" No one is a fool, considering the recent intelligence regarding Kumogakure's proactive assaults on the border. Uchiha Junyu swiftly formed a conjecture. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kamiyo, seated beside him, appeared deep in thought. Indeed, Konoha seemed intent on sending the Uchiha clan to the battlefield. Just the day before yesterday, they had released individuals, and yesterday was a day of rest, likely to exert pressure on Uchiha Fugaku. This morning, Uchiha Fugaku had begun to apply that pressure on the Uchiha members. The police department's grand conference room. The Uchiha clan, consisting of 5 nominal elite Jonin and 38 Jonin, enters sequentially. In reality, according to the standards of power within the ninja world, any member of the Uchiha clan who possesses the 3-tomo Sharingan and learns the accompanying advanced techniques, such as Kagami's technique and mirror heaven and earth change, which are classified as A-rank ninjutsu, can be regarded as an elite Jonin, endowed with chakra and compatibilities comparable to those of elite Jonin. However, it is merely the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan and Konoha are well known. Attaining the esteemed title of an elite jonin is no simple feat. One need only refer to the original work to understand this. Take, for instance, the illustrious genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shenwu, who made significant contributions to Konoha. Even after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, he remained, until his demise, merely a special jonin. For those who possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan, ascending to the rank of jonin is already a considerable challenge, let alone achieving the status of an elite jonin. At this moment, the Uchiha clan possesses a total of 27 pairs of Sharingan, each adorned with 3-tomo. However, only 5 individuals hold the esteemed title of elite jonin. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, along with the 4 elders, Uchiha Tenka, Uchiha Yuichi, Uchiha Hakadai, and Uchiha Ichan. These 5 have tenuously acquired the title due to their reputation and experience. All 13 captains of the police department, including Uchiha Sh Hiko, are of elite jonin caliber, clad in jonin-level vests. Additionally, several elite jonin, akin to Uchiha Kamiki, from the sealing and medical teams also don the standard jonin vests. This circumstance likely contributes to the aforementioned situation. Within the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan, there exists a faction that consistently scrutinizes Konoha with a critical eye, finding fault in various aspects and harboring discontent. Uchiha Fugaku did not enter alone. He brought along his merely 6-year-old son, Uchiha Itachi, Lord Clan Leader. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku take his seat, the 43 elite Jonin and ordinary Jonin stood in reverence, bowing respectfully. This demonstrated the profound respect and trust that the Uchiha clan held for their esteemed leader. Uchiha Fugaku's countenance was shrouded in a somber and profound demeanor, perpetually rigid, revealing not a trace of emotion. He merely extended a hand forward in a gesture, indicating for everyone to take their seats. Once he observed that all had settled, Uchiha Fugaku commenced, "Esteemed colleagues, it has been a full 48 years since the establishment of Konoha. In these 48 years, my Uchiha clan has seen a steady decline. Once boasting a population exceeding 3,000 and nearly 1,000 shinobi, we now find ourselves diminished to a mere 1,000 souls, with only 400 shinobi remaining. This decline is not solely in numbers. What pains me even more as the leader of the Uchiha is the degradation of our clan's honor. At the inception of Konoha, we Uchiha possessed a remarkable 37 elite jonin. Yet today, our entire clan is left with a mere 5 elite jonin. What does this stark contrast signify? It is a testament to the waning strength of the Uchiha clan, a decline that continues unabated. If we wish to revive our clan and reclaim our former glory, we cannot persist in this manner. Change is imperative, and we must actively strive for it. We must take initiative, we must achieve great deeds, and we must restore the honor of the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku's impassioned speech immediately ignited a fervent roar among the majority of the clan members. We must take initiative. We must achieve merit. We must reclaim the honor of the Uchiha. The resounding echoes of their voices reverberated throughout the grand conference room of the police department. The contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, bore a somber and cold visage, which unexpectedly softened into a look of satisfaction. Indeed, it was around yesterday evening when Uchiha Fugaku, serving as both the current head of the Uchiha clan and the chief of the Konoha police force, was summoned by 4 high-ranking officials of Konoha. Led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, these 4 individuals exhibited a mix of aggression and gentle reassurance. Following the emergence of the 3-tomo Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine-Tails during the chaos of the attack, Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Roots of Konoha, pressed insistently for Uchiha to redeem himself by leading all available combatants to counter the assault from the Hidden Cloud village. The inability to repel the forces of the Hidden Cloud would only serve to further entrench the suspicions cast upon the Uchiha clan in the aftermath of the Nine-Tails incident. Uchiha Fugaku was drenched in cold sweat, nearly believing he would have to confront a dire predicament of facing enemies from both his clan and the village. Fortunately, the third Hokage was just as the rumors depicted, kind and amiable, intervening to halt Danzo's aggressive demeanor. Moreover, he afforded the Uchiha clan a significant opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku recalled the words of the third Hokage, whose voice was imbued with a gentle warmth. This is excessive. While the Uchiha clan indeed bears suspicion, I firmly believe that the majority of them remain loyal. As the acting Hokage of Konoha, I place my trust in the Uchiha. However, you are well aware of the current circumstances within the village, Fugaku. The Uchiha must demonstrate a resolute stance. I do not ask you to prove your loyalty, rather. It is through your sacrifices and spilled blood that the villagers will recognize the Uchiha's commitment. In time, this matter shall surely be resolved. Uchiha Fugaku's mind is consumed by a singular thought. He must devise a means to ensure that the Uchiha clan beneath him bleeds profusely and makes significant sacrifices. He cannot betray the trust placed in him by the third Hokage. He must exert every effort to extricate himself from the suspicions surrounding the recent Nine-Tails incident. As for the matter of posthumous recognition and how to ensure that the villagers of Konoha are made aware of their sacrifices, that remains to be determined. Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment, arriving at a singular realization. We must unwaveringly place our faith in the third Hokage. Trust in the third Hokage. Candy shall come, and flowers shall bloom. Standing behind Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi's melancholic eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Having chosen Itachi as his successor, Fugaku had never concealed anything from him. Thus, last night, Itachi fully grasped his father's predicament. Initially filled with concern, he was taken aback by Fugaku's ingenious solution. By reframing the Uchiha clan's plight and transforming their burden into an opportunity for redemption, a wave of unity surged among the clan members. His father, after all, had been the clan leader for nearly a decade, demonstrating exceptional prowess. There is indeed much I need to learn. However, Itachi Uchiha also observed that, although the majority of the Uchiha clan had succumbed to fervor, there remained many individuals within the clan whose expressions were somber and whose reactions were subdued. Before him stood the 4 esteemed elders of the Uchiha. Uchiha Tenko wore a grim expression, while Uchiha Yu was engulfed in a fiery rage. Uchiha Hakadai shouted at the top of his lungs, though his eyes were filled with concern. The remaining Uchihas, Tenka and Yu, appeared to be deep in thought. This is troubling. Uchiha Itachi pondered silently. His father's impassioned speech just moments ago appeared to have failed to resonate with the 4 individuals before him. Itachi Uchiha was consumed with profound worry. Uchiha Fugaku, however, had long anticipated this turn of events. After all, the Uchiha clan was merely proud, not naive. Especially at his age, having reached the status of one of the 4 elders, he was no easy person to deceive. His trivial tricks might work on the younger generation, but they were insufficient to fool the seasoned elders. Nevertheless, he found solace in the unwavering support of Uchiha Hakadai, the third elder, regardless of the circumstances that transpired. Uchiha Fugaku gazed upon Uchiha Hakadai with a smile, commending his actions. Ahem. He signaled for the emotionally charged crowd to regain their composure and continued. I have sensed the fervent desire among you all to achieve merit and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. As your patriarch, I fully recognize this zeal. To be candid, Konoha presently stands at the precipice of an unparalleled opportunity, one that could grant each of you the chance to earn distinction and elevate your status. The assembly gradually quieted down. The elder, Uchiha Tenka, coldly interjected, Might the opportunity you speak of, esteemed patriarch, pertain to the battlefield on the borders of Konoha and Kumogakure? The notion of such a place sent ripples through the assembly. Immediately, a captain of the Uchiha clan raised his voice. We are willing to face the battlefield, to slay our foes, and to earn our merits. Yet, how can we ensure that any accomplishments will guarantee our promotion? The Uchiha members within the conference room felt as though they had been doused with cold water. A palpable sense of sobriety enveloped them. Indeed, the crux of the matter was not merely about achieving merit, but whether such merit would truly lead to advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, Uchiha Fugaku declared, I implore you all to have faith. Even if you harbor doubts towards Konoha or the third Hokage, please place your trust in me. As long as each of you accomplishes the required merits, I vow to exert every effort to assist you in your advancement. Although Fugaku is cognizant that this confrontation primarily serves as a means of atonement, he firmly believes that should you all achieve sufficient accomplishments, the compassionate and benevolent third Hokage would undoubtedly be moved, shedding tears and offering due recompense to the Uchiha clan. Therefore, rewards shall be forthcoming and accolades will surely follow. In light of my unwavering trust in the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I make this promise in advance. Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha Yuichi both exhibited a sense of tranquility. If elevating their status were indeed possible, then defending Konoha against the hidden cloud would not be out of the question. Furthermore, through battle, they could forge the Uchiha's illustrious reputation and ease the tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, a situation that could be deemed advantageous in every aspect. Most crucially, as members of a combat-oriented clan, the Uchiha have never shied away from confrontation. Ahem. Uchiha Fugaku spoke solemnly. If there are no objections, let us deliberate on the personnel to be dispatched. Uchiha Hakadai expressed a hint of concern, stating, Shall we proceed with the conventional arrangement? 5 ninja squads, accompanied by a sealing unit and a medical team. What does the clan leader think of this standard configuration? According to the norms of the ninja world, each squad comprises 4 members, while a police battalion consists of 28 individuals, culminating in a total of 140 personnel across the 5 ninja squads. For the Uchiha clan, this constitutes a significant force. Furthermore, the sealing unit and medical team are similarly structured, with each comprising 28 members. The Uchiha clan is currently facing a shortage of sealing and medical professionals, possessing only 1 sealing unit and 1 medical team. Deploying both would undoubtedly be a considerable strain. Should any mishap occur, the repercussions for the Uchiha clan would be nothing short of catastrophic. Uchiha Hakadai opened his mouth, feeling an immense burden from this formidable power. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, he was well aware of the implications should the battle not unfold favorably. It signified that the Uchiha clan would further decline, potentially unable to maintain even the superficial status of the foremost shinobi clan. However, in response to Uchiha Hakadai's trepidation, Uchiha Fugaku exuded a chilling composure. Slowly shaking his head as he declared, This time, I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall assume the role of the overall commander on the battlefield at the borders of Konoha. Thus, our Uchiha clan will serve as the principal defenders of Konoha. Nearly 5 battalions will be grossly inadequate. We must mobilize 10 battalions, along with 2 sealing squads and medical teams, to withstand the onslaught of Kumogakure. An entire clan against a village? What a farcical notion. Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha Yuichi were both seething with rage at the same moment. This was utterly absurd. What did Konoha truly regard the Uchiha clan as? They were genuinely striving to achieve great deeds, not merely to meet a senseless demise. No one is a fool. This demand is simply outrageous. Uchiha Tenka roared in fury. This is utterly ridiculous. I shall no longer partake in this. Both I and my 2 ninja squads shall refrain from any involvement. If you wish to engage in battle, do so at your own discretion. Uchiha Yuichi uttered not a single word. He pulled out a chair and turned to depart. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes, fierce and bloodlike, fixed their gaze upon Uchiha Yuichi. Uchiha Fugaku, a rare elite jonin of Konoha adorned with a distinguished title, at this moment, revealed his formidable aspect. When his menacing gaze fell upon the members of the Uchiha clan, even the formidable four great elders could not help but feel a chill coursing through their bodies. While Fugaku may not possess significant fame in the outside world, within the Uchiha, his reputation is undoubtedly illustrious. Uchiha Fugaku slammed his hand down, gazing with indignation at the Uchiha clan members before him, who were overflowing with complaints. He thundered, "What are you all doing? What do your actions signify? I have already stated that I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall personally lead this endeavor. Do you not trust me? Do you not have faith in Uchiha Fugaku? With my presence, how could I possibly allow our kin to suffer harm so easily?" "Silence, everyone." Uchiha Fugaku, with an unwavering resolve, declared, "Allow me to delineate the personnel for this upcoming mission. At present, Uchiha Fugaku's mind is solely fixated on one conviction. It is imperative to steadfastly believe in Lord Third Hokage. There will be rewards akin to candy, and blossoms will flourish." The Uchiha Jonin conference concluded in an utterly exasperated and suppressed manner. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, along with the young clan leader, Uchiha Itachi, were both unprecedentedly satisfied. However, Uchiha Tenko was infuriated, while Uchiha Yuichi seethed with anger. Uchiha Hakadai was alarmed, and Uchiha Heiyu wore a grim expression. Within the Uchiha clan, the influence of the Suki no Cake has evidently begun to expand. Uchiha Chingyin exited the conference room of the police department with a sense of indignation. Returning home to prepare his belongings for an impending mission, suddenly a heavy arm was placed upon his shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered it was the arm of Uchiha Shingfeng, who wore a bright smile. "Chingyin," Shingfeng exclaimed, "it has been quite a while since I visited our father's home. There is no time like the present. Let us go together." Uchiha Chingyin felt a twinge of difficulty as he remarked, "I have been chosen by the clan leader for the combat unit and must prepare promptly for our departure." Upon hearing Chingyin mention this upcoming military mission, Uchiha Shingfeng's expression turned icy as he responded, "Konoha is not solely our Uchiha's Konoha. Do you think that without our clan, Humogakure would dare to invade? As long as we can achieve merit, what does it matter if we are a bit unrestrained? Without accomplishments, clinging to such trivial conventions serves no purpose." His father's implication was clear. Regarding this military strategy, we should postpone our actions. There is no need to rush headlong into the fray. Uchiha Chingyin pondered for a moment and said, "This is quite agreeable. It is indeed time for that young lad of mine to commence his training in new ninjutsu. I must devote a considerable amount of time to instructing him properly." "Haha." Uchiha Shingfeng expressed his delight, saying, "Speaking of the young lad from your family, it reminds me of Xiao Dengwu. He must be nearing his 1-month celebration, correct?" Chingyin replied, "In 7 days, he will indeed be a month old. He has been eagerly awaiting a generous red envelope from you, his esteemed uncle." Shingfeng, beaming with joy, responded, "There is absolutely no doubt about that. When the time comes, I shall present my nephew with a splendid red envelope, ensuring he understands his uncle's goodwill. Tianhua, I suddenly find myself wishing to discuss a matter with you. Shall we retire to my chamber for a moment?" Uchiha Yuichi suddenly spoke, calling out to Uchiha Tianhua, who was on the verge of departing. Upon witnessing the two elders preparing to leave, numerous Uchiha Jonin swiftly took action, choosing to discreetly exit. "Captain Shikuki?" Several Jonin from the sealing team glanced toward their captain and mentor. Leading the medical team was a strikingly beautiful and alluring kunoichi named Uchiha Yui, who approached with graceful steps and a smile, remarking, "Although clan head Fugaku has managed to suppress all clan members through his personal prestige, it is evident to any perceptive clansman what the true circumstances are." "Jonin Shikuki," Uchiha Yui remarked nonchalantly, "I believe this expedition will not be as straightforward as it seems. Over 70% of the Uchiha elite ninja will not support this venture. Uchiha Shenwu, our sealing team and medical team, even if we were to truly venture to the front lines, would undoubtedly remain in the rear of the troops, safeguarded by all our clansmen. Therefore, there is no need for concern, nor is it necessary to convene a meeting. Let us await the outcome of the deliberations between the esteemed clan leader and the elders." Uchiha Yui nodded gently, offering a brief greeting before setting off towards her residence. "Chief." Uchiha Hakadai hastily gathered before Uchiha Fugaku, expressing his utmost respect. "I observed that Elder Tianhua and Elder Xiongi departed together, and a considerable number of hawkish jonin have congregated. It appears there is significant dissent regarding this expedition. Elder Xiongi left accompanied by his 2 sons, indicating their dissatisfaction as well. Nakamura and Yui showed no inclination for conflict and departed quietly." "Indeed." Uchiha Fugaku nodded nonchalantly and remarked, "These developments were entirely anticipated. I had foreseen them long ago." Both Tinka and Yuichi have consistently exhibited a rebellious demeanor. They harbor significant discontent towards the Hokage and possess an aversion to the villagers of Konoha. Furthermore, they harbor suspicions regarding this war, believing it to be a scheme to undermine our Uchiha clan's strength, so it is only natural that they would respond with fervor. However, Uchiha Fugaku confidently proclaimed, "With the combined strength of the two of us, we are more than capable of contending with them." The Uchiha clan prioritized the greater good. Under no circumstances would they endorse familial discord unless absolutely necessary. He was inclined to negotiate, while Shenwu and Yui harbored a profound disdain for politics, choosing to remain detached as long as we could subdue Tianhu and Yuichi. Therefore, this decision posed no issues whatsoever. It must be said, Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, possesses considerable potential for growth in his leadership capabilities. However, he exhibits a lack of discernment and vision in external matters. Simultaneously, he fosters factionalism within the clan, causing a once unified family to splinter into discord, incessantly exacerbating internal conflicts and undermining the clan's strength. Astonishingly, he seems to believe in his own superior cunning, which is utterly preposterous. This type of leader merely clings to his own narrow perspective. When Xingyin departed that morning, Uchiha Kamui had already foreseen the events that would unfold that day. Undoubtedly, it would be war. Moreover, should events proceed as anticipated, this conflict would be profoundly unjust for the Uchiha of Konoha. The higher-ups yearn to witness the Uchiha drenched in blood. The various ninja clans desire the same. Even the common folk wish to see the Uchiha's downfall. As a member of the Uchiha Kamui unequivocally aligns himself with his clan. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan is already sufficiently weakened, and it is imperative to avoid further significant losses, particularly in the frontline battlegrounds, where casualties are publicized and known. The stakes are even higher. Thus, in this forthcoming external conflict, the Uchiha's optimal strategy should not entail greater sacrifices, but rather to contribute equally alongside others. Otherwise, what justifies a greater commitment? Is it truly the Uchiha who instigated the Ninetales incident, prompting such fervor from you out of guilt? Should we exceed expectations in our contributions? It would, in the eyes of others, be tantamount to an admission of guilt. Uchiha Shenwu found himself alone in his abode, waiting endlessly for Xingyin's return. Yet he was met with disappointment as time passed without any sign of him. Meanwhile, a fragment of his consciousness awaited the arrival of Uchiha Shenwu, who was deep in thought as he made his way home, at the residence of Uchiha Shenwu. "Father," Uchiha Shenwu exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "Is the Uchiha clan preparing to head to the battlefield? Who shall venture forth to the war? Will I be among them?" Uchiha Shenwu cast a glance at her and remarked, "It remains uncertain for now. However, should the outcome show no signs of alteration, it is highly probable that we shall proceed. This time, our Uchiha clan may very well mobilize en masse, with both the sealing and medical teams involved. Every individual bearing the title of ninja will be indispensable." What? Even Uchiha Shenwu, a child, sensed something amiss, yet the youthful mind is often rather naive. She was merely taken aback by the scale of the operation, soon becoming filled with a fervent desire to achieve greatness and prove her worth. What? Uchiha Shenwu was undoubtedly exhilarated by this development. However, Uchiha Shenwu, residing within her, could not help but exhibit a drastic change in expression. What sort of jest is this? If he did not mishear, the situation at hand stemmed from an incursion by the Cloud Village. Would the Uchiha clan be compelled to mobilize in full force? Had the Sarutobi clan been summoned entirely? What of the Shimura clan? Had the Hyuga clan also been called to action? In the Hidden Leaf Village, apart from the Uchiha, which other prominent ninja clan has ever rallied its entire lineage? Whose misguided strategy is this? Is this not sheer folly? To make such a decision, are you not concerned that the higher-ups of Konoha, the ninja clans, and the common folk will not harbor doubts or cast blame upon you? Is this not akin to shouldering the blame for the chaos wrought by the Ninetales? Uchiha Shenwu was rendered speechless as he suddenly summoned the consciousness of Uchiha Shenwu to the front of the dungeon, utilizing the power of the dragon spirit. Huang'er Shenwu anxiously inquired, "What is happening? What has transpired? Are you heading to the battlefield?" Don't worry. The young Uchiha Shenwu, merely 12 years of age, appeared utterly unconcerned, exuding an air of nonchalance as she declared, "I am participating in the great battle as a member of the Uchiha sealing team. Even on the battlefield, I shall not truly engage in a life-or-death struggle with the ninja of enemy nations. Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, I shall remain unscathed. I will not allow you to change your residence so soon." Huang'er Shenwu replied with evident exasperation, "Such matters cannot be resolved merely by confidence. On the battlefield, Who can predict the outcome? It is quite peculiar. Did you not just endure a large-scale conflict? How is it that yet another war has commenced? Uchiha Shenwu speculated. Could it be that the recent rampage of the Ninetales has severely weakened your village, providing an opportunity for other ninja villages to take advantage? Uchiha Shenwu furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. After all, she was a prodigy, not one to be perplexed by such circumstances. It is essential to understand that the geniuses of the Uchiha clan possess mastery across all 9 disciplines. They are not merely the arrogant figures one might envision, perpetually holding their heads high. Such demeanor is merely a facade of pride and does not imply that all members of the Uchiha clan are foolish or dim-witted. If someone were to provide proper guidance, articulating their thoughts with clarity and reason, the intelligence of these prodigies would undoubtedly shine through. Uchiha Shenwu acknowledged the principle. Perhaps it is indeed due to this situation. Uchiha Shenwu felt a surge of joy within and continued with determination during the turmoil of the Ninetales. The sudden emergence of the 3-tomo Sharingan presents a pivotal moment. If there were a suitable leader, the wisest course of action at this juncture would be to refrain from conflict, thereby avoiding further suspicion and preventing the clan from descending into irretrievable ruin. As a senior member of Konoha, one should contemplate the necessity of having the Uchiha withdraw from the battlefield to prevent conspirators from infiltrating the chaos of war, which would be detrimental to the conflict. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, it is imperative to diligently eliminate any suspicion, ideally adopting a stance of stillness amidst the turbulence. What sort of fool would devise such a plan, urging the Uchiha to engage in battle? Is this not akin to a clumsy attempt to conceal one's intentions? What do you mean? Uchiha Shenwu gazed at the dragon before her, utterly bewildered. Truly, what a novice ninja! How could such a simple truth elude her grasp? Uchiha Shenwu earnestly elucidated during the turmoil of the Ninetales. The 3-tomo appeared within the eyes of the Ninetales fox, clearly indicative of the Uchiha Sharingan. However, we must not dismiss other possibilities. At this juncture, the entire village harbors profound skepticism towards the Uchiha clan. The investigation has yet to yield definitive results, and at this moment, the Uchiha, brimming with enthusiasm, ventures forth to defend Konoha against adversaries, determined to achieve glory at any cost. How does this appear to others? Quite evident. Uchiha Shenwu gestured with exasperation. Such conduct is, in essence, tantamount to seeking redemption through merit, an unambiguous admission of your role as the orchestrator of the Ninetales incident. Every loss incurred during that calamity can be attributed to your clan. With fervor, Uchiha Shenwu seized the opportunity to impart a vivid political lesson to the Uchiha prodigy before him. Uchiha Shenwu possesses considerable intellect and continuously articulates her perplexities, to which Uchiha Shenwu responds with unwavering dedication and effort. In no time, Uchiha Shenwu fully comprehended the thoughts and intentions of Kamino. As she gradually awakened from her stupor, a sense of urgency washed over her. Once fully alert, she swiftly turned her anxious gaze toward her father and spoke in a serious tone. Father, should our Uchiha clan refrain from intervening in this impending war? Uchiha Shenwu gazed at his daughter with a peculiar expression, a hint of confusion in his voice as he remarked, "How could you harbor such strange notions? With the invasion of the hidden cloud, the Uchiha have the option to engage in battle or abstain. Engaging in warfare could yield us accolades and simultaneously exalt the glory of the Uchiha clan. Conversely, choosing not to fight would serve to remind those in Konoha that this village belongs to the Uchiha. Without us, the others hold no significance whatsoever." Uchiha Shenwu promptly articulated the theory of there being no silver here worth 300 taels. The countenance of Uchiha Shenwu suddenly transformed, drastically. "Sharing, Uchiha Shikumoto, please wait here. I must step out for a while, and it is likely that my absence will extend for an extended duration." In the midst of his words, Uchiha Shikumoto, unable to change his attire, executed the body flicker technique and vanished in an instant. Uchiha Shenwu first sought out his close companion Yui, and subsequently proceeded to pay a visit to Uchiha Kazuo. Ultimately, the group set off together to meet Uchiha Hokage. Uchiha Shirdai likewise wore a grave expression. The Uchiha clan indeed lacks a true sage capable of piercing insight. It was only after someone pointed it out that everyone began to comprehend the situation. The 4 esteemed elders, 2 sealing teams, the medical unit, and all individuals beneath Uchiha Fugaku united in an unprecedented consensus. Without receiving any notification from Uchiha Fugaku, all the Jonin convened once more, gathering before the grand entrance of Uchiha Fugaku's residence. As they knocked on the door, Uchiha Makoto, who opened it, visibly paled, lost in thought as she gazed at the suddenly arrived members of the Uchiha clan. Itachi Uchiha could not help but reveal a look of vigilance. Uchiha Fugaku sat at the heart of the room, raising his gaze to behold the crowd, which included his loyal support from the 8th generation, along with a multitude of his trusted subordinates. It did not take long for him to sense that something was amiss. A slight shadow of gloom crossed his features, nonetheless. He gestured for everyone to take a seat within his abode. Uchiha and Shion were the first to speak. Esteemed clan leader, we, the Uchiha, must abstain from participating in this border conflict. As Uchiha and Yuichi spoke, Uchiha Fugaku's countenance darkened, a rare and unprecedented grimness enveloping his features. What does it mean that our Uchiha clan is barred from participating in this battlefield at the border? Undoubtedly, it signifies a betrayal. The Uchiha clan, which should have maintained a neutral stance, has completely turned against its original position, aligning itself with the Hawks who oppose Lord Hokage and the village. The Hokage, bestowing upon the Uchiha the opportunity to redeem themselves and demonstrate their allegiance to the villagers of Konoha, placed his trust in them. He hoped that through this situation, the Uchiha clan would express their stance, leaving no room for dissent. However, the individuals before him have collectively contravened the Hokage's expectations, deeming this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity detrimental to the Uchiha. Such audacity and folly from the clansmen. They have squandered the trust of the 3rd Hokage and, astonishingly, conspired against him, the one who genuinely cares for the family and seeks its welfare. Although Uchiha Fugaku was seething with rage internally, he was indeed a person of remarkable composure. Upon hearing the words of Kage, he did not immediately succumb to anger. Instead, he remained as unyielding as a mountain. He wished to observe carefully what his clansmen had to say. What could they possibly express in the presence of their devoted Uchiha leader, who had dedicated himself utterly to their cause? Undoubtedly, at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt that he had labored tirelessly and deserved recognition for his foresight. The distrust exhibited by his clansmen and their reluctance to cooperate filled him with profound impatience and ire, though he refrained from expressing it openly. Such behavior was utterly excessive. His clansmen had gone too far. Standing beside Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi similarly found it exceedingly perplexing. Was this truly the Uchiha? Were these the so-called members of the Uchiha clan? The ninjas from the hidden cloud, seizing the opportunity presented by the devastation wrought upon the Leaf Village by the Ninetales, had launched an assault, disregarding the suffering of the innocent and brazenly igniting war. This was not merely an issue concerning the Land of Fire. It was also a matter for the Leaf Village. The affairs of the Leaf were intrinsically tied to those of the Uchiha clan. In the face of such adversity, should not the clansmen have immediately prepared themselves, donned their vests, and, regardless of the cost, rallied to defend their village against the enemy? Even without any personal gain, the Uchiha should have devoted their utmost efforts to resist the hidden cloud and uphold the peace and stability of their nation. Moreover, as Uchiha Itachi understood, this incident held significant advantages for the clan. In the aftermath of the Ninetales rampage, many villagers harbored suspicions that the Uchiha had orchestrated the chaos. This war could serve as an opportunity to establish merit, restore the village's trust in the Uchiha, and dispel such allegations. It would not only benefit the village but also help to mend relations with it. Such a fortuitous circumstance truly seemed to offer a win-win solution. Uchiha Itachi tilted his head, pondering for an extended period, unable to comprehend why his clansmen were so unwilling, why they opposed his thoughts. After much contemplation, he could only conjure a few words: foolishness, arrogance, vanity, selfishness. This was Itachi's ultimate assessment of his clan lingering in his mind, a moment frozen in time. Uchiha Fugaku and his son Itachi exhibit an outward calmness, as if untouched by any thoughts or concerns. However, deep within their hearts, they harbor an overwhelming discontent towards their clan members. After Uchiha and Shion finished speaking, noticing the lack of response from the crowd, he continued, "I have conferred with Tenka, Shion, the 8th Hokage, as well as Natsuki and Yui. It is our consensus that for the upcoming battle at the border of the Land of Fire, we Uchiha should refrain from intervening. It would be prudent for us to abstain from participating in the conflict altogether." Uchiha Fugaku opened his blood-red Sharingan, casting a somber gaze upon all the Uchiha elders before him. Every Uchiha who met his eyes was filled with trepidation yet resolute. After a moment of shared glances, Uchiha Fugaku discerned something. The upper echelons of the Uchiha clan have indeed collectively betrayed him. In such a vast clan, not a single individual comprehends his intentions or aligns with his ideology. As the patriarch of the family, how profoundly tragic it must be for a leader to be opposed by all members of his clan. Uchiha Fugaku felt that his fervor and dedication to the revival of the Uchiha clan had grown cold, utterly frigid, to the point of feeling completely desolate. A tinge of disheartenment washed over him, rendering him reluctant to engage with the matter at hand. Yet, the thought that failure would prevent the Uchiha from demonstrating their intentions to the villagers and consequently relieve themselves of suspicion compelled him to reconsider. Smack. Uchiha Fugaku slammed the table, his gaze icy as he surveyed everyone before him. With a booming voice, he thundered, "Have you truly resolved to challenge me?" Uchiha Hokage displayed a troubled expression upon his face. Being the trusted confidant of the clan leader, he pondered for a moment before speaking. "Esteemed leader, please do not be angered. Allow me to finish my explanation before passing judgment." Uchiha Hashirama stated, "The reason we are all opposed is that we cannot lead the Uchiha clan to their demise." "What demise?" Uchiha Fugaku expressed his indignation, saying, "I have already promised to protect you all. Do you truly possess so little trust in me? Is it conceivable that I, Uchiha Fugaku, would be incapable of safeguarding my own kin?" Uchiha Yuichi languidly remarked, "What need is there for the esteemed clan leader to provide protection in this mere battlefield of Kumogakure? Our concerns do not lie with the battlefield. Indeed," Uchiha Tianhu remarked, "they are merely the barbarians of the Land of Lightning. What significance do they hold? Who would harbor any concern for the people of Kumogakure? What, then, do you mean by your words?" Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, primarily due to his intellectual limitations. The statements made by several elders transcended his comprehension. Uchiha Shirai thoughtfully explained, "We have deliberated among ourselves and considered the uncertain outcome of the Nine-Tails turmoil. If we were to sacrifice ourselves, striving desperately for achievement and making a grand appearance before the people at this moment, would it genuinely convey our stance and dispel any suspicions? Or could it potentially have the opposite effect?" Uchiha Sasuke aimed at Uchiha Fugaku's chest, as if he were plunging a knife into him, and slowly remarked, "Could it be that some might say we have been ensnared by the village, possessing evidence, and colluding with the higher-ups to seize this opportunity for redemption?" "What?" Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. Is high-profile dedication truly capable of easing tensions? Or is it merely a means of atonement for past transgressions? Uchiha Fugaku came to his senses, his mind racing with thoughts. The turmoil of the Nine-Tails incident had only just concluded. The Uchiha clan dedicates all its strength to achieving remarkable accomplishments. Should they attain such merits, it would signify their ambition for the position of Hokage. Conversely, if they fail to secure these accolades, will it be a matter of mending relationships or a means of redeeming themselves through merit? Uchiha Fugaku, in moments of contemplation, found himself ensnared in a web of thoughts, his mind racing relentlessly, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. At last, he grasped the unsettling truth. Danzo's intentions were to extract concessions from the Uchiha clan, to foster a fade of reconciliation, when in reality, the relationship had been fraught with tension from the very beginning. If they were to comply, sacrificing the strength of their entire clan, what would be the consequence? With a figure like Danzo in a position of power, it was evident to Fugaku that upon their return, Danzo would surely remark, "We merely asked you to fulfill your obligations. Why the excessive fervor?" Such zeal might suggest ulterior motives. Uchiha Fugaku need not exert himself mentally. Even a mere instinct would suffice to foresee the consequences of this matter. Upon encountering Uchiha Fugaku, it appeared he had grasped the situation with clarity. What followed was undoubtedly a much simpler affair. It swiftly transformed into a critical assembly regarding the decision laid before them. Absurd, utterly outrageous, it was simply beyond comprehension. Elder Uchiha Tenka rapped his fingers on the table, expressing his indignation. Which foolish individual has dared to suggest such a thing to our esteemed clan leader? Is this not a betrayal to the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yuichi wore a displeased expression and remarked, "The clan leader has truly made a grave miscalculation this time. The individual who devised this plan clearly harbors ill intentions toward our Uchiha clan. The judgment of the clan leader requires significant enhancement." Uchiha Hokage remarked with a hint of disdain, "Without guidance, I dare say your judgment, Yuichi, may not rival that of our esteemed clan leader." Smack. Uchiha Yuichi slammed his palm onto the table and bellowed, "Although I indeed did not anticipate the significant peril this matter poses to our clan, my initial stance was undoubtedly one of opposition. Fundamentally, my choice was indeed the correct one. Enough." Uchiha Fugaku's expression was grim, as though he had just been fed a mouthful of excrement. Although he was fully aware of its repulsive nature, he still bore the torment of having to endure it. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was already in a state of considerable distress. The clansmen before him were akin to pouring salt into his wounds. Upon understanding the sequence of events that had transpired, he was left to grapple with the harsh reality. Uchiha Fugaku had certainly deduced all of Danzo's intentions. However, Uchiha Fugaku harbored but a fleeting suspicion towards the third Hokage, pondering quietly whether the third might have discerned Danzo's intentions yet chose to acquiesce without intervening. Impossible. This notion flickered briefly in his mind before he promptly dispelled the unreliable thought. Such a conclusion was unfathomable. The third Hokage was known for his benevolence and compassion, always considering the welfare of others. How could he possibly engage in such treachery? Unbeknownst to the third, he too had failed to grasp the essence of the situation. Much like Uchiha Fugaku himself, if he, Uchiha Fugaku, could not perceive the true nature of events, then it was unlikely that the third, with intellect not necessarily superior to his own, would unravel it either. Thus, the true instigator behind this turmoil was Shimura Danzo, who plotted against the Uchiha. Not only had Fugaku fallen victim to Danzo's machinations, but the third Hokage had also been deceived by this scoundrel. Shimura Danzo. The mere mention of his name filled Uchiha Fugaku with a visceral revulsion, igniting a profound indignation within him. Yet, he remained powerless. The reality of Danzo's position as a Konoha elder rendered Fugaku helpless in the face of the situation, casting an unhappy glance over the assembly before him. Uchiha Fugaku declared with resignation, "Since the current circumstances do not favor our clan's involvement, we shall refrain from participating. I will convey this matter to Lord Hokage, so you need not concern yourselves with it. Let us conclude this discussion, and everyone may return." By the way, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly recalled something and said, "Who exactly informed you that our deployment would not absolve us of suspicion? I cannot recall any individual from the Uchiha clan possessing such foresight." Uchiha Fugaku was filled with astonishment. In his recollection, Uchiha Fugaku, was undeniably the most formidable politician within the entire clan. Were there, besides himself, any other members of the Uchiha family possessing such astute political insight? This political acumen was truly on par with that of Uchiha Fugaku himself. Uchiha Fugaku was filled with curiosity regarding this person who was so direct and incisive. All eyes were fixed upon Uchiha Shenwu, who awkwardly scratched his head and sheepishly explained, "In truth, it was my daughter who informed me about this." TSK. Uchiha Fugaku sincerely admired, at such a tender age, she possesses such remarkable political insight. What is even more extraordinary is her single tomo Sharingan. She is truly exceptional. Fugaku continued, "At this moment, assigning her tasks would be a disservice to her innate talents. A ninja, especially in their youth, should focus primarily on honing their strength. My son Itachi, though also quite young, exhibits an equal measure of wisdom." Cough. Fugaku declared with confidence, "It is not mere boasting on the part of this clan leader. Itachi's talents and intellect are on par with Uchiha Sharon. It is essential for geniuses to engage in dialogue with one another." Upon hearing of a promising talent emerging within the clan, Uchiha Fugaku could not help but think of his son, eagerly wishing to draw closer to him. A year ago, the rising genius Uchiha Shenwu had similarly captured his attention. 3 years prior, Uchiha Shenwu was merely a 7-year-old child who graduated early and began to distinguish himself on the battlefield, accruing numerous accomplishments in surviving the fray. At the tender age of 10, he had already awakened his double tomo Sharingan and became a Nin of Konoha. Upon learning of Uchiha Shenwu's existence, Fugaku immediately sought to forge an alliance between him and his son Itachi, regardless of the costs. There was also the matter of the Nine-Tails incident involving Uchiha Izumi, who awakened her Sharingan at the age of 6. They all shared a common thread, surrounded by exceptionally talented combatants. It was indeed time to seek out a few strategic thinkers to accompany his son. After all, as the future leader of the Uchiha clan, mere physical prowess would be insufficient. Uchiha Fugaku quietly contemplated his plans to enhance his son's intellect. After a thorough discussion with his wife, Makoto, they decided to send each of their clansmen away one by one. Casting his gaze towards the Hokage building not far from the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Fugaku was filled with deep sorrow, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Lord Third Hokage, I fear that this time, I shall betray your trust." The elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan emerged in small groups from the residence of their clan leader. Each face bore a contented smile, radiating immense satisfaction regarding the events of the day. Uchiha Chungyin let out a long sigh. Although he could not participate in the battlefield to slay foes and earn accolades for his ninja title, he was also spared from the perils of death or dismemberment. This afforded him the opportunity to dedicate his time to the proper mentorship of Shenwu Uchiha, ensuring that the latter could become a competent ninja. Upon returning home, he summoned Shenwu Uchiha to his chamber. Uchiha Chengin began to elucidate. "Your chakra accumulation, physical prowess, foundational ninjutsu, and taijutsu have all ascended to the pinnacle of mastery. It is now time to embark on the next phase of your training. The second step entails climbing trees to enhance your control over chakra, and walking on water to cultivate your ability to allocate chakra effectively. Uchiha Shenwu chuckled. I originally intended to wait a while longer until your foundation was more solid before commencing training in this regard. However, upon observing you, I see that you have already embarked on this path of cultivation. Uchiha Kamino nodded. It is important to note that he is a transcendent being. After completing the fundamental training of a ninja, he commenced the practice of tree climbing and water walking. Aren't these essential skills known to every ninja? Such endeavors hardly necessitate reminders from others. He is fully aware of how to continue his training. Uchiha Shenwu inquired, to what extent have you cultivated these two aspects? Uchiha Shenwu, I have already mastered the art of traversing freely upon trees and water surfaces. Climbing trees or walking on water has proven to be remarkably effortless. Even for an average ninja, the delicate manipulation and control of chakra is not an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, Uchiha Kamikaze has mastered the art of internal cultivation, displaying a profound control over the chakra within his body that transcends mere willpower, relying instead on the intricate pathways of his meridians. In essence, he has gained considerable advantages over many. At this moment, Uchiha Kamikaze has achieved a solid foundation in the ninja arts, having already learned the techniques of tree climbing and water walking. It can be said that he has become an exceptionally competent genin. Uchiha Shenwu nodded repeatedly in admiration and remarked, I knew it all along. Such matters are trivial for you. As anticipated, let us now commence the third phase of our training. To ascertain the third step, it is essential to comprehend one's own chakra nature. Uchiha Shenwu stepped forward and retrieved a pristine sheet of white paper from his drawer, proclaiming, Behold. This sheet is no ordinary paper. It is a chakra test paper, a tool employed to assess a ninja's elemental affinity. Has your mother ever spoken to you about the nature of chakra attributes? Shenwu's eyes sparkled with understanding as he replied, Indeed, she has. Chakra attributes are categorized into 5 elements: lightning, wind, water, fire, and earth, each corresponding to the 5 great nations of the ninja world. Uchiha Shenwu remarked, in truth, the situation is not as it appears. The nature of chakra attributes is not limited to 5, but rather encompasses 7. In addition to the 5 conventional attributes, there exist 2 additional ones, yang and yin. These 2 attributes cannot be discerned through the conventional tools employed by ninjas, yet they are perceptible to the naked eye. Ninjas endowed with yin attributes often possess formidable mental prowess and exhibit remarkable talent in illusion techniques, whereas those with yang attributes typically exhibit exceptional physical strength and excel in martial arts, as well as in the study of medical ninjutsu. Take our Uchiha clan, for instance. Any individual who possesses the ancestral bloodline inherently embodies a potent yin release. Your physical constitution is extraordinarily robust, almost beyond belief, which leads me to surmise that your yang release is equally formidable. Therefore, there is no need for testing, as it is evident that you possess a remarkable affinity for both yin and yang. Now, let us proceed to assess your chakra attributes. Uchiha Shenwu placed a sheet of paper before Kamino and said, Input a trace of chakra. It need not be much, merely enough to merge with the paper. Uchiha Shenwu had long been aware of the 5 elemental attributes of chakra. When in contact with chakra paper, fire would ignite, water would dampen, earth would crumble, wind would slice, and lightning would cause ripples. Thus, upon acquiring chakra paper, he effortlessly employed it. With the infusion of his chakra, the paper before him instantaneously transformed into 2 distinctly different regions. One portion appeared as if cleaved by a blade, instantly severing, while the other suddenly erupted into flames. Observing the situation, Shenwu felt a twinge of disappointment. It was merely the wind and fire attributes manifesting in a seemingly equal measure, devoid of any discernible strength disparity. Consequently, his chakra attributes were evidently revealed: yin, yang, wind, and fire. This did not imply that such chakra attributes were inferior. Rather, they paled in comparison to the innate potential of possessing all 5 attributes. The other chakra attributes would necessitate the arduous task of self-development from nothingness, requiring gradual cultivation. The absence of lightning, earth, and water attributes did not preclude the possibility of utilizing other ninjutsu. With extensive practice or diligent study of these techniques, one could indeed imbue their chakra with alternative attributes. However, achieving this would demand an exorbitant amount of time and effort, and the potential for future growth would be severely limited. At this moment, it seemed more prudent to strengthen oneself first before engaging in such training. Shenwu appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Wind and fire were the expected attributes. Had it been otherwise, he would have questioned whether a mutation had occurred in their genetic lineage. Uchiha Shenwu spoke. Now, allow me to elucidate your future growth in the 3 paths that lie before you. Firstly, as members of the Uchiha clan, it is our inescapable duty to cultivate the art of Yin release and to develop the Sharingan bloodline. You must select a fundamental illusion technique to commence your training. Secondly, your exceptional aptitude for Yang release, combined with your affinity for fire, presents you with 2 distinct choices. You may either join the medical division to study medical ninjutsu, or delve into the martial arts of our Uchiha lineage, merging Uchiha swordsmanship with fire chakra. Mastering the Uchiha style of sword jumping flame to its zenith can be equally formidable, potentially surpassing the ostentation of other ninjutsu. Lastly, the third option emphasizes fire as the primary element, where you may diligently explore the transformations of fire nature, complemented by wind, paving a unique path in ninjutsu and creating your own secret techniques. Among these 3 paths, aside from the development of the Uchiha bloodline, you may freely choose one to pursue. Uchiha Kamikaze furrowed his brow in contemplation. To become a medical ninja, to master the art of swordsmanship, to develop a unique ninjutsu, each path holds significant merit, and the optimal choice would be to pursue them all. However, the limitations of one's energy render it impossible to embark on every journey, even for a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Attaining the pinnacle in just one of these disciplines throughout a lifetime is already a remarkable achievement. It is simply unattainable to excel in all. Uchiha Kamui contemplated a possibility and addressed Uchiha Terahiko before him. I am aware that within the ninjutsu of Konoha, there exists a technique known as the shadow clone technique, which allows one to utilize clones for training. Upon dispelling the clones, the chakra and experiences gained during the training return to the original body. I wonder if one possesses such a ninjutsu? If so, might I be permitted to select them all? Upon hearing Kamui suddenly mention this unique ninjutsu, Uchiha Shenwu regarded his son with a peculiar gaze, astonished that he could conceive such a solution. A look of admiration graced his handsome visage. However, he soon voiced his dissent. The ninjutsu you mentioned is indeed a viable approach. Yet, the shadow clone technique is not as omnipotent as you might envision. Firstly, the shadow clone technique can solely facilitate the practice of ninjutsu or taijutsu, and it cannot be utilized for the refinement of chakra. Oh, Uchiha Kamino exhibited a curious expression. Shenwu remarked, indeed, let me provide an example. If I were to create a clone, both my original self and the clone would concurrently practice the art of chakra refinement. Since the 2 bodies represent independent entities during the training process, my original self would gradually restore its chakra, ultimately achieving a state of complete perfection. Meanwhile, the clone engaged in the chakra refinement technique would also attain its optimal state at an accelerated pace. In other words, Uchiha Shenwu elucidated, it does not require a prolonged period. Both my true self and my shadow clones have attained the full vigor of their chakra. Do you believe such a fortunate occurrence exists in this world? Shenwu's delicate face furrowed, realizing she had indeed been overly naive. However, the unique characteristic of the shadow clone technique, when combined with sealing techniques, could potentially yield significant advantages. For instance, if 2 clones were produced and the original body trained alongside them, they could simultaneously restore their chakra to its zenith. Instead of retracting the shadow clones, they could be sealed within a scroll. Thus, during battle, one could harness the equivalent of 3 times their own chakra. Uchiha Kamui articulated his thoughts. Uchiha Seigen initially displayed little reaction. However, as he pondered, his eyes gradually brightened, and in an instant, they widened in astonishment. He nodded in agreement. Uchiha Shenwu remarked, this method does possess certain merits. Indeed, during a great war against a rival nation, enhancing endurance is undoubtedly advantageous. However, Uchiha Shenwu remarked that, during ordinary times, the significance of such methods is rather negligible. The disparities in strength among ninjas are starkly apparent. The strong are undeniably strong, and the weak, weak. If one's naked strength and secret techniques are comprehensively suppressed, then even a plethora of additional chakra would prove futile. However, the strategy you presented is indeed commendable. Should a great war arise, I shall propose this notion, as it may potentially enhance the survival rates of our clan members. Moreover, the shadow clone technique harbors a second, formidable flaw. Shenwu elaborated. Should you employ this technique to create 10 clones and engage in 10 hours of physical training simultaneously, upon recalling all the clones, you would not only inherit their training experience but also their exhaustion and suffering. Imagine, if you will, the fatigue of 10 selves training for 10 hours converging upon you all at once. That singular moment could overwhelm even the most resilient of ninjas. It is essential to recognize that human energy is finite, and so is one's capacity to endure. Hence, while this method of ostensibly cheating is well known, few dare to employ it. Uchiha Shenwu pondered for a moment and remarked, "I am aware of the shortcomings in this regard. However, I have decided to proceed, as I believe my physical prowess and mental fortitude surpass that of the average ninja." Upon hearing Shenmu's analysis, Qingyin did not dispute it. Rather, he wholeheartedly agreed, stating, "Your self-assessment is remarkably astute. In fact, I believe you should give it a try. The strength of your body allows you to manifest 3 clones with ease. You could certainly engage in training with 4 bodies simultaneously. However," Qingyin cautioned, "have you considered that the growth rate of your swordsmanship, when practiced with 4 bodies, differs from that of training with a single body?" Shenwu had indeed contemplated this issue, yet he swiftly chose to dismiss it. He understood that whether one is a warrior or a ninja, the foundation of swordsmanship lies in chakra. If one's chakra reaches a certain level, even a brief period of training in swordsmanship can lead to remarkable advancement. The same principle applies to ninjutsu. If chakra is insufficient, no matter how extraordinary the sword techniques may be, surpassing one's own combat level would be challenging. In light of this, what difference does it make to learn a single ninjutsu versus multiple ones? Very well. Observing that Uchiha Shenwu had formed his own convictions and resolved to move forward, Uchiha Nakanari did not merely obstruct the process. Instead, he brought forth all the available scrolls from their home. First among them was the Shadow Clone Technique Scroll, which was the first ninjutsu that Kamikaze would learn next. Following that were the Genjutsu Naraka's Vision and the Taijutsu Sword Leap Flame. Additionally, he presented the Fire Release Techniques, Phoenix Fire and Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, as well as the Wind Release Technique Vacuum Sphere. Uchiha Shinkai must create 3 clones alongside his original self to train simultaneously. Moreover, this does not even encompass medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Qingyin remarked, "Among the Uchiha clan, our lineage has always excelled in the realms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. We are rather unfamiliar with medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Moreover, if one wishes to acquire knowledge in these domains, it necessitates contributions to the clan's repository. Instead of investing time in such endeavors, why not immerse oneself in the study of combat-related ninjutsu? Therefore, in my opinion, it would be prudent for you to focus on the cultivation of taijutsu. For medical ninjutsu is truly ill-suited for you, and there is no need for you to concern yourself with that. Medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, you ask?" The words of Uchiha Seigen did not extinguish Kamino's resolve to master medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. In Kamino's perspective, to aspire to become a formidable elite, versatility is an essential quality. Currently, the skills available for him to learn encompass taijutsu, in release, wind and fire ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing techniques. This limitation arises solely from the prevailing circumstances. Should the opportunity arise, he would eagerly pursue the acquisition of further knowledge, including elemental attributes he currently lacks, such as lightning, water, and earth. Although it may be the case that Uchiha Seigen cannot provide the training methods for medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, there remains another avenue open to him, Uchiha Itachi. According to Kamino's understanding, Uchiha Xiangrong's father serves as the leader of the sealing team and is a distinguished bearer of the 3-tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, proficient in an array of formidable sealing ninjutsu. Moreover, Uchiha Shenwu shares a profound friendship with Yui from the medical team. As a remarkable and exceptionally talented kunoichi, Uchiha Sheri, being the only daughter of the Yamaki clan, is certainly not lacking in resources. She began her journey into the world of ninjutsu at the tender age of 4. At the tender age of 6, Uchiha Xiangrong had already cultivated her chakra to a remarkable extent, enabling her to effortlessly execute the perfect fireball technique. Over 3 years at the Ninja Academy, she mastered the Leaf Village's body flicker technique, Uchiha-style instantaneous technique, foundational physical techniques of the Uchiha clan, and the art of throwing ninja tools. 3 years prior, during the Third Great Ninja War, her mother perished in battle, prompting the awakening of her single-tomo Sharingan and her initial foray into sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu. At this juncture, she had perfectly grasped the basics of sealing runes, allowing her to proficiently perform common sealing techniques such as space sealing, fire sealing, and evil sealing. Simultaneously, she had acquired fundamental medical ninjutsu and the sage arts. Recently, at the age of 12, Uchiha Xiangrong received a dragon spirit from Uchiha Kamen, which significantly multiplied her chakra. Whether in healing or sealing capabilities, her skills were greatly enhanced. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, despite her current status as a mere genin, Her true strength rivaled that of any medical chunin in the Hidden Leaf Village. Although her repertoire of medical ninjutsu and sealing arts was not vast, it was ample enough for Kamen to utilize for some time. Kamen quietly resolved that perhaps after mastering the shadow clone technique, the number of clones he should create ought to be 5 rather than 3. Of course, these were merely his temporary musings. Whether he could achieve such an extent would require a series of trials before he could make a definitive decision. Alright. Upon encountering Shin Uchiha, Uchiha Terahiko appeared to wholeheartedly concur with his plans and intentions, feeling a profound sense of relief. He took the initiative to speak, seemingly eager to demonstrate his shadow clone technique to Shin Uchiha. Uchiha Chingyin is one of the 13 captains of the Uchiha clan, possessing formidable strength and having attained the rank of Jonin for many years. His mastery of the shadow clone technique is, of course, exquisite. Just as Uchiha Kamikaze opened the scroll and fully memorized its contents, he began to demonstrate the technique with a series of hand seals. However, at the moment Uchiha Chingyin formed his first seal, he found himself completely frozen in place. Uchiha Kamikaze, with an expressionless face, opened his eyes, which seemed to contain the power of strange and enigmatic rules, fixating their gaze upon Chingyin. What is this? Uchiha Chingyin could hardly believe his own eyes. He was not mistaken. In an instant, the eyes of Uchiha Kamisuke transformed into the profoundly familiar double tomo Sharingan. Although predominantly crimson, they subtly radiated a golden hue. Undoubtedly, this was the esteemed double tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. How could it be possible for one so young, merely 6 years of age, to possess the double tomo Sharingan? Uchiha Chingyin was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost leaping into the air. Uchiha Shenwu, it was over 10 days ago that I awakened in the depths of the root prison, sensing that my situation might be rather dire. Along with thoughts of my mother and my cousin. Unbeknownst to me, this led to the emergence of this power. If one were to pursue the art of ninjutsu, I believe employing this method could expedite the process. At this very moment, Uchiha Shenwu has already attained the esteemed dual Mangekyou Sharingan. What is the paramount advantage of the dual Mangekyou Sharingan? Is it not the ability to replicate? Not merely the imitation of chakra flow and the precise formation of hand seals, but also the capacity to emulate the quintessential movements of various jutsu. Indeed, this is truly remarkable. Uchiha Chingyin was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. He was indifferent to the timing or the reasons behind his awakening. At this moment, Uchiha Chingyin cared only about 2 things: Uchiha Kamino, who was merely 6 years old, and the fact that upon awakening, he possessed the double tomo Sharingan. Such talent and potential were truly remarkable. Uchiha Chingyin gasped several times in astonishment before sincerely expressing, "Shenwu, you truly are my son." With the innate talent of a double tomo Sharingan, everything that follows is merely a natural progression. The Uchiha clan, irrespective of the individual, whether it be the body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, or even the physical arts of throwing techniques, all members connected through the lineage of Uchiha Terahiko could seek mentorship and learn the arts from the esteemed Shenwu. In no time, he gathered the 7 esteemed Sharingan-wielding Jonin of the Uchiha clan. In the realms of ninjutsu and swordsmanship, he attained extraordinary mastery. Uchiha Shenwu, reluctantly, found himself under the scrutiny of the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha. Within the office building, in the Hokage's office, stood Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Shaon, and Uchiha Shenwu. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, held 5 documents in his hands, examining each one with increasing trepidation. It was evident that an anonymous source had leaked the list of the Uchiha clan's prodigies, now resting in Hiruzen's grasp. This revelation was not limited to the list of geniuses. It also included the Uchiha's recent high-ranking ninja meetings, where they had chosen to remain passive observers. This knowledge weighed heavier on Hiruzen than the identities of the 5 individuals. With a creak, Shimura Danzo pushed open the door and entered with an impassive demeanor. Casting a glance at Hiruzen, he remarked, "Have you heard? Uchiha Fugaku has convened a meeting to determine the clan's stance regarding the battlefield with the Cloud Village." Danzo continued, "The Uchiha truly are a naturally malevolent clan. When the village faces peril, rather than seeking solutions to alleviate the burden, they are solely concerned with their own interests." Naturally malevolent? Hiruzen sighed deeply, choosing not to contest Danzo's perspective, yet remaining silent. Observing this attitude, Danzo felt invigorated and proclaimed loudly, "I have received word that Fugaku's sudden change of heart was entirely influenced by a statement from that Uchiha girl, Shion. That child, despite her tender age, has already grasped the art of sowing discord between the village and the clan. If she continues to mature unchecked, the consequences could be dire." Her recent utterances have instilled significant wariness and apprehension within the Uchiha regarding the village. We cannot allow such a situation to persist. Hiruzen maintained a stoic expression, feigning attentiveness. In truth, Danzo's words echoed his own sentiments. Danzo's stance mirrored Hiruzen's internal conflict. Deep within Hiruzen's heart, he too recognized that this Uchiha prodigy was treading a perilous path. The Uchiha clan gave rise to the prodigy Uchiha Shenwu, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 7. Now, at merely 10 years old, he has demonstrated extraordinary prowess in body flicker techniques and swordsmanship, even capable of slaying elite genin. Despite these remarkable feats, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not perceive this genius as a significant threat. Having previously interacted with Uchiha Shenwu, he shared tales of his friendship with Uchiha Kagami and spoke of the will of fire that embodies the spirit of Konoha Gakure, earning Shenwu's profound admiration. The Uchiha clan, possessing only strength devoid of wisdom, is ultimately nothing more than that. At the tender age of 4, Itachi Uchiha awakened his singular Tomo Sharingan. At the tender age of 6, Uchiha Izumi awakened her singular Sharingan. At the tender age of 6, Uchiha Shen awakened his double Tomo Sharingan. Yet, what of it? In the heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the future accomplishments of the three may not necessarily rival those of Uchiha Shenwu. Moreover, the youths are all exceedingly young. Uchiha Shinkai may not be a concern. Uchiha Itachi, in his efforts to mend the relationship between the village and his clan, will undoubtedly serve as a bridge. Enrolling in the Ninja Academy to study the will of fire, in due course, he will have the opportunity to exert influence. The remainder of the Uchiha clan poses little threat, save for Uchiha Shenwu. This incisive observation, if based on mere chance, would seal her fate. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated silently. By disrupting the plans against the Uchiha and easing tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha, this Uchiha evidently walks the path to her own demise. Should her actions stem not from luck but from extraordinary political acumen, then she deserves a fate worse than death. The Uchiha already possess formidable strength. They must not be allowed to wield exceptional wisdom as well. In his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently condemned Uchiha Shenwu to death. However, despite his resolute intention to eliminate this potential threat, he understood that such thoughts must remain unspoken and unacted upon. Raising his gaze to meet his indignant old friend, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly inquired, "What course of action do you propose?" Danzo replied coldly, "A being so inherently malevolent should not exist in this world. Her presence poses significant risks and dangers to the village." "Hiruzen," Danzo implored earnestly, "for the stability of the village, we must do everything in our power to eradicate this menace." "What? You actually intend to kill her?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in shock, disbelief etched across his face. Though her words may have sowed discord between the Uchiha and us, she is merely a child. You cannot seriously contemplate her death. I vehemently oppose such an idea. Danzo's voice dropped ominously. "Hiruzen, as Hokage, you must possess the decisiveness to act when necessary. Indecision will only lead to the deterioration of the situation." Hiruzen appeared momentarily hesitant before responding. "Perhaps you should reconsider?" Danzo scoffed dismissively. Hiruzen sighed. "She is just a child." Danzo observed his old friend's performance with a cold gaze. This time, Hiruzen did not assert his position as Hokage, suggesting he harbored no intention to protect Uchiha Shenwu. If Hiruzen genuinely wished to shield someone, what recourse could he possibly have? Recognizing Hiruzen's demeanor, Danzo understood that the matter was all but settled. Having been colleagues and friends for decades, how could they lack even the slightest understanding between them? Uchiha Shenwu was doomed. Ding, ding, ding. Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku simultaneously entered the high-level conference room of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazan, Nara Shikaku, and Shimura Danzo formed a semicircle, seated at 4 points. Hiruzen occupied the central position. Upon the arrival of the two individuals, Hiruzen greeted them with an amiable demeanor. With the fourth Hokage's tragic demise and the invasion by the Cloud Village, Konoha now faces a dire existential threat. As I am advancing in years, I must reluctantly accept the responsibility of temporarily resuming the role of Hokage. In truth, this position would eventually be passed on. Hiruzen continued. Orochimaru, Fugaku, you are the most likely candidates to succeed as the fifth Hokage. However, you still have some distance to cover in terms of experience. I believe that whoever can lead Konoha through this crisis will earn the trust of the entire village, making the eventual succession to Hokage a natural progression. The purpose of this gathering was to ascertain which of the two would be willing to undertake the task of guiding Konoha towards rebirth. Upon hearing that Orochimaru might inherit the title of Hokage, Danzo's single eye gleamed with interest. Yet, he refrained from speaking up at such a moment. instead falling into deep contemplation. The position of Hokage, indeed. Uchiha Fugaku was filled with admiration, accompanied by an undercurrent of envy. However, he had come to recognize that the current circumstances of the Uchiha clan were not conducive to achieving great deeds. With a heavy heart, he shook his head repeatedly, expressing, "I am truly ashamed. Our Uchiha clan has recently faced significant upheaval, and the suspicion surrounding the Ninetales incident remains unresolved. At this moment, it is not appropriate for us to seek to establish notable achievements. I sincerely apologize, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen, a person of great composure, was well aware of Fugaku's decision and was not swayed by his words. Unperturbed, he calmly replied, "This is the position of the fifth Hokage. Have you truly not considered it? I have made my decision." Uchiha Fugaku cast a glance at Orochimaru and proactively extended his congratulations, saying, "Congratulations, Orochimaru-kun. Henceforth, you may very well be the fifth Hokage of our Konoha. I look forward to your guidance." The prospect of becoming the fifth Hokage of Konoha? Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Fugaku before him. Once, he harbored immense enthusiasm for this place and had contemplated that should he ever ascend to the position of Hokage, he would exert every ounce of his ability and intellect to lead Konoha towards greatness. However, ever since the recent Shinobi Trust vote, which resulted in a significant defeat to Jiraiya's disciple, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru's interest had waned completely. To be frank, Orochimaru pondered quietly, the so-called Shinobi Trust vote in Konoha is utterly preposterous. Jiraiya's disciple has already become the village's fourth Hokage, and now, at this juncture, I, Orochimaru, am expected to initiate a Shinobi Trust vote to become the fifth? Am I truly the fool, or is the entire village deluded? Am I, Orochimaru, the kind of ninja who lacks pride and disregards even a modicum of dignity? Despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Orochimaru did not overtly display his lack of enthusiasm in the presence of Uchiha Fugaku. For Orochimaru was not merely an exceptional ninja and scientist. He was also a politician of some repute. He keenly understood the current dynamics within Konoha. The upper echelons were embroiled in palpable discord with the Uchiha clan, harboring suspicions towards them, while the Uchiha's intentions remained obscure. At this moment, Fugaku had pinned all his hopes on the impending fifth Hokage. Should Orochimaru exhibit even a hint of disinterest, it would likely lead Fugaku to utter disappointment, prompting him to act irrationally. Were I to lead? Even if Fugaku harbored reservations towards the higher-ups, he would still allocate a portion of his forces as an investment, which would greatly benefit the current state of affairs in Konoha. Orochimaru gazed deeply at Uchiha Fugaku and smiled. This time, in the battlefield of the cloud, we shall require the unwavering support of clan leader Fugaku. Unwavering support? Uchiha Fugaku exhibited an expression of difficulty. Fear not. Orochimaru, akin to Shimura Danzo, possessed a modicum of interest in the politics of Konoha at this juncture, fully cognizant of its significance. Consequently, he was not lacking in manpower. He was already aware of the recent conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, and he scoffed disdainfully. Orochimaru was not particularly in accord with the actions of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo. As a shinobi who had endured since the First Shinobi World War, he was acutely aware of the depths to which Konoha had declined. During the First Shinobi World War, Konoha boasted the formidable Senju clan and had the Uzumaki clan as allies, virtually overwhelming the four great shinobi villages. By the Second Shinobi World War, the Senju and Uzumaki clans had nearly vanished. However, the emergence of Kakashi Hitaki and the legendary Three still allowed Konoha to maintain a position of dominance against the four great shinobi villages. In the Third Shinobi World War, with the suicide of Kakashi, Jiraiya's wanderings, and Tsunade's departure, Konoha was left reliant solely on the capabilities of the young Minato Namikaze to address various crises. Now, with even Minato having been disposed of, was Konoha truly prepared to confront the somewhat formidable Uchiha and Hyuga clans? Was the Ninetales incident genuinely a conspiracy orchestrated by the Uchiha? Orochimaru could not help but harbor a sliver of doubt, from either a political or any other standpoint. The Uchiha bore no substantial motive to target Minato Namikaze or Kushina Uzumaki. Rather, it was Shimura Danzo, who, as a partner, Orochimaru was acutely aware possessed the power of the Sharingan. Furthermore, on the night of the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha had almost completely ascertained the situation, with no missing ninjas to be found. On the contrary, had anyone genuinely investigated Danzo's whereabouts? Compared to the Uchiha, Orochimaru found himself more suspicious of Danzo. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru spoke earnestly. I merely wish to borrow a contingent of personnel from your esteemed clan. There is no need for an excessive number. 3 squads will suffice. This expedition to the border may very well encounter the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village, and Konoha requires the strength of the Uchiha. Very well. Upon hearing Orochimaru's request, Uchiha Fugaku could not refuse. Moreover, dispatching only 20% of their strength would allow the Uchiha to fulfill their duty without appearing overly conspicuous, thus alleviating any deepening of suspicion. However, at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku presented his request, stating, Orochimaru, dispatching 3 squads of ninjas to support the border battlefield poses no issue. However, I have one condition, if I am not mistaken, Orochimaru. You currently lack sufficiently talented disciples to your satisfaction. Our Uchiha clan, on the other hand, has recently seen a surge of prodigies. Oh-ho? Upon hearing Fugaku mention the geniuses of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru was reminded of a certain 6-year-old child he had encountered in Training Room 7. On that occasion, he had fortuitously visited to instruct his students and stumbled upon Uchiha Itachi, a member of the Uchiha clan, diligently practicing with shuriken. Even at such a tender age, Itachi's proficiency was astonishing, rendering Orochimaru speechless. He feared that the ordinary J-nin of Konoha would be utterly outmatched were they to engage him without the aid of chakra. It was said that Uchiha Itachi was one of the 5 rising geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel. Fugaku's claims may have seemed a touch exaggerated. Yet only those truly knowledgeable would grasp the humility embedded within his words. Indeed, this generation of Uchihas was brimming with talent. Even one among the 5 possessed such exceptional gifts. It was no wonder that the Hokage and Danzo regarded him with trepidation. The notion that he was inherently malevolent was preposterous. The Hokage and Danzo were simply overly anxious. If their capacity to accommodate the Uchiha clan was lacking, then Orochimaru would not hold back. Orochimaru had discerned Fugaku's intent to foster relations with him and ease the tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Coincidentally, Orochimaru did not wish to witness Konoha lose such a formidable ninja clan again and resolved to protect this powerful lineage with all his strength. The 2 parties found common ground. In the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru chose Uchiha Shenwu, one of the Uchiha geniuses, as his disciple. Both were elated, walking side by side for quite some distance before parting ways. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo watched as the 2 figures faded from their sight. Danzo, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, Hiruzen, it appears that your disciple does not entirely share your convictions. With the Cloud Village lurking, Konoha requires your seasoned leadership to stabilize the hearts of the people. If this incident concludes, Orochimaru may very well seize the opportunity to become the 5th Hokage. He might even overturn our previous strategies against the Uchiha clan. Mito, the Uchiha clan is inherently wicked. Their very existence is a malignancy upon our village. How can we permit them to gain the trust of the 5th Hokage and rise? Mito's voice rose in protest. Similarly, Tsunade sprang from her seat, exclaiming, the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails disturbance remains at large. Yet, we all witnessed the 2 Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine-Tails that fateful night. The Uchiha clan bears significant suspicion. We must not afford them any opportunities. Mito and Tsunade's urgency in addressing the Uchiha was not solely rooted in the Nine-Tails incident. Over the years, clans such as the Mito and Tsunade had flourished and sought to secure a greater share of the village's resources. If the major clans did not perish, their own development would be hindered. Should the other clans prosper, their interests could very well be threatened. They were acutely aware of their reliance on their own clansmen, who had enabled them to wield influence and enjoy various privileges. The idea of competing with the Uchiha clan based solely on merit and ability was laughable. Within the Uchiha clan, those who were constrained at the level of Jonin, unable to ascend, possessed the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Any one of them could easily overpower several elite Jonin from the Sarutobi clan. A simple example suffices to illustrate this. Uchiha Shenwu is a name familiar to all. A nin of Konoha, wielding the dual Tomo Sharingan, yet merely 10 years of age this year. In contrast, the head of the Mito clan is an elite J-nin, having surpassed the age of 50. The 2 individuals are set to engage in a confrontation, measuring their prowess and achievements across multiple dimensions. Mito Kato and Tsukikage Koharu are acutely aware of the inevitable outcome. It is unequivocal that Uchiha Shenwu will not be the one to suffer defeat. Compared to Uchiha Shenwu, the leader of their clan appears woefully inadequate, almost akin to a mere waste. How could the Uchiha clan ever rise to prominence? Do they truly envision forging alliances with the upper echelons of Konoha, or even with the next generation of Hokage? Mito Kato and Tsukikage Koharu are nearly driven to the brink of hysteria. The mere contemplation of such possibilities is utterly terrifying. The Uchiha clan has risen, rendering their adversaries and the families behind them utterly insignificant. Can they still secure such substantial shares as before? Faced with the frantic expressions of his two old friends, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained an impassive demeanor, though a hint of gloom flickered across his features. Did these two fools truly need to vocalize the obvious? Was he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, blind to the realities before him? How much did the Mito and Yamanaka clans even acquire? In the annual distribution of Konoha's benefits, his Sarutobi clan commanded 50%, the Nara clan held 20%, while the two of theirs merely claimed 10% each. What was there for them to fret about? He, who possessed the greater share, had far more reason to be concerned. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally articulated his stance, stating that the acceptance of Uchiha was indeed not a suitable course of action for Orochimaru. However, at this moment, within the village of Konoha, there were no other candidates worthy of the Hokage position besides him. His gaze shifted towards Danzo. Danzo understood the implication. Wasn't it rather clear? Orochimaru was unfit to become the next Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was profoundly dissatisfied with his former disciple. Nonetheless, Konoha lacked a suitable successor at present. Disposing of Orochimaru was straightforward, but the task of finding a new heir was imperative. Confidently, Danzo interjected, asserting that the candidates for the fifth Hokage were not limited to Orochimaru alone. He too possessed the requisite qualifications. Midogate Kurenai and Yamanaka Kohara promptly voiced their agreement, proposing that Danzo should assume command to replace Orochimaru in the face of the impending threat from the Cloud Village army. Once victorious, they vowed to lend their utmost support to Danzo's ascension as the new Hokage of Konoha. Cough, cough. Danzo nearly choked upon hearing this. He had merely expressed his desire to succeed Orochimaru as the Hokage. He had never implied taking command against the Cloud Army. Hastily, he clarified, with all due respect, this matter is best left for Orochimaru to handle. After all, he has experience as a commander during the Third Great Ninja War, and his renown as one of the legendary three lends him considerable credibility. It is only logical that he should oversee this conflict. However, Danzo continued, managing the war is one matter, while the ability to become Hokage is entirely another. Yamanaka Koharu, visibly troubled, remarked, if Orochimaru were to achieve significant merit once more and stabilize Konoha, would it not provoke dissent among the village's ninjas if he were denied the position? Rest assured, Danzo confidently assured, I possess sufficient assurance that I can ensure the villagers will ardently oppose Orochimaru's ascension to Hokage. At that moment, a rare smile broke across Danzo's face as he addressed the group. I entrust the pursuit of the fifth Hokage position to you all. Fear not. Midogate Kurenai and Yamanaka Koharu expressed their unanimous agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen, too, wore a smile, exuding trust and admiration towards Danzo. Indeed, he had committed to assisting Danzo in his pursuit of the Hokage title. However, he had not stated that his subordinates would also lend a hand. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen, now of advanced age, had no intention of clinging to his position indefinitely. With Orochimaru and the Uchiha present, the battlefield against the Cloud Village clearly presented an opportunity for merit. Danzo, who dared not engage directly, sought the Hokage title. Shinnosuke's strength was commendable, albeit lacking in notable achievements. Perhaps he could serve as Danzo's aide, learning from Orochimaru for a period. Should Orochimaru vanquish the Cloud forces and Danzo contend with Orochimaru, then Shinnosuke could be positioned to emerge as a candidate for Hokage, ultimately leading to the title returning to the Sarutobi family. With a beaming smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the three individuals, his mind already contemplating how, upon Orochimaru's departure, he could entrust his ace, Shinnosuke, to him. Uchiha Kamuyui's gaze was piercing as he gripped his ninja short sword, channeling chakra throughout his body, and unleashed a slicing blade of light. In an instant, the blade transformed into a blazing fire dragon, engulfing everything in its path. With just a single strike, he radiated an intensity capable of incinerating all. Following this, Kamui merely circulated his internal chakra to recuperate. Minutes later, he regained his full strength, and once again, he released a second blade of light that cleaved the sky, golden flames consuming all in their wake. After what felt like an eternity, he finally took a deep breath and paused his training. Flame slash. Uchiha Kamisama nodded quietly, acknowledging, this is the Uchiha clan, renowned for the formidable power of the sword leap flame, possessing the terrifying swordsmanship of a master swordsman. One can unleash the might of ordinary fire techniques without the need for hand seals, though it may merely be a standard fire release when intertwined with swordsmanship. It achieves a remarkable synergy, swordsmanship enhancing ninjutsu, and ninjutsu enhancing swordsmanship, each complementing the other. It must be said that the illustrious Uchiha clan, with its millennia of history, truly lives up to its reputation. However, the eyes of Uchiha Shenwu gleamed with intensity as he quietly mused, "This swordsmanship feels merely rudimentary. The fusion of sword techniques and chakra should undoubtedly yield power far beyond this." As a traveler from another realm, the legendary techniques such as the Eclipse sword art and the 7 divine techniques naturally surfaced in his mind. To put it succinctly, it is merely a matter of combining martial moves with elemental manipulation. Could it be that the reality is not as straightforward as this? Shenwu pondered silently. Recognizing that infusing chakra into the blade was merely the initial step, the subsequent phase involves maximizing his offensive capabilities within the framework of his attacks. Suddenly, a rhythmic series of knocks echoed from beyond the courtyard. Uchiha Junyu remained at home with the child and soon came to a realization. He spoke aloud, "Kamino, please go and open the door to see who has arrived." Uchiha Kamikaze sheathed his sword and stepped forward to the entrance, where he opened the courtyard gate. Before him stood a decidedly unfamiliar, yet unmistakably Uchiha ninja. "I am a member of the esteemed clan leader's guard." The unfamiliar ninja smiled. "May I inquire if you are the renowned Uchiha Kamikaze?" Uchiha Kamino felt a twinge of confusion and inquired with curiosity, "I am Uchiha Kamino. Is there something you need?" "Indeed," a member of the guard explained kindly, "a distinguished guest has arrived at the clan, and the esteemed clan leader has entrusted me with the task of summoning the 5 most renowned prodigies of the Uchiha. Shursui, Soaring, Itachi, and a few others have already gone, leaving only you and Uchiha Izumi." "Uchiha Izumi, you say?" Uchiha Kamui pondered for a moment and then said, "I hold a keen interest in Izumi. How about I accompany you to meet Uchiha Izumi, and subsequently, we shall pay a visit to the esteemed clan leader and the distinguished guest of the Uchiha?" The members of the guard merely hesitated for a brief moment before readily acquiescing to this proposal, smiling as they remarked, "Do we need to prepare any ninja tools or equipment?" Kamui, taken aback, gazed at him and replied, "Is it truly necessary to utilize ninja tools merely to meet a guest?" The guard member smiled knowingly and explained, "This is an unpredictable situation. One can never guarantee what may transpire. After all, you should be aware that we Uchihas are renowned throughout the ninja world as a formidable fighting clan." Kamui acknowledged. "I understand. I shall inform my mother." Upon uttering those words, Uchiha Kamui's presence vanished before the guard members, leaving them in astonishment. The young Uchiha wore an expression of utter disbelief. The previous moment had appeared quite simple, yet a deeper contemplation revealed its extraordinary nature. Chakra gathered at his feet, and as he made contact with the ground, it was evident that he exerted immense force. Yet, astonishingly, such power left no trace behind. Furthermore, his movements were fluid and graceful, akin to flowing clouds and flowing water, devoid of any sense of discord. Was this the level of body flicker technique? The Uchiha's guard squad was left astounded. This body flicker technique, though slightly inferior to the renowned Uchiha Shursui, truly reflects the remarkable prowess of Captain Shingyan's son. The Uchiha Shenwu, accompanied by his escort team, swiftly arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds, a relatively secluded area. Before them stood a modest dwelling, exuding a sense of simplicity rather than opulence. A member of the escort team approached and knocked on the door, while Shenwu remained quietly by his side. The door was opened by a charming young girl, of an age similar to that of Uchiha Shenwu, her face adorned with a gentle and endearing smile. Politely, she inquired, "Hello, may I ask who you are and what brings you here?" "Greetings," responded the escort team member courteously. "You must be Izumi, correct?" "I am a member of the clan leader's escort. My name is Kajirai, Uchiha Kajirai. You may call me Brother Kajirai. I am here to escort you, along with Shenwu and a few other talented individuals, to meet an esteemed guest of the Uchiha clan." Perhaps sensing that communication with Uchiha Shenwu was not as fluid as desired, Kajirai introduced himself first upon encountering Izumi. "Are we to meet an esteemed guest of the Uchiha?" Uchiha Izumi felt a slight sense of difficulty and then nervously said, "I apologize, please wait a moment." Soon after, both individuals witnessed a young girl sprinting back home, followed by a middle-aged woman stepping out with a hint of apprehension. The woman expressed her concerns, saying, "Izumi's father is an honest and simple man. Our family has never had any dealings with ninjas. If it is not of particularly great importance, might Izumi be excused from attending?" "Rest assured." Uchiha Kyudai offered a polite reassurance, stating, "I can assure you, it is undoubtedly a positive endeavor, and there will be no issues. I will take Izumi from here and guarantee her safe return." "Very well," the middle-aged woman replied. Though still visibly troubled, she reluctantly acquiesced. She then imparted a few words of caution to Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi cast a curious glance at Uchiha Kudai's companion, Kamino, and inquired, "Could it be that you were Uchiha Kamino?" "Indeed," Kamino replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "Like you. I awakened the bloodline Sharingan of the Uchiha clan indirectly due to the events surrounding the Nine-Tails turmoil. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Izumi Uchiha, with a pure and exuberant spirit, exclaimed, "We have just moved here and have yet to make any friends. Now that you know our address, feel free to come and visit me to play." Uchiha Izumi is indeed a gentle and amiable girl who delights in making friends. Uchiha Shin felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Wasn't Shimura Danzo supposed to be an incredibly malevolent figure? What a pity. Uchiha Shin would cast a peculiar glance at her, secretly pondering, having awakened the Sharingan and entered the Uchiha clan, how long could such innocence and naivety endure? An Uchiha who delights in making friends and is kind to everyone, yet she exists in an era rife with contradictions between Konoha and the Uchiha. Her fate is nearly palpable, though perhaps not as tragic as that of Naruto Uzumaki. Nonetheless, she is bound to encounter various forms of violence and exclusion. However, upon deeper reflection, it is not just Uchiha Izumi who faces this reality. Shenwu himself, living in such times, must recognize that the most prudent course of action would be to unite with Izumi and other Uchihas for mutual support. Thus, Uchiha Kamwa did not reject Uchiha Izumi's friendship. His eyes glimmered slightly as he smiled warmly and said, "I will remember this. I shall certainly visit you during the twilight hours in the future. By the way, you have not studied any ninjutsu, have you?" Uchiha Kami observed and noted that she bore no evidence of a ninja tool pouch, leading him to deduce a portion of the truth. Uchiha Izumi nonchalantly remarked, "My parents lacked the innate talent for ninjutsu, and I had assumed we would lead the life of ordinary citizens in Konoha. Thus, I refrained from enrolling in the Ninja Academy. However, not long ago, I awakened my Sharingan." Uchiha Izumi was informed by a messenger sent by the clan leader that she could enroll in the Ninja Academy, with the clan generously covering her tuition and various expenses, leaving her with the sole responsibility of diligent study. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Kaname remarked, "In the future, if time permits, I can impart some training in the ways of a ninja to you." As they conversed, the trio had already arrived at the residence of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Izumi stood in astonishment, her mouth agape. It must be said, the estate of Uchiha Fugaku starkly contrasts with the temporary dwelling shared by Uchiha Izumi and their mother. Uchiha Izumi widened her large eyes with all her might, scanning left and right, up and down, glancing in multiple directions repeatedly. Yet she was unable to discern the end of Fugaku's house. "So vast!" exclaimed the little girl, her small mouth agape in astonishment. "Aha!" The yard resonated with an exuberant and hearty laughter. Uchiha Fugaku and Orochimaru simultaneously turned their heads and beheld Uchiha Kanna and Uchiha Izumi, who had been brought over by the ninth Hokage. Indeed, the esteemed guest of Uchiha Fugaku is none other than the renowned Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Beside them, Uchiha Shisui wears a gentle smile, Uchiha Sharon exudes an icy haughtiness, while Uchiha Itachi appears shrouded in a somber demeanor. 5 individuals, 5 pairs of eyes, are simultaneously fixated upon the two figures. Orochimaru, with a serene smile, or perhaps striving to project an amiable expression, remarks, "These two are indeed the illustrious Uchiha Kanwu and Uchiha Izumi?" "Indeed," Uchiha Fugaku cheerfully remarked, "I am aware of Orochimaru's particular fondness for his disciple, Shan. However, our Uchiha clan is indeed flourishing with talent among the younger generation. There are several promising individuals worthy of Orochimaru's attention." Orochimaru, non-committal, replied, "Since you are so gracious, Fugaku, I shall not decline your invitation." Fugaku then instructed a few individuals to accompany them as they proceeded to the training room within the Uchiha estate. With a smile, Fugaku stated, "As ninjas, our true abilities are best displayed in combat. Although Shodan and Shisui differ in age, the disparity between a Chunin and a Jinin is not insurmountable. I propose that the 5 children engage in pairs for some friendly sparring. What do you think, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru chuckled. "I have no objections." Fugaku continued, "Orochimaru may very well become the 5th Hokage of our village in the future. Therefore, you must all put forth your best effort and showcase your abilities." "Shisui, Shan, why don't you two give it a try?" "All right." Shisui respectfully nodded, his excitement palpable at the thought of Orochimaru potentially becoming the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Although Uchiha Shenwu primarily specializes in sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu, she is undeniably one of the most talented prodigies of the Uchiha clan, possessing a profound sense of pride in her abilities. Furthermore, she is 2 years older than her peers. which certainly does not deter her from engaging in battle with Uchiha Shenwu. Uchiha Shenwu and Uchiha Shenwu appeared in the arena, both forming opposing seals. In an instant, they launched their attacks simultaneously. With a swift motion, Uchiha Shenwu unleashed several shurikens aimed at Uchiha Shenwu, who deftly drew the short sword from behind him. In an instant, with a mere flick of his hand, he sliced the shurikens in half. Immediately, Uchiha Shenwu brandished a kunai and charged fiercely towards Uchiha Shenwu. Uchiha Shenwu strolled leisurely, effortlessly utilizing the body flicker technique to evade attack after attack. Initially, he had anticipated a fierce battle, one that would be evenly matched and challenging to determine a victor. However, the reality was starkly different from his expectations. Why? Uchiha Shenwu felt an absence of even the slightest pressure upon himself. Uchiha Shenwu now finds himself in a profound dilemma. It appears that with a mere gesture, he could easily vanquish the kunoichi before him. Yet, is it truly necessary to proceed in such a manner? Would it not be excessively disrespectful? Amidst his flurry of thoughts, Uchiha Shenwu awkwardly scratches his own face. Uchiha Kamikaze concealed his face in embarrassment. Even as a novice, he could discern the stark disparity between the two parties. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with indifference towards their confrontation. He had long perused the records of Uchiha Shenwu, aware of her specialization in medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. This foundation harmoniously aligned with his own research into ninjutsu. Furthermore, Uchiha Shenwu recently unveiled her political acumen with remarkable clarity, which only heightened Orochimaru's regard for her. A Uchiha devoid of wisdom and vision is destined for a bleak future. Thus, even though Shenwu demonstrated somewhat unsatisfactory combat abilities at that moment, Orochimaru remained steadfast in his decision regarding his disciple. Ultimately, Uchiha Shenwu effortlessly defeated Uchiha Shenwu without any pressure. Orochimaru offered an objective assessment, noting that the chakra within Shenwu surpassed that of Shenwu, but her combat skills were lacking. He suggested that by employing the shadow clone technique to enhance her numbers and coordination, she might leverage her chakra advantage. Should the opportunity arise, they could engage in a second match. At this juncture, Orochimaru was still invested in his disciples' development. Therefore, he was not merely selecting disciples. He was also demonstrating his insight and capabilities to them. Itachi. Fugaku smiled as he looked at Itachi and the young girl, Izumi, on the other side. Itachi. Why not engage in a friendly spar with Izumi? Certainly, father. Uchiha Itachi responded indifferently, Lord Clan Leader. In stark contrast to Itachi's composed demeanor, Uchiha Izumi could only be described as flustered. Did Fugaku harbor some misunderstanding regarding her? While it was true that she had awakened her Sharingan at the tender age of 6, both her parents were ordinary individuals. Prior to joining the Uchiha clan, she had never undergone any formal ninja training. She had observed the earlier confrontation between Uchiha Shenwu and Natsuhime with clarity. The lack of systematic learning did not imply a deficiency in her vision. How could she possibly execute such movements, such power? Uchiha Izumi earnestly declined, expressing his profound apologies, stating that he had yet to embark on the study of chakra refinement techniques, nor had he acquired any combat skills. Uchiha Fugaku and Orochimaru gazed at Uchiha Izumi before them. Simultaneously, they furrowed their brows ever so slightly. With their keen eyesight, it was evident that the young girl was not merely being excessively modest, rather, she had genuinely not acquired any knowledge or skills. In other words, this renowned Uchiha prodigy, at this stage, had only awakened her single Tomo Sharingan and had, in truth, not engaged in any form of ninja training. The attainment of the 3 Tomo Sharingan was imminent. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku pondered silently. Had it not been for the exceptionally formidable abilities of his parents, Izumi's future could be readily envisioned, at best. She would become a competent Uchiha Jonin, yet her combat skills would likely remain unremarkable. Although Uchiha Itachi is still quite young, his wisdom is remarkable. He possesses the ability to read the room and quickly discerns that his opponent has yet to embark on their training journey. A look of understanding crosses his face as he remarks, "We are merely engaging in a casual spar. If you truly lack the skills, I would be more than willing to teach you." Clearly, Uchiha Itachi has not abandoned his intention to spar, even if his opponent is inexperienced. He is confident in his ability to effortlessly showcase his own prowess. Then, Uchiha Izumi timidly prodded her 2 fingers, engulfed in an unprecedented dilemma. Ultimately, she mustered her courage and declared, "Then let us spar." Hold on. Suddenly, a voice rang out, halting Uchiha Izumi, who was about to step forward. Uchiha Shenwu disdainfully remarked, "Izumi has already stated that she has never engaged in cultivation. How can you possibly wish to contest with her? Allow me to indulge you in a playful bout." You. Uchiha Shenwu? Uchiha Itachi gazed at Kamui with a fierce determination. At this moment, Itachi indeed exhibited a portion of his innate talent. However, he had yet to reach the pinnacle where he could look down upon the entirety of the Uchiha clan. In truth, aside from Uchiha Shenwu, he seldom encountered other prodigies. Uchiha Shenwu, renowned within the Uchiha clan, had risen to prominence, rivaling even the prodigious talents of Uchiha Itachi. Itachi himself was curious to discern his current standing among his family's geniuses, to ascertain the tier to which he belonged. Thus, the typically aloof and reclusive Itachi, who seldom engaged in exchanges or sparring with others, found himself experiencing an unusual flicker of combativeness. Uchiha Fugaku stood with his arms crossed, harboring no objections to the scene before him. In his understanding, a Uchiha genius should naturally take the lead. And Uchiha Shenwu possessed the admirable qualities of the younger generation of Uchihas. Orochimaru gazed with keen interest at the two children before him. Although it was his first visit to the Fugaku household, he was already somewhat acquainted with Itachi. In Orochimaru's eyes, the five prodigies present, particularly Uchiha Shenwu and Uchiha Itachi, exhibited extraordinary combat talent, undoubtedly placing them among the elite of geniuses. Uchiha Shenwu may indeed fall slightly short. However, her political acumen is exceptional, distinguishing her as a genius of a different caliber from the other two. At the tender age of 6, Uchiha Izumi awakened her abilities. Yet she had not engaged in any training, appearing to be the least capable among her peers. However, it was precisely because she had never undergone training that her potential remained an enigma, elusive, and difficult to ascertain. Only Uchiha Kamui seemed to elude Orochimaru's understanding. The only intelligence known to both Orochimaru and Fugaku was that he had recently awakened his Sharingan, and upon its awakening, it manifested as a double Tomo Sharingan. As for the abilities he possessed and his combat prowess, Orochimaru was entirely in the dark. In terms of the innate talent for awakening the Sharingan, Uchiha Kamui could be regarded as quite exceptional, comparable to Itachi. Yet, what remained uncertain were his capabilities in other areas. Both individuals displayed expressions of curiosity. Uchiha Shen has appeared before Uchiha Itachi. The two have established a stance of opposition. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi took the initiative to strike. From his ninja tool pouch, 3 shurikens were launched in 3 different directions, aimed directly at Kamino on the opposite side. However, it is evident that Uchiha Itachi's marksmanship leaves much to be desired. Uchiha Kamui remained utterly still. 3 shurikens were launched, all of them soaring horizontally, grazing his body. Did I miss? Uchiha Xiaorong was slightly taken aback, but soon found solace in the thought. After all, he is merely a 6-year-old child. Orochimaru lifted his gaze, looking at his future disciple with a hint of perplexity. Uchiha Summer, at first glance, appears to be rather lacking in intelligence. Just when many believed she had missed her mark, nearly imperceptible steel wires began to reveal themselves under the sun's radiant light. These wires spiraled around, encasing the figure of Kamikaze from multiple directions, seemingly obstructing every possible avenue of escape. The diminutive form of Uchiha Itachi gracefully flipped in mid-air, deftly seizing the shuriken that danced in the void. Before launching 3 additional shuriken in a seamless motion, each action resonating with the preceding one. In the span of mere moments, it appeared as though Shinkai had been ensnared in an intricate web of destiny. Only then did he release 6 shuriken in a flash, retracting the wire in his grasp, seemingly intent on concluding the battle in an instant. Suddenly, Shinkai's body transformed, executing a technique akin to a drifting dragon, his form agile and fluid. Just as Uchiha Itachi sought to tighten his grasp on the situation, Shinkai struck with remarkable swiftness, his figure flickering before deftly evading the encirclement of the shuriken. Concurrently, a broken sword was drawn from behind, imbued with the force of a mountain, hurtling towards Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi produced an unopened wind shuriken to counter Kamui's assault. The 3 blades of the wind shuriken clashed against Kamui's sword, producing a deafening cacophony of metal striking metal. Kamui did not falter. However, it was evident that Uchiha Itachi, due to his tender age and insufficient strength, was forcefully propelled backward by the impact of this attack. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted slightly, and even Orochimaru revealed a look of astonishment. They could never have anticipated that the exceptionally talented Uchiha Itachi would be sent flying in an instant. Although the confrontation lasted merely a fleeting moment, as ninjas skilled in gathering intelligence, they had gleaned a wealth of insights from this brief encounter. Uchiha Itachi possesses a remarkable combat intelligence, having mastered C-rank taijutsu and shuriken manipulation to an extraordinary degree despite his youth. Furthermore, his speed undoubtedly reaches the level of an average lower ninja. However, the Uchiha Shin surpasses Uchiha Itachi in sheer terror. Firstly, his mastery of the body flicker technique is nearly on par with that of Uchiha Shenwu. Compared to the instantaneous movement of Shenwu, Uchiha Shin merely lacks the integration with the shadow clone technique. If he were to execute the fundamental clone technique without hand signs, harmonizing it with his own swift movements, he would become a second Shenwu. Uchiha Fugaku felt a profound admiration. Such a body flicker technique was already comparable to that of most Nin and Konoha. While the prowess of the body flicker technique was impressive, it merely represented one facet of Shenmu's advantages. In comparison to Uchiha Itachi, he possessed another significant edge, the sheer volume of chakra. The chakra reserves and physical prowess of Uchiha Shenwu were evidently several times greater than those of Itachi. Thus, when they clashed directly, it took but a single exchange for Uchiha Itachi to be sent flying. Orochimaru's expression turned slightly grave. Not long ago, upon first encountering Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at his extraordinary talent. He had initially believed that Itachi represented the pinnacle attainable by a child. Little did he expect that, in such a short span of time, he would witness another prodigious talent of the same age, one who nearly overshadowed Uchiha Itachi. At the very least, in terms of strength and speed, Shenmu had displayed a clear superiority of an overwhelming nature. The onlookers observed this with clarity. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi astutely assessed the situation before him, becoming increasingly cautious. Harnessing the force of a retreat, he executed the technique of invisibility, causing his form to vanish completely in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a shuriken soared through the air from one direction, and a figure resembling Uchiha Itachi flickered momentarily. In the next moment, another shuriken was launched from a different direction, accompanied by yet another fleeting figure akin to Uchiha Itachi. When it comes to a contest of speed, such a battle should pose little challenge for the Uchiha, who possess dynamic vision. However, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Kagutsuchi exhibited a remarkable understanding and refrained from activating their Sharingan. Uchiha Shin gazed upon the intricate web of steel wires and shurikens meticulously arranged in every direction. In every conceivable angle, the traces of Uchiha Itachi's swift movements were evident, leaving no one capable of discerning his trajectory in a fleeting moment. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's figure materialized, his hand gripping the wind shuriken as he advanced towards the opposing Shenwu. As Shenwu's pupils contracted, he exerted every ounce of strength to defend against the wire mesh and the wind shuriken. In that moment, he distinctly witnessed the figure that had just appeared dissolve into a wisp of smoke, vanishing in an instant. Shadow clone? Orochimaru secretly marveled. Truly, he was a prodigy worthy of admiration. Despite wielding shurikens and employing shadow clones, a mere 6-year-old child could hardly be considered a true ninja. Yet the mastery of his powers was undeniably astonishing. The figure of Uchiha Itachi launching the wind shuriken was merely a shadow clone. Thus, where lies his true form? Suddenly, Kamui sensed the rapid constriction of steel wires from all directions. Si, Wei, Shin, Hai, Wu, In, fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Kamui turned his head and beheld Uchiha Itachi, whose expression was grave, clutching 6 shurikens in one hand while desperately constricting the encircling wire net. With the other hand, he surprisingly formed hand seals single-handedly to unleash the great fireball technique. In front lay the unpredictable wind shurikens, surrounded by the descending wire net, and behind him, the lethal assault of Itachi's great fireball loomed. It seemed as though, in that fleeting moment, Kamui found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Yet, even in the face of such dire circumstances, he exhibited not a flicker of anxiety. His footwork shifted, and one could faintly hear the continuous roar of dragons. With a graceful pivot, he transformed, as if becoming a divine dragon that dances through the very cycles of fate, effortlessly navigating the onslaught from all 3 directions. As Uchiha Shenwu's form flickered with unparalleled agility, he evaded the seemingly flawless assault before him. At the very moment of his emergence, 2 figures of Uchiha Itachi materialized from the corners, each wielding a shuriken that appeared to have awaited this moment for an eternity. Upon sighting Shenwu, they unleashed their projectiles without hesitation. 2 dark streaks of light hurtled towards Shenwu's vital points. One of the Itachis, his expression inscrutable, spoke calmly. From the moment you first fled, I realized that the shuriken technique could never ensnare you. Why would I employ the same method a second time? My continued use of the shuriken manipulation technique, now refined, is merely a ruse to feign weakness, leading you to believe that this tactic constitutes my entire repertoire. Once you entertain such notions, a far more concealed ambush will manifest, one that you cannot detect. Thus, the immensely powerful shuriken manipulation, the wind-style shuriken throwing technique. and the great fireball technique served solely to mislead you. The final assault of Uchiha Itachi was nothing more than two unremarkable shuriken. If an ordinary person were to confront such a meticulously crafted scheme, they would likely have no choice but to concede defeat. Yet, how could Kamui be considered an ordinary individual? Uchiha Kamui executed the Uchiha-style swordsmanship, sword leap of flame. With both hands gripping the sword, his chakra surged in an instant, allowing him to unleash a devastating strike infused with his entire strength. A golden fire dragon erupted from his blade, incinerating the surrounding iron wires in an instant and sweeping across the battlefield with formidable might. Kamui swiftly changed direction, appearing beside the speaker in a heartbeat. With his sword poised at Uchiha Itachi's neck, Kamui calmly declared, "You have lost." "No, it is you who has lost." Another figure emerged behind Kamui, yet another Uchiha Itachi. Not only was he manipulating shuriken, but he was also conjuring fireballs. Even the final shuriken throw was a ruse and a trap, just as Uchiha Itachi brimmed with confidence. Believing he had secured victory, a shadow appeared behind him as well. The second sword of Uchiha Shenwu once again pointed towards Uchiha Itachi, with the ultimate victor emerging as him, Lord Orochimaru. Casting a glance at his ultimately defeated son, Uchiha Fugaku maintained his smile, seemingly indifferent as he remarked, "What do you think of these young ones, Lord Orochimaru? Aside from Shalong, are there any other children that have met your expectations?" Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru sincerely applauded, exclaiming, "The Uchiha genius truly lives up to its reputation, if I am not mistaken." Shifting his gaze to the five individuals, Orochimaru provided an astute analysis. Uchiha Shenwu, though merely a chunin, possesses a combat capability that surpasses that of the jonin of Konoha. Uchiha Shalong and Uchiha Shenwu are impressive as well, exceeding a portion of the village's chunins. Should they participate in the assessments, they would likely be evaluated with the strength of special jonin. Moreover, the son of clan leader Fugaku is equally comparable to the weaker chunins. Orochimaru's eyes swept over the five, stating, "It is a pity that I already have Shalong as an Uchiha disciple and do not intend to teach any other Uchihas, disappointing clan leader Fugaku. Is that so?" Uchiha Fugaku exhibited a profound sense of disappointment. Both Uchiha Shenwu and Uchiha Itachi were enveloped in disappointment. The indifferent attitude of Shinma towards becoming Orochimaru's disciple was palpable. By accepting Uchiha Shenwu, Orochimaru had effectively taken him under his wing, eliminating the need for Shinmu to put himself at risk to forge a connection with Orochimaru and acquire his forbidden techniques amidst life and death circumstances. This was not a mere exaggeration on Shinmu's part. At that juncture, being a disciple of Orochimaru indeed entailed significant peril. Although Orochimaru was ultimately compelled to flee from Konoha due to a multitude of political pressures, it is undeniable that all the evidence presented by Shimura Danzo was authentic. At that moment, Orochimaru was undeniably pursuing power and immortality in secrecy, engaging in extensive human experimentation. Moreover, within many concealed layers of Konoha, he had been breeding exceedingly rare bloodline clans from the ninja world. While Orochimaru outwardly presented himself as one of the esteemed Sannin of Konoha, the reality was that his hands were stained with blood, and the lives lost due to his ambitions were incalculable. It is difficult to ascertain Orochimaru's current sentiments towards the Uchiha clan. For the sake of Konoha, it is conceivable that he might endeavor to cultivate his disciples out of political necessity. However, in pursuit of power and immortality, it is not implausible that he would resort to dismembering his own disciples. Uchiha Shenwu pondered deeply. In regard to Orochimaru, it is far more advantageous to abstain from seeking a mentor than to do so. Such a perilous undertaking is best entrusted to Uchiha Shenwu. Fugaku warmly welcomed Orochimaru alongside the five prodigies of the Uchiha clan, establishing multiple areas of consensus regarding the amicable collaboration between Orochimaru and the Uchiha. Orochimaru is a person of swift and decisive action. By day, he had just met the Uchiha, and by evening, he had already taken Uchiha Shenwu away. Konoha Gakure, Uchiha Shalong of the Uchiha clan, following in the footsteps of Mitarashi Anko, became the second illustrious disciple of the renowned Orochimaru. This event swiftly spread throughout the village of Konoha, and nearly everyone was aware of the relatively close collaboration between Orochimaru and the Uchiha clan. Simultaneously, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was temporarily assuming the role of Hokage, summoned a young ninja from the Sarutobi family estate. Sarutobi Shino, adorned in the distinguished vest of Age-Nin, entered the Hokage's office with a bright smile. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, he respectfully greeted, "Greetings, father." "Ah, it's Shino." Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed at his favorite son, his wrinkled face and eyes radiating visible pride and satisfaction. Excellent, Shino. You truly embody the pride of the Sarutobi clan. Having swiftly ascended to the rank of J-nin in Konoha. In a few years, I fear I may have to hand over my position to you. Not at all. Shino replied confidently, Father, you remain as strong as ever. How could I possibly compare myself to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly concluded their customary pleasantries, shifting his tone to one of gravity. Have you heard that Orochimaru is about to lead a campaign against the Cloud Village, which has initiated hostilities? Shino responded, I have heard that due to this situation, Orochimaru has grown closer to the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing about the bond between Orochimaru and the Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's previously sunny demeanor momentarily froze, but he soon dismissed it. In this battle between Konoha and the Cloud Village, the Uchiha will dispatch 3 squads to support the front lines. Perhaps this is why Orochimaru views the Uchiha with newfound respect. I have called you here to ask if you would accompany Orochimaru to participate in this conflict with the Cloud Village. What are your thoughts? Please share any concerns you may have. I will do my utmost to accommodate your wishes. After a moment of contemplation, Shino confidently declared, Thank you for your consideration, Father. I understand my duty as a member of Konoha. Serving the village is my obligation and responsibility. Rest assured, during this battle against the Cloud Village, while I will indeed engage in combat, I will not expect any special treatment due to my lineage as the Hokage's son. I am but a brick of Konoha, ready to be moved where needed. I will lead the charge, demonstrating to all what kind of ninja the son of the Hokage truly is. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially felt a sense of comfort and pride. However, Shino's subsequent words left him increasingly troubled. What does it mean to not seek special treatment? You are the Hokage's son. How can you not expect some privileges? What does it mean to lead from the front? You are the Hokage's son. How can you put yourself on par with ordinary ninjas in such a manner? Though he longed to offer guidance to his son, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words, as political matters often require unspoken understanding rather than explicit communication. After some thought, he decided to provide his son with a measure of assurance, saying, Shino, you will not be alone in this battle. The Sarutobi clan will also participate. I plan to dispatch 2 elite J-nin and 4 Sarutobi J-nin to lead 6 squads under your command. I hope you will make good use of this strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused that if his son were to serve as a commander rather than a frontline ninja, perhaps there would be no safety concerns. Orochimaru met with Uchiha Fugaku, while Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Shino, and the Sarutobi clan chose to take part in the battle. The decisions regarding the Cloud Village battlefield were swiftly made. Orochimaru would lead as the overall commander for Konoha, while Sarutobi Shino would serve as one of the chief strategists. Alongside them, 3 squads from the Uchiha clan, 5 from the Hyuga clan, and 6 from the Sarutobi clan would participate, with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans each sending 2 squads. Additionally, the Inuzuka, Yuzuki, and Kurama clans, allied with the Sarutobi, would each dispatch 2 squads. With 2 medical teams and 2 sealing teams, the total number of participants reached approximately 800. Before departing, Orochimaru instructed his 2 disciples to rendezvous at his research base, Laboratory No. 9. Clad in the attire of a seasoned expert, Orochimaru meticulously conducted experiments. Nearby, 2 young maidens cautiously approached, their steps hesitant as they navigated the underground passage. Uchiha Shirong, slightly perplexed, gazed at the girl ahead and inquired, Senpai, do you know where we are? Why does it feel somewhat dim here, instilling an uncomfortable sensation? Although Yutaka Akane and Uchiha Shirong are contemporaries, both being merely 12 years old in the year 48 of the Konoha era, Kakashi is 14 and Yamato is 11, due to the order of their initiation. Uchiha Shirong regards Yutaka Akane with a modicum of respect, addressing her as senpai. Yutaka Akane, possessing a naturally carefree disposition akin to that of Naruto Uzumaki, did not find Uchiha Shirong's question peculiar. Instead, she responded nonchalantly, aside from a bit of darkness, it seems there is nothing amiss. You see, our teacher is a renowned scientist. While practicing ninjutsu, he also engages in various biological research. There is no cause for concern. We are in Konoha, on our teacher's territory. Is there truly a spy from outside the village bold enough to take action against us? Although Uchiha Shirong possesses commendable training talents, her wisdom is nearly on par with that of Mitarashi Anko. Upon hearing her response, she pondered for a moment, failing to identify any issues, and then inquired, Does Senior Anko know why our teacher summoned the 2 of us? Mitarashi Anko furrowed her brow in contemplation for a while, and then suddenly recalled something. Her eyes brightening as she exclaimed, you must have heard about the recent conflict between our village and the Hidden Cloud, right? This time, Our teacher is taking the lead as the overall commander to resist the hidden cloud. It's likely that he wants us to prepare accordingly. Who knows? I, Enko, might even step onto the battlefield to contend with those brutes from the hidden cloud. Enko? Uchiha Shenwu's lips quivered subtly. The women of the Uchiha clan are predominantly gentle and docile in nature. Although Uchiha Shenwu can be considered a formidable ninja, she still embodies significant feminine traits. The notion of addressing someone as my lord is utterly unimaginable for the girls of the Uchiha lineage. Uchiha Shenwu maintained a composed distance, fearing the possibility of being influenced by the boisterous figure before her. Suddenly, a voice, reminiscent of an ordinary young boy, resonated within her heart, within her being. The voice of the dragon spirit reverberated, casually remarking, "The reason for summoning you here is twofold. Firstly, you are to accompany us to the battlefield, and in that case, there is little more to discuss. Simply return and prepare your belongings. However, we must also consider another possibility." The dragon spirit continued, "Both of you are merely young girls. And given your tender age, Orochimaru may choose to protect you by allowing you to remain in Konoha, thus sparing you from the trials of war for the time being. In truth, based on Orochimaru's personal history, the latter scenario is more likely. His former disciple, Senju Rope Tree, met a premature end in the throes of war. To avert a repeat of such tragedy, he may well opt to keep you within the village. If that is the case, you must be vigilant. What should I be cautious of?" Uchiha Shenwu felt a slight sense of confusion. Simultaneously, she instinctively regarded the dragon spirit with newfound respect. For this tailed beast possessed a remarkable awareness, knowing of Lord Orochimaru's past deeds and the tragic fate of his disciples. The dragon spirit responded, "Orochimaru is a rare elite teacher in the ninja world. As his disciple, he would never allow his students to squander even a moment of their time. Upon his departure, he would undoubtedly assign you a plethora of training tasks, leaving you both with ample opportunities to strive and excel." Uchiha Shenwu confidently proclaimed, "No matter the nature of the task, I am certain I can accomplish it." Longling appeared to ponder for a moment before responding, "If the opportunity arises, I hope you will choose to study and innovate upon Orochimaru's experimental techniques of cellular regeneration and fusion. This technology holds far greater value for you than any ninjutsu." "Oh?" Uchiha Shenwu inquired with keen interest. "What is that?" Longling responded, "Have you ever heard of the true origins of the Uchiha clan?" As he spoke, Longling recounted the history of the Sage of Six Paths, who begot Indra and Azura. Indra gave rise to the Uchiha, while Azura diverged into the Senju and Uzumaki clans, illuminating the myriad tales of the past. Uchiha Shenwu's eyes were filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "I never knew our Uchiha clan had such a remarkable origin. My father never mentioned it." Longling replied disdainfully, "Do you not understand why the Senju and Uchiha clans have dominated all ninja clans for millennia? Bloodline is an immensely vital power. Thus, if the Uchiha bloodline could merge with Senju or Uzumaki cells, the benefits to you would be immeasurable." Uchiha Shenwu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "I understand now." At that moment, both Yusho Akane and Uchiha Shenwu simultaneously arrived before the entrance of Orochimaru's laboratory. The door to the laboratory opened silently, revealing Orochimaru within. A cursory glance at the laboratory's tools and research items left the two girls at a loss, unable to comprehend their significance. They stepped forward in unison, their expressions imbued with utmost reverence, exclaiming, "Master Orochimaru." Indeed, as anticipated by Longling, Orochimaru spoke gently, "I must take my leave. For the foreseeable future, I will be unable to instruct you both. Before I depart, I intend to impart a premier ninjutsu to each of you, allowing you to study it independently. Upon my return, I shall assess your progress." Evidently, Orochimaru had already contemplated the ninjutsu best suited for them. He began with Akane. After a moment's hesitation, he stated, "Akane, your cheerful disposition and remarkable endurance make you well suited for a relatively straightforward yet potent technique that significantly enhances combat prowess. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you the summoning scroll for the Dragon's Cave. Additionally, I have several other ninjutsu scrolls that synergize with summoning beasts, which I have placed in the third cabinet nearby. The key is here." With that, Orochimaru produced a key from his person. "Summoning ninjutsu?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yusho Akane trembled with excitement. She eagerly accepted the key to the third cabinet from Orochimaru and jubilantly declared, "Long live Master Orochimaru." A barely perceptible satisfaction flickered across Orochimaru's typically inscrutable visage. Uchiha Shenwu was slightly taken aback. The dragon spirit residing within her also exhibited a look of astonishment. Kami knew she could discern that Yatsubaki Azuki genuinely held a deep and unreserved respect for the teacher before her. Only those who have experienced the role of a teacher can truly appreciate the rarity of such a student. Perhaps this was one of the significant reasons why Orochimaru regarded Yatsubaki Azuki with such esteem. Orochimaru then turned his gaze toward Uchiha Shenwu and smiled, saying, "If my memory serves me correctly, your path of growth lies in medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Are you aspiring to become a medical kunoichi akin to Mido or Tsunade? If that is your intention, then this ninjutsu is indispensable for you." As he spoke, Orochimaru produced a scroll of ninjutsu from his own belongings and presented it to Uchiha Shenwu. The scroll unfurled, revealing the title inscribed in bold letters at the top, "In Sealing." Uchiha Shenwu's eyes gleamed as she surveyed the entire ninja world. Realizing that there were scarcely any formidable sealing techniques or medical ninjutsu available. As a scion of the Uchiha clan, she was well acquainted with numerous renowned S-rank ninjutsu, among which the sealing technique stood out. It was said that the two most powerful kunoichi of Konoha, Uzumaki Mido and Senju Tsunade, had both studied this technique. To her astonishment, Orochimaru had chosen to impart this precious skill to her. Orochimaru's gaze was bright as he looked at the young woman before him. He had long since recognized the depth of Uchiha Shenwu's chakra. The Uchiha clan has long been renowned in the ninja world for their formidable mastery of ninjutsu, encompassing the realms of physical prowess, illusionary techniques, and powerful abilities. However, if there exists a flaw within this illustrious lineage, it would be the relatively meager quantity of chakra at their disposal. The technique known as sealing involves the construction of sealing runes upon the forehead, allowing for the preservation of chakra that does not impede training. This chakra can be sealed away until the time of a great battle, at which point it can be unleashed. Mastery of this ninjutsu grants one the ability to possess an amount of chakra that can easily rival, if not surpass, that of their original self by dozens or even hundreds of times. The Uchiha clan possesses an unparalleled body technique, complemented by an extraordinary quantity of chakra. This constitutes an ideal training path devised by Orochimaru for Uchiha Sharon. Of course, following the seal, there exists the Baiken no Jutsu and numerous intricate medical ninjutsu techniques that must be built upon this foundation of knowledge. However, those matters lie in the future. Upon encountering the scroll handed over by Orochimaru, Uchiha Shenwu hesitated for a moment before suddenly presenting the scroll in her hand and inquiring, "Orochimaru-sensei, may I select a project of my own as my training task?" Oh. Orochimaru's interest was piqued instantly. The reason he had taken Uchiha Shenwu under his wing was twofold. On one hand, it was a necessity born from political alliances. On the other, it was due to the remarkable intellect that Uchiha Shenwu had exhibited. Regrettably, since her acceptance into his tutelage, he had not witnessed any remarkable display of her intellect. However, today's events were somewhat different. Her rejection of the shadow sealing technique indicated at least three significant insights. First, Uchiha Shenwu had already surmised that he would retain her within Konoha. Second, she anticipated that Orochimaru would assign her a task and had adequately prepared herself. Third, she possessed a deeper understanding of her own needs than even Orochimaru himself. Thus, she declined the shadow sealing, which appeared most suitable to him. To make such a multitude of analyses and choices simultaneously was impressive. Orochimaru's narrowed eyes fixated on the young girl before him, silently contemplating, "What ought I to say? Should I remark on her being a true prodigy and sage of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, her wisdom and foresight are remarkable." Orochimaru mused. "I am genuinely curious about what superior choice you believe is more fitting for you than the shadow sealing technique?" Upon her arrival, Uchiha Shenwu had already contemplated her decision with utmost clarity. She directly addressed Orochimaru, stating, "Master Orochimaru, I wish to learn the techniques of cellular regeneration and fusion." Oh? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. He was well aware of this technique. It was a research endeavor developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who, after the death of his brother Hashirama, harbored the ambition to reclaim Hashirama's power. Initially, the purpose was to enable others in Konoha to harness the strength of the legendary sage of the shinobi world, Senju Hashirama. Subsequently, Tobirama further advanced this research to create an elixir of immortality capable of merging the cells of flora and fauna. However, following the catastrophic loss of numerous lives, Tobirama was compelled to suspend both projects due to mounting pressure. Later, with Sarutobi Hiruzen ascending to power, and in light of the extinction of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, Konoha's strength was severely diminished. With Sarutobi's support, Danzo and the Roots reinstituted human experimentation. It was during this period that Orochimaru's reputation soared, revealing his extraordinary talent in the field of research. Sarutobi appointed Orochimaru as Danzo's aide. Throughout this time, Orochimaru assisted Danzo in countless human experiments. He reflected on the origins and evolution of these research projects. The emergence of the roots and their subsequent development were unknown to Uchiha Shenwu and Uchiha Itachi. And the elixir of immortality remained a closely guarded secret within Konoha. After all, while Konoha ninjas might accept Tobirama's research on Hashirama's powers, none would consent to the notion of merging with animals for the sake of immortality. Thus, Shenwu's choice to pursue this research made her intentions abundantly clear. It was evident. Uchiha Shenwu willingly forsook the shadow sealing technique that was ideally suited to her. Her true aim lay in the cells of Hashirama, the power of the deity of the ninja world. Gazing intently at her new disciple, Orochimaru finally affirmed, "Your objective is the power of Hashirama, is it not?" Uchiha Shenwu hesitated for a moment before nodding affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, I possess compelling reasons to obtain the power of Hashirama." But what exactly is this power of Hashirama? Standing beside them, Mitarashi Anko exhibited a look of bewilderment. It was evident that not only did she share a striking resemblance in temperament with Naruto Uzumaki, but their levels of understanding were also alarmingly similar. How was it possible that she was entirely unaware of the power of Hashirama? Orochimaru elucidated, "Our Leaf Village's first Hokage, known as Senju Hashirama, is said to have possessed the power to bring an end to tumultuous times, revered by the ninja world as the god of shinobi. The power of Hashirama refers to the legacy he left behind." Senju Hashirama? Mitarashi Anko furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before suddenly expressing delight. "Ah, I remember now. He is the first Hokage. However, it is merely the power left behind by the first Hokage. Why must it be treated with such gravity?" The third Hokage also pioneered numerous jutsu. Although the first Hokage's power to end chaos sounds particularly impressive, isn't it true that the strongest Hokage is still the third? The jutsu imparted by the third Hokage should not be inferior to that of the first, right? Upon hearing Anko's nonchalant, yet reverent tone, Uchiha Shenwu felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She found herself utterly at a loss for words when it came to her peer, the elder sister figure. The disparity in their education and understanding of the ninja world was vast, akin to a chasm of immeasurable depth. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage in history? Surely, no one would take such a statement at face value. As for the matter at hand, Orochimaru remained noncommittal, quietly pondering the underlying reasons that compelled Uchiha Shenwu to act. So that was it. Soon, with his remarkable intellect and keen political acumen, Orochimaru unearthed a remarkably plausible explanation. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has grown increasingly tense. It is evident to any discerning observer that the rift between the two parties will only deepen, leaving no room for reconciliation. To genuinely facilitate a thaw in relations and to acquire the power of wood release would be a prudent approach. In the Hidden Leaf Village, wood release carries a distinct significance. Should a member of the Uchiha clan master this technique, it would not guarantee a complete resolution of their conflicts with Konoha, but it might garner some support from certain factions within the ninja community. Orochimaru gazed contemplatively at his new disciple, feeling as though he had unraveled her every thought. Uchiha Itachi indeed possessed an innate political acumen, yet she remained quite young, and her subtle intentions could hardly elude the keen perception of Orochimaru. After a moment of reflection, he reluctantly acknowledged that acquiring the power of wood release was indeed a commendable strategy. However, Uchiha Itachi might slightly underestimate the complexities of the cell fusion experiment involving Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru remarked, "I trust you have heard of it?" The cell fusion experiment has undergone numerous live trials, with the inevitable outcome being the death of all subjects. In other words, it is an experiment fraught with failure. Uchiha Shenwu had long been aware of the intricate relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Undoubtedly, if one were an Uchiha, the chances of success would far exceed those of any commoner or ninja. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, she responded with remarkable composure, "The reason those living subjects failed is simply that they are not Uchiha. I firmly believe I will succeed, for I am Uchiha." "For I am Uchiha?" Orochimaru glanced at his disciple with a hint of surprise. In that moment, he truly sensed the arrogance and hubris characteristic of the Uchiha clan. The experiments conducted in Konoha had involved hundreds, even thousands of living subjects, yet all had met with failure without exception. Uchiha Shenwu dares to take a bold step forward. Her belief in her potential for success stems from a singular conviction: "I am Uchiha. Because I am Uchiha, I shall undoubtedly succeed." What audacity! What arrogance! Is this the essence of Uchiha? Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then, instead of rejecting her, he smiled and said, "Since you have made up your mind, as your teacher, I shall wholeheartedly support your endeavor. However, I have one condition. Although this research is already relatively advanced, there remains room for further refinement. I wish for you to meticulously document all the data. Do not act recklessly until I return from battle. Of course, Orochimaru continued. I will not relinquish the cells of Hashirama that I possess. Even if you wish to experiment, it would be of no avail. Uchiha Xiaorong replied with great enthusiasm. I shall thoroughly investigate every intricate detail. No one would jest with their own life. Indeed. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, returning the scroll in his hand. The cells of Hashirama are undoubtedly an excellent shortcut, yet their inherent power must not be underestimated. If, during the process of cell transplantation and fusion, you manage to acquire a series of ninjutsu such as the Ein Seal and the 100 Healings technique, I am confident that these abilities will greatly benefit your experiment. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Xiangrong responded with satisfaction. Orochimaru retrieved a key from a nearby table and handed it to Uchiha Xiangrong, stating, the experimental cells for regeneration and fusion techniques are located in the 7th cabinet on the right. By the way, Orochimaru suddenly interjected. Merely perusing the materials or indulging in fanciful thoughts is insufficient to comprehend cellular regeneration and fusion. The most crucial aspect is possessing the experimental materials. Orochimaru gazed intently at Uchiha Xiangrong before him. If Uchiha Xiangrong were a wise individual, she would comprehend that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru is one of mutual fortune and misfortune. Furthermore, while the Uchiha seeks the power of Hashirama, Orochimaru pursues the art of immortality. Their objectives diverge, yet their paths are strikingly aligned. From any perspective, they fulfill the criteria of companionship in this journey. Orochimaru. In a moment of solemn contemplation, informed Xiangrong, tomorrow morning, I shall lead a contingent to the border battlefield to resist the cloud-hidden forces. Prior to that, at the stroke of midnight tonight, you are to seek me out. I wish to take you to a location that possesses a well-established framework for the inheritance and fusion of bloodline powers. This place is not merely a site for experimentation. It is equipped with instruments, materials, and comprehensive records of experiments. I am confident that you will find it to your satisfaction. Orochimaru-sama. Mitsuashi Azuki interjected with a clear voice. I wish to accompany you as well. You? Orochimaru chuckled softly, shaking his head. Be a good girl and diligently study your summoning ninjutsu. Azuki is unlike Xiangrong. She lacks the necessary intellect and, moreover, the two do not share common interests or goals. Their pursuits are entirely distinct, making it implausible to involve Azuki in such clandestine matters. Midnight, you say? As Uchiha Xiangrong and Mitsuashi Azuki prepared to meet Orochimaru, Uchiha Kamikaze arrived at the entrance of Uchiha Izumi's courtyard, gently rapping on the door. The Uchiha clan boasts only a handful of truly gifted individuals, namely Uchiha Shenwu, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, and perhaps Uchiha Sasuke. These four are the only ones who awakened their Sharingan before the age of 10, signifying their extraordinary aptitude for the art of genjutsu. To uphold the Uchiha clan's current standing, it is imperative to unite as many of its prodigies as possible. Uchiha Shenwu may not be entirely devoid of the potential for alliances. However, at this very moment, Shenwu has made his choice between his clan and the village, opting to become a member of the Konoha. There is little time for forging new connections, and overly deliberate attempts at camaraderie might instead provoke unwarranted complications. Uchiha Itachi, under the watchful gaze of Kamino, exhibited an indifference towards his kin that bordered on blatant disregard. At such a tender age, he had already cultivated an extraordinary arrogance. Although Kamino had limited interactions with Uchiha Itachi, he discerned through their brief encounter that, beneath a facade of humility and kindness, lay a core brimming with haughtiness. Itachi held a disdain for all, particularly for the Uchiha clan itself. Though Kamino had managed to vanquish Uchiha Itachi through his own prowess, curbing his arrogance and preventing him from completely dismissing the Uchiha, this alone proved insufficient. It would require a cumulative process of lessons and education to enable Itachi to truly recognize his own self. At this juncture, the only member of the Uchiha clan that Kamino could reasonably engage with for the purpose of reformation was likely Uchiha Izumi. While her talents may not shine as brightly as those of the two preceding prodigies, she nonetheless stood as a remarkable genius. Having awakened her Sharingan at the tender age of 6, it was imperative that this potential was not further compromised by the indoctrination of the will of fire. As Uchiha Shenwu pondered over matters concerning Uchiha Xiangrong, his own thoughts occupied his mind. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Uchiha Izumi hastened to the entrance, opening the door to reveal Uchiha Shenwu standing before him. Shenwu. Uchiha Izumi displayed an expression of astonishment. Not only she, but also her mother, Uchiha Kumiko, with whom she shared a deep bond, felt an overwhelming sense of surprise. Uchiha Kamui, with a cool demeanor, stated, "I have come to fulfill our agreement and teach Uchiha Izumi the fundamentals of ninjutsu training." Upon realizing this, Uchiha Yume and Uchiha Izumi responded with great enthusiasm, warmly inviting Uchiha Kamui into the living room. Uchiha Izumi emerged from her modest abode, unearthing a plethora of textbooks. She turned to Uchiha Kamui, exclaiming, "Kamui, come and see. Today, I attended the Ninja Academy, and the instructors bestowed upon me the Academy's textbooks. Ah, I found them." Uchiha Izumi suddenly felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, "Is this the technique of chakra refinement? Shall we commence our training with this?" "Oh." Uchiha Shenkai pondered thoughtfully, "Have you attended the Ninja Academy in Konoha? Your talents are quite remarkable. If you were to join the ninja school, you would likely be in the same class as Itachi." Uchiha Izumi nodded and remarked, "Indeed. I encountered Itachi in class. It seems that our classmates do not extend a warm welcome to us." Uchiha Kanwa inquired with interest, "How did Itachi convey this to you?" Izumi hesitated slightly before responding. Itachi mentioned that it was due to the arrogance of our clan that we were unable to integrate with the villagers. If we could humble ourselves and exchange sincerity for sincerity, it would be quite simple to earn their understanding, and we could all become excellent classmates. Uchiha Shin contemplated for a moment and inquired, "Sin, do you believe that Uchiha Itachi is correct?" Uchiha Izumi smiled and said, "I believe what he said is quite accurate. After all, every child is a being capable of emotions. As long as I am willing to invest my heart, I am confident that I can easily establish wonderful relationships with everyone." "Impossible." Uchiha Shenwu, with an expression devoid of emotion, interrupted her reverie, stating, "The reason you harbor such thoughts is merely due to your ignorance of the truth. Is the discord between Konoha and the Uchiha truly a result of the arrogance and hubris of the shinobi?" With a cold demeanor, Shenmu continued, "Konoha is not devoid of conceited and haughty ninja. Consider Shimura Danzo and Lord Orochimaru. Are they not cold in their own right? Have the ninjas of Konoha ever fostered animosity towards them due to their strained relations? Never. The hostility that the villagers of Konoha feel towards the Uchiha stems from certain individuals who have consistently sought to sow discord between Konoha and our clan. For instance, the Uchiha, in the course of their duties, often find that whispers circulate among the villagers, accusing them of brutality and oppression. Take, for example, the recent incident of the Ninetales rampage. The Hokage and the higher echelons of Konoha failed to ascertain the true circumstances. Yet, rumors have already taken root, with the populace seemingly convinced that the Uchiha were responsible for the chaos. There are always those who spread tales, always those who incite division. Shinma turned to Uchiha Izumi and then glanced at Uchiha Yume, who was listening from a distance, and remarked, "Rumors are akin to dandelion seeds, transforming friends and allies into the unfriendly adversaries you now perceive. This is the genuine reason for your classmates' animosity towards you." Uchiha Izumi widened her jet-black eyes, momentarily rendered speechless. Uchiha Izumi's mother, Uchiha Kumiko, was momentarily taken aback by these words. To be honest, compared to Uchiha Itachi's explanation, Kumiko found herself more inclined to believe Uchiha Kamui's account. In Konoha and the ninja world, how many ninjas truly possess humility? Why is it that the Uchiha clan is singled out for scrutiny? Reflecting on the mundane act of buying groceries or the daily life in the commoner district of Konoha, it seems that there are indeed times when baseless rumors arise. Yet, why are there no similar rumors targeting other ninja clans, only those concerning the Uchiha? Uchiha Shenwu, in the 43rd year of Konoha, a prodigious ninja emerged from our village named Hatake Sakomo. In his prime, he fought valiantly for Konoha, exhibiting prowess that rivaled even that of the Hokage. Revered by foes as Hatake the White Fang, his supporters fervently rallied for him to ascend as the 4th Hokage. Hatake Sakomo was indeed deserving of such honor. And just as everyone believed he would inherit the will of fire and become the new 4th Hokage, a rumor surfaced, transforming the esteemed White Fang into a source of shame for Konoha. In his despair, he took his own life. Such is the potency of rumor. Since we have broached the subject of Konoha's rumors, Uchiha Shenmu decided to recount the tale of Hatake Sakomo, allowing Uchiha Izumi to gain a deeper understanding and insight into the nature of gossip. Though the Uchiha clan may not be the foremost in military accolades, we are undeniably the premier clan of shinobi in Konoha. What could have given rise to such unjust rumors, and why did Lord Sakumo succumb to despair? In the small mind of 6-year-old Uchiha Izumi, an endless array of confusion and bewilderment resided. However, Uchiha Shin's gaze subtly drifted towards the bustling Uchiha Yume. And within his heart, he was acutely aware that Uchiha Izumi's mother must have harbored certain thoughts. After all, she was a woman in her 20s, having experienced the myriad nuances of human emotions, and Uchiha Yume was far from naive. Uchiha Shenwu has stated it so explicitly. How could she possibly remain unaware? Uchiha Kamwa sighed as he elucidated. Therefore, mending the relationships among classmates is not merely a matter of exchanging sincerity for sincerity. Rather, it is about quelling the rumors circulating within the village. If those rumors cannot be silenced, the only alternative would be the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Should the village be devoid of the Uchiha, the clan would no longer hold the title of the world's foremost. If the power of the Sharingan ceases to be invincible, or if the might of the Sharingan fades altogether, then perhaps your classmates might find it within themselves to accept you. Uchiha Izumi is a kind-hearted and warm young girl. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, she instinctively felt that the fault lay within her family, that their arrogance had led to her unjust treatment. However, upon listening to Uchiha Kanna, she suddenly lost that feeling entirely. The true wrongdoers were those who spread rumors behind her back, instigating discord and sowing division. They must be identified and dealt with harshly. How could the fault possibly lie with her? She had done nothing wrong, yet her classmates continued to target her. She was the one being persecuted. Why should she seek acceptance from those who unjustly condemned her? The logic of Uchiha Itachi is quite peculiar. Uchiha Izumi pondered with a hint of confusion. After instructing Uchiha Izumi in the fundamental requirements of chakra refinement for an hour, Uchiha Shenwu prepared to take his leave. Suddenly, recalling the prevalence of bullying in the ninja academy, Uchiha Shenwu reconsidered and decided to stay, stating, "I shall teach you a fundamental technique of taijutsu." Uchiha Izumi curiously inquired, "What kind of martial arts is this?" Uchiha Kamui unsheathed the sword from his body, concentrating all his strength into his arm in a single, fluid motion, and struck forward with a decisive blow. "This is the most fundamental technique of the Uchiha clan. Heavy strike slash," he declared. By harnessing both his physical power and chakra, he delivered a formidable slash, embodying the essence of the heavy strike slash. Though this technique appeared deceptively simple, the intricacy of power concentration bestowed upon it a significant degree of distinction. "Now, you shall commence your training in chakra refinement, and simultaneously, you are deemed worthy to practice this foundational ninjutsu." As he spoke, Kamui imparted the techniques of breathing and chakra manipulation to Uchiha Izumi, remaining with her until she had trained for an entire hour before bidding her farewell. Uchiha Izumi, utterly exhausted, consumed 2 military rations. The warmth of their sustenance spread within her belly, allowing her to drift into a deep slumber. Night fell, and the clock struck midnight. Uchiha Xiangrong's figure transformed into an ephemeral shadow as she swiftly arrived at the heart of a forest, where Orochimaru had long awaited her presence. Upon seeing Uchiha Xiangrong, a satisfied expression graced Orochimaru's cold visage, and he smiled, saying, "Xiangrong, follow me." With Orochimaru leading the way and Uchiha Xiangrong trailing behind, they traversed one grove after another until they emerged into a secluded valley. Before them loomed a remarkably concealed cave. Orochimaru stepped forward, moving aside the stones that concealed the entrance, and proceeded inside. The two entered, one after the other. Suddenly, wisps of smoke began to materialize from the shadows, coalescing into the forms of ninjas who descended gracefully. Upon sighting Orochimaru at the forefront, the assembled ninjas immediately bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Lord Orochimaru." Among the gathering of approximately 50 to 60 individuals, both men and women of varying ages, their demeanor exuded a fervent reverence as they prostrated themselves before Orochimaru, displaying an ardent and profound respect. Just by observing their actions, one could discern the admiration for Orochimaru that emanated from their very core. Uchiha Xiangrong cast a glance at the ninja before her, perplexed by the absence of a Konoha ninja forehead protector, and inquired with curiosity, "Are these ninjas not from Konoha?" "Indeed." Orochimaru nodded, explaining, "They are the Iblis clan, who dwell underground and possess the bloodline limit inherited from their ancestors, granting them the ability of smoke release. This allows them to transform their bodies into smoke and launch attacks through it, which seems exceedingly formidable. However, the Iblis clan harbors a significant flaw. Upon encountering wind, their bodies become uncontrollable and ultimately dissipate. The reason they seek my aid is to find a way to enhance their bloodline limit." As he spoke, Orochimaru led Uchiha Xiangrong deeper into the cave. Soon, they reached the innermost part, where Orochimaru pushed open a stone door. To Uchiha Xiangrong's astonishment, a plethora of research instruments lay behind it. "Is this a remarkably compact laboratory?" she thought. Orochimaru closed the door, leaving just the two of them, and remarked, "This is my experimentation lab number 49. Many of the instruments here will be of use to you. I am entrusting this laboratory to you. Furthermore, I have lost interest in the Iblis clan's bloodline. You may attempt to study it and simultaneously address their bloodline limit issues. I believe you are capable of it." Orochimaru was not a benevolent soul. His encounter with the Iblis clan and his promise to aid them in enhancing their power was merely due to his fascination with their unique bloodline. Should their bloodline prove sufficiently potent, he would not hesitate to exchange his body to master the smoke release of the Iblis clan. Unfortunately, after thorough research, Orochimaru concluded that their bloodline possessed inadequate potential, unworthy even as a resource for his pursuit of immortality. Later, when he sacrificed the entire clan merely to execute a smoke release for escape, it became clear that the Iblis clan's value lay solely in providing Orochimaru with an opportunity to evade the encirclement of Kakashi and Yamato. Did Orochimaru truly lack an opportunity to escape? Under the assault of Kakashi and Yamato, could he not extricate himself? He was far from lacking in such opportunities. Regardless of the circumstances, he could effortlessly slip away. Hence, the Iblis clan's existence bore no value. Orochimaru had lost all interest in them. Since Uchiha Shenwu wished to conduct cellular fusion experiments and lacked experimental materials, it was only fitting to assign the Iblis clan to her care, merely a means of utilizing waste. What? Uchiha Shenwu was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you really entrusting me with this clan of shinobi who have chosen to ally with you? But why?" Uchiha Shenwu remarked, "The teacher is about to head to the front lines to confront the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village, the Iblis clan, numbering at least 50 or 60 individuals. They should be of assistance to you." "They are of no value whatsoever," Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. "The Iblis clan is merely a hideous breed of insects that can only dwell underground. They hold no significance in the grand battles among true ninjas." "Of no significance?" Uchiha Shenwu felt a flicker of skepticism. "Indeed," Orochimaru remarked, "this is undoubtedly the most trivial of all bloodline abilities I have ever encountered, rendering it nearly devoid of any utility. Perhaps I have spoken a tad too hastily. If employed in the pursuit of cellular fusion experiments, they do possess a modicum of usefulness. Shenwu, since you aspire to delve into the regeneration and fusion of Hashirama's cells, I shall entrust them to you. Is this not a most fitting way to actualize their value?" Uchiha Shenwu hesitated for a moment. The formidable power and esteemed identity of Orochimaru left her with no choice but to acquiesce. Uchiha Shenwu declared, "Before the return of our esteemed teacher, I shall produce results that will surely meet his satisfaction. At that time, I aspire to merge with the cells of Hashirama." "Not a problem," Orochimaru responded. "If that moment truly arrives, I will personally assist you in the fusion of the wood-release cells with your own. Should you manage to survive this endeavor, I shall do everything in my power to cultivate you as my successor. Strive diligently, child of the Uchiha." With those words, Orochimaru pushed open the door to the laboratory and turned to leave, with Uchiha Shenwu promptly following respectfully behind. The master and disciple appeared before all the ninjas of the Iburi clan. Orochimaru smiled and addressed them. "I presume all members of the Iburi clan are present?" From the crowd emerged a tall, robust figure, resembling a Western man. Upon seeing Orochimaru, he bowed deeply in utmost respect. "Lord Orochimaru, the Iburi clan has 32 adult ninjas, 23 minors, and children who have yet to grow. We await your instructions." Orochimaru replied, "You may not yet be aware, but Konoha has erupted into chaos due to the Nine-Tails incident, and the Hidden Cloud Village has seized this opportunity to attack Konoha's borders. I shall take on the role of commander on the battlefield. No one can predict when I shall return. This war may last 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 years. During this interminable period, I will be unable to fulfill my promise to ensure the stability of the smoke-release bloodline." The Iburi clan leader felt a deep sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, he managed to respond, "This is of no consequence. We can wait indefinitely, be it 3 years, 5 years, or even longer. We wish you triumph, Lord Orochimaru, in annihilating the enemy and achieving resounding victory." Orochimaru, perceptive as ever, noted the disappointment in their eyes. "You need not be so disheartened. Allow me to introduce someone to you." He summoned Uchiha Shenwu to his side and smiled. "This is my disciple, Uchiha Shenwu. She hails from the illustrious Uchiha clan, the foremost clan in the ninja world, and at merely 12 years of age, she possesses strength rivaling that of a seasoned jounin. She has acquired vast knowledge and experience from both myself and the Uchiha clan, and her potential for future growth may even surpass mine. Greetings, Miss Shenwu." Upon hearing this, the Iburi clan leader expressed profound respect. Every ninja of the Iburi clan exhibited a look of awe. The Uchiha clan, renowned as the pinnacle of the ninja world, represented the very heights to which the Iburi clan aspired in their alliance with Orochimaru. Shenwu, Orochimaru continued, "This individual is Iburi Wutai, the only ninja from the Iburi clan to have attained the rank of jounin. From this day forth, any matters or needs you have here can be entrusted to him, and he will fulfill all your desires. Understood. Uchiha Shenwu respectfully stated, I understand, Master. Orochimaru then addressed Uchiha Itachi, saying, Shenwu has inherited my medical ninjutsu and experimental research capabilities. From now on, she will take my place here, assisting you in researching bloodlines or developing ninjutsu that complements them. I hope you will treat her with the same respect you afford me. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Orochimaru in astonishment, incredulously asking, Do you mean to say that this esteemed Uchiha will replace you in fulfilling our agreement? Indeed. Orochimaru replied with a smile directed at Uchiha Itachi. Is there a problem? Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened, yet he summoned all his strength to speak. So, after the war concludes, or when an opportunity arises, will you, Orochimaru, consider resuming this experiment to pave the way for our Uchiha clan? Do not be so naive. Orochimaru coldly shook his head. Every ninja's lifespan is finite. Within this limited time, I must pursue further research and master more ninjutsu. My interest in the Uchiha clan has waned. However, should my disciple, Uchiha Shenwu, encounter insurmountable challenges during her research, I shall assist her. Actually, you should count yourselves fortunate, Orochimaru continued. Originally, your aspirations to rejuvenate your clan depended solely on my mercy. I have far too many matters to attend to, and may never find the time to address this. Yet, Shenwu is different. She has inherited all the knowledge of both the Uchiha and myself, and she will devote herself wholeheartedly to this endeavor, even if her progress is slow. She may one day surpass me, Orochimaru. In truth, you stand to gain. Enough, Orochimaru declared. My words on the Uchiha clan have been spoken. I hope you make the right choice and do not lead your entire clan to ruin. What do you mean by leading our clan to ruin? Uchiha Itachi lifted his head, meeting Orochimaru's gaze, which sparkled with a dangerous light. As the clan leader, Uchiha Itachi understood Orochimaru's intent. He recognized that while Orochimaru had no intention of assisting the Uchiha clan, he still expected them to dutifully aid him and his disciple in their experiments. To be honest, Orochimaru's behavior was somewhat overbearing. Had he been confronted by someone more volatile, they might have exploded in anger. However, Uchiha Itachi did not react in such a manner. As one of the primary ninja clans under Orochimaru's command, he and his kin comprehended the immense power and influence Orochimaru wielded. To confront him openly would be tantamount to walking a path to certain death. Although the prospect of aligning with Uchiha Shenwu was dim, it still represented a glimmer of hope. Should they turn against Orochimaru now, they would extinguish even that flicker of possibility. After careful consideration, Uchiha Itachi made a prudent choice, stating, Thank you for your guidance, Orochimaru. I, Uchiha Itachi, pay my respects to Lady Shenwu. Orochimaru's serpent-like visage revealed a satisfied expression as he responded, Then it is settled. Shenwu. Orochimaru turned to his disciple, I shall depart tomorrow morning, and I must return to make necessary preparations. In the meantime, you may converse with them. Before I leave, Orochimaru reminded Uchiha Shenwu of several critical points. For instance, she must never allow the Uchiha clan to join Konoha, as there are those within Konoha who might investigate them, potentially uncovering many of Orochimaru's secrets. This was something Orochimaru could not tolerate. Moreover, if the underground situation were to be discovered by Konoha's ninjas due to carelessness, immediate action must be taken to eliminate all Uchiha clan ninjas. Defection was permissible, but they must not leave any witnesses for Konoha to exploit. While it seemed peculiar to Uchiha Shenwu and even to Uchiha Shenwu, given that they were already discovered, pursued, and hunted, why they must eliminate witnesses, they could only speculate. Perhaps Orochimaru harbored a profound affection for Konoha and instinctively wished to keep his transgressions hidden from more eyes. Alternatively, he might be concerned that the Uchiha clan, unable to retaliate against him, would instead seek vengeance against Konoha. Ultimately, these two possibilities encompass the entirety of the situation. Uchiha Shenwu, although perplexed, solemnly acquiesced to Orochimaru's request, watching as he turned to depart, gradually fading from view. Iblis bowed deeply and respectfully inquired, My Lady Shenwu, may I ask if you have any commands at this moment? Uchiha Shenwu cast a glance at the honest ninja before her and sighed. I believe you must also tend to your own clan. Please attend to your matters. I require a moment of solitude. Entering the number 49 laboratory left by Orochimaru, Uchiha Shenwu, unusually, did not wait for Dragon Spirit to reach out to her. Instead, she took the initiative to employ a sensory ninjutsu, establishing a mental connection with Huang Air Kaminashi. How could this be? Uchiha Shenwu wore a troubled expression and spoke in exasperation. Master Orochimaru has unexpectedly entrusted me with a bloodline clan under his command. Furthermore, within this clan, there exists a jonin, suggesting that a certain transaction may have transpired between the clan and Lord Orochimaru. However, it is evident that Master Orochimaru has no intention of fulfilling this transaction, as he plans to leave Konoha for the front lines. Could this clan potentially launch a sudden attack against me? Shenwu pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. I believe that Orochimaru has assigned the Iblis clan to you for 3 primary reasons: the alliance with Uchiha, your intellectual prowess, and your fervent desire to research cellular fusion. While this outcome may appear coincidental, it is, in fact, inevitable. Thus, Shenwu continued, you need not worry at all. As long as the alliance between Orochimaru and Uchiha remains intact, your relationship with Orochimaru will persist in a favorable manner. The ninjutsu at your disposal and the clan under your command will not undergo significant alterations. Moreover, with the dual deterrent of Orochimaru and the Uchiha clan backing you, the Iblis clan would lack the audacity to act against you. Your immediate concern should revolve around 2 matters. First, consider the security of this research facility. To my knowledge, Orochimaru has maintained a close collaboration and connection with the upper echelons of Konoha, particularly with Shimura Danzo. It is quite possible that Danzo is aware of this experimental base. When Orochimaru was in control, Danzo showed little interest. However, should the ownership shift to you, the higher-ups of Konoha may very well take action against the Uchiha. What shall we do then? Uchiha Shenwu suddenly experienced a moment of mental lapse. She was not truly a person of exceptional intelligence, and thus found herself at a loss in such a situation. It is quite simple, Shenwu declared. We shall strengthen our defenses. Let us organize the idle adult ninjas of the Iburi clan into combat teams, consisting of 4 members each, to guard both the exterior of the laboratory and the secret passages within. The Iburi clan possesses considerable combat prowess even in the depths of the dark tunnels. Agreed. Uchiha Shenwu nodded and remarked, this is absolutely no problem. Shenwu added, if you were genuinely concerned about your safety, it would be prudent to select a few promising individuals from the Iburi clan to accompany you. By allowing them to engage in study and research alongside you, you instill a sense of hope within them, thereby diminishing the likelihood of resistance. Uchiha Shenwu nodded, summoning Wutai to enter and issuing her directives. She then selected a young girl, approximately 11 years of age, from the Iblis clan, named Shuedren, to serve as her assistant. Observing Shenwu complete these tasks in silence, Shenwu continued, the first point regarding defense is merely a trivial matter. The second point, your experimental research, is of paramount importance. Uchiha Shenwu displayed a look of bewilderment. Shenwu, in a contemplative manner, conjectured, if my deductions are correct, there are but 3 potential methods for the smoke-release bloodline to reach a stable state, regardless of which method is employed. It is imperative that you refrain from disclosing this to anyone at present. In other words, should you succeed, not only must you keep this secret from Orochimaru and all others, but you must also ensure that the Iburi clan, despite their limited knowledge, remains loyal and discreet. What did you say? Upon hearing Shenwu's words, Uchiha Shenwu's expression shifted to one of disbelief, incredulously responding, you mean there are a total of 3 methods to enhance the bloodline power of the Iburi clan? Uchiha Shenwu remarked, I have visited the laboratory of my teacher, Orochimaru, and it is evident that he has dedicated a considerable amount of time to his research here. He has also mentioned his experimental endeavors, which revolve around an utterly feudal bloodline. The aspiration to elevate it can be likened to an insurmountable challenge. Although Orochimaru has entrusted this task to me, he harbors little hope for its success. I surmise that even if no tangible results are achieved, merely gaining familiarity with cellular regeneration and fusion would suffice to meet my teacher's expectations. You dare to assert that there are as many as 3 methods of enhancement? Shenwu replied, in truth, my approaches are merely conjectures, lacking any guarantee of feasibility. After all, no one has ever conducted such an experiment. Should anyone succeed, the Iblis clan would not resemble what we witnessed today. So, what then? Uchiha Shenwu inquired with curiosity, what prompts such conjectures from you? Shenwu responded with remarkable composure, it is the fundamental nature of smoke release, a Kekkei Genkai, coupled with an extensive, almost omniscient knowledge. It is a well-established fact that the earliest Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world originated from the transformation of basic chakra nature. Moreover, there exist Kekkei Genkai born from the fusion of 2 chakra natures. For instance, our Sharingan is a manifestation of the transformation of Yin release, arising as a form of Kekkei Genkai power. The combination of water release and earth release gives rise to it release. Shenwu spoke eloquently, articulating knowledge that is foundational and widely acknowledged within the ninja world. However, by intertwining this knowledge with the Kekei Jinkai of the Iburi clan, one can easily reach a conclusion. Among all chakra natures, only one has the potential to produce smoke, and that is water release. Furthermore, the ability to manipulate one's own body at will and alter its form is governed by yang release. Thus, everything becomes evident. The Iburi clan's Kekei Jinkai, smoke release, is essentially a fusion of yang and water release, allowing the body to transform into smoke. Do you find my reasoning sound? Uchiha Shenwu nodded involuntarily, exhibiting almost no flaws in her demeanor. In truth, even if Shenwu were to articulate it, anyone with discerning eyes could easily arrive at this conclusion after a period of contemplation. Aside from yang release and water release, there exists little to no other possibility for smoke release. Uchiha Shenwu remarked, even if one is aware that their bloodline is a fusion of two chakra natures. What significance does that hold? The amalgamation of these two bloodlines is exceedingly fragile, even entirely subdued by the wind release. Nonetheless, there is indeed a purpose. Huang Shenwu confidently stated, unaware of this circumstance, the Iburi clan can only acquire a limited array of taijutsu, relying on their ability to transform into smoke for combat. However, if they were cognizant of this fundamental knowledge, they could pursue the study of more practical medical ninjutsu and water release techniques. While these jutsu may not possess overwhelming power, it is undeniable that each holds its own unique utility, and furthermore, Huang Shenwu contemplatively gazed at the little girl before him, adding, as their master, you have the capacity to bestow upon them scrolls for these two types of ninjutsu. This could serve to win their loyalty. Uchiha Shenwu, ever accommodating, yet unable to contain her impatience, inquired, is it the medical ninjutsu and water release ninjutsu? I have committed them to memory and shall diligently pursue their mastery. Now, could you enlighten me on the three methods by which the Iburi clan enhances their bloodline ability? Huang Shenwu, with no intention of concealment, candidly replied. Based on my conjecture, there are three possibilities. The first is sage arts. It is widely acknowledged that in the realm of ninjas, there exist three distinct forms of energy: cellular energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy. Most ninjas can absorb at most two of these energies, resulting in the cultivation of chakra. Should one manage to harness natural energy, the power of sage arts emerges, significantly amplifying strength. If the Iburi clan were to master the power of sage arts, they could greatly enhance their bloodline abilities, making the stable maintenance of smoke release a trivial endeavor. So it is sage arts? Uchiha Shenwu, believing it to be a promising solution, could not help but display a sense of despondency as she remarked, according to the clandestine records of our Uchiha clan, while sage techniques possess unparalleled might, it seems that thus far, only two individuals from Konoha have successfully harnessed the power of sage arts, namely, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Jiraiya. Even within our Uchiha clan, we lack any method to cultivate sage power. Even if the approach you speak of were indeed viable, I simply do not possess the necessary resources. Very well. Uchiha Shenwu expressed a desire for the alternative methods you propose to be reliable. Huang Shenwu responded, the second approach involves the fusion of bloodline limits. Within the world of ninjas, there exist certain unique bloodlines. For instance, the Kamizura clan possesses a genjutsu known as True Life, which allows the user to transform the illusions they create into tangible, real objects. Should one acquire such formidable genjutsu abilities, even a mere illusion of smoke would resist being easily dispersed by the wind. Of course, this method may enhance the potency of ninjutsu, however. The increase might not meet expectations unless it can be harmoniously combined with the power of sage arts. Uchiha Shenwu pondered thoughtfully. The bloodline of the Inuzuka clan is nearly unattainable, for they are ninjas from the same village. Even Orochimaru sensei must tread carefully when dealing with them. However, Inuzuka possesses the nature transformation of yin release. If we can achieve that, then perhaps the Uchiha bloodline is not beyond our reach. Now, I have noted this method. What about the third approach? Huang Kaminashi replied, the third method involves the flesh of the tailed beasts. First, one must acquire the devouring technique that consumes chakra, and then find a way to fuse one's own chakra with the flesh of the tailed beast. If this can be accomplished, then one's chakra will become akin to that of a tailed beast, immortal and indestructible, achieving true invincibility. Uchiha Shenwu displayed a look of intrigue. The flesh and blood of the tailed beast essentially comprise their chakra. Although Shenwu proposed three methods, it is only the third approach that appears most reliable. However, this matter must remain concealed from outsiders. No wonder Shenwu emphasized the necessity of implementing comprehensive confidentiality measures at the onset of the experiment. Uchiha Shenwu, being the first to assume the role of leader at such a tender age, brimmed with youthful vigor and decisiveness. Although the hour was already late and it was still twilight, she showed no inclination to rest. Instead, she diligently crafted an enhancement plan for the Ibuli clan throughout the night. Subsequently, she summoned the clan leader, Wu Tai, along with her assistant, the most talented individual of the Ibuli clan, Yukimi. Uchiha Shenwu, after great toil, presented 2 meticulously crafted and printed documents to 2 individuals, stating, "I have delved into certain aspects of our teacher's research and conceived 3 methods to enhance your clan. However, one of these methods is beyond the reach of myself and the Uchiha behind me. The remaining 2 are feasible and can be implemented concurrently. Herein lies the detailed rationale and preliminary preparations for these methods." Ibuli Itachi displayed a look of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the leader before him would be so decisively proactive, having only assumed leadership of their clan that very evenings. He was already formulating plans and strategies. Was this truly reliable? Curiosity led Ibuli Itachi's gaze to the printed documents in his hands. The first method proposed was bloodline fusion. Referencing an array of formidable bloodline powers within the ninja world, such as the Onma illusion technique and others that are considered paramount. Although Ibuli Itachi was not particularly well-versed in experimental research, he instinctively sensed the viability of this approach upon reviewing the information on the paper. In essence, it aimed to transition from bloodline limits towards bloodline elimination. He found himself relatively in agreement with the first method and subsequently turned his attention to the prerequisites for cellular fusion. Uchiha Shenwu and Uchiha Shenwu both embody a more humane disposition. Unlike Orochimaru and Danzo, who conduct experiments with a complete disregard for the vitality of ninjas. Lacking any semblance of preparation, they approach their endeavors with a greater sense of ethics. For instance, the fusion of bloodline limit cells among bloodline ninjas. Before conducting the experiment, Uchiha Shenwu would attempt a blood transfusion between the 2 ninjas slated for fusion. At the very least, their blood types ought to be compatible. Ideally, they should exchange blood for a period of time, drawing their own blood every 10 days and transfusing the blood of the ninja whose Kekkei Genkai is to be integrated. This preliminary adaptation should span 2 to 3 years, allowing both ninjas to acquire certain characteristics of each other's blood. Over such a duration, their bodies and cells would likely develop a degree of similarity, although this approach may not necessarily enhance the success rate of merging their bloodlines. Uchiha Shenwu and Xiaorong believe that it could yield a modicum of positive influence. Uchiha Itachi initially harbored a modicum of doubt, yet upon reviewing the plan before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. In truth, their clan had previously engaged in cellular fusion experiments under Orochimaru's direction. For instance, Yukimi's elder brother, Iburi Tenzo, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the wood-style ninja Yamado from Konoha, tragically perished during such an experiment. However, the methodology employed by Orochimaru in his cellular fusion experiments starkly contrasted with the approach taken with the Uchiha girl before him. How could Orochimaru contemplate compatibility? How could he afford the luxury of allowing them to gradually acclimate? He and Danzo exhibited a blatant disregard for the lives of ninjas, prioritizing efficiency above all else. In reality, the Iburi clan, since their initial alliance with Orochimaru, had dwindled from over 100 members to less than half that number. This decline was entirely attributable to the cellular fusion experiments. Utai even harbored suspicions that should their entire clan be entirely consumed, the dream of resurrecting the Iburi clan and restoring its former glory might be rendered unattainable. Thank heaven, Utai murmured, his voice trembling as he regarded the young girl before him. Although their interactions had been brief, he had already witnessed numerous admirable qualities within her. For instance, her decisive manner of action, her earnest commitment to her tasks, and her unwavering pursuit of perfection, meticulously accounting for the value of human life. Perhaps entrusting the Iburi clan to Lady Xiaorong was not merely a fortuitous decision, but rather a profoundly beneficial one. Utai could not help but exclaim in genuine admiration. Meanwhile, Iburi Yukimi discerned a second method, the alteration of chakra properties. The true designation of this second method should be fusion of tailed beast flesh and blood. Given its astonishing nature, even the Iburi clan found it imprudent to uncover the experiment's true essence, hence the creation of a more civilized appellation. Uchiha Xiaorong elucidated. In the shinobi world, within the Bear Country's Star Ninja Village, there exists a treasure known as the Celestial Star. By harnessing this artifact to cultivate the peacock mystical arts, one can manifest chakra into beasts, allowing it to coalesce and remain undispersed. This technique can synergize splendidly with your smoke release. I shall dispatch individuals to Bear Country in search of the Peacock mystical arts and will assist you in locating a portion of active chakra. You may absorb it gradually, experiencing the potency of active chakra. I believe this could potentially enhance your bloodline's evolution. This, of course, is also a refinement of the fusion of chakra and flesh. Uchiha Shenwu is reluctant to disclose the matter regarding the tailed beasts. This is the only plausible alternative for such an experiment. Perhaps it is futile to deceive Orochimaru. Yet it would certainly suffice to mislead the Iburi clan. Chakra transformation into beasts? Both Iburi Wutai and Iburi Shueijin were taken aback with bewilderment. Their smoke-release bloodline limit is essentially a branch of transformation ninjutsu, albeit the transformation technique is inherently fragile. The Uchiha Sherry finds herself at a crossroads, each path brimming with immense possibilities. Remarkably, she has chosen to pursue them simultaneously. Very well. Sherry states plainly, I have already mentioned what I can offer. Now it is time to discuss the Iblis clan. What can I contribute, after all? Our collaboration is merely a transaction, is it not? The notion of trade and sacrifice causes Iblis Wutai considerable discomfort. Truth be told, they are exceedingly pleased with Uchiha Sherry. However, the expectation that she would assist them at a certain cost seems utterly unfeasible for the Iblis clan. A glance at their current living conditions reveals all. Every member resides underground, leading a life devoid of light, with even their basic needs dependent on their leader's charity. What valuable offerings could they possibly provide? With resignation, Iblis Wutai admits, loyalty is all we possess. Aside from our unwavering fidelity, we have nothing else to offer. While many might regard loyalty as a mere formality, for Iblis Wutai and his kin, it holds profound significance. Having been stripped of all but their loyalty, they cherish it all the more. Once they pledge their loyalty, it is steadfast and unwavering. The question remains, will Uchiha believe their words? Loyalty, is it? Uchiha Xiaorong pondered for a moment and reluctantly acquiesced to the condition. Were she an ordinary individual? The notion of loyalty expressed by a member of the ninja clan would likely be dismissed as mere folly. However, the Uchiha clan was not characterized by such triviality. The intricate power dynamics between the higher echelons of Konoha and Uchiha Fugaku were far from mere games. Rather, Uchiha Fugaku's intellect was often outmatched by the combined prowess of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, a struggle that had persisted for over a decade. Under the sagacious and formidable leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan had become utterly isolated. While the clan members were not lacking in material wealth, they sorely missed the companionship and fidelity of true allies. Thus, upon hearing the words of Iburi Wutai, Uchiha Xiaorong felt a profound sense of emotion. Uchiha Xiaorong expressed, I hope that the chieftain of the Iblis clan, as well as all future chieftains, will forever remember their promises. The Iblis clan shall remain eternally loyal to the Uchiha. Wutai responded, Rest assured, Lady Xiaorong. Indeed, Uchiha Shenwu remarked, Now, let us discuss the funding for cell fusion. Although Lord Orochimaru has entrusted the entire laboratory to me, the expenses for the entire Iblis clan are indeed substantial. I lack the financial prowess of Lord Orochimaru to effortlessly support a whole clan. Therefore, Uchiha Shenwu proclaimed, even if your group resides in the underworld, after a period of time, I shall prepare some machinery and assign you certain tasks to sustain yourselves. It will primarily involve the creation of scrolls and explosive tags, as the Uchiha clan has always been self-sufficient. However, when it comes to allies, I am willing to relinquish a portion of our benefits. Yubilawu, understanding his sentiments, assured, Rest assured, Lord Xiangrong, I will exert every effort to organize my kin to fulfill all your commands. Moreover, Uchiha Shenwu remarked, whether it pertains to the bloodline fusion experiment or the active chakra experiment, both require substantial resources. Given my current capabilities, I can at most select an individual from the Iblis clan to exchange bloodlines with me. In 3 years, when the time is opportune, I shall facilitate the fusion of her bloodline cells. You need not worry, in the future, I shall endeavor to engage with other Uchiha. If feasible, I will incorporate them into the experiment. Uchiha Xiaorong glanced at Shueijin beside her and said, If our blood types are compatible, let us attempt to merge. As for the chakra activation experiment, initially we should select only one test subject, preferably the strongest among us, one who is vigorous and robust, thus enhancing the likelihood of success. I propose we choose the esteemed clan leader, Wutai. Abulia Wutai hesitated momentarily. As the most formidable member of the Abulia clan, he bore the weighty responsibility of leading his kin. Any unforeseen mishap would bear grave consequences. Abulia Shueijin was remarkable in her own right, possessing the greatest innate talent within the clan. However, After some contemplation, it was merely a preliminary experiment. Moreover, the prospect of their collaboration indeed raised the chances of success, prompting Abelia Wutai to withdraw his objections. There remained but a fleeting moment. Uchiha Shenwu and Iblis Shuejin underwent a blood test, and the results were unfortunately disappointing. Uchiha Shenwu was found to have type O blood, while Iblis Shuejin possessed type A blood. Shenwu's blood type could merge seamlessly with Shuejin's body. Yet Shuejin's blood type was incompatible for such fusion. Uchiha Shenwu let out a sigh of relief, although the exchange was impossible. What they truly lacked was the blood of the Uchiha clan, not that of Iburi. After leaving nearly a liter of blood behind and witnessing it being transferred into Yukimi's body, Uchiha Shenwu sealed everything away and rose to depart. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Hokage Plaza, a formidable gathering of 800 ninja from the vanguard unit assembled. Sarutobi Hiruzen and 3 others stood elevated, gazing down upon all present with a sense of awe. Turning towards the 2 individuals before him, he implored, "I entrust this to you, Orochimaru and Shino. Rest assured." Lord Hokage. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Shino responded with unwavering confidence before turning to leave. Uchiha Shenwu hurriedly rushed over to bid farewell. She was only seeing off her teacher, Orochimaru, while her father, Uchiha Shenwu, was not present. Uchiha Kanyu, with a sullen expression, remained by his mother's side. The Uchiha clan comprises 3 formidable teams, totaling 9 elite jonin. In contrast, the Sarutobi clan, with its 6 teams, boasts merely 2 elite jonin and 4 regular jonin. Remarkably, the Uchiha clan, with only 3 teams, is home to 9 jonin, among which 5 possess the coveted 3-tomo Sharingan. Notably, one of these individuals is none other than Uchiha Kanen's father, Uchiha Shn. There is simply no comparison. The Uchiha clan does not place much importance on the authority of the elders, even if one happens to be the offspring of an elder. Since the turn for the mission has fallen upon Uchiha Seigen, there is no choice but for him to set forth. Thus, early in the morning, his mother, Uchiha Junyu, along with Uchiha Kamikaze, has already been waiting on the street, intending to wish her husband and father a triumphant start. The 9 elite members of the Uchiha clan exhibited an air of calmness, seemingly unperturbed by the events unfolding before them. With a casual greeting, they dismissed the situation, assuring that it would soon resolve itself. In the blink of an eye, the Leaf Village's forces departed, their figures fading into the distance. Due to the presence of his own son on the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen demonstrated his dutiful nature, seeing off Orochimaru before promptly convening the higher-ups of Konoha. He rallied 5,000 civilian ninjas to serve as reinforcements for the vanguard. Thus, the tumultuous incident of the Cloud Village's invasion reached a new chapter. Observing the dispersing crowd, Uchiha Kinzen appeared lost in thought. If memory served him correctly, this war had spanned a grueling 4 years, commencing in the 11th month of the 48th year of Konoha and stretching into its 52nd year, nearing the 53rd, when Hinata Hyuga was merely 4 years old. Exhausted, both sides ultimately agreed to negotiate. Seizing the opportunity, the Cloud Village abducted the heiress of the Hyuga clan, 4-year-old Hinata, igniting a scandal between Konoha's leadership and the Hyuga family. Yet, this was merely a glimpse into the sordid affairs of the war. Considering the internal political landscape of Konoha, the intrigues were undoubtedly more convoluted. TSK, Shinsuke, acting as a proxy leader, Hiruzen truly plays his cards well, thinking I, Shimura Danzo, have grown too old to see through his schemes. Danzo stood alone atop a high building, his gaze icy as he surveyed the distant Konoha forces, abruptly uttering, "B." A masked Umbu ninja materialized, bowing respectfully before Danzo. "Go to the front lines for me," Danzo commanded. "Have the loyal ninjas of the Shimura clan establish contact with the Cloud forces. If possible, leak any information regarding Sarutobi Shinsuke." Understood. The Root ninja exhibited no hesitation as he turned to depart. While Hiruzen may have had an understanding of Danzo, he undoubtedly underestimated the depths of his old friend's treachery. Colluding with enemy nations and betraying battlefield intelligence were actions well within Danzo's purview. As the figure of B vanished, Danzo pondered silently. "I hope the Cloud forces prove capable enough to aid me in dealing with Sarutobi Shinsuke. If not, it may fall to Root to take action." Furthermore, Hiruzen, who publicly agreed to relinquish the Hokage position to Danzo, was secretly nurturing Shinsuke, a wolf in sheep's clothing whose ambitions were well known. "Since you, Hiruzen, show no mercy, do not blame me, Danzo, for being ruthless." Once again, Danzo summoned one of his aces, Root's A. The future would release Ninja Yamato. Danzo looked at the 11-year-old boy, who appeared rather foolish and naive. He beckoned Yamato closer, stating with gravity, "What do you think of that Hokage office in the distance?" Yamato, taken aback, earnestly replied. That is where Lord Hokage resides. He is the shadow of the Leaf Village, the strongest ninja whose strength, talent, accomplishments, and reputation all surpass those of others. Indeed, Danzo concurred. The Hokage is the embodiment of Konoha's strength, yet the current Sarutobi Hiruzen is clearly not such a figure. Not only has he grown old and decrepit, but he has also faced censure from various clans for deploying children under 9 onto the battlefield, ultimately forcing him to step down. His prowess has diminished significantly. Are you suggesting that the third Hokage is no longer the strongest ninja in Konoha? Yamato inquired, astonished. Precisely, Danzo affirmed. You must be aware of the Third Great Ninja War's progression. Almost every village's leader has gone to the front lines, many even perishing in battle. Yet, Konoha, despite sending 9-year-olds to the battlefield, has seen our Hokage refrain from engaging at all. Do you not find this curious? Yamato's curiosity was piqued. Why is that? Danzo smiled as he elucidated. Because the third Hokage himself knows he is incapable. He fears combat and does not dare to face anyone. He only wishes to survive and preserve his own life. Yamato was rendered speechless. Danzo's reasoning seemed irrefutable, and given his own lack of intelligence, he could hardly imagine Hiruzen standing here successfully refuting it. Danzo continued, if it were merely this, it would be one thing: an incompetent Hokage, though weak, could at least stabilize the populace. However, the third now occupies the Hokage building with ambitions that extend far beyond mere stability. Danzo continued, over the years, Konoha has seen many exceptionally talented individuals rise, many achieving renown on the battlefield, their accomplishments rivaling that of the village leaders. Yet, while Kakashi Itachi perished, Tsunade left, and Jiraiya traveled abroad, the fourth Hokage ascended to power only to meet with misfortune shortly thereafter. Yamato questioned, wasn't the fourth Hokage's demise the work of the Uchiha clan? You were too young, and thus somewhat naive, Danzo explained. The Uchiha are indeed part of Konoha, and their actions may not lack instigation. However, only the third Hokage can command the Uchiha. Furthermore, what benefit would the Uchiha gain from targeting the fourth Hokage, merely making themselves targets? The third Hokage, by dealing with the fourth, has already obtained the benefits he sought. Yamato gasped, you mean to say that the third Hokage, how is that possible? Danzo replied, nothing is impossible. The Uchiha have yet to be uncovered by the Hokage, which serves as undeniable proof. Moreover, it is evident that the Hokage has shown no genuine interest in investigating this matter, nor has anyone else pursued it. Even if doubts surround the fourth Hokage, the circumstances surrounding Kakashi Itachi cannot possibly be questioned. Danzo cast a gentle glance at Yamato. Would you like me to send you a copy of A's dossier for your perusal? Within the secret base of Root, Yamato accepted the materials on Kakashi Itachi. The events surrounding Kakashi were indeed orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo's cunning was evident as he employed this matter to sway opinions. Even if Hiruzen stood here, he would find it impossible to refute this. Soon, under Danzo's guidance, Yamato arrived at a conclusion. Jealousy of talent, Yamato exclaimed incredulously, glancing at the dossier. The third Hokage, a man trusted and revered by all, is actually a coward, utterly incompetent, and obsessed with power, envious of those more capable? How can this be? Though he voiced disbelief, in his heart, Yamato had already begun to accept this notion. It seemed that the third Hokage truly was such a person. Thus, in the depths of Shimura Danzo's single eye, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed as he coldly declared, this cannot continue. We cannot proceed in this manner. Nor can Konoha. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen draws breath, he will never relinquish the title of Hokage, even if countless geniuses emerge within the village. It would be in vain. They will meet untimely ends for various reasons. Uchiha, you are a would-release ninja, the inheritor of the first Hokage's power. At this very moment, Konoha requires your strength. Everyone is counting on you. Only you can eliminate the scourge that is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha, with a grave expression, responded. Lord Danzo, for the sake of Konoha, I shall spare no effort. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Mouth techniques alone are not exclusive to Sarutobi. Orochimaru is also adept at such trivialities. Do not presume that I, Shimura Danzo, am incapable. Danzo continued, assassinating Sarutobi Hiruzen is an imperative task. However, it cannot be executed at this moment. You are still too young and your strength is insufficient. In the next 2 years, I will dispatch individuals to gather intelligence on Sarutobi's every action and devise a meticulous plan. And, Danzo added, casting a serious glance at Uchiha, I will devote myself entirely to training you into an exceptional ninja, on par with a Jonin. Only when your strength has grown will there be a real chance to eradicate the malignant presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen for the sake of Konoha and everyone. Yes. Jian knelt on one knee, exuding utmost reverence as he declared, I shall not disappoint Lord Danzo's expectations. Danzo felt immense satisfaction towards his subordinates, Jia, Yi, and Ding. At that moment, the struggle for the Hokage position was in full swing, with the Sarutobi father and son standing as significant adversaries to Danzo. Yet, even amid such pressing matters, he did not overlook the Uchiha clan, a minor yet relevant factor. Jia's strength undoubtedly required enhancement, but to confront Sarutobi, it would not suffice with Jia alone. Danzo, too, needed to amass sufficient power. He pondered, for someone of my stature, seeking further enhancement is an arduous endeavor. However, it is not entirely beyond reach. The Uchiha Itachi technique holds substantial utility. I must acquire several Sharingan with 3 tomo post-haste. The Uchiha massacre must be expedited. Once more, Danzo summoned Yi and Ding, issuing his commands. The Root and Shimura faction of Konoha silently commenced their operations. At the Ninja Academy, as Uchiha Izumi entered Class 7 of the first year with a small backpack, he suddenly overheard a discussion amongst several classmates. At the forefront was the prodigy from the Yamanaka clan, known as Yamanaka-yu, surrounded by 2 or 3 peers, who spoke out loud. I truly fail to comprehend why the village does not expel the Uchiha clan, this malignant tumor, from our midst. During the Ninetales turmoil, the Uchiha clan manipulated the beast, causing immense devastation to Konoha, resulting in countless sacrifices of both shinobi and civilians, including the esteemed 4th Hokage. At that moment, a taciturn genius from the Aburame clan chimed in. I have heard that the Uchiha clan has forged a pact with demons. They can only obtain the power of these fiends through the sacrifice of their comrades. A member of the Senju clan added, I have an uncle who once teamed up with an Uchiha. He witnessed an awakening firsthand. The scene was horrifying, both gruesome and repulsive. My uncle told me that the Uchiha clan indeed engages in some form of transaction with demons. Uchiha Izumi spoke, and in that moment, the quiet yet formidable Uchiha Itachi, the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan, entered silently. He cast a glance at Shimizu and Yamashiro, who were engaged in conversation, yet chose to remain voiceless. It was a well-known fact that Elder Danzo of Konoha harbored a disdain for the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, it was widely recognized that both the Yamashiro and Shimizu clans had members serving as Danzo's subordinates in the Roots, aligning themselves with his interests. The collusion of these 3 factions to tarnish the Uchiha name had become a common occurrence, yet Itachi remained unfazed. However, this particular incident seemed to deviate from the ordinary. The discord had erupted not only within the confines of Class 7 of the first year, but it spread across multiple grades, igniting significant conflict. Everyone, come quickly. The Uchiha prodigy, Uchiha Yuzuki, has challenged the new generation of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio to a duel. Hurry, hurry. Lord Shimizu, of Class 7 in the second year, is determined to teach that Uchiha brat a lesson. Everyone, gather. In the span of a single day, the tensions between the Uchiha and the various clans of Konoha had culminated in 18 fierce confrontations, and this was merely within the walls of the Ninja Academy. With 9 victories and 9 defeats, the Uchiha clan emerged from the battles, albeit at a cost. The victors suffered grievous losses, while the vanquished faced even more dire consequences. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan prided itself on being the preeminent clan. Even though these were mere children, they exhibited no inclination to weep or rush home to seek parental solace after their defeats. At the entrance of Class 7 of the first year, a throng of youthful faces had gathered. Though bruised and battered, each child radiated a fervent indignation, all standing resolutely before Uchiha Itachi. As Uchiha Izumi stepped outside for a brief glance, he was taken aback. All the Uchiha children from grades 1 to 6, numbering over 70, had gathered at the Ninja Academy. Following the ascension of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the educational system of the Ninja Academy underwent significant reform, extending the duration of study from 3 years to 6. At this moment, the academy boasted 6 grades, with only those who graduated at the age of 12 deemed fit to become qualified genin. Among the 6 grades, there were approximately 70 young Uchiha. Yet only 18 had engaged in skirmishes. Leading the group was a soon-to-be graduate who proclaimed, young clan leader, that fellow Shimizu Kinin has rallied a considerable number of students from the Shimizu faction, claiming he seeks to teach our Uchiha clan a lesson for the good of Konoha. This matter requires your intervention. You, the most formidable genius of our family within the academy, must lead us in properly addressing Kinin. Every youth eagerly turned their gaze towards Uchiha Itachi within the classroom. At a remarkably young age, Uchiha Itachi unabashedly displayed his extraordinary talent, the offspring of the Uchiha clan. Nearly everyone is aware of the prodigious talent of the young clan leader. Is it not merely a duel among students? As long as the young clan leader is willing to engage, the mere children of the Shimura lineage are insignificant. Upon witnessing his consummoning him, Uchiha Itachi could not help but furrow his brow as he slowly emerged from the classroom, casting a glance at the few individuals in the crowd who bore bruised faces. An indignant flame ignited within him, and he coldly reprimanded, "It is you lot who create disturbances at school and bring trouble to the clan?" Uchiha Yuzuku and the others felt their heads buzzing as if a thunderclap had erupted. It took them quite some time to process what Uchiha Itachi had just said. What had the young clan leader just uttered? Had they missed something crucial? Uchiha Yuzu was utterly bewildered, and the children of the Uchiha Ninja Academy were all equally perplexed. Uchiha Itachi let out a sigh, and with heartfelt earnestness, he advised, "I have heard all the rumors regarding the Ninja Academy. The children of our village, along with the villagers themselves, harbor animosity towards us due to the Ninetales incident. They are filled with unwarranted disdain, and I am more acutely aware of this than you. However, it is precisely in these critical moments that we must exercise patience and exert every effort to mend our relationship with the village. Engaging in arguments or challenges with them will not lead to any alleviation of the situation. Such actions will only serve to fan the flames of discord, exacerbating the circumstances further. Cease the conflict." With the undeniable authority of the clan's young leader, Uchiha Itachi spoke decisively, "Regardless of any agreements you may have made with Kanrin, they are hereby nullified. I will not intervene, nor do I wish for any of you to do so. If possible, I hope that Yuzu, along with all of you, sincerely apologize to each classmate and earnestly reflect upon your actions. That is all I have to say. You may all leave now." The mind of Uchiha Yuzu buzzes incessantly. The mind of Izumi Uchiha buzzed with confusion. Almost every child present experienced a similar sense of bewilderment. To be frank, Itachi Uchiha was not lacking in intelligence, rather. It was his exceptional intellect that led him to make choices contrary to the interests of his entire clan. Observing his current demeanor elucidates the reasons behind the animosity directed towards him by his family. Such a child, such a leader, who among his peers would ever hold him in esteem? To forego a duel and offer an apology? Uchiha Yuzu's face flushed crimson. The dozen or so children accompanying him were all seething with rage. Is it possible that Uchiha Itachi is merely jesting? Did Itachi Uchiha comprehend the true nature of these children? Every child sent to the Ninja Academy arrives with goodwill and anticipation, embodying the Uchiha clan's aspirations for proximity and camaraderie with Konoha. Is there truly a Uchiha child at the academy who has entirely relinquished hopes for Konoha? That is inconceivable. Those who harbor no illusions about Konoha from the outset have chosen to study independently within the Uchiha territory, with fewer students and dedicated teachers. The education they receive is far more practical and tailored. This group of children, carrying the weight of friendship, is confronted with brutality, derision, and assault, only to be compelled to apologize in the end? Young clan leader, taking a deep breath, Uchiha Luyan, albeit reluctantly, proclaimed, "Let us consider today as though we have never arrived. Please, young clan leader, do not concern yourself with this matter." As his words echoed, Uchiha Luyan called out, "Let us depart. Do not disturb the young clan leader's studies." Understood, Uchiha Yuzu stated, "We shall resolve it ourselves." Uchiha Itachi possesses an extraordinary ability to perceive and interpret the subtleties of his surroundings. Remarkably astute, even at the tender age of 6. He has already begun to employ the strategic mindset characteristic of a Hokage to navigate complex dilemmas. From the words and actions of Uchiha Itachi discerned that those before him had utterly disregarded his counsel. Undoubtedly, their intention was to escalate the situation through sheer brutality. A bane to the group, Uchiha Itachi's small face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "The members of the Uchiha clan are both arrogant and foolish, utterly oblivious to the true state of affairs. They are incessantly eager to provoke conflict and instigate trouble. What if this confrontation escalates? What if they irreparably offend other ninja clans? Have these individuals even contemplated the consequences? Do they truly wish to alienate our family from all other ninja clans? Only then would they be truly satisfied?" Suddenly, Itachi Uchiha leapt forward, resolutely positioning himself in front of all his clan members. In a commanding voice, he declared, "I insist that no one take any independent actions. We must extend our apologies and resolve this matter peacefully." The Uchiha Ryan was seething with uncontainable fury. They had initially intended to show respect to the young clan leader, hoping to maintain a harmonious relationship without causing undue tension. However, given the present circumstances, how could their relationship remain anything but strained? In the mind of Itachi Uchiha, only the grand scheme mattered. Did he care about his peers, his comrades? Not at all. As he spoke, a fierce battle erupted between the two factions of Uchiha clan students. One faction, led by Itachi Uchiha himself, consisted solely of him, while the other, led by Uchiha Rion, encompassed nearly all the ninjas from the Pigeon faction and the neutral faction. Approximately 10 minutes later, all the Uchiha lay defeated on the ground, with only Itachi Uchiha standing unscathed at the center of it all. Sarutobi Hiruzen, watching this scene through his telescope, was utterly astonished. The actions of this young boy were remarkably aligned with his own desires. A puzzled expression crossed Sarutobi's face. As someone with considerable influence regarding the ninja school, he had sensed the slightest stirrings of discontent and was aware of the ulterior motives of his friend lurking behind the scenes. In simple terms, the heart of the Uchiha clan was not extinguished. They were desperately seeking to provoke conflict. Sarutobi, along with other ninja clans, awaited the opportunity to reap the benefits once the Uchiha clan retreated, choosing either to remain passive observers or to fan the flames. However, while the suppression of the Uchiha clan by Sarutobi, the Inuzuka, and the Nara clans was comprehensible, it was perplexing to witness the Uchiha clan suppressing its own. Could this child be a political prodigy, a rare gem among the Uchiha? Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself immensely intrigued by Itachi Uchiha. "Bring him to me," Sarutobi called out. Summoning his accompanying Umbu, Kakashi, he instructed, "Go to the ninja school and bring Itachi Uchiha to me." He reminded Kakashi, "Be sure to approach him kindly. I merely wish to converse, not to assign blame. We must not leave a negative impression." "Yes, Lord Hokage," Kakashi replied, his form vanishing in an instant. Moments later, Itachi was brought to Sarutobi's side. The Uchiha clan, with the exception of Izumi, is nearly all bruised and battered, suffering significant injuries. To complicate matters further, this afternoon in the Small Grove, the Uchiha clan is set to engage in a friendly team match against the Shimizu clan. Uchiha Luyan and Uchiha Yuju rose from the ground. Will they express gratitude to Uchiha Itachi for his earnest counsel? It seems implausible. The children present, or rather the offspring of the Uchiha clan, were so enraged that they could hardly utter a word of thanks, their teeth gritted in frustration. What shall we do? Uchiha Luyan cast a helpless glance at his companions, initially believing that by seeking out Uchiha Itachi, they would ensure victory. However, they never anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events. The group of children appeared utterly bewildered. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and strength, and now, in this dire situation, they were left battered and bruised. The anticipated duel in the Small Grove this evening was now out of the question. To attend would be inviting disaster, yet to abstain would be utterly humiliating. All eyes turned to Uchiha Izumi. Though not as renowned as Uchiha Itachi, he was nonetheless a prodigy, albeit one who fell just short of Itachi's exceptional prowess. The 5 prodigies of the Uchiha clan are as follows. Uchiha Sharon, due to her affiliation with Orochimaru as his disciple, naturally surpasses all others. Uchiha Shisui, renowned for his remarkable feats in battle, holds the 2nd position. Uchiha Kamui occupies the 3rd, while Uchiha Itachi is ranked 4th. Lastly, there is Izumi. They have just witnessed the 4th prodigy, who, despite being merely 6 years of age, exhibits an extraordinary strength that defies human limitations. Uchiha Izumi is merely a fraction away, surely not too far behind. What matters most is that everyone is injured, and she remains the sole unscathed Uchiha. Izumi, Uchiha Ryukin, feeling a touch of embarrassment, inquired, "Might we impose upon you for a favor?" "What is it?" Uchiha Izumi tilted her head slightly, gazing curiously at the 2 individuals before her. "You wish to entrust me with a task?" It didn't take long for her to comprehend their intentions. Izumi Uchiha couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration wash over her. Perhaps she truly was a prodigy. Yet her humble origins from an ordinary family within the Uchiha clan hindered her progress. It was only a few days ago that she commenced her studies in chakra refinement techniques. As for the intricacies of chakra refinement, the challenges she faced in other areas of skill were certainly not to be underestimated. Have the Uchiha clan members lost their minds? How could they even consider her? Even if they are injured or not in their prime, they are undoubtedly far superior to someone who has barely trained for a few days. "I refuse." Uchiha Izumi spoke candidly. However, upon observing the pitiable demeanor of the individuals before her, she pondered for a moment and inquired, "When did you come to an agreement with that Shimura-kin?" Regarding this matter, Uchiha Luyan exhibited no reluctance and responded openly, "Naturally. It is set for this afternoon after school in the small grove behind the school. Aside from that time and place, where else could there be an opportunity for a collective brawl? Very well, Uchiha Izumi remarked. I believe we still have time. Let us return to the Uchiha compound and seek the aid of our clan's medical ninjas. While they may not be able to restore us completely, at the very least, we shall not be devoid of the strength to defend ourselves. Shall we seek out the medical ninjas? Uchiha Luin nonchalantly remarked. There is absolutely no need for that. My physical condition is quite robust at the moment. As he spoke, he inadvertently struck a pose of great strength, only to unintentionally aggravate his injury, which elicited a pained grimace from him. Uchiha Izumi sincerely suggested, I believe it would be best to seek treatment. All right, Uchiha Luyin remarked. Let us return and duly inform Lady Xiaorong of this matter. Uchiha Itachi has truly gone too far. Not only has he refused to assist us, but he has also aided the Shimura clan in their efforts against us. Our numbers among the students at the ninja school are regrettably few. It would be most advantageous to enlist the support of the younger members of our clan. The Uchiha clan is indeed impulsive, yet they are not devoid of intelligence. Upon perceiving the state of those before him, Lu Yun has come to the realization that relying on these individuals to confront the likes of Shinomura Kinto is utterly unrealistic. Unless, of course, they summon the entire cadre of anomalies from their clan's training school. Within the family training sessions, there are prodigies such as Uchiha Xiangrong and Uchiha Shenwu. Although they are of a similar age, or even younger, each of them possesses an extraordinary prowess, almost to the extent of single-handedly challenging several genuine ninjas. Even the formidable Uchiha Itachi pales in comparison before these individuals. If a contest were to occur among the younger generation, victory would undoubtedly be assured for them. Uchiha Izumi nodded in agreement. Perhaps it was due to the daily tutoring sessions with Kamigami that she found resonance in the stories shared by him, coupled with the transmission of his will. Uchiha Izumi's character had slightly diverged. Although she was in the same class as Uchiha Itachi, both faced the collective rejection of their peers. Despite Itachi's exceptionally remarkable talent, the reasons for their predicament remained a mystery. Uchiha Izumi has always been at odds with Uchiha Itachi. Despite being peers from the same clan and classmates, they seem more like complete strangers, as if they were passing ships in the night. The Uchiha clan, led by Lu Yun, marched resolutely toward the school gates. Upon receiving this news, the principal of the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hastened to the scene at the utmost speed, accompanied by several teachers from the academy. What are you doing? Where do you intend to go? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a stern gaze upon the children before him, a dangerous expression flickering across his face as he coldly remarked. It is currently school hours. Do you have any sense of order? Do you think you can simply leave during class time? Typically, a child confronted by such a fierce teacher would be filled with trepidation. However, the Uchiha clan felt no such fear. This was due to the fact that they had consistently endured grossly unjust treatment within the Ninja Academy. A disparity that was not only evident among the students, but also glaringly apparent in the attitudes of the teachers. They had come to represent the camaraderie of the Uchiha. Yet they found themselves ostracized, bearing the scars of such rejection. The Uchiha clan is reluctant to engage in emotional discussions with Konoha. To be candid, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, would indeed feel an overwhelming sense of sorrow and melancholy. However, a greater number of clan members would find themselves pleased and content. Do they truly believe that these children desire to come here? Uchiha Luin nonchalantly remarked, we bear injuries and wish to return home for treatment. I kindly request the teachers and the principal to step aside. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened considerably, and he felt an overwhelming urge to take action. However, observing the children's grievous injuries, he understood that, as the principal and educators, any act of aggression, regardless of justification or whether it was carried out, would lead to dire consequences. Having served as the head of the Ninja Academy for an extended period, Sarutobi possessed the wisdom to comprehend the potential ramifications of the situation. He took a deep breath and said, please hold on for a moment. Our Ninja Academy has its own medical team. I will contact them immediately. Let it be. The children of the Uchiha clan are certainly aware of the existence of the medical class within the Ninja Academy. However, the medical ninjas in this class are predominantly from the Uchiha clan or the Sarutobi clan. If it were merely this, it could be overlooked. But what is most disconcerting is the abysmal medical proficiency of these individuals. One cannot help but wonder how they managed to gain entry. It is utterly beyond comprehension. Even for elementary students, do they truly consider these children to be fools? Only a fool would seek medical attention at the academy after suffering an injury. At that moment, a multitude of teachers at the Ninja Academy stepped in, yet they were unable to prevent the group of Uchiha children from departing. They watched helplessly as everyone left the Ninja Academy in unison and returned to the Uchiha compound. Swiftly, news of this incident must be relayed to Lord Hokage. It is imperative to inform Lord Danzo of this matter. The two factions within the Ninja Academy hastily rushed to their respective masters. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed with a gentle smile, radiating warmth as he looked at the young Uchiha boy before him, filled with immense satisfaction. If I recall correctly, your name is Uchiha Itachi, is it not? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired amiably. Yes, Lord Hokage. Itachi Uchiha promptly responded with great restraint. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. I happened to observe your accomplishments at the Ninja Academy. You performed exceedingly well. Could you enlighten me on your motivations for such actions? The matter concerning the Ninja Academy? Itachi Uchiha felt a twinge of shame. Previously, during his time at the Ninja Academy, he had engaged in a brawl. A model student ought not to resort to violence. However, the antics of his fellow clansmen were simply intolerable. Uchiha Itachi promptly knelt an apology, saying, I am deeply sorry, Hokage-sama. I should not have acted impulsively. Nor should I have resorted to violence against my classmates at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, genuinely taken aback once again by Uchiha Itachi's perceptiveness and maturity. Hiruzen held a great fondness for Itachi, which alleviated any potential embarrassment. He stepped forward and gently lifted the kneeling Itachi, offering soft reassurance, do not be afraid. My inquiry is not meant to place blame upon you. Rather, I am simply intrigued by the choices you made. If it is not too much trouble, could you share your reasoning with me? Uchiha Itachi earnestly responded, Honorable Hokage. The students of the Ninja Academy harbor resentment towards the Uchiha clan due to the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails incident. A violent reaction from the Uchiha will only serve to deepen the discord between us, rendering it irreconcilable. Therefore, as the scion of the Uchiha clan, it is my duty to put an end to such foolish behavior. This is the composure expected of a Uchiha. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed profound admiration for Uchiha Itachi's perspective, exclaiming, Itachi, your poise and magnanimity are truly astonishing, almost capable of astounding all of Konoha. It is hard to believe that you are merely 6 years old, at such a tender age. You already possess the temperament befitting a Hokage and possess the insight to view matters through the lens of a Hokage. Itachi Uchiha was profoundly astonished by the evaluation bestowed upon him by Hiruzen Sarutobi. He merely acted in accordance with the teachings of his father and his brother Shursui, making what he believed to be the most righteous choice. Little did he anticipate receiving such high praise from the esteemed Hokage. Could it be that I, Itachi Uchiha, am not merely a prodigy, but possess such remarkable temperament and wisdom? Am I truly a genius among geniuses? Uchiha Itachi gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with profound reverence. Never before had anyone accorded him such recognition. The Hokage, no, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was akin to a kindred spirit. When one encounters a true confidant, 1,000 cups of wine are but a trifling measure. In life, to find such a soulmate is a treasure worthy of any sacrifice. No. To offer merely my own head as tribute would be a disservice to the camaraderie that Hiruzen has extended. It would be more fitting to sacrifice several hundred. Observing Itachi's youthful visage, lost in unprecedented reverie, Hiruzen grasped the essence of the matter. This so-called genius relished both adulation and applause. Very well. Hiruzen personally escorted Uchiha Itachi back to the Ninja Academy, summoning all the instructors from the Sarutobi clan. Facing Sarutobi Konohamaru and the others, Hiruzen smiled and declared, From this day forth, I implore the Sarutobi clan and all associated individuals to cultivate a closer bond with Uchiha Itachi, treating him as one of our own. Moreover, offer him ample compliments and praise. We must not allow him to harbor any ill feelings towards our clan. Do you understand? Yes. The leadership of the Ninja Academy responded with utmost respect to Hiruzen's decree. Reflecting for a moment, Hiruzen continued, Previously, I noted that Itachi seemed pleased when I praised his understanding of the Hokage's mindset. Make sure to document this and promote it vigorously. It could serve as an excellent breakthrough for fostering relationships. Yes. Since assuming leadership, Hiruzen had bestowed significant benefits upon his subordinates, never undermining their interests or making erroneous choices. Thus, upon hearing Hiruzen's directives, everyone exhibited profound respect, etching the matter deeply into their hearts. Once the situation concerning Hiruzen seemed resolved, Sarutobi Konohamaru recounted the affairs of the Uchiha clan at the Ninja Academy. Hiruzen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, who perceived only the superficial, Hiruzen was acutely aware of the underlying political dynamics. He understood better than anyone the implications of the Uchiha presence within the Ninja Academy. It signified the dovish faction of the Uchiha clan, including those aligned with Uchiha Fugaku in the 8th generation, as well as some who were neutral. The experiences of these children at the academy, once relayed back to the Uchiha, would undoubtedly catalyze a significant shift, converting a multitude of neutral and dovish factions to the hawkish side. Thus, the Uchiha hawkish faction is poised to continue its ascent. At first glance, such actions may incite a fierce backlash from the Uchiha, jeopardizing the stability of Konoha. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is acutely aware that in order to extract benefits from the Uchiha, this course of action is indispensable. The increasing influence of the Uchiha hardliners, or even their complete dominance, signifies potential transformations in the future. At this moment, all he can do is to slow down the Uchiha's resistance. Like a frog, it remains unperturbed only when boiled slowly in warm water, preventing widespread upheaval. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly and nonchalantly remarked, "This is inevitable. It allows the Uchiha to mentally prepare themselves. In due time, the village will convene a meeting of the elite shinobi. At that juncture, we will collectively demand accountability from the Uchiha. That will be the moment of their true wrath." The current minor issues are trivial in comparison. From a broader perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen is utterly indifferent to these minor provocations and conflicts. They have long been poised for a more significant upheaval. This time, the various ninja clans intend to claim substantial portions of the proverbial pie. Everyone will partake, including the common shinobi of Konoha, who also stand to gain. The alliance between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo is nothing short of seamless. The former instigates rumors while the latter cultivates relationships with the Uchiha's moderate faction and Itachi, thereby diminishing any resistance. In the face of such astute political maneuvering, Uchiha Fugaku and his son Itachi find themselves utterly powerless to resist. However, upon their entry into the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Luyan and Uchiha Yuju encountered Uchiha Kanwa, who was making his way to the Uchiha training ground. Uchiha Shenwu widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the numerous injured individuals before him. Could it be that they were veterans returning from the front lines, bearing such grievous wounds? Was it truly necessary for them to suffer so? What on earth had transpired that these young souls, both big and small, had endured such harrowing injuries? Uchiha Shenwu was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. Truly, Itachi is remarkable. After hearing the sequence of events, Uchiha Shenwu couldn't help but reflect on the extraordinary intellect behind such actions. What an exceptionally astute mind it must possess to orchestrate such a scheme. In this world, a 6-year-old child is not to be feared for their ignorance or naivety, nor for their brilliance and understanding. The greatest concern lies with those who, despite their profound lack of knowledge, are convinced of their own understanding. The foolish may not know much, yet they at least recognize their own limitations and strive for improvement. However, Uchiha Itachi is so astute that there is no one left to educate him. Uchiha Shenwu pondered that it was likely not the case that no one had imparted wisdom to Uchiha Itachi. However, Itachi perceived his own intellect to be on par with that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, dismissing all his mentors as fools. Logically speaking, possessing the innate status of a minor clan leader and earning the respect and admiration of all should have made it effortless for Itachi to rally a faction to support him. He had the potential to govern his clan according to his convictions and reshape the world. Even the notion of altering the beliefs of the majority seemed trivial to him. Yet, astonishingly, he managed to position himself in direct opposition to his entire clan. One cannot help but remark, this lad deserves a good beating. Uchiha Shenwu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. When it came to Uchiha Itachi, the only phrase that could adequately describe him was simply deserved a beating. Let us proceed to the infirmary. In no time, everyone was escorted to the medical room. There were over 30 genuine ninjas present. The medical ninjas took the initiative, and before long, the wounds on the 71 children had completely vanished. Remarkably, nearly half of the children were nearing full recovery. Not only had their injuries disappeared, but they had also regained their peak physical condition, with their chakra elevated to its utmost potential. They took a moment to assess their current state. The numerous young scions of the Uchiha clan gradually became imbued with an overwhelming sense of confidence. They could hardly suppress the burgeoning feeling that, even if they were to rush into the nearby grove to engage in a brawl, the outcome might not necessarily spell defeat for them. Oh, come on. Uchiha Shenwu raised his head, embodying an air of arrogance, casting a disdainful glance at the gathering of children before him. In deference to our shared lineage, I shall assist you in resolving the troubles you have caused this time. However, should such an incident occur again, do not expect such benevolence. You will be required to rectify your own misdeeds henceforth. Despite the haughty and indifferent tone of Uchiha Shenwu, the children of the Uchiha clan were rather enamored by such demeanor. To them, the epitome of a truly formidable genius was precisely as he presented himself. They believed that if an exceptionally powerful prodigy spoke to them in gentle tones, it would seem disingenuous, leading them to question whether they had fallen victim to some illusion. Thus, upon hearing Uchiha Shenwu's words, the children, led by Uchiha Luyun and Uchiha Yuju, felt an inexplicable surge of motivation and confidence. Although Uchiha Itachi, a traitor to the clan, had developed a closer relationship with the Senju clan, the Uchihas' brilliance extended beyond him. Any other member could effortlessly overpower their peers of the same age. Enough. Uchiha Shenwu, though the injuries have not fully healed, it is imperative to rest in the infirmary for the time being. There remains a considerable interval before dusk falls this evening. I shall proceed to the training ground for a while. Since Izumi has taken leave from school, she may accompany me. It would be an opportune moment to impart some insights regarding the practice of the heavy strike slash. My sincerest apologies, esteemed seniors. We shall take our leave now. After Uchiha Izumi greeted the children before her, she intended to depart alongside Uchiha Kamiharu. Upon witnessing their departure, Uchiha Luyun and Uchiha Yuju could not help but display expressions of envy. Suddenly, a figure emerged swiftly. It was a 12-year-old child from the Uchiha clan. In the 6th grade, most of the onlookers were familiar with this child's name, Uchiha Mihara. Uchiha Miyahara respectfully inquired, "Lord Kamisama, may we accompany you?" Just recently, we witnessed the prowess of the clan's young leader, Uchiha Itachi, and have been quite curious about how true geniuses engage in their training. Might we observe your practice? Indeed. Uchiha Yuju, regaining his composure, exclaimed with enthusiasm. Can we join Izumi and Miyahara as well? This. Uchiha Kanon, after a brief moment of contemplation, nonchalantly responded. Of course, there is no issue with that. The techniques I have learned are merely the fundamental ninjutsu of our clan, nothing worth concealing. If you wish to accompany me, then let us go together. As he spoke, approximately 30 individuals, in an impressive formation, made their way to the Uchiha clan's 3rd training ground. The Uchiha clan resides in the most prosperous central district of Konoha. Beyond mere residential areas, it boasts various modules including trade zones, training grounds, study areas, and relaxation spaces. Within the training section alone, there are 4 expansive training fields. Currently, over 30 children have gathered at the 3rd training ground. Although Shenwu primarily concerns himself with Izumi, he does not show favoritism among the group that accompanies him. Instead, he gathers all the children to inquire about their training courses. At this moment, the curriculum at the Ninja Academy can be broadly categorized into 3 aspects: the fundamental skills of a ninja, chakra refining techniques, and basic ninjutsu learning, including the body flicker technique. Additionally, there is foundational physical training encompassing stamina exercises and the Konoha-style throwing techniques. After some contemplation, Shenwu instructs everyone to sit cross-legged and begins to guide them individually in chakra refining techniques. Possessing the prowess of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill, Shenwu's expertise in chakra refinement is truly astonishing. However, it is beyond his intention to impart such extraordinary skills to anyone. Instead, he teaches them some fundamental breathing and meditation techniques. Even so, the difference felt by those present is remarkably significant. The combination of the original hand seal meditation along with Shenwu's breathing techniques facilitates a swift entry into a training state, accelerating their progress by approximately 30% compared to before. Within the brief span of a tea's brewing time, Uchiha Shenwu allows all the Uchiha children to genuinely experience the essence of genius. Shenwu instructs everyone to practice according to his guidance. He then leads Uchiha Izumi to an adjacent open area to observe the power of her heavy strike slash. With a unique breathing pattern, Izumi points her sword forward, her aura distant, and her chakra coalescing. She then delivers a fierce attack with a powerful strike. Crack! In an instant, the human-shaped shield before them splits into 2. The overwhelming force cleaves a wooden board, 1 foot thick, in half with a single blow. Uchiha Kamikaze was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. It is somewhat tolerable. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "How long have you been practicing chakra refinement techniques?" Uchiha Izumi spoke without any hesitation. "It should be around 5 days." "Has it been 5 days?" Uchiha Shenwu could not help but be astonished. Although the heavy strike slash was a technique that demanded the full force of one's body to be unleashed in a single blow, the physical prowess of a 6-year-old child should not be underestimated. The strength capable of cleaving through wooden boards indicated that the chakra within was far from negligible. It was roughly estimated to reach the level necessary for performing the body replacement technique. The body replacement technique encompasses the transformation technique, the stealth technique, and the substitution technique. all classified as E-rank ninjutsu. However, this ranking merely reflects the complexity of the technique, not its true potency. After a moment of contemplation, Shenwu advised, "You may now begin to practice the transformation technique. While performing it, focus on forming hand seals and attune yourself to the flow of chakra within your body. Mastering this flow is paramount. Ideally, you should strive to form seals with one hand or even execute the technique freely without seals. With your current chakra strength, you can transform once but will need to recuperate afterwards. This method of exhausting and then recovering your energy will greatly benefit your training period. Each time you deplete your strength and recover will be a breakthrough and an enhancement, ensuring your progress remains swift." He then assigned a temporary training regimen of the transformation technique, chakra refinement technique, and heavy strike slash, instructing that after each ninjutsu performance, one should proceed with recovery before attempting again. Shenwu then redirected his full focus onto himself. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, Uchiha Shenwu's form multiplied into 7. Each clone engaged in distinct tasks. One formed hand seals to cast the Uchiha clan's basic illusion, the hell viewing technique. Another wielded a sword that blazed with fire, each strike cleaving through the ground with ferocity. A third conjured a series of sealing runes before him, while another emitted a green light, diligently enhancing the power of medical ninjutsu. One clone executed wind release ninjutsu, and another performed fire release ninjutsu. The final clone, with his Sharingan wide open, observed the training of the 6 clones while alternating between using the hell viewing technique, wielding the sword, and forming sealing runes, displaying a contemplative expression. The clones operated in a well-coordinated manner, each impressively formidable. Witnessing this scene, the younger Uchiha members were left in awe. Uchiha Yuju and Uchiha Luyan stared intently at the agile figure, moving with the swiftness of a tempest. However, the fiery strikes of each clone made it difficult for them to suppress their nervous gulps. Is this real? Am I merely imagining it? Is Lord Shenwu truly training in the Uchiha clan's secret sword leap flame technique? This is utterly terrifying. My father, a Jonin, exuded a similar aura when training in sword leap flame. Many of the younger Uchiha were left astounded. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mahara sighed softly, remarking, "It's not merely the sword technique clones. Lord Shenwu is employing the shadow clone technique, with 6 clones training simultaneously. Each clone is exceptional in its own right. Even a single clone could easily overpower all of us combined. And yet, Lord Shenwu can create 6 such clones at once. Do you remember Uchiha Itachi?" Uchiha Yahara sighed and remarked, "Uchiha Itachi's strength is already quite astonishing. However, among his peers, he is still no match for Lord Kamui, which speaks volumes about Kamui's formidable prowess." Very well then. Uchiha Luyan and Uchiha Yuju, 2 young children, were left utterly devastated. As they beheld the scene before them, they sincerely grasped an immutable truth that has persisted through the ages. At times, the disparity between individuals can be even greater than that between man and dog. Ordinary people and geniuses are, in essence, entirely different beings. Yet, not everyone experiences the same profound sense of defeat as these 2. Uchiha Mahara and Uchiha Izumi cast their gaze upon the diligent Shenwu, who was immersed in rigorous training not far away, their eyes reflecting an unprecedented determination. A genius, regardless of whether we are considered geniuses ourselves, will always remain beyond our grasp. Yet, we must not allow ourselves to lag too far behind these so-called prodigies. Uchiha Shenwu is undeniably formidable, but through relentless effort, we can at least surpass our former selves. In the world of ninjas, prominent clans possess elixirs that mend hidden injuries, allowing even the youngest of children to train without restraint. After all, even if they sustain injuries, a simple bath at home can restore their vigor and enhance their training capabilities. Unbeknownst to them, much of the afternoon had slipped away. It was now time for the meeting between the Uchiha and the Shimura clans. At the forefront stood Shimura Kenjin, accompanied by a multitude of ninjas from the Shimura lineage, including Yamashiro Hain and Wai Ninjutsunai, along with a throng of civilian children, an impressive assembly of 400 to 500 individuals gathered at the rear of the ninja school. Within the wooded area, above them, nestled among the 8 towering trees, a covert squad from the Root organization lay in wait, led by none other than a trusted confidant of Danzo. Their presence here was not for the purpose of conflict, but rather as a precautionary measure. Unlike the Uchiha clan, who dismissed the skirmishes of children, Danzo and Saratobi approached matters with a philosophy that began with the youth. The intent of this confrontation was unmistakably clear to Danzo. Success was imperative. Failure was not an option. Should they emerge victorious, the Root would remain idle. However, in the event of defeat, the Root would step in to rectify the situation. In short, Danzo had orchestrated every detail to ensure that all would proceed flawlessly. Under such circumstances, the members of the root felt a stirring within as they, alongside the children beneath the tree canopy, beheld the approaching Uchiha youths. The foremost among them wielded a sword resembling a katana, his gaze steely, his form emanating a faint golden aura, as he eyed the advancing Uchiha adversaries. Uchiha Kamikaze smiled faintly, and in an instant, the long sword beside him was drawn. Sword leap of flames. In a fleeting moment, Uchiha Kamino fragmented into 8 distinct figures, each emerging from a different direction, brandishing their swords as they struck the earth. In an instant, he unleashed 93 slashes, igniting a conflagration that soared into the heavens. As the flames ascended, onlookers braced for an inferno that threatened to engulf all. However, Kamino exhibited remarkable restraint. The flames merely cleaved the ground asunder. Before them, the earth trembled for miles, sending countless children into unconsciousness amidst the violent upheaval. Kamino sheathed his sword, nonchalantly turned his head, and departed. The root operatives, a contingent of 8 including A, gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Had they fallen victim to Uchiha's illusion? Was that child truly a Uchiha, rather than an elite jonin of the clan employing transformation techniques? The 8 root ninjas, trained to the point of being akin to soulless automatons, were left in a state of utter shock, their senses overwhelmed. One could only imagine the profound impact the preceding spectacle had on them. It was simply unfathomable. Yet, all of it stood as irrefutable truth. What defines an elite jonin? It is the chakra of a civilian elite, the fundamental transformation of chakra, and a requisite measure of combat intelligence. In the 5th layer of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, Uchiha Shenwu's chakra energy within his body is comparable to that of an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, and his physical prowess surpasses that of the most skilled taijutsu jonin, although he has yet to master the fundamental nature transformations of chakra. The Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique autonomously absorbs natural energy, combined with the power of his spirit, evolves into a golden chakra akin to sage power, far superior to mere chakra nature transformations, even rivaling the properties of bloodline limit chakra. In simpler terms, he embodies a Chunin-level sage infused with sage chakra. Furthermore, with Uchiha Shenwu's omniscience, he stands among the elite jonin of the Uchiha, belonging to the ranks of the more formidable fighters. If he had previously unleashed his abilities, it would merely have been an elite jonin employing transformation techniques, which would not have surprised anyone. However, if it were a mere 6-year-old child, it would surely astonish and draw the gaze of all present. Emerging alone from the depths of the forest, Shenwu exhaled deeply. Having arrived in this world, he had been stifled for 6 long years, nearly to the point of breaking. At last, he could proudly unveil his true strength. After all, Uchiha Shenwu, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sh Rome. During this period, the Uchiha clan has produced remarkable talents, with these 3 illustrious figures preceding him. It should not be too perplexing for Kamui to exhibit even a modicum of strength. After all, with the likes of Naruto, whose abilities are akin to a mere trickle, and the prodigious combat genius that is Uchiha Itachi, even the slightest peculiarity in his demeanor seems rather unremarkable. After much contemplation, Uchiha Shenwu ultimately chose to unleash his potential. At this very moment, he had acquired the capability to both explode forth in power and safeguard himself. After all, he was merely 6 years old. Even if there were those who wished to assassinate him, they would have to infiltrate the Uchiha clan's territory. Until he reached the age of 10, it was utterly impossible for him to venture out and endanger his life. At this very moment, Shenwu calculated the pace of his training. Originally, it would have taken him 8 years to ascend to the 6th tier of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill. However, due to the sharing of a dragon spirit sealed within Uchiha Xiangrong, he could assist her in absorbing a greater amount of chakra. Simultaneously, he could draw upon Xiangrong's training chakra to bolster his own, thereby exponentially increasing the speed of his cultivation. Thus, in 4 years, by the time he approached 10, his mastery of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill could advance further still. At that juncture, he would possess chakra equivalent to that of an elite Jainin of the Uchiha clan. Should he truly attain the 6th tier of this divine skill, even if he were to venture outside, there would be no entity in Konoha capable of assassinating him. Uchiha Shenwu meticulously devised a plan, with Uchiha Shalong providing protection from external threats, while internally, he had the support of the Uchiha elders and the Uchiha squad. For Uchiha Shenwu, even if a slight exposure occurred, it was of little consequence. Moreover, Uchiha Shalong was gradually cultivating her own influence, which, to be frank, piqued Shenwu's interest. He too yearned to showcase his talents and earn the loyalty and allegiance of a segment of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shen effortlessly displayed his formidable prowess, instantly stirring up a tempest in Konoha's roots, leaving all in astonishment. With his original self and 7 shadow clones simultaneously executing the 93 Blades technique, particularly the sword leap flame style, the revelation of such news sent ripples of shock through the community. The 4 elders of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hashin, gazed at their eldest son with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. They inquired, Hashin, if it were you, how many pillars of fire could you unleash simultaneously while executing the sword technique, sword leap of flames? Uchiha Sifeng pondered, my chakra is somewhat insufficient, however, in an instant, I unleashed 18 blades of scorching flames without any hindrance. Yet, Uchiha and Zeon immediately interjected, however. This child, known as Kamamu, possesses the extraordinary ability to summon over 10 sword leaps of flame with each of his shadow clones. It is truly remarkable, simply beyond belief. Uchiha and Xiong paced back and forth with excitement. He had indeed heard of his son Uchiha Sagan's child, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, unparalleled in strength, even outmatching the clan leader's son, Uchiha Itachi, at a similar age. However, he had always assumed it was merely the playful bickering of children. Who could have anticipated that the so-called genius would exhibit such an extraordinary level of prowess? The wielder of the Uchiha clan's 3-tomo Sharingan, with a single strike, can unleash a mere 18 columns of flame. However, Kamui's shadow clone technique, which divides into 8, astonishingly allows each clone to emit 12 to 13 columns of fire. What an impressive reservoir of chakra this is. It can be said that at the tender age of 6, Kamui's chakra is already on par with that of a seasoned elite jonin. How could the Uchiha clan not feel exhilarated and apprehensive in the face of such prowess? It is essential to acknowledge this. Although Uchiha Kamui is still quite young, he is, after all, his grandson. Among his grandchildren, a prodigy like him has emerged. Regardless of who it may be, one cannot help but feel an inexplicable astonishment. The Uchiha clan, particularly the branch of Uchiha Kagami, has fallen into decline. Save for the remarkable genius Uchiha Shursui, the lineage of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, has also produced an extraordinary talent in the form of Uchiha Itachi. Unexpectedly, even the faction of the 4 elders has now revealed a genius of its own. Uchiha Kage and Uchiha Kazun are seasoned shinobi who have weathered numerous storms. Having lived for so long, they have witnessed the fall of the Senju clan and the destruction of the Uzumaki. What is there left for them to comprehend? After a brief moment of contemplation, Uchiha Kage spoke. Uchiha Kamui is undoubtedly a prodigy. However, a genius who meets an untimely demise is of no worth. Here in Konoha, and within the Uchiha clan, countless eyes are keenly watching, eager to see our Uchiha talents falter. Relay my orders. Bring Kamui to my side. I shall personally mentor him. Furthermore, summon Uchiha Masaru and Uchiha Tetsu to serve as our temporary bodyguards. This matter cannot be delayed. Attend to it immediately. Yes, father. Upon hearing Uchiha Kage's instructions, Uchiha Sifuku's expression grew solemn as he earnestly responded before departing. Hizashi. The moment he received the news, Shimura Danzo appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage office with great urgency and fervor. Leaning forcefully against the Hokage's desk, Danzo demanded, hurry and recruit him into the Umbu. Leave his training to me. I will cultivate a top-tier asset for the village. You must trust me. The root excels in nurturing loyalty among shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Danzo with a somewhat pained expression. He fully understood his old friend's sentiments. In fact, he too was contemplating how to win over Uchiha Kamui. Having previously succeeded with Uchiha Itachi, Hiruzen possessed an inexplicable confidence in his persuasive abilities. No, it was more accurate to say he had an unshakable faith in his own charisma. He had already devised a plan to charm Uchiha Kamui just as he had with Uchiha Itachi. However, he never anticipated that as he was finalizing his next strategy, his old friend Danzo would arrive unannounced, demanding his attention. Are you out of your mind? How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not feel troubled? Given their years of camaraderie, he refrained from being overly harsh and instead spoke with great objectivity. Danzo, you must understand that Uchiha Kamui is merely a 6-year-old child at this moment. Furthermore, he is the grandson of the Uchiha elders and the son of a commander within the Uchiha shinobi ranks. A person of his standing cannot simply be recruited at your whim, especially into the root. Do you think the Uchiha would agree to such an outrageous request? Then, Danzo recognized the difficulty of the situation but persisted. Aren't you the Hokage of Konoha? Since Uchiha Kamui has demonstrated such strength, you could justify a special recruitment into the Umbu based on his abilities. Hiruzen shook his head once more, stating, even if I were to use my position as Hokage to recruit him, the Uchiha would never consent. His youth is a significant factor. And Uchiha Kage is not Uchiha Fugaku. He still harbors a degree of wariness towards the village. Danzo's expression darkened, and he spoke with a chilling demeanor. In the coming days, rumors will circulate within the village regarding the Uchiha clan, suggesting that they are manipulating the Nine Tails in a conspiracy against Konoha. We could use this as leverage to pressure the Uchiha to withdraw from the village center to the outskirts, simultaneously compelling them to relinquish Uchiha Kamui to prove their innocence. To be fair, Danzo's suggestion was indeed a clever tactic. If it were Uchiha Fugaku, given the unity between the Uchiha and Konoha, he might have actually acquiesced. However, following the events concerning Itachi, Hiruzen's faith in his own charisma had reached an extraordinary level. How could he possibly agree to such an outrageous demand? Even if Uchiha Fugaku were to concede under pressure, what would Uchiha Kamui think of the situation? How could he acquire a compliant and understanding subordinate? Hiruzen firmly rejected. Enough. Regarding Uchiha Kamui, I have my own plans, and I will not allow your root to act against him in secret. Similarly, I will not consent to such a preposterous demand for the Uchiha to offer their child as a hostage. Should such a situation arise, it would undoubtedly sow discord between the village and the various shinobi clans, engendering suspicion and mistrust. Hiruzen. Danzo's demeanor grew increasingly cold and impatient as he remarked icily. Is this yet another instance of the bonds of shinobi you speak of? What a tiresome notion. If you do not heed my advice today, one day you shall surely regret it. Enough, Hiruzen replied, unabashed, with unwavering confidence. I am the Hokage of Konoha. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Danzo departed in a fury. The two parted on unamicable terms, each striving to secure a formidable subordinate. Although Hiruzen sensed Danzo's discontent, he did not let it trouble him overly. There were certain matters on which he could yield, but when it came to power, he understood it must always remain firmly within his grasp. After a brief tumult, tranquility was restored. During this time, Uchiha Kamui's reputation soared within the Uchiha clan. Wherever he went, he was met with nods of approval. Even lower-ranking shinobi would greet him with deep respect, calling him Lord Kamui. His grandfather, Uchiha Kage, who typically showed little concern, summoned Kamui and introduced him to two formidable shinobi from the Elder Council, Uchiha Masaru and Uchiha Tetsu. Kage explained, Masaru, age 31, possesses one of the rare three-tomo Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. He excels in Genjutsu and wields both the short sword technique of Flash Blade and the long sword technique of Whirlwind Blade, making him a dual-skilled elite shinobi. Tetsu, age 29, wields a standard two-tomo Sharingan and is renowned for his mastery of both Flash Blade and Whirlwind Blade, establishing himself as a formidable swordsman. Following the introductions, Kamui understood that both individuals held the esteemed title of elite shinobi within the Uchiha clan, with Masaru likely reaching the level of an elite genin. Uchiha and Ziondo. From this moment forth, regardless of where you venture, these two must accompany you, inseparable. Have you three understood? Yes. The brothers, Jinfu and Tiefu, promptly nodded in agreement. Uchiha Kamikaze hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced. Although the presence of two bodyguards was somewhat intrusive, it undeniably enhanced his chances of survival. Weighing the pros and cons, Kamikaze was able to discern what truly mattered. Furthermore, Uchiha Kamikaze likely understood the circumstances surrounding the Akio family. Apart from Akio himself, there were two sons, Sei and Chn, and among them, only two possessed the power of the three-tomo Sharingan. To allocate one to him was a clear gesture of goodwill, and Uchiha Kamikaze was certainly not one to overlook such kindness. After contemplating briefly, Kamikaze nodded and departed with the two individuals in tow. Uchiha Kagami commanded, from this day forth, at all gatherings of the Uchiha clan and the meetings of the elite shinobi, as long as I, Uchiha Kagami, am present, Kamino must also be in attendance. The advantages of showcasing one's prowess soon became apparent. With relative ease, the resources necessary for nurturing the third-generation heir of the Kagami line were acquired. Although still young and lacking the title of shinobi, Kamino was permitted to attend the Uchiha clan meetings in the capacity of an elder's heir, serving as an observer. Naturally, in most instances, this meant merely observing. Clang, clang, clang. Uchiha Shin had just received two lackeys at the hands of Uchiha and Hashino. Suddenly, a rather urgent knocking echoed at the door of the Hashino residence. Uchiha Kanwa revealed a look of astonishment. Uchiha Masaru swiftly stepped forward and opened the door, revealing the slender silhouette of a man. The individual wore a dark mask, his tall and lean frame complemented by a sheathed sword on his back, and his meticulously styled white hair. With such attire, such distinctive white locks, and one eye concealed, there was no doubt. It could only be the top genius of the Konoha Hokage lineage, Kakashi Itachi. Upon encountering the Uchiha, Kakashi exhibited a semblance of politeness. Yet his tone remained notably indifferent as he addressed the group. I am the captain of the Umbu squad, and I seek Elder Hashio. I am he. Uchiha and Shion emerged from the room, casting a glance at Hatake Kakashi, who seemed to have recognized their identities. After a moment of contemplation, one of them inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Kakashi then proceeded to elucidate. The Hokage has been made aware of matters concerning the Uchiha and Shimura clans. He is quite invested in this issue and has requested that I escort Uchiha Kamui to the Hokage's office. There are no ulterior motives. The Hokage merely wishes to meet Uchiha Kamui and commend him for his achievements. Ah, is that so? Uchiha and Shion pondered for a moment and said, Jinfu, Tiefu. Accompany Shenwu to the Hokage's office. Understood. The two Uchiha subordinates displayed not a hint of hesitation. However, Kakashi remarked, a distinct look of discomfort crossing his face. The Hokage merely wishes to see Shenwu alone. Uchiha and Kyo spoke candidly, stating, Our clan is currently in an exceptionally delicate period. Shenwu possesses extraordinary talent and is among the most significant of our younger generation. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure his safety, and we hope for your understanding. Lord Hokage. Kakashi, having spent years under the tutelage of Sarutobi Hiruzen, had become adept not only in combat but also in the nuances of politics. Thus comprehending Uchiha Kyo's intentions without needing to inquire about who in Konoha might pose a threat to the Uchiha prodigy, a question that would have been notably foolish. With Kakashi leading and the Uchiha trio following closely, they made their way to the Hokage's office. Shinma contemplated the situation and decided against engaging Kakashi in conversation, as they had little emotional connection that warranted exchange. Before long, they arrived at the Hokage's office and knocked on the door, revealing the rather bewildered face of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maintaining his composure, Hiruzen employed a sensing technique to gauge the presence of the two Uchiha. Recognizing their considerable strength, which would likely require substantial effort should he need to intervene. I have a few words to discuss with Uchiha Shenwu. Please remain at the door. I trust that if anything were to transpire within, you would be able to respond swiftly, he said thoughtfully. Reflecting on their intentions, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke sincerely, instantly embodying the benevolent and amiable persona of the Hokage. Uchiha Shenwu nodded slightly, as long as things did not escalate into violence. He was indeed curious about the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned him. Once the two Uchiha had exited, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a warm demeanor, began to speak. You are Uchiha Shenwu, correct? Upon hearing of your remarkable feats, even I was taken aback. It has been quite some time since Konoha has witnessed such extraordinary talent. Even I, at the tender age of 6, did not possess such formidable strength. After a brief pause to clear his throat, he proclaimed with enthusiasm, Uchiha Shenwu, your innate gifts possess the potential to evolve into a Hokage. An unprecedented silence ensued. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Shenwu stared at each other, both momentarily at a loss for words. TCH. Uchiha Shenwu finally managed to express his exasperation. I thought the Hokage had something important to discuss with me. It turns out it was merely this. Everyone knows of my potential to become Hokage. Who is unaware of it? By the heavens! Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly choked on his own breath. Perhaps influenced by Uchiha Itachi's recent docility, seeing Uchiha Shenwu jolted him back to reality. After all, he was still an Uchiha. Even as a child, his arrogance was palpable. A few words of praise, and he believed himself destined for greatness. Sarutobi Hiruzen sincerely stated, Uchiha Shenwu, given your extraordinary prowess, it would be inappropriate to regard you merely as an ordinary individual without any title. After careful consideration, I have decided to confer upon you the honorable title of a Konoha Genin and present you with a ninja headband. While Uchiha Shenwu's reaction was somewhat unexpected, Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to sacrifice a Genin title in exchange for the friendship of an Uchiha prodigy. After some contemplation, Shenwu courteously replied, In that case, thank you. Hokage-sama, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Uchiha Shenwu intended to depart. It was utterly impossible for him to bow and scrape. The greatest concession he could make was to disguise himself as a brainless, proud musclehead. Wait. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen posed a question. His expression grave. Before I grant you the Konoha Genin headband, I wish to inquire your perspective on the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Konoha and Uchiha? Uchiha Shenwu scratched his head, looking rather dejected as he remarked, Konoha is merely a village, while Uchiha is a clan. The clan exists within the village. which is home to many families akin to the Uchiha. Is it not so? Is there a special relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha? Of course, there is none. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Actually, I wish to inquire about your perspective on the ordinary citizens of the village." "Oh?" Shenwu responded, "There is little to say. For every kindness shown to me, I shall repay tenfold. Conversely, for every slight, I shall also repay tenfold. This is the principle of my Uchiha Shenwu." Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, recognizing that this philosophy of the shinobi seemed to harbor significant flexibility. After some reflection, he took Shenwu under his wing and recounted the tales of the first, second, and fourth Hokage who had shed blood and sacrificed themselves for the village. Extolling the greatness of the Hokage, he concluded, "Wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire of life endures. The flame shall continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves of new life. This embodies the will of fire. You can rest assured that under the protection of me and my companions, you shall thrive. As the third Hokage who inherits the will of fire, I shall honor the title of Hokage, willing to shed blood and even lay down my life to nurture your growth." Did the first, second, and fourth Hokage's sacrifices bear any relation to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? As for whether you protect us in our growth, I, Uchiha Shenwu, am not blind to the reality. As he walked along the familiar path back to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shenwu maintained a stoic expression. Yet inwardly he could not help but ridicule the notion of the will of fire. It was utterly banal, especially when articulated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, soon Shenwu found little humor left to express, for as he and his companions traversed the streets, they were met with villagers of Konoha who gazed upon them with wide eyes, revealing expressions of fear and disdain. They quickly retreated to corners, whispering amongst themselves, oblivious to the world around them. The three members of the Uchiha clan displayed expressions of profound discontent. Although the brainwashing executed by Sarutobi Hiruzen held no sway over me, Kamui pondered inwardly, it is an undeniable truth that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the upper echelons of Konoha have set their sights upon me. Moreover, it is indeed a reality that the authorities intend to take action against the Uchiha. This impending assault could plunge the political landscape of the Uchiha clan into an abyss from which it may never recover. Perhaps. Uchiha Shenwu suddenly pondered a question. Could it be that I have underestimated the gravity of the situation? If the higher-ups of Konoha were to leverage this threat, would they demand that Uchiha Fugaku surrender either me or Uchiha Shenwu? Uchiha Shenwu pondered that it is indeed possible. Therefore, it is imperative to fervently enhance both his own strength and that of Uchiha Shenwu, or rather, to manipulate Uchiha Shenwu to augment her power. Uchiha Shenwu cast a glance around him. The means by which he could enhance his strength lay in Orochimaru's cell fusion technique. Should he acquire the wood-release bloodline, merging it could lead to a remarkable surge in his power. Of course, fusing with the bloodline of the Iburi clan would also be a viable option. This seemed to be his sole method for rapidly augmenting his abilities at present. He could also elevate the strength of those around him by employing cell fusion. He could share the cells reminiscent of the body, acquired through the cultivation of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill, with a portion of his clan members. However, he remained uncertain about their capacity to endure such a transformation. This matter could be deliberated with Hishion, as having the support of the Uchiha hierarchy would greatly facilitate the process. Nonetheless, if a more cautious approach were to be taken, the combination of blood transfusion and various experiments would require an indeterminate amount of time, and only one individual could be compatible at a time. Simultaneously, imparting the simplified foundational internal cultivation method of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill to Uchiha Izumi could bolster the strength of his companions. Shenwu racked his brain, realizing that he could only exert such a significant influence on those around him. Conversely, the situation with Uchiha Shenwu presented considerable potential for maneuverability. As Uchiha Shenwu and his companions entered the Uchiha clan grounds, they were unexpectedly greeted by Uchiha Shenwu, who approached them with a warm smile. Upon seeing Uchiha Shenwu, she remarked, "I have heard about the happenings at the Ninja Academy. Members of the clan's medical team have spoken of your exceptional physical prowess, which sets you apart from the typical Uchiha. Moreover, it is said that when you utilize ninjutsu, golden flames are conjured forth." Uchiha Shenwu took 2 steps forward, her eyes sparkling as she gazed upon the form of Uchiha Shenwu. The golden flames were, in fact, a manifestation of a ninjutsu derived from the Uchiha pseudosage body, showcasing a certain mystical power. The fundamental principle combined fire release with a unique natural energy. However, to the untrained eye, it appeared as a natural bloodline limit. one that had emerged from the Uchiha clan's lineage, thus possessing immense research value. Uchiha Shinjitsu was left utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why does Uchiha Xiangrong pay attention to herself? She has not yet begun to contemplate matters regarding establishing contact with Uchiha Xiangrong. Uchiha Xiangrong would undoubtedly take notice of Uchiha Shenwu, and there are compelling reasons for this. Firstly, the dragon spirit informed her of the separation between the physical and mental endowments of the Sage of Six Paths, which instilled within her a notion of seeking greater power, particularly through the acquisition of wood release or the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Secondly, Orochimaru requested that she conduct research on cellular fusion experiments. Lastly, Uchiha Shenwu emerged as a remarkable figure, showcasing a physical prowess that rivaled that of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, distinct from that of the Uchiha. When these three factors are considered, it would indeed be peculiar if Uchiha Xiangrong were not intrigued by Uchiha Shenwu. After careful contemplation, Uchiha Xiangrong eagerly exclaimed, "Shenwu, I am engaged in a highly promising research experiment, and your physical attributes possess significant value for my studies. Would you be willing to collaborate with me?" Uchiha Kamaharu felt a flicker of emotion within, yet he maintained an expression of indifference, coldly stating, "The clan has consistently prohibited research on our bloodline. This, I am well aware of." Uchiha Shirong assured, "Rest assured, you are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. How could I possibly jest about your safety? Even if there were genuine peril, it would only pertain to others and have no bearing on you." Thus, Uchiha Xiangrong said, "I possess a secret concerning the Uchiha clan that I must share with you. Should you become privy to the secret, I am certain you would agree even without my invitation. Let us find a suitable place to converse." She glanced at the two individuals behind Uchiha Kamikaze and added, "Kamikaze and I have some personal matters to discuss. Please keep your distance." Uchiha Mafuyu and Tetsu exchanged a glance, maintaining a considerable distance from one another. It was evident that the Uchiha clan held great goodwill towards the prodigy Xiaorong, harboring doubts that Uchiha Xiaorong would resort to violence against the divine. Uchiha Xiangrong led Kamina to a relatively secluded spot, seemingly impervious to prying eyes. Thereafter, she recounted in detail the tale of the Sage of the Six Paths, along with the legends of Indra and Ashura, as revealed by the dragon spirit. Heavens! Uchiha Kamwa widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Our clan possesses such an astonishing lineage, being descendants of the progenitor of the ninja world. Is all of this truly real or merely a facade?" Uchiha Xiaorong gently lifted her head, her alabaster chin held high with an air of pride as she declared, "This is a family secret. Due to the necessity of your cooperation, I can only confide in you for the time being. Once you are aware, it is imperative that you maintain discretion. However, even without secrecy, it matters little. The outside world is currently shrouded in chaos, with rampant rumors suggesting that our bloodline has forged a pact with demons. Should this gossip be voiced, most would speculate that we, the Uchiha, are merely attempting to sway public opinion, and likely, no one would believe it. Although evidence is scant, the probability leans towards truth. I possess experimental techniques for cellular fusion bestowed upon me by my mentor. What say you? Shall we join forces? Collaboration, indeed, is essential. Uchiha Shenwu aspires to study the cells of Kamino, while Kamino seeks to acquire the bloodline limit of the Iburi clan. However, instead of immediately acquiescing, Kamino inquires, "What are your intentions regarding our collaboration?" Although Kamino possesses the means to sway Uchiha Shenwu's decision, he recognizes her as an individual rather than a mere puppet. He is eager to hear Uchiha Shenwu's plans. Should the conditions prove to be excessively stringent, alternative strategies will need to be considered. Before Uchiha Xiangrong's arrival, she seemed to possess a certain level of contemplation. Upon hearing Kamikaze's inquiry, she immediately responded with a beaming smile, saying, "In truth, it is quite simple. All that is required is for you to periodically offer a portion of your own blood. Additionally, I will need a fragment of your flesh for cellular research. Should the research yield fruitful results, I assure you that I will wholeheartedly assist you in mastering the wood-release bloodline and in rekindling the powers of our Uchiha ancestors." What? Initially, Uchiha Shenwu remained remarkably composed, yet upon hearing the young girl's proposition, his countenance darkened. She suggested that he must first sacrifice a piece of his own flesh, and subsequently, he would be required to offer a certain amount of blood at regular intervals. Ultimately, the promise was that, should circumstances permit, he might receive assistance in mastering the wood-release bloodline. Who claims that the Uchiha clan is solely composed of fools? Uchiha Xiaorong's scheme was more astute than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a tone laced with incredulity, Shenwu remarked, "Xiaorong, do you presume that my youth renders me gullible? This is not a matter of my desire to refuse you. Rather, the terms you propose sound distinctly deceptive. Reflect upon your own words and consider whether this is truly the intent you wish to convey. Upon hearing Shenwu's tone brimming with skepticism, he awaited her response. Uchiha Shenwu suddenly felt anxious and hastily spoke. I am not making empty promises. Trust me. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly assist you. Shenwu Dao replied, Senior Shenwu, I do not doubt your sincerity. However, cooperation must be reflected in our actions. Perhaps you should consult the elders of the Uchiha clan to understand the essence of collaboration. Cooperation means that you trust me, and I trust you. You gain a little, I gain a little, and ultimately, we both achieve a win-win outcome. Yet, your current terms. Uchiha Kamui spoke candidly. You merely recounted a tale to me, an account of cellular fusion experiments and research facilities. Yet, I have seen nothing. I have every reason to suspect that you are merely deceiving me. You have witnessed my physique and strength, which indeed possess research value. However, I have yet to see any evidence of your experimental sight or technology. After our collaboration, I have offered myself, while you have acquired my cells and blood. What then have I gained? If your research yields no results, shall I receive nothing in return? If that is the case, who would be willing to collaborate with you? Uchiha Kamizuki gazed at the bewildered girl opposite him, earnestly elucidating each point. From her expression, he discerned her confusion. Uchiha Shenwu's predicament is not merely a matter of calculating strategies, but rather a reflection of an utter lack of collaborative intellect. It must be acknowledged that the Uchiha clan's deficiency in intellectually adept individuals is a significant flaw, regardless of gender or age. It appears that the intelligence of every member of their lineage is rather limited. Shenwu, feeling himself to be rather inadequate, recalls that in his previous life, he barely managed to attend a second-tier university, achieving little and being unable to compare himself with true prodigies. Yet, the young girl before him seems to possess even less intellectual capacity, making it imperative for him to impart knowledge to her. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Shenwu finally grasped the situation, bewildered, and asked, What do you mean? What must I do for you to cooperate with my research? Is it a matter of benefits? Do you require payment? To be frank, my financial resources are quite constrained at the moment. Upon recalling the vast family of the Iburi clan, Uchiha Shenwu was engulfed by an unprecedented sorrow. She had once enjoyed a life of considerable affluence, with her powerful father occasionally bestowing upon her a generous allowance. However, the burden of supporting the bloodline of the Iburi clan, a lineage of shinobi, had diminished her finances, leaving her unable to indulge in lavish expenditures. Money? Uchiha Shen shrugged nonchalantly, expressing indifference. I hold no interest in such matters. However, if you genuinely wish to collaborate, you may take me to your research facility for a brief inspection. Moreover, I do not require an immediate understanding of the intricacies of the cell fusion technique. Yet, I insist on witnessing your experimental research firsthand. At the very least, I must observe a portion of your capabilities. What? Uchiha Shenwu gazed in disbelief. Her eyes wide open and said, It is impossible for you to go to Orochimaru-sensei's laboratory. There are numerous secrets within that facility. Aside from myself and Orochimaru-sensei, no one is permitted to know. Oh? Shenwu pondered with a furrowed brow, contemplating and responding, Xiaorong-senpai. Are you aware that Orochimaru-senpai would disclose the existence of such a confidential laboratory to you? Uchiha Xiaorong stated without hesitation, It is undoubtedly because I am his disciple. However, Shenwu shook his head repeatedly, asserting, You are mistaken. It is because you belong to the Uchiha clan. He calmly elaborated. The current situation of the Uchiha is apparent. Orochimaru can be considered an ally of the Uchiha clan. Both parties thrive together and suffer together. Even the ordinary Uchihas comprehend that harming Orochimaru's interests brings no benefit to us. Furthermore, Orochimaru perceives you as a clever Uchiha. Uchiha Kairon was left utterly astonished. The analysis presented by Kamui at this moment was strikingly similar to the words spoken by his former teacher when he departed, as well as the insights provided by the dragon spirit. How could he possibly possess knowledge of such words? Uchiha Shenwu, Senior Xiaorong. What is your opinion of my intellect? Even if it pales in comparison to yours, it is certainly not lacking. I assure you that I will keep your secrets as well as those of Lord Orochimaru. Moreover, as I am merely an experimental subject within the confines of the laboratory, it does not pose any issue regardless of who becomes aware of it. Would you not agree with my assertion? In his quest to swiftly acquire the cells of the Iburi clan, Uchiha Shenwu feigned praise for her wisdom. Uchiha Shenwu displayed a contemplative expression. However, The matter before her had surpassed her capacity for decision-making. What should one do when faced with a challenge beyond the realm of rational comprehension? Naturally, one must seek assistance. Thus, Uchiha Shenwu, in the presence of Uchiha Kimui, reached out to the consciousness of Huang Er, Kimui, for aid. The outcome was predictable. Kimui would undoubtedly object. Very well. After a prolonged moment of inner turmoil, Uchiha Shenwu finally resolved, "This evening, I have a small experiment in which I can include you. However, you must promise me that aside from the two of us, this matter must remain confidential for the time being. It is because I trust you that I am bringing you along. Should you divulge this information, it would be akin to betraying me, and our friendship would come to an end." "Absolutely no problem." Uchiha Shenwu nodded slightly, a hint of compassion in his demeanor. Who on earth claimed that the Uchiha were haughty and unruly? This Uchiha was anything but defiant. It was evident that the entire clan was simply foolish. With just a few casual remarks, they were left bewildered and dazed. Even the threats lacked any semblance of menace. Fortunately, the other party had chosen Shenwu as their collaborator. He considered himself a rather reliable individual, one who would never engage in backstabbing. After a thorough discussion, the two reached a preliminary agreement, both expressing great satisfaction with one another. They mutually decided to set off at dusk from the doorstep of Uchiha Shenwu's residence, embarking together toward Orochimaru's experimental facility. Uchiha Shen, accompanied by his companions, Jinfu and Tieshio, gradually departed. As night fell, he returned to the doorstep of Xiaorong's residence with the two individuals. Uchiha Xiaorong addressed Jinfu and Taifu, stating, "Shenwu and I are heading to a highly secretive location. There is no cause for concern, and you two must remain here temporarily. Please do not leave until our return." The two Uchiha Jonin, Jinfu and Taifu, found themselves in a predicament. Regardless of whether it was Xiaorong or Shenwu, both individuals were invaluable assets to the Uchiha clan. Any harm befalling either would result in an inconceivable loss, especially if they were to depart together. Taifu opened his mouth, eager to voice his objections, but was swiftly silenced by his elder brother. Jinfu remarked, "I sincerely hope you both return swiftly." "Elder brother." Taifu gazed incredulously at his sibling. The elder brother conveyed a subtle expression suggesting he should follow them discreetly. And the two brothers understood each other perfectly. Uchiha Shenwu observed this exchange with clarity. Conversely, Uchiha Xiaorong appeared completely oblivious to the undercurrents at play. That is reassuring. Uchiha Xiaorong flashed a sweet smile, and in an instant, a series of pale white mist enveloped her, completely shrouding both her and Shenwu. The two vanished before the watchful eyes of two Uchiha Jonin. "Elder brother?" Tieshio exclaimed loudly in a moment of surprise. Jinfu had already activated his three-tomo Sharingan. However, the two brothers, wide-eyed and searching frantically, found their efforts utterly futile. "Have they vanished?" Uchiha Shenwu murmured to himself, his expression filled with disbelief at the events unfolding before him. Two relatively young children had managed to employ a technique of invisibility, completely vanishing from the sight of both him, an elite Jonin, and his companion, another seasoned shinobi. Uchiha Shenwu, of course, understood that Xiaorong's confidence in frequenting Orochimaru's research base stemmed from his innate ability, the dragon spirit technique known as dragon concealment. He was quite accustomed to such scenes. However, as this was their first encounter, Uchiha Shenwu feigned admiration, saying, "What a marvelous technique of invisibility. Even the elite Jonin of our clan are utterly incapable of discerning your ninjutsu." Uchiha Shenwu felt a sense of pride within. Yet her expression remained markedly stern as she said, "Let us walk in silence, refrain from speaking. Your words may inadvertently reveal my concealment technique, and that would expose the experimental base." "Understood." Uchiha Xiaorong and her companion advanced cautiously, skillfully evading various locations that might harbor onlookers. They meandered through the terrain until they finally arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. With a swift motion, Xiaorong displaced the large boulder obstructing the cave's entrance. Once they had both entered, she adeptly sealed the entrance once more with the boulder. As they were ninjas, both the removal and the repositioning of the stone left no trace, not even the slightest indication of their passage. Thus, the two of them infiltrated the experimental base, shrouded in invisibility. The four members of the Iburi clan stationed at the entrance observed the stone's movement, initially displaying expressions of grave concern. However, upon seeing no figures emerge, their apprehension faded into a sense of familiarity. After a short while, they indeed witnessed Uchiha Xiaorong materialize before them. She regarded the four individuals and inquired, "Dongwu, Lei, Feng, and Mang, Has anything occurred at the experimental base? Nothing at all, replied the leader of the Aburi clan, Dongwu, with a respectful bow. Rest assured, Lady Xiaorong, we have remained vigilant at the entrance. Aside from your presence, we have detected no disturbances whatsoever. That is reassuring. Uchiha Shenwu declared. Take me to meet Iblis, for I have pressing matters to discuss with him. The Iblis clan exchanged glances with Uchiha Kimui, sensing their confusion, yet refraining from further comment. Soon, Uchiha Xiaorong, Kamizuki Wutai, and Shui Jian arrived simultaneously at Uchiha Xiaorong's laboratory. Uchiha Shenwu explained to Kamikaze, today, we are merely conducting a rather simple experiment on chakra fusion. It is a modest endeavor. Given the minimal power of the fusion, the likelihood of complications is quite low. However, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of issues arising. Shenwu then turned to Ibuli Wutai and inquired, are you prepared? Ibuli Wutai solemnly nodded and replied, I shall give my utmost effort. That is reassuring. Uchiha Shenwu approached the laboratory table, unsealing the scroll and releasing the seal. A minuscule, thumb-sized orb of flowing liquid chakra materialized before her. Uchiha Shenwu exclaimed, this is the active chakra I have discovered. In truth, it was a small fragment of flesh from the dragon spirit of Uchiha Shenwu. The loss of even a tiny portion of this flesh would require at least 3 days for the dragon spirit to naturally regenerate. Although it was a waste of precious training time, it was not a grave concern. Uchiha Shenwu inquired, how have you progressed with the absorbing technique I entrusted to you last time? Ibuli replied with utmost respect, I have mastered it quite proficiently and can give it a vigorous attempt. As they spoke, Uchiha Shenwu stepped aside, allowing Ibuli to channel his chakra. A faint blue luminescence materialized above one of his hands, coalescing atop a golden, fluid chakra. The golden chakra gradually diminished at an observable pace until it vanished entirely, leaving Ibuli's robust form adorned with countless golden specks. The chakra within him surged forth, intertwining with the golden spots, slowly forming transparent patches of gold. It appeared as though the chakra was transforming into an uncontrollable liquid state. Ibuli could not suppress a groan, clearly overwhelmed by the pain. In Uchiha Shenwu's perspective, the fusion of dragon spirit chakra was merely a means bestowed upon her to augment her strength. Conversely, Ibuli viewed it as a pathway to enhance his bloodline power. Unbeknownst to them both, he was not the first to merge with tailed beast chakra. Historically in the ninja world, there had been a pair of brothers from the hidden cloud, known as Gold Horn and Silver Horn, who unexpectedly consumed the flesh of the Nine Tails, thereby merging with its chakra and experiencing a tremendous surge in power, rivaling that of the Nine Tails itself. The two fortunate individuals possessed chakra of unparalleled potency, far surpassing that of average Kage-level ninjas. Furthermore, their chakra bore the searing intensity akin to the Nine Tails' lava-like power, amplifying the effectiveness of their ninjutsu. Their unexpected success once caused a great stir in the Hidden Cloud Village, prompting the second Raikage to decree that countless ninjas and children attempt to consume the chakra of the Eight Tails, thereby cultivating a plethora of formidable warriors for the village. Alas, the requirements for merging with tailed beast flesh were far more stringent than anticipated, leading the Raikage to ultimately abandon this unreliable strategy. According to Kamino's speculation, the dangers of ninjas merging with tailed beast chakra could be attributed to two primary aspects. Firstly, the nature of tailed beast chakra is such that, within the 5 great shinobi villages, there are always geniuses who develop various bloodline limits through its study. This indicates that tailed beast chakra inherently contains a remarkably high degree of chakra nature transformation. The mastery of this transformative power, when comprehended by the strong and practiced diligently, can indeed become as effortless as an extension of one's own limbs. However, if an unfamiliar individual attempts to directly merge tailed beast chakra with their own, the advanced nature transformation can be likened to wind-style chakra, akin to sharp wind blades. How could one possibly absorb such a thing? It would be akin to swallowing knives. Among 10 individuals, 9 would likely perish. Fortunately, the tailed beast chakra provided by Uchiha Shenwu originates from the dragon spirit, a power birth from Uchiha Kamino's own chakra. This energy is inherently gentler, by a factor of 10 compared to the tailed beast spawned from the god tree, especially given Uchiha Kamino's relatively weak stature. The chakra he cultivated, if absorbed by a Jainin with a bloodline limit, would not likely cause substantial harm. Secondly, it is well known that consuming tailed beast chakra, leading to the fusion of one's chakra with that of the tailed beast, results in a rapid surge in chakra power, potentially manifesting as a tailed beast cloak around the body. This raises a query. Why does chakra undergo such a transformation from gaseous to liquid state and experience a surge? It appears to contradict the principle of conservation of energy. Thus, there exists another significant danger for ninjas merging with tailed beast chakra. An immense influx of natural energy from the environment merges with their inherent power. The fusion of tailed beast chakra cannot drain the body's energy or mental acuity. Otherwise, even if the fusion were successful, the ninja would be overwhelmed. Hence, the source of the chakra enhancement can only be attributed to the natural energy of the world, which is notoriously wild and tumultuous. Orochimaru, for instance, resorts to studying cursed seals to aid ninjas in gradually absorbing this energy. Direct and continuous consumption of natural energy is undoubtedly fatal. Two formidable challenges. Compared to those from the hidden cloud, Abelia was undoubtedly much luckier, as the first factor constraining chakra fusion was virtually non-existent. His current suffering stemmed mainly from the tumultuous influx of energy from nature. After contemplation, Kamino suddenly extended his hand, allowing a robust stream of golden chakra to envelop Abulio. The frantic expression on Abulio's face gradually eased. Standing nearby, Uchiha Shenwu and Abelia Shuedrin displayed expressions of astonishment. The golden, translucent chakra surrounding Abulio began to expand, fully enveloping him, ultimately transforming into a semi-transparent golden silhouette. After an extended period, Abelia's aura stabilized, and the transparent chakra gradually dissipated. Once all signs had vanished, Abulio gazed in astonishment at his hands, revealing an expression of shock and delight. Uchiha Shenwu inquired uncertainly, "How do you feel at this moment?" Ibu Liwutai replied, "Lady Shenwu, I feel an unprecedented sense of well-being. The chakra within me seems to have undergone a transformative change, having expanded significantly, at least fivefold compared to before. Moreover, I can sense a substantial enhancement in the quality of my chakra. I have even gained remarkable control over clouds." As he spoke, Ibu Liwutai whimsically transformed into a golden cloud, effortlessly enlarging its expanse under his command, capable of expanding 7 or 8 times. He could also diminish its size by the same measure. With a flourish, Ibu Liwutai declared, "I feel as though I have acquired an extraordinary ability to manipulate clouds and mist at will, harnessing my mental faculties to control them. Under these circumstances, I should no longer be vulnerable to ordinary winds, though I remain uncertain about confronting more formidable wind-based ninjutsu. Additionally," he continued, "I have obtained yet another ability, allowing me to freely manipulate the size of the transforming cloud, expanding or contracting it by 7 or 8 times at my discretion." Uchiha Shenwu's face displayed a peculiar expression. Uchiha Kamikaze's expression was peculiarly strange. The two silently contemplated the capabilities of the dragon spirit, particularly its technique of dragon concealment, which allowed for the manipulation of clouds and mist to achieve invisibility. Additionally, there was the ability to alter one's size, enabling a transformation of the body to a certain extent. Although Iburi Yuta could also manipulate his cloud formation, it appeared he lacked the ability to become invisible. Moreover, his size alteration was only feasible when transforming into mist. Had he received a diluted version of the dragon spirit's powers? Despite the significant reduction in the strength he acquired, it was undeniable that his abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation following this experiment. Firstly, his chakra power had ascended to a level surpassing that of an ordinary elite J-nin. Secondly, his smoke release could finally manifest under sunlight, enhancing his bloodline abilities. Coupled with his original exceptional combat techniques, at this moment, Uchiha Kamikaze and Uchiha Shenwu could be said to possess a wholly loyal elite shinobi from a different clan. Uchiha Shenwu may not excel in the realms of politics and social intricacies, yet her innate talent for combat is undeniably formidable. Upon hearing Wutai's description, she could distinctly sense his prowess, which filled her with exhilaration. She remarked, "I initially believed that the fusion of chakra would require a considerable amount of time to manifest results. To my astonishment, it seems that only a tiny fraction of that essence is necessary for such swift outcomes. This implies that if each member of the Iblis clan were to undergo this fusion once, it could potentially lead to a significant surge in chakra and an enhancement of their bloodline abilities." Pondering this notion, Iblis Wutai reflected, "It may not be as straightforward as it appears. I believe that if the foundational level has not reached the elite shinobi grade, and if the groundwork is too superficial, then hastily attempting this could indeed pose substantial risks." After a moment of contemplation, he continued to deliberate. Uchiha Shenwu gazed at Shenwu and inquired, "Shenwu, why was my original condition so dire? Yet, When you placed your hand upon him, his state evidently improved. Shenwu glanced at the assembly before him and nonchalantly replied. Just now, even a fool could perceive his condition. The chakra within him was markedly amplifying. The reason for this pronounced enhancement of chakra, if I am not mistaken, lies in the fusion process, which, during its consumption, voraciously absorbs external chakra or natural energy. My chakra possesses unique properties that can substitute for natural energy, assisting him in this absorption. Thus, it alleviates his physical condition to a certain extent. Fool. Uchiha Xiaorong's eyes widened in astonishment. Beside her, the other little girl, Yibili Shuijian, wore a similarly bewildered expression. The two young girls exchanged glances, both instantly understanding one another's thoughts. Was the situation they had just encountered truly so conspicuous? Uchiha Xiangrong gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Shenwu, the young boy before her, who was scarcely half her age. Although she was hailed as the intellectual prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the truth remained known only to her. Her brilliance stemmed merely from the guidance of a remarkably astute beast of wisdom residing within her. In contrast, Uchiha Shenwu appeared to possess an innate intelligence. After engaging in conversation with him over the past period, Uchiha Xiangrong profoundly sensed the disparity in their intellectual capacities, leading her to regard him with newfound respect. Ibligwa sincerely expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Lord Shenwu, for saving my life just now. Had it not been for your intervention, my chances of survival would have scarcely exceeded 30%. Yet, thanks to your assistance, I have emerged unscathed." Shenwu, unconcerned, turned his gaze toward Uchiha Xiangrong and remarked, "I have observed your experimental base and the resources at your disposal. I believe that in the future, you may very well master the technique of merging wood-release cells. Now, let us discuss the potential for our collaboration." Uchiha Xiaorong promptly nodded and stated, "I still require your blood and flesh for my research." Indeed, Kamino responded affirmatively, adding, "This poses no issue. However, I must clarify that my ultimate goal is to amalgamate the wood-release Kekei Genkai. Nevertheless, the power of a Kekei Genkai is not limited to the fusion of merely one or two types. The Iburi clan's modifications to the cloud transformation technique are, at the very least, significantly more formidable than the Moonlight clan's phasing technique. There exists the potential to develop abilities such as levitation, and initially, I also need the blood of the Iburi clan for research and fusion purposes." Kamino continued, "In addition to my own blood, and that of one child from the Iburi clan as a reference, I require 4ch Nin from the Iburi clan to follow my commands." Both Iburi Wu Tai and Yukimi were taken aback. This, Uchiha Xiaorong expressed her concerns, asking, "You wouldn't have them engage in any peculiar experiments, would you?" Upon hearing her words, the two individuals couldn't help but reveal expressions of relief. Simultaneously, their eyes turned towards Uchiha Xiaorong, filled with respect and gratitude. A leader should indeed be of such commendable character. Rest assured, Uchiha Shenwu, I merely wish to indulge in the thrill of leadership, to gather a few obedient subordinates, and to enlist their assistance in the development of my bloodline jutsu. It will only bring them benefits, with no drawbacks whatsoever. I shall not impose hardships upon them. That is splendid." Uchiha Xiangrong let out a long sigh of relief. "I, Tai Lian," quickly remarked, "Lord Xiangrong and Lord Kamamu have bestowed immense grace upon our clan. I shall instruct my subordinates to attentively heed your commands." Kamamu, Xiangrong, and the Iblis clan's inaugural experiment has achieved resounding success. Uchiha Shenwu's joining of the small faction led by Uchiha Xiaorong is self-evident, establishing a nascent power centered around the Uchiha clan. Following discussions between Shenwu and Xiaorong, they secretly formed a small organization named Dragon Spirit, with the aim of researching bloodline limits and bloodline fusion. Shenwu and Xiaorong serve as the two leaders of this organization, and should any other ninja clans choose to join their ranks in the future, they will be expected to obey the duo, much like the Iblis clan. Likewise, the leaders will employ ninjutsu and various enhancement methods to elevate the strength of the ninja clans. Upon Shenwu's suggestion, the two utilized genjutsu to obscure the memories of the Iblis clan regarding the Uchiha pair. Subsequently, they altered their appearances and donned dragon masks, akin to the Umbu, gradually giving rise to the embryonic form of a clandestine power. Meanwhile, at the root base, Shimura Danzo found himself lost in contemplation. In recent times, he had exerted tremendous effort in launching an offensive against the Uchiha, yielding significant results. Under the immense pressure from the villagers, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could no longer endure and planned to convene a meeting of all Konoha's elite ninjas this coming Sunday, merely 2 days hence, to collectively discuss perspectives and solutions regarding the rumors. This was nothing short of a farce, one that even Shimura Danzo scoffed at. The notion that such rumors required deliberation for resolution was ludicrous. If a true solution was desired, it could simply be addressed with a word from the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely using this as a pretext to deal with the Uchiha, cloaking his intentions in a facade of propriety. Though deeply dissatisfied, Danzo found himself in alignment with the third Hokage when it came to dealing with the Uchiha. Thus, he was compelled to assist Sarutobi Hiruzen in contemplating a pressing issue. Should they take action against Uchiha Shenwu to guard against the machinations of that cunning strategist from the Uchiha clan? Suddenly, 2 figures descended before Danzo in succession. One figure respectfully reported, "Lord Danzo, we have uncovered that when Lord Orochimaru departed, he entrusted the 49th Research Base, which we were collaborating on, to Uchiha Shenwu, who has repeatedly transported supplies to that location." The mention of the 49th Research Base caused Danzo to furrow his brow in contemplation. In truth, the root's awareness of Uchiha Shenwu's provision of supplies was not due to her lack of caution. Uchiha Shenwu entirely relied on sealing scrolls, utilizing the dragon concealment technique to transport items. Logically, it should have been impossible for anyone to be aware of this. However, that particular base frequently received messengers from Orochimaru and Danzo. Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo already shared a cooperative relationship. When they discreetly exchanged information, it was usually members of the root who would approach the Iblis clan, delivering messages that would subsequently be relayed to Orochimaru by the clan's members. This was the nature of their communication. After Orochimaru's participation in the Great War, this method of information transfer became increasingly frequent. It was practically impossible for Danzo's root to remain oblivious to such intelligence. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo coldly remarked, "Uchiha Shenwu is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Her demise would undoubtedly provoke a vehement backlash from them. If a thorough investigation were to ensue, it could very well lead back to the experimental base, and the 49th experimental base must not be exposed, nor the Iblis clan." The extent of Danzo's efforts to assist Orochimaru in fleeing after the latter's exposure attested to his fear of their association being revealed. Moreover, the Iblis clan, being well acquainted with both individuals, could not afford to have even one member survive. At this moment, when the struggle for the position of 5th Hokage was not yet at hand, how could one consider taking action against Orochimaru, especially in such a self-destructive manner? In contrast, Shimura Danzo even felt that confronting him within the confines of the Hokage's office would be far more suitable. Upon hearing Danzo's words, his 2 subordinates expressed their predicament. Uchiha Shenwu is indeed a genius of the Uchiha. Her stealth techniques are exceptionally formidable. Aside from that location where we could lie in wait, we have no means of surveilling her actions. One individual, filled with frustration, added, "A colleague tasked with monitoring the Uchiha clan has witnessed Shenwu vanish right before his eyes multiple times. This little brat." Shimura Danzo swallowed hard, exclaiming, "How troublesome she is." He could hardly suppress the urge to infiltrate the Uchiha compound and brazenly eliminate the girl in her own home. One person suggested, "Lord Danzo, your only concern seems to be the memories within the Iblis clan. We could simply silence them. If the entire Iblis clan were eradicated, then your and Lord Orochimaru's experimental endeavors would be unscathed." After contemplating for a moment, Danzo shook his head, stating, "Your suggestions are all flawed ideas. They may appear discreet, but they involve the Iblis clan, which only adds to the unpredictability. We in the root cannot afford to engage in such timid maneuvers. You would do well to heed my plan." As he spoke, Danzo laid out his scheme to eliminate the Uchiha. The 2 root ninjas exclaimed in unison, "Magnificent! Lord Danzo, you truly are exceptional. Your strategy is simply brilliant." Uchiha Kamiyu and Uchiha Shenwu had toiled throughout the night, hastily returning to their clan. Kamiyu had scarcely reclined when a sudden stir within his mind ensued. A fragment of his consciousness, separated from him, observed an unusual occurrence. 2 Leaf Village ninjas, adorned with umbu masks, appeared at the doorstep of Uchiha Shenwu. They knocked and entered. Upon encountering Uchiha Shenwu in the room, the umbu ninjas bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Shenwu, the Hokage wishes to meet Uchiha Shenwu and has requested us to escort her." Uchiha Shenwu was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Do you know why Lord Hokage is searching for Sheru? The Umbu ninja nonchalantly replied. It seems to pertain to her promotion to Chunin. Lord Hokage has recently recalled her exceptional talents and extraordinary wisdom. She is fully deserving of the Chunin title in Konoha, hence the desire to meet her. Oh, so that is the reason. Uchiha Shenwu displayed a radiant smile, utterly satisfied with this excuse, harboring not a trace of doubt. He even personally visited Xiaorong's dormitory to awaken his daughter, subsequently advising her to diligently heed the orders of the Hokage. Two Umbu ninjas exchanged glances and together escorted Uchiha Xiaorong towards a training ground situated not far from the Hokage's office. Uchiha Xiaorong exhibited a puzzled expression and inquired, "What is the situation? Shouldn't we be heading to the Hokage's office to meet Lord Hokage? Why have we arrived at this training ground?" An ANBU ninja elucidated, "Lord Hokage has summoned you to promote you to CH Nin. To achieve such a promotion, one must undergo an assessment, and certainly, a place like the Hokage's office is not suitable for a rigorous ninja evaluation." Uchiha Shenwu nodded subtly, as this notion seemed to possess a modicum of reason. Upon entering the training grounds of Konoha, she beheld a man at the center of the indoor training arena. His body swathed in bandages, his countenance shrouded in gloom. It was none other than Shimura Danzo. "Lord Danzo?" Uchiha Shenwu exclaimed in astonishment. "What brings you here, Hokage-sama? Could it be that you will preside over today's test?" "Test?" Shimura Danzo retorted with a frigid expression. "They say Uchiha Shenwu possesses unparalleled wisdom and foresight. Yet in this moment, it seems those claims are greatly exaggerated. She is merely a foolish little girl. You vile Uchiha wretch. Next year on this very day shall mark your day of reckoning," Shimura Danzo declared. "As the elder advisor of Konoha, I, Shimura Danzo, shall not permit a malevolent child like you to continue existing in this world." With that, a multitude of root ninjas materialized from all directions within the training hall. The wood-release ninja, designated as Ninja A, swiftly positioned himself to guard Shimura Danzo. Simultaneously, a fiery-haired ninja from the Yamashiro clan emerged. He was not Yamashiro Kaze, but rather an esteemed elder of the clan, possessing chakra levels akin to that of an elite Uchiha. The Yamashiro ninja directed a mind-body switch technique at Uchiha Shenwu. Beside him, another ninja from the Aburame clan spread his arms wide, summoning poisonous insects, poised and ready to strike. Countless shurikens rained down from all directions. Uchiha Xiaorong's complexion changed dramatically, a blend of astonishment and disbelief washing over her. What a joke! This was Konoha, the very heart of the village. The Hokage's office was merely a stone's throw away. How audacious was Shimura Danzo to dare undertake such actions. In that fleeting moment of unawareness, a ninja from the Yamanaka clan unleashed a technique, the mind-body switch technique. However, to the utter astonishment of the assailant, just as his soul was about to exit his body, a frog appeared suddenly before Uchiha Shenwu. The Yamanaka ninja was momentarily bewildered. How absurd! The soul was expelled into the frog's body, leaving the seasoned jonin utterly dumbfounded. Fortunately, the Yamanaka clan's secret technique wasn't as detrimental as it could have been, as it did not permanently reside within the frog. The creature, sensing the discord between its body and the foreign soul, instinctively expelled the Yamanaka ninja's spirit. However, for an extended period, the jonin soul found itself unable to return to its original vessel. Simultaneously, a multitude of ninjas emerged. The Uchiha clan dispatched a police unit comprising 28 ninjas, led by 4 elite jonin. The root ninjas lying in ambush nearby were swiftly eliminated. Uchiha and stepped forward, casting a glance at Uchiha Sheri and the fallen root ninja, as well as Shimura Danzo, whose expression was more unsightly than ever before. Previously, Uchiha Shin had discreetly informed him that the root had taken Uchiha Sheri, seemingly intending to target the genius of their clan. He had harbored a sliver of doubt, believing that the relationship between the two parties could not have deteriorated to such an extent. However, the current situation presented irrefutable evidence, with both witnesses and material proof abundantly clear. The Uchiha clan and the mighty must accept the undeniable truth, even in disbelief. The audacity is astonishing. Uchiha Yao's heart seethed with indignation as he vehemently cursed. Shimura Danzo is utterly audacious, his gall knows no bounds. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Yao struggled to suppress his fury and addressed Danzo. "Elder Danzo, what is the meaning of this? How dare your root operatives lay a hand on our Uchiha prodigy?" Unfazed, Shimura Danzo coldly retorted, "Uchiha Yao, It is you who have the audacity to attack the Umbu directly under the Hokage. Do you Uchiha truly intend to rebel? Uchiha and his fury, unable to be contained, declared, "The evidence is irrefutable. How dare you still argue here?" As his gaze shifted, he suddenly sensed the lingering souls of the Yamashiro clan floating in the air. Uchiha, in a swift motion, activated his three-tomo Sharingan, seeking out the dynamic spirits, and unsheathed his katana, striking with precision. The right-hand man of Danzo, a high-ranking shinobi of the Yamashiro clan, was utterly slain. Shinobi Danzo squinted his eyes, coldly stating, "You Uchiha have slain my elite shinobi from the root. This matter is far from over." As he spoke, he turned to leave with a large entourage. "Do you intend to escape?" Suddenly, an Uchiha J-nin stepped forward, blocking Danzo's path. Danzo's gaze turned hostile. Although the root organization was formidable, with 70 or 80 members present, the Uchiha only fielded a mere squad, at most 30 individuals. However, Danzo understood clearly that a confrontation was futile. His higher-ups had already shown signs of retreat. 3-1. There was no way to fight this. Uchiha and his fury. Danzo roared in anger. "Do you Uchiha truly wish to rebel?" "Father." Uchiha Sifeng gazed at Uchiha and Xiong. The members of the Uchiha clan cast their gazes towards Uchiha and Xiong. In light of today's events, it seems evident that the Uchiha hold the moral high ground. Does it not? Faced with such circumstances, must they all yield and compromise? How can the Uchihas maintain their pride? What shall become of their future? Will they still be able to hold their heads high and proclaim themselves as the foremost clan of Konoha? This situation demands an explanation. Uchiha and Xiong furrowed their brows. Although they were indeed in the right regarding today's events, Shimura Danzo's identity was undeniably unique. Regardless of how the situation was handled, it would inevitably incite conflict between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan, rendering the matter exceedingly difficult to resolve. Even the seasoned and well-versed Uchiha and Xiong felt an overwhelming sense of dilemma. Suddenly, Uchiha and Xiong turned their gaze towards Uchiha Xiaorong and said, "Xiaorong, today's incident arose because of you, making you the most affected party. What do you believe should be done?" Uchiha Xiaorong was initially bewildered, but she swiftly regained her composure. This was due to her once again hearing a portion of the analysis regarding the matter. "Esteemed elder," Uchiha Xiaorong sincerely expressed, "what I mean is, we should eliminate everyone here and detain Shimura Danzo, compelling the third Hokage to provide us with an explanation. To annihilate everyone and imprison Danzo?" Even the initially boisterous Uchiha experts found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Was this not a tad excessive? Shimura Danzo could only stare in disbelief. Unbelievable audacity. At that moment, the only four words echoing in Danzo's mind were, "Unbelievable audacity." How utterly brazen of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha, and you pondered for a moment, and with a hint of difficulty, remarked, "If the Hokage were to take action, we would undoubtedly be no match for the entirety of Konoha." Uchiha Xiaorong disdainfully remarked, "If we endure in silence, the first transgression will inevitably lead to a second. Do the elders intend to persist in this acquiescence? Are we, the Uchiha, truly still the foremost clan of Konoha? It seems to me that we resemble a wronged bride, too fearful to raise our voices." Uchiha Xiaorong. Shimura Danzo thundered with indignation. "Indeed, I did not misjudge. You are undeniably the most nefarious little imp of the Uchiha clan. I can scarcely contain my resentment at not having discovered you sooner, for I would have relished the opportunity to eliminate you at the earliest chance." Uchiha Xiaorong seemed to have heard something and suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, take action. Do not let Shimura Danzo escape. Protect Lord Danzo." At that moment, a multitude of root ninjas emerged. The Uchiha clan struck with astonishing swiftness. Techniques such as the Fireball Jutsu, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, and Wind Shuriken erupted in a cacophony of ninjutsu and taijutsu. A multitude of ninjas emerged, shielding Uchiha and the likes of Xiaorong and Shimura Danzo behind them. Although the root ninjas appeared to outnumber them threefold, they fell one after another. The signaling ninjutsu transformed into fiery feathers ascending into the heavens, leaving the entire Hidden Leaf village in shock. In that instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen, situated in the Hokage building next door, grasped the situation. However, he refrained from rushing in immediately, opting instead to dispatch ANBU operatives to ascertain the events that had transpired before he hurried to the forefront. At that moment, elite ninja from various clans of Konoha had gathered, ready to confront the chaos. as they charged into the training grounds with fierce determination. They were met with an astonishing sight. The clash between the Root and Uchiha forces had turned the area into a battlefield, with dozens of bloodied Root ninjas sprawled on the ground. Among them lay the esteemed Jonin of the Yamashiro clan, Yamashiro Daodion, unconscious and in peril. Shimura Danzo, typically reluctant to engage directly, made a rare move to utilize his formidable abilities to withstand the onslaught of several Uchiha Jonin. Hiromasa, upon catching sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo seemed to find his anchor amidst the turmoil, his voice hoarse yet resolute as he declared, "The Uchiha clan has dared to assail the elder of Konoha's council. You all witnessed it. They did not merely attack me, but have slain countless comrades from our village. Hiromasa, esteemed colleagues, what are you waiting for? The Uchiha's audacity cannot go unpunished. Failing to act would betray our village's laws and incite the wrath of the people. We must act swiftly to execute these Uchiha miscreants on the spot and subsequently demand accountability from Uchiha Fugaku." Danzo's indignation was palpable, and it was clear that his outrage was genuine. The actions of the Uchiha clan this time have truly astonished him. He merely sought a casual pretext to deal with the genius of the Uchiha. Yet, what audacity the nefarious Uchiha clan has displayed. They dared to intervene, not only leading a formidable force to obstruct him, but also brazenly attacking the Root ninjas under his command, and even choosing to confront him directly. Such malevolent conduct must not be tolerated in the slightest. If today the members of the Uchiha clan retaliated and he, Shimura Danzo, along with the rest of Konoha, remained indifferent, the Uchiha would come to understand that resistance is indeed an option, even if they did choose to rebel. It seems that Konoha would be powerless to contend with them. Shimura Danzo was filled with a mix of rage and urgency, yet within him lingered a subtle, inexplicable thrill. The Uchiha clan has finally risen in rebellion. I have patiently awaited this moment since becoming an advisor to Konoha. What have I been waiting for all this time? If not for this very day? The Uchiha clan has long been suspected of manipulating the Nine Tails, and with today's massacre of fellow villagers before the eyes of many, it is impossible to explain away their actions. The gravity of their transgressions warrants severe repercussions. To survive unscathed is inconceivable, and the complete annihilation of their clan would be deemed justifiable. Upon hearing Shimura Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a solemn glance at the Uchiha clan members, fully comprehending Danzo's intentions. Had the hawkish faction of the Uchiha acted today, Hiruzen would have shown no mercy. However, as far as he knew, the Uchiha present, including Uchiha and Hiro, were leaders of the neutral faction, while Uchiha Shenwu's father was one of the leaders of the Dove faction. To strike now may provide a momentary sense of satisfaction, yet annihilating the neutral and Dove factions of the Uchiha would leave only the Hawks remaining. Could Uchiha Fugaku, a solitary commander, truly maintain control? Besides Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans furrowed their brows in confusion. What was the meaning of this situation? How could such events transpire? From his perspective, the Uchiha had just formed a significant alliance with Orochimaru, a likely successor to the 5th Hokage. At such a critical juncture, it was inconceivable that they would act recklessly. In the past, when oppressed and devoid of hope, they refrained from rebellion. Now, upon glimpsing a glimmer of hope, they erupt in violence? Such occurrences are unfathomable. As for Danzo's insistence on immediate action to eliminate the Uchiha before them, what foolishness! Not only were several Uchiha Jonin present, making such an endeavor futile, but what would be the repercussions from the remaining Uchiha clan? The borders of the Land of Lightning are already embroiled in conflict. Should Konoha and the Uchiha engage in battle today, it is highly plausible that a Wagakure and Tsunagakure would join the fray tomorrow, igniting the next ninja world war. Nara Shikaku firmly restrained his two friends, utterly unwilling to initiate hostilities. The ninjas of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, aside from rallying support, dared not engage in combat. The atmosphere had grown decidedly tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes glinted with resolve as he fiercely scrutinized Uchiha and Hiro, inquiring, "Hiro, what is the true nature of this situation? What has transpired here? Is there any truth to Elder Danzo's claims? This is sheer madness." Uchiha and you angrily retorted, "We are accused of assassinating the elder advisor. Go and inquire if such an assassination truly occurred. Did we lead a large contingent, charging into the training ground to launch an attack on 100 Root ninjas? Is this what you call assassination? Which of your ninjas conducts themselves in such a manner? It seems this is merely a misunderstanding." Nara Shikaku timely interjected, Please, Elder Yu, elucidate the specific reasons. Do not be swayed by the brutal scene unfolding in the training ground, where 50 to 60 root ninjas have already perished. However, given the circumstances, Nara Shikaku harbored no intention of pursuing the matter further. The most prudent course of action now is to downplay the situation, to trivialize the issues at hand. Otherwise, what is the alternative? Are you truly prepared to eliminate the Uchiha's moderate and neutral factions, or even to orchestrate their annihilation? It is easy for you, Shimura Danzo, to boast now. Would you dare to act yourself? Uchiha and Shiong nodded slowly, stating, Our esteemed elder from Konoha, Shimura Danzo, exhibits an audacity that knows no bounds. He dares to send individuals masquerading as Umbu, luring our Uchiha prodigies into ambush, seeking to take advantage of the situation to surround and eliminate them. Fortunately, I discovered this early. Otherwise, the consequences of such an event would be unimaginable. What? Uchiha Fugaku, who had just received the news and hurried over from the Uchiha clan grounds, was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. He immediately summoned the remaining 3 elders of the Uchiha clan along with the elite forces. Little did he anticipate that upon entering, he would be met with such shocking revelations. Shimura Danzo has gone too far. Uchiha Fugaku's eternally expressionless visage could not help but darken. Uchiha Tenka, Uchiha Yuichi, and Uchiha Hokage, each member of the Uchiha elite, displayed a profound change in expression. They harbored no doubt whatsoever regarding Uchiha and Yuichi. The character and qualities of their kin were beyond question. Although the Uchiha clan may exhibit a touch of arrogance and stubbornness, it must be acknowledged that they possess a profound pride characteristic of a noble lineage. Unless resorting to the petty tactics of a fool, they hold in disdain the act of deceit among those of equal standing. At that moment, the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Nara clans pondered simultaneously. Danzo claimed that the members of the Uchiha clan harbored sinister ambitions and conspired to assassinate him. Uchiha inquired about the truth behind Shimura Danzo's conspiracy against the genius of the Uchiha clan. Nara Shikaku, maintaining his composure, took a step back, followed by Yamanaka and Akimichi. Yamanaka clan leader, Yamanaka Kaichi, looked helplessly at Shimura Danzo, displaying a bitter expression of powerlessness. The Inoshikicho trio, known as the foremost strategists of Konoha, were not mere pawns easily incited among the common ninjas. A moment's reflection revealed the unfolding events. During the village's recent meeting of elite ninjas, it was clear to anyone of sound mind what needed to be done. The previous village decision had seen Uchiha Sharon display extraordinary wisdom, and now she had suddenly encountered misfortune. Were they to be taken for fools? To incite an internal conflict amidst the Uchiha's wrath, with threats of annihilation? It was the same sentiment echoed. Let Danzo take matters into his own hands. As the Inoshikicho trio retreated, Hyuga Hizashi did the same. Firstly, the Hyuga clan had exerted considerable effort during the recent war against the Cloud Village, leaving them with depleted strength. Secondly, the Uchiha had the upper hand. Any forced confrontation might provoke an unforeseen awakening of the Sharingan among the Uchiha clan. Observing the hesitation among the rest, the recently allied Oil Woman clan leader, Yuhi Shimi, exchanged glances with Yuhi Shurhei at her side. Others hesitated to act, yet action was imperative for them. Having allied with the Shimura clan, they needed to demonstrate their worth in this critical moment. Although contending with the Uchiha posed challenges, their clan was still formidable. On the surface, the Uchiha clan had only 5 elite jonin: Uchiha Fugaku, Tenka, Yuichi, Hokage, and Yu. In contrast, the Oil Women clan boasted 2 elite jonin: Yuhi Shimi and Yuhi Shurhei. While a direct confrontation might be daunting, serving as vanguards was still within their capacity. Compared to the potential gains from Shimura Danzo's trust, their modest contributions seemed trivial. Taking a deep breath, Yuhi Shimi stepped forward, her visage serious. Though she spoke little and displayed few emotions, she asserted with righteous conviction, Elder Danzo could never conspire to assassinate the Uchiha genius. What sort of person was Elder Danzo? She addressed the assembly. It is well known that our Konoha's advisory elders are representatives of the public will, acting in the interests of the common people, revered by all villagers and ninjas alike. Would such a person engage in immoral acts? Conversely, she turned to the Uchiha clan. Though the true instigator of the Nine Tails incident remains unidentified, anyone with discernment understands that the Uchiha orchestrated it. Having devised the Nine Tails incident, they now send numerous ninjas to assassinate Elder Danzo. Such audacity is beyond comprehension. Yuhi Shimi then directed her gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Third, the truth is evident. Please issue your decree. Indeed, the Sarutobi ninjas echoed loudly, their voices resounding. Sarutobi clan leader, Sarutobi Masahiro, declared, "Who could believe that Elder Danzo would commit such acts? Who would doubt the Uchiha's culpability?" Shimura clan ninjas immediately countered. "Regardless of the circumstances, the fallen here are predominantly from our ranks. We implore the Hokage to adjudicate." The ninjas of Konoha, alongside the common ninjas, were filled with righteous indignation, united in their demand for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to address the Uchiha. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, a Uchiha Chunin stood with blood streaming from his eyes, his gaze emanating a piercing crimson light, a surge of formidable mental energy enveloping him. He was not alone. In an instant, 17 Uchiha clan members awakened their Sharingan, with 2 double Tomo evolving into 3 Tomo. A powerful, chilling aura surged forth in an instant, silencing the training ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress his astonishment. Abruptly, he proclaimed, "This matter ends here for today. A meeting of all elite ninjas will convene in 2 days. Fugaku clan leader." Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Uchiha Fugaku. "You have heard the voices of the people. In 2 days, I expect the Uchiha clan to provide a satisfactory explanation to me and to all villagers of Konoha." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's final pronouncement, the ninjas collectively exhaled in relief. Thankfully, a conflict had been averted. "Hokage." The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen demanded accountability from the Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted dramatically, his face turning ashen. What had once been a somber countenance now bore the pallor of impending turmoil. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in exasperation, "The truth of the matter has yet to be fully uncovered. Why must we, the Uchiha clan, provide an explanation to Lord Hokage? Why is it that Shimura Danzo is not held to the same standard?" Uchiha Tenka, consumed by rage, shouted hoarsely, "This is utterly outrageous, utterly outrageous." Uchiha Yuichi leaped up and exclaimed, "You have truly gone too far in your arrogance." The members of the Uchiha clan vociferously raised their voices. Sarutobi Izashi remained silent. Casting a meaningful glance towards the leader of the Moonlight clan, Tsukuya Mikaze, who stood not far away. Instantly, the ninjas of the Moonlight clan erupted into a fervent outcry. "How dare you Uchiha demand evidence? Have you not destroyed it beforehand? It is with such unfounded confidence that you act so brazenly." As the Moonlight clan voiced their accusations, the Oil Woman clan swiftly rallied in support, followed closely by the Inazuka, the Wai-Hai, the Karasuma, and countless other ninja clans joining the fray. Numerous civilian ninjas also expressed their indignation. What began as a mere conflict within the village had escalated into widespread condemnation of the Uchiha clan by a significant portion of the ninja community. Although the Uchiha clan was filled with righteous indignation, a single voice could not compete with 100. Within mere minutes, the wrathful members of the Uchiha were rendered speechless by the torrent of insults directed at them. Each face appeared as dismal as a frostbitten eggplant. As the commotion among the crowd finally subsided, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Uchiha Fugaku, his expression earnest as he spoke. "Fugaku, understand this clearly. It is not my intention to target your clan. This is the will of the people, a tide of public sentiment. If you perceive any injustice, we can hold a trust vote among the J-Nin regarding this matter and the Nine Tails incident to ascertain the collective opinion." Upon hearing the mention of a J-Nin trust vote, Uchiha Fugaku's countenance darkened like never before. A trust vote among the J-Nin? The very embodiment of dictatorship cloaked in the guise of democracy. How many votes are not dictated by you? Will you allow a member of the Uchiha to tally the votes? In the heart of Uchiha Fugaku, a multitude of words surged forth, yet the very abundance of thoughts rendered him speechless. "Hokage-sama." Uchiha Xiaorong's eyes brimmed with a single tear of blood as her Sharingan evolved. Suppressing her anguish, she stepped forward and declared, "Utilizing the memory retrieval secret technique of the Yamashiro clan, I shall extract the memories of the deceased ninja. Surely, I will uncover the truth behind this matter." What of the Jonin's trust vote? This vote signifies the support of the village's ninjas for an individual, yet it fails to ascertain the identity of the true culprit. I implore the esteemed Jonin present. Uchiha Shenwu declared in a resonant voice. Which nation or village employs the method of a trusted vote among elite ninjas to ascertain the identity of a murderer? I beseech the esteemed elite ninjas present, can you enlighten me on any nation or village that resorts to such a practice? Although Uchiha Shiron's voice was not loud, it rendered everyone speechless in an instant. Reasoned words hold validity wherever they are uttered, while baseless claims, regardless of how many voices, be it 100, 1,000, or even 1,000,000, attempt to enforce them, remain utterly futile. Among the common ninjas of Konoha and various ninja clans, while some particularly venerated the third Hokage, and others were more closely aligned with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, the most they could do was ride the waves of public sentiment to criticize the Uchiha clan. However, it is utterly impossible to invert truth, to insist that black is white. Just as one cannot convince others that a deer is a horse merely by pointing and declaring it so, such absurdity does not exist in this world. At least, the current powers of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo have not reached such an extent. Seeing that the loyal Moonlight Kaze had suddenly lost his fervor, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately realized that it was nearly impossible to place the blame squarely on the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo, simmering with quiet rage, thought to himself, Uchiha Shenwu is indeed the most sinister among the Uchiha. Nara Shikaku, observing from a distance, let out a silent sigh, pondering, once the Uchiha truly harness their own intellect, they become exceedingly difficult to contend with. I wonder how Lord Hokage and Elder Shimura will choose to proceed. After a brief silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively stated, indeed, it was my oversight to forget the urgency of gathering evidence. He then turned to Kakashi Hatake and instructed, quickly gather all the bodies of the ninjas here and transport them to the examination department. Conduct thorough inspections to ensure we derive a result that satisfies everyone based on the evidence. Turning to Uchiha Fugaku and Shimura Danzo, he continued, the incident at the training ground is temporarily on hold. I will mandate the examination department to swiftly uncover the truth. This matter will be addressed in the upcoming meeting of all Jonin in 3 days. Rest assured, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared emphatically, I shall never wrong an innocent, nor will I allow any villain to go unpunished. Now, Shimura Danzo and Kakashi shall remain. The rest may disperse. Uchiha Fugaku emerged from the training ground, filled with a sense of relief, and made arrangements for the Uchiha clan. In a solemn tone, he announced, tonight, we shall convene a meeting of the clan's elite shinobi. Uchiha Sharon will also attend, as we must discuss a resolution to this pressing matter. The gathered individuals responded in unison, given the gravity of the situation. Even the clan leader's suggestion to rest would be futile, for sleep would elude them. Not only tonight, but for the following days. The circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan would likely be unprecedentedly dire. One by one, the members departed in small groups, preparing for the evening's meeting. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku was struck by a sudden realization, recalling a matter of paramount importance. Although the true circumstances of the events that transpired this evening have yet to be fully investigated, the majority of the Uchiha clan, if not all its members, have come to a consensus. The truth is that Shimura Danzo has taken action against the prodigies of the Uchiha, only to be thwarted by the arrival of the Uchiha elders. The outcome of this confrontation is astonishing. Instead of seeking retribution from Shimura Danzo, the Uchiha clan is being compelled to provide an explanation. Although this course of action did not ultimately materialize, had it not been for Uchiha Sharon's final words, the situation would likely have unfolded in that manner. At this moment, the incident has sparked outrage among many present. However, this is merely a fraction of the clan's shinobi. There remain troops stationed in numerous ninja families and civilians. Should this matter be disclosed to the entirety of the Uchiha, would they not rise in indignation, demanding justice from the village and the Hokage? Despite Uchiha Fugaku's often grim demeanor and his fierce gaze, known as the Dreadful Eyes Fugaku, in truth, Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor has deceived everyone. Uchiha Fugaku is, in essence, a true pacifist. Deep within his heart, he harbors a myriad of reservations against exacerbating the conflicts between his clan's ninjas and Konoha. He even concealed his awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan out of concern that his clansmen's burgeoning confidence might ignite disputes with the village. In his efforts to alleviate the tensions between the village and his family, he has made countless sacrifices. The thought that today's incident could incite fervent emotions among his people, potentially leading to minor skirmishes with the village that could escalate into a full-scale war, fills him with dread. The mere contemplation of such a consequence sends a chill down Uchiha Fugaku's spine. Everyone, return at once. He suddenly commanded the ninjas by his side, instructing them to summon all clan members back. The assembly was taken aback, yet as it was the command of the Uchiha clan leader, there was no resistance. All complied and approached. Their eyes gleamed with curiosity, eagerly awaiting the remarkable insights their stern-faced leader might impart. The four elders listened attentively, their respect palpable as they leaned in to catch every word. Uchiha Shenwu displayed an expression of curiosity, hidden within her being. Uchiha Shenwu could not help but reveal a gaze of inquiry. Uchiha Fugaku pondered once more before ultimately reaching a conclusion. He spoke in a solemn tone. Everything that transpired today at the training ground must remain confidential among the Uchiha clan. Should any family members inquire, inform them that it is of no significant consequence. It merely involved a minor altercation between some ninjas from the village and our Uchiha. This matter has been completely resolved. Uchiha Fugaku stated, the truth of this matter should remain known only to us, and we shall handle it accordingly. There is no necessity for the clan members to be informed. Should they become aware, their emotions would undoubtedly surge, leading to conflicts with the villagers. Such a scenario could potentially ignite a war between the village and the Uchiha clan, a situation that must be averted at all costs. Silence prevailed. An unprecedented stillness enveloped the scene. Almost all Uchiha were left in a state of bewilderment. What did our esteemed clan leader just proclaim? He suggested concealing the truth from our kin, citing that their awareness would incite fervor and create discord with Konoha, possibly exacerbating tensions and culminating in a fierce clash between the village and the Uchiha clan? Is it not alarming that a war between the village and the Uchiha could ensue? Why should we, the Uchiha, harbor such concerns? Damn it! Uchiha Kamina, poised to practice the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique in his home, was abruptly interrupted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The tranquility of his mind felt as though it had been doused with cold water. Can the Uchiha truly be salvaged? Uchiha Shin, with an incredulous gaze, directed his attention towards Uchiha Fugaku amidst the throng of clan members. It was not merely a question posed by each clansman. Would the village engage in conflict with the Uchiha? Should the Uchiha be apprehensive about this matter? Even Uchiha Shin found himself involuntarily pondering this question. Would the village truly go to war with the Uchiha? Should the Uchiha indeed be concerned? The notion that the village would initiate hostilities against the Uchiha was utterly absurd. A discerning observer could easily perceive that even a fractured Uchiha clan would not provoke the village into warfare. Should the Uchiha stand united, their resolve unwavering, the prospect of conflict would be rendered non-existent. War? It was simply inconceivable. The chaos of the Nine Tails incident had already summoned the forces of the Cloud Village. If another internal strife were to erupt within the Uchiha, one must ask, would other shinobi villages remain idle? The Uchiha clan's strength is indeed inferior to that of Konoha. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha's intelligence division, including the Nara clan, are also filled with trepidation. Within the ninja world, aside from a few conspirators and ambitious individuals, who does not fear war? No. Soon, a ninja reacted swiftly. Uchiha and you anxiously stated, such a significant event has transpired today, witnessed by numerous ninjas. The truth of the matter can only be one of two possibilities. Either we, the Uchiha, have assassinated Shimura Danzo, or Shimura Danzo intends to target our Uchiha genius. If we do not disseminate this incident among our clan members, the ninjas of the village will inevitably spread the news. However, if the narrative originates from within the village, it will undoubtedly transform into an entirely different version. The clan members, unaware of the actual truth, will most likely believe the village's account as the reality. Uchiha Katsu and Uchiha Sayuri were drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, nearly everyone would presume that it was Uchiha Katsu and Uchiha Sayuri who led a formidable force to besiege Danzo Shimura. Did the clan leader truly make this decision to prevent a conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha? Was the clan leader genuinely not contemplating the sacrifice of both him and Uchiha Sayuri? Uchiha and Shion were not foolish. They quickly contemplated an alternative possibility, causing a cold sweat to break out. At that moment, he could no longer afford to remain neutral. He had to speak. He had to voice his thoughts. If he remained silent, he would surely forfeit his life that very day. After a brief period of confusion, Uchiha Ring came to a realization. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, intended to surrender both her and Uchiha Kazu. Unlike Uchiha Kazu, who spoke with a certain subtlety, Uchiha Ring directly inquired, her disbelief palpable. Are you truly planning to hand us over, esteemed clan leader, in order to quell Danzo's wrath? Uchiha and Uchiha Sharon revealed the situation. causing a stir among the countless Uchiha. Absurd. This decision is utterly preposterous. If today's events were indeed a misstep by their clan, it would be one thing. But what wrongdoing has their clan committed? They have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with Shimura Danzo. Yet, their clan is compelled to make such a humiliating concession? The Uchiha clan's ninjas were all consumed by a profound sense of grievance, reaching the pinnacle of their discontent. What do you mean by handing over you and Xiaorong? Where does this notion even arise from? Uchiha Fugaku was enveloped in a haze of confusion. He could not fathom why concealing this matter necessitated the surrender of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Sharon. After listening intently to the murmurs of his clansmen, he finally began to comprehend the situation. Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily, expressing nonchalance as he spoke. Elder Hashin, Xiaorong, you both have completely misunderstood. I merely suggested maintaining confidentiality among our clan members. I never stated that I would surrender either of you. One of you is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and the other is an esteemed elder. You are both brothers of the Uchiha. How could I possibly betray you? Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's explanation, Uchiha Hashin found his confusion only deepening, and with a furrowed brow, he inquired, if the sentiment in the village is entirely against us for the assassination of Danzo, wouldn't the clan, under pressure, have no choice but to deliver us up? How could Elder Hashin be so bewildered? Uchiha Fugaku nonchalantly remarked, though the village is subject to various winds of opinion, the discussions among the populace are merely unfounded rumors. Authentic decisions must rely on substantial evidence. Today, the words spoken by Xiaorong were indeed commendable. May I inquire of the esteemed Jonin present? In which nation or village is a trusted vote among Jonin employed to identify a perpetrator? Truly remarkable. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his admiration, stating, these words resonate with inspiration. Not only do they uplift the spirit, but they also embody righteousness. As you all witnessed, when Xiaorong uttered this statement, everyone fell silent. Uchiha Kemui has utterly succumbed to despair. In the consciousness realm of Uchiha Shenwu, Kemui could not help but voice his thoughts. Might we not simply kick this clan leader down? Uchiha Xiaorong, in utter disbelief, remarked, it should be impossible. For among the Uchiha clan, all elite Jonin are led by the esteemed Fugaku, the clan leader. The Uchiha are a ninja clan that reveres strength. Only one who stands at the pinnacle of the clan can ascend to the position of leader. Uchiha Kenpaku, if you place your trust in me, let us proceed with a simple exchange of words. I'll speak a phrase, and you shall respond in kind, following my lead. Otherwise, Uchiha Fugaku will ascend as clan leader, and the entire Uchiha lineage shall face his ruin. Uchiha Xiaorong nodded. Through this period of companionship, she had developed an unwavering trust in Longling. After all, a person who triumphs in battle once, and then again, consistently achieving victory, will gradually instill confidence in the soldiers under their command, dispelling any lingering fears. Uchiha Xiaorong firmly believes that whatever the dragon spirit proclaims is unequivocally true. The dragon spirit declared. Uchiha Xiaorong remarked, the patriarch's words are profoundly accurate and entirely reasonable. If there are no pressing matters at hand, it would be best for the patriarch to depart, lest it disrupt our Uchiha ninja assembly. What? Uchiha Fugaku's face, once filled with admiration and contentment, suddenly froze in disbelief. What did you say? Uchiha Fugaku could hardly believe his ears, casting a look of utter disbelief towards Uchiha Sharon. He had always held a high regard for her, and after the events of today, his admiration had only deepened. He could never have imagined that a member of his esteemed clan, whom he respected so greatly, would dare to utter such words in front of so many people. How could this be? How could she find the audacity to say such a thing? In an instant, his eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, unleashing an unprecedented and terrifying aura from within. It must be said, Uchiha Fugaku, a member of the Uchiha clan, is undoubtedly qualified to serve as the clan leader due to his formidable prowess. Possessing the three-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku unleashes its power, demonstrating a level of ocular strength and intimidation that far surpasses any other ninja of comparable rank. Among the Uchiha clan, no ninja possessing even the slightest hint of the three-tomo Sharingan dares to meet Uchiha Fugaku's gaze. The reasons for this phenomenon are surely known to those who have traversed through time. Uchiha Fugaku appears to possess a pair of standard three-tomo Sharingan. However, beneath this facade, he has long endured various humiliations, made countless concessions, and contemplated the fate of his clan and its members. His three-tomo Sharingan has transcended its initial form, evolving into the caliber of a Mangeki Sharingan. While it may outwardly resemble the three-tomo Sharingan, its essence is that of the Mangeki Sharingan's core. Such ocular prowess is beyond the capacity of ordinary Nin from his clan to withstand. Wherever Uchiha Fugaku's fierce gaze swept, all fell silent, as if frozen in fear. His countenance bore an unprecedented pallor, while an insatiable fury surged within him. With blood-red eyes wide open, Uchiha Fugaku fixed his murderous intent upon the young clansman before him. Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a low, grave tone. "Would you kindly repeat that, Uchiha Itachi?" Uchiha Fugaku's voice was frigid as he declared, "Many have likely forgotten. And perhaps the younger generation remains unaware of how I, Uchiha Fugaku, ascended to the position of clan leader. We Uchiha are distinct from the villagers. My rise to leadership was founded upon my own strength, absolute combat prowess, rather than the mere votes of the so-called elite shinobi. My unwillingness to stoop to your level does not imply that I lack temperament. It does not grant you the audacity to treat me, your clan leader, with contempt. Apologize." Uchiha Fugaku thundered with authority. "If you apologize now, sincerely and earnestly, and promise that such an error shall never occur again, I, Fugaku, am willing to grant you this opportunity. Otherwise, even for the sake of Uchiha Shikomo, I shall adhere to the clan's regulations." "Lord Clan Leader," exclaimed Uchiha Hakadai, the leader of the loyalist faction, in a state of urgency, "please, temper your anger. Uchiha Sherry did not mean it this way. She is merely a child, speaking without guile, candid and innocent." Fugaku Uchiha's icy gaze swept over his son, Itachi Uchiha. Uchiha Hakadai appeared as though he were ensnared by the hands of the Grim Reaper, his fate grasped tightly at the throat. Leaving all the urgent words he longed to utter swallowed back into the depths of his being. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was chilling as he stated, "What does she mean? I, Uchiha Fugaku, am not foolish. Can I truly be oblivious to it?" Uchiha Shin could no longer contain his fury, as he finally grasped the situation. The character of Uchiha Fugaku embodies two polar extremes. In the presence of outsiders, he is subservient, exhausting every possible means to safeguard the interests of his adversaries. Conversely, when dealing with his own clan, he adopts a heavy-handed approach, swiftly suppressing any hint of dissent, leaving no opportunity for opposing voices to emerge. How can such a person exist in this world? What kind of environment could possibly shape such an extraordinary anomaly? Yet, this very anomaly has ascended to the position of clan leader, poised to dictate his own fate. Uchiha Shenwu took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. A month ago, when the village was engulfed in the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident, it was expected that our Uchiha clan would be called upon for support. However, the clan leader ordered everyone to remain on standby, which ultimately resulted in our clan being condemned by the entire village and branded as suspects. Uchiha Shenwu inquired, "Will the clan leader not forget this matter?" Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow and said, "I am currently discussing your matters. Why do you divert the conversation and bring up this issue?" Uchiha Shenwu remarked, "Were it not for this matter, what reason would I have to utter such words? If it were not for the patriarch's compulsion, forcing the Uchiha clan to march forth and subsequently bearing the blame for the conspiracy behind the Nine-Tails incident, what cause would I have to express such sentiments? If not for the patriarch's decree silencing all clan members, attributing all transgressions solely to myself and Uchiha Yao, what impetus would compel me to speak in this manner?" Uchiha Shenwu remarked, "The clan leader inquired why I would utter such words. Why not reflect upon oneself and consider what actions have been taken that led me to express such sentiments?" Uchiha Fugaku could not help but furrow his brow deeply. The initially imposing aura he exuded gradually diminished. He was fundamentally different from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The series of actions taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo ultimately stemmed from a desire for personal gain and a lust for power. In contrast, while the deeds of Uchiha Fugaku may not have been grand, it is undeniable that all his actions were motivated by a profound concern for his clan. Had it not been for his love for his kin, he would not have endured to the extent of awakening the Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku inquired, "Do you mean to say that because of these matters, you wish for me to depart and refrain from attending the Uchiha Ninja meeting?" Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed, "In all my endeavors, I harbor no selfish motives. I have devoted myself wholeheartedly, sacrificing my very essence for each and every clan member. How could you treat me in such a manner? Do you honor my leadership, my affection, and the sacrifices I have made? Uchiha Shenwu deemed it unnecessary to elaborate, stating plainly, the so-called leadership and sacrifices of the clan leader amount to nothing more than prompting the clan members to evade battle, thus arousing suspicion among the villagers and ultimately branding the entire family with the stigma of being suspects. The alleged leadership of the clan leader is merely a fade that leads the members to the front lines, causing them to shed blood and tears, only to serve as pawns in the grand scheme behind the Nine Tails incident. Furthermore, the clan leader's purported guidance entails urging the clan to conceal the truth during the assassination of the family's prodigy, allowing rumors to proliferate, thereby solidifying the incriminating evidence against me and Uchiha Q, ultimately delivering us to our fate. Uchiha Shenwu, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, remarked, if this is what the esteemed clan leader defines as leadership and dedication, if this is indeed the extent of his heartfelt sacrifices, then I can only stand here on behalf of all Uchiha, beseeching the leader to spare himself from such burdens, to refrain from overextending his efforts on behalf of our clan. Regarding Uchiha Fugaku's contributions, Uchiha Shenwu, with the aid of Uchiha Shenwu, has only revealed a fraction of the truth. There remains a vast, untold portion. For instance, during the Third Great Ninja War, he led the entire Uchiha clan in a valiant stand against an entire ninja village, achieving remarkable feats. Furthermore, in the pursuit of the Hokage position, he commanded our clan members to the battlefield to claim victories. It is not that one cannot achieve merit or strive for the position of Hokage, however. One must consider the environment of the village. In the context of Konoha, is it truly wise for the Uchiha clan to vie for the Hokage role? Is the position attained solely through military exploits? The greater the accomplishments, the more perilous the path. Moreover, your sacrifices, your bloodshed, remain unnoticed, quietly endured in the shadows. Upon hearing Uchiha Shenwu's words, every Uchiha present fell into a profound silence. Such peculiar occurrences are not isolated to Uchiha Fugaku. They have transpired repeatedly, time and again. While individual incidents may have gone unnoticed, the cumulative weight of these actions, now laid bare before everyone, has rendered Uchiha Fugaku's image exceedingly unreliable. Those with even a modicum of discernment can perceive the unsettling truth. Uchiha Fugaku, our leader, is undeniably unreliable. Even Uchiha Hokage, who has always been steadfastly loyal to Uchiha Fugaku, could not help but sigh in resignation, left speechless. But Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke up, expressing his discontent. On the day of the Nine Tails rampage, if we had not acted in this manner, how could we have proven that all our clansmen were present? How could we have demonstrated that the Uchiha clan did not partake in the chaos of the Nine Tails incident, although the outcome was ultimately unfavorable? What alternative means could we have employed to affirm our innocence? Uchiha Shenwu sincerely remarked, indeed, this is the only method to substantiate the innocence of the Uchiha clan. Yet, despite the Uchiha family having proven their integrity, why do they still find themselves embroiled in accusations and various rumors? Uchiha Fugaku sincerely stated, we have proven our innocence to Lord Hokage, yet the rumors belong to the villagers. Incorrect. Uchiha Shenwu declared with unwavering conviction, although the rumors may originate from the villagers, they are nonetheless the sentiments of the Hokage. In the Hidden Leaf Village, there has never been, nor should there be, any semblance of gossip. This is due to the understanding among ninjas that rumors undermine the unity of the village. Any rational leader would not stand idly by while such whispers arise. Rumors signify discord, signify treachery, signify the presence of enemies. The Hokage is a person of great authority. His umbu command the life and death of the entire village, and he could effortlessly extinguish all rumors, fostering a spirit of unity among the villagers. Yet, under the Hokage's leadership, the Uchiha do not share a cohesive bond with the village. Instead, rumors abound, which can only imply that the Hokage is complicit in their proliferation. The rumors of the villagers reflect the will of the Hokage, and the will of the Hokage is embodied in the whispers of the villagers. Uchiha Shenwu remarked, this is a trick so transparent that even a child could discern it. As the leader of our clan, the patriarch should be able to see through such trivial ploys. Indeed, Uchiha Hokage pondered, I have always sensed something amiss, as though a spy is scheming to incite discord. It turns out that all of this has been tacitly approved by Lord Hokage. Uchiha Shenwu remarked, under the esteemed leadership of our clan leader, the Uchiha clan has undeniably proven its innocence. Yet, in the end, Why do we still remain unjustly accused? Has our venerable leader ever reflected upon this matter? Uchiha Fugaku fell into a deep silence. In that moment, he truly was silent. He truly did relent. Yet, despite his concession, the anticipated outcome eluded him. He felt a profound sense of indignation and resentment, but ultimately it was merely a tempest of frustration and discontent. He never contemplated why, in the end. He remained unjustly accused. Uchiha Fugaku was enveloped in a haze of confusion. At this very moment, he found himself ensnared within a web of perplexing questions. What could be the reason? Why, despite their proven innocence, did the Hokage and the villagers continue to harbor doubts and act against them? This conundrum eluded his understanding entirely. He simply could not fathom how such an outcome could arise. Uchiha Shenwu sighed and said, "Do you know if the clan leader has commanded the clan members to gather information on the Sarutobi clan? Are you aware of how many ninjas, civilians, women, and children are in the Sarutobi family?" Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. All the Uchiha clan members were stunned. Almost everyone had not anticipated that Uchiha Shenwu would pose such a question. Uchiha Shenwu continued, "The clan leader has not conducted any investigations, but I have. The current total population of the Sarutobi clan is approximately 11,000, with over 3,000 ninjas, and their elite genin are nearly 3 times our Uchihas, amounting to around 120. However, they typically present only about 30 individuals publicly, and the number of participants in the genin conference is also limited. Do you understand why our Uchiha clan is considered the foremost clan in Konoha, yet the strength of the Sarutobi clan surpasses ours tenfold? Why?" All the Uchihas were left dumbfounded, each one struck by the overwhelming power of the Sarutobi clan. It was supposedly agreed that they were the premier ninja clan of Konoha. Amidst their astonishment, even Uchiha Fugaku could not help but feel a profound sense of imbalance. It was utterly disproportionate. Here we are, the Uchiha, hailed as the greatest in Konoha, yet our strength is merely 1/10 that of the Sarutobi clan. As for whether Uchiha Shenwu genuinely comprehended the might of the Sarutobi clan, or if the Sarutobi clan was indeed as formidable as claimed, it seemed no one cared to ponder such matters. Uchiha Shenwu remarked, "Why? Isn't the situation before us quite evident? These powers rightfully belong to our clan. Yet, they have all been appropriated by the Sarutobi clan, enabling them to secretly grow in strength, ultimately surpassing us and establishing themselves as the true foremost ninja clan of Konoha. Esteemed clan leader and fellow clan members, do you not see this truth?" Uchiha Shenwu calmly stated, "The turmoil of the Nine Tails, the battlefield of the Cloud Hidden, and the assassination of geniuses, none of these events bear the slightest connection to our suspicions. The crux of the matter lies in the resources at our disposal. The emergence of this rumor is evidently the handiwork of Sarutobi's faction, once again coveting the resources of our Uchiha clan. If my conjecture is accurate, it should pertain to our ancestral land situated in the heart of the village's bustling district." The 4 elders of the Uchiha clan gazed, spellbound, at the young girl before them. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. In the absence of the truth, each individual was consumed by fury, yet simultaneously felt a sense of helplessness, coupled with a faint suspicion, had they erred in some manner, leading to a rift with the villagers of Konoha? Upon uncovering the actual circumstances, however, all were rendered mute. No one dared to question whether the Sarutobi clan truly possessed such formidable prowess. The likelihood was indeed high. No one would fabricate such a conspicuous claim as evidence. Uchiha Shenwu, naturally, would not, and the Uchiha clan, as a whole, was inclined to trust in their kin. In other words, Uchiha Hokage murmured to himself, pondering, "All the various treatments we have endured over the years have been orchestrated by unseen hands working against us. Uchiha Tenka, is it possible that the Hokage has been devising ways to counter us all along?" Uchiha Shenwu summarized, "From the very beginning, our clan has not erred in any of our actions. It has been other forces that have incessantly targeted us from the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen has held power for 28 years, during which he has relentlessly pursued us for the entirety of that duration. Our retreat over these 28 years has resulted in a disparity in strength between our clan and the Sarutobi clan, a staggering tenfold. We have continually yielded, compromised, and retreated to the point where we now possess scarcely any strength to retaliate. Yet, we are still besieged by countless acts of persecution and conspiracies. At this juncture, the clan leader persists in advocating for retreat, compromise, and concealment, urging us to refrain from engaging in battle. Uchiha Shenwu inquired. Until when must we concede? Until when must we compromise? Should we persist in our retreat until the disparity between the Uchiha and the Sarutobi clans reaches 100-fold? Is it only then that we shall muster the courage to resist? I wish to ask the esteemed clan leader and those present, if we truly reach that point, will the Uchiha still possess the strength to rebel? The traditionally pacifist Uchiha Hokage was the first to voice his thoughts, declaring, "We can no longer afford to compromise. Nor can we yield any further. While we still possess the capability to resist, we must take a stand. Otherwise, our adversaries will grow increasingly insatiable, rumors will never cease, and oppression will forever persist." The hawkish leader, Uchiha Shenwu, vehemently added, "I shall gather our clan members to launch an assault on the Sarutobi. If the Sarutobi refuse to allow us peace, then let us engage in a fight to the bitter end. If they wish for our demise, we shall ensure that they cannot thrive, even if it costs us our lives." Indeed, another hawkish leader, Uchiha Shenwu, exclaimed with fervor, "I will join Shenwu in this endeavor." Uchiha and Shenwu swiftly restrained the two individuals. Although Uchiha Fugaku may be somewhat feeble, the fervor exhibited by Tenka and Uchiha is undeniably excessive. Even if all their claims are accurate and they have grasped the entire truth, would not such actions inevitably incite a civil war? In that tumultuous time, even if the Sarutobi clan were to suffer significant losses, could the Uchiha clan truly emerge unscathed? Uchiha and Shenwu, Lady Xiaorong. The situation has reached a point where we, the Uchiha clan, along with my old comrades, find ourselves utterly helpless. The fate of the Uchiha now rests solely in your hands. Whatever you propose, we shall follow. I do not ask you to restore everything our clan has lost, but merely to preserve what we currently possess. Do you believe this is within your capability? Uchiha Shenwu stated, "If we were to rely solely on our current circumstances, I believe it is achievable, provided that the hawkish individuals are willing to temper their fervor and heed my counsel, and the dovish members refrain from engaging in disputes with the hawks. I am confident that as long as we unite in purpose, no one would dare to act against us. I firmly believe that we can not only safeguard all that we possess, but also reclaim what we have once lost." Shenwu. Uchiha Shenwu proclaimed with resounding conviction, "I am Uchiha Shenwu, and I am entirely at your service. Do not be misled by the seemingly radical demeanor shared between myself and Shenwu, as we harbor an overwhelming desire to obliterate the entire Sarutobi clan at once. However, deep within our hearts, we recognize the impossibility of such actions. Therefore, we can only voice our sentiments, for taking action remains an unattainable dream. Uchiha Tenka, with our Uchiha clan, we cannot contend against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Our sole reliance lies with you. It is you who perceives the issues that Fugaku failed to see, and it is you who truly understands the peril of compromise. In this current state of the Uchiha, I, Uchiha Tenka, harbor no trust in anyone but you alone. As long as you command, all shall heed your words. Should anyone dare to defy, I, Uchiha Tenka, shall be the first to confront them with unwavering resolve." Elder Uchiha Uchiha immediately interjected, who in the Uchiha clan is unaware. I, Uchiha, have always been in unison with Elder Shenwu. Respected clan leader, Uchiha spoke, declaring, "From this day forth, Uchiha Shenwu shall be the new clan leader of the Uchiha. Anyone who disagrees shall no longer be considered a member of the Uchiha clan." Indeed, Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha Uchiha spoke in unison. Though the Uchiha present were few in number, they represented the overwhelming majority of the Uchiha clan's sentiments. Uchiha Fugaku's most trusted confidant, Uchiha Hokage, turned to face Uchiha Fugaku, breathed deeply, and suddenly proclaimed with a loud voice, "I, Uchiha Hokage, wholeheartedly support Uchiha Shenwu. Greetings, esteemed clan leader." The crimson light within Uchiha Fugaku's eyes gradually dissipated. He was revered by the ninjas of Konoha and the enemies of the four great nations as the dreadful-eyed Fugaku. His fierce gaze was renowned, and even the elite jonin of the Uchiha clan found it difficult to withstand his penetrating glare. Even at this very moment, he could, with his formidable power, single-handedly alter the course of events, compelling all to heed his commands. He remained, without a doubt, the unparalleled leader of the Uchiha clan. However, at this moment, his eyes were fixed upon Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha, both known for their rebellious spirits. Despite possessing the mightiest abilities of the Uchiha, it was often a challenge to subdue these two. Yet now, before the presence of a young girl, both chose to relinquish their pride and openly acknowledge their own folly. Uchiha Hokage has always been surrounded by loyal subordinates, unwavering in their devotion to him. His son, Uchiha Kyudai, serves as both a trusted confidant and secretary. However, at this very moment, Uchiha Hokage unhesitatingly opted for a younger successor. Uchiha Fugaku is acutely aware of the underlying purpose. It is wisdom. Uchiha Shenwu demonstrated her wisdom to all, conquering the Uchiha clan through her intellect. In contrast, Uchiha Fugaku asserted his dominance over the Uchiha through sheer strength. The era of Uchiha Fugaku has finally come to a close. Phew! Uchiha Shenwu let out a deep sigh, as blood tears welled in the corners of his eyes. Only he knew the immense difficulty of the situation he had just faced. A single misstep in his words could have provoked a fierce backlash from Uchiha Fugaku. Although Uchiha Shenwu had never witnessed Fugaku's prowess firsthand, he could easily surmise the extent of that power, which could potentially subdue the entire Uchiha clan through sheer strength alone. Yet, despite the gravity of the circumstances, he emerged victorious, ultimately achieving comprehensive triumph. Uchiha Fugaku not only found himself incapable of resistance, but had also lost the very will to oppose. As Shenwu beheld the jubilant cheers of his clansmen and the profound silence of the former clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, he was fully assured the era belonging to Uchiha Fugaku had come to a close. At that moment, the Uchiha clan belonged to Uchiha Shenwu, and it was equally an era that belonged to him, Uchiha Shenwu. I shall seize control of the Uchiha and forge a powerful clan that is obedient to my command. Uchiha Shenwu closed his eyes and then reopened them once more. When his eyes fluttered open again, the ordinary Sharingan had transformed into a pair of blood-red, kaleidoscopic eyes, resembling an eerie pinwheel. The Meijiki Sharingan. No one could have anticipated that Uchiha Shenwu would, at this moment, break through from the dual Tomo Sharingan to the Meijiki Sharingan in a single leap, surpassing 2 levels in an instant. Moments ago, he had recounted the plight of the Uchiha clan through Uchiha Shenwu, seemingly articulating a simple narrative. Yet, only those entrenched in the experience could truly fathom the depth of fear and trepidation that enveloped the Uchihas under the rule of Uchiha Fugaku. Even a mere 6-year-old child lived in constant worry and dread, perpetually fearing for their life and the safety of their family. This seemingly straightforward dialogue concealed Uchiha Shenwu's aspirations and ambitions to seize control of the Uchiha clan, to transform and redefine his lineage. His practice of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique endowed him with an exceptional spiritual, in-release, aptitude, coupled with the formidable physical prowess granted by the technique. His innate talent and physicality was further enhanced. The synergy of these two aspects meant that even a slight emotional stimulus could propel him to awaken his eyes or elevate his bloodline. The stimulation he experienced today was unprecedented, far beyond what even he had anticipated. Through a discussion concerning the survival of his clan, he unleashed a surge of in-release power, forcing his Sharingan to break through and ascend to the level of the Meijiki Sharingan. With the emergence of the Meijiki Sharingan, a vast accumulation of in-release energy surged within him, significantly amplifying the potency of his chakra. Unbeknownst to him, his mastery of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique also progressed. Initially, he had anticipated that reaching the 6th level of this technique would require 4 years of diligent training, likely only achievable by the age of 10. However, at this moment, he estimated that he would require at most 2 years to attain this goal. In 2 years, when he turned 8, mastering the 6th level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique would be well within his grasp. Should he successfully engage in cellular fusion experiments to enhance his own cells, this time frame could potentially be shortened even further. Master Clan Leader Uchiha and Shion gazed upon the youthful figure before them, who, despite their tender age, had recently ascended to the esteemed position of Clan Leader of the Uchiha clan. With utmost respect, they inquired, "What course of action should our clan undertake moving forward?" Uchiha Shenwu declared, "Moving forward, we must undertake 3 critical tasks. First and foremost, we need to prepare for the looming threat of war. The clan will mobilize its elite ninjas to form a protective guard, taking turns to station themselves at the Uchiha compound, ready to defend against any rash actions from the village in a fit of rage, potentially leading to mutual destruction. It is imperative that our clan possesses 5 pairs of Meijiki Sharingan at all times, along with a substantial number of ordinary clan members safeguarding every corner of our heritage. Secondly, The protective barrier around our clan has not been updated for many years. It requires both repairs and enhancements. I will instruct the sealing team to address this matter. The techniques and maintenance of the protective barrier will be entrusted to a selected team of guardians whom I completely trust. Lastly, once these two tasks are accomplished, we must not conceal the events of today from our clan members and the common folk. It is essential to communicate everything transparently, particularly regarding the strength of the Sarutobi clan and their nefarious use of rumors as a means of persecution. This is not solely about the Uchiha. The matter concerning the Hitachi clan and Hitachi Sakumo should also be discussed, albeit only among our clan members within our ancestral grounds. Furthermore, we must clarify the demands made by Sarutobi Hizashi regarding our accountability. Uchiha Shenwu stated, "Our Uchiha clan's bloodline abilities can only manifest through extreme anguish and despair, coupled with a fervent desire for change. Such experiences serve as the sustenance for our strength. Concealing them bears no significance. The words we utter transform into our power." Finally, Uchiha Shenwu addressed the elders, Elder Tianhua and Elder Xiong. "You shall oversee the selection of the guard team. Elder Xiong, you and my father, Xiaomu, will be responsible for the sealing class and the sealing barrier. Elder Ba Dai, you will be tasked with disseminating the situation to the populace and our clansmen." Thus, all matters were meticulously delegated. The members of the Uchiha clan dispersed around the perimeter of the training grounds. Upon returning to the residence, Uchiha Kagami discreetly followed beside Uchiha Hayo. On the surface, it appeared that he was assisting Uchiha Shakum in completing the sealing team's tasks. In reality, Uchiha Kagami was aiding Uchiha Hayo in managing political affairs, which, in essence, served as a form of surveillance. Within the Uchiha clan, there has long existed a spy from the Sarutobi family. Aside from the possessed Uchiha Shenwu and the well-acquainted Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Kamino harbors distrust towards anyone. He also regards Uchiha and Xiong with a sense of suspicion. The decision to entrust the critically important sealing barrier to Xiong stemmed from Kamino's awareness that his presence would facilitate surveillance. Reflecting on the current predicament of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shin, embodying the essence of the Uchiha clan, accompanied by Uchiha and Xiong, suddenly conjured a shadow clone to meet Uchiha Shenwu. Following the acquisition of the clan leader position, the sealing barrier, the Uchiha guard team, and the dissemination of the truth were three monumental tasks accomplished. Yet many other crucial matters remained. Uchiha Kamihira intended to engage in a thorough discussion with Shenwu regarding the course of action to be taken. The incident at the training ground served as a catalyst, instigating profound changes within the Uchiha clan. It was not solely the Uchiha. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, numerous shinobi and high-ranking officials found themselves embroiled in intense disputes over this matter. Tobirama. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, erupted in fury, casting an irate glance at his close associate and friend, Shimura Danzo. He vociferously chastised, "Are you aware of what you are doing? Do you comprehend the chaos your actions have incited? Your conduct has nearly plunged Konoha into unprecedented turmoil, jeopardizing the village's strength and potentially precipitating the Fourth Great Ninja War." Enough. Danzo, unfazed by Hiruzen's reprimand, appeared almost amused by the monkey's indignation. Did he truly believe he alone bore the responsibility for the actions taken against Uchiha Shenwu? Was it not he who had instigated this course of action? Hiruzen's ire stemmed from disappointment. How could Danzo, a seasoned operative, have committed such a blunder? It was merely the assassination of an Uchiha prodigy, a mere girl of 12 or 13, yet he had failed to execute it discreetly, allowing the Uchiha to seize leverage against him. Danzo was utterly incompetent, unworthy of the weighty responsibilities he carried. Hiruzen considered himself a capable Hokage, yet Danzo was anything but a competent partner. However, upon reflection, there were no other candidates within Konoha or the entire shinobi world who surpassed Danzo in capability. Reluctantly, he resolved to forgive him for the time being. Hiruzen declared vehemently, "Since this incident has occurred, it must not happen again. I expect that next time, it will be executed with utmost cleanliness." The underlying message was clear. The next endeavor must be conducted with greater finesse. Danzo and Hiruzen, bonded by years of camaraderie, shared an unspoken understanding, instantly grasping each other's intentions. After their mutual reproach, they finally turned their attention to the aftermath of the incident. Danzo, unconcerned, asserted, "There is no need for excessive worry. Our dealings with the Uchiha have never been infrequent. Such occurrences might be deemed significant amongst other clans, but for Uchiha Fugaku, it is hardly a matter of consequence. Have you forgotten, third Hokage? Danzo reminded. Previously, when Uchiha Obito's eyes were transplanted to Hitaki Kakashi, the Uchiha were equally outraged, yearning for immediate confrontation with the village. Yet what happened? Uchiha Fugaku quelled the dissent, insisting that the clan refrain from holding grudges over the incident. Danzo continued, displaying a cold disdain as he cited numerous instances, scoffing. If I am not mistaken, while Uchiha Fugaku will undoubtedly be angered by this incident, once he calms down, he will realize that the strength of our village far surpasses that of the Uchiha. He would not dare to act rashly. As long as Fugaku remains passive, his clan will follow suit, and we can rest easy. Moreover, Danzo speculated objectively, my prediction is somewhat conservative. Given Fugaku's character, he may not only concede, but might even consider negotiating with us, perhaps offering Uchiha Shenwu and others in a bid for peace. After all, what is the assassination of an Uchiha genius in the grand scheme of things? In hindsight, I was overly cautious by executing it at the training ground. It should have been done in the open. What could the Uchiha possibly do? Upon hearing Danzo's analysis, Hiruzen silently nodded. In truth, Danzo's reasoning mirrored his own thoughts. Based on past experiences, it was clear that the Uchiha clan would inevitably choose to retreat, an undeniable certainty. The Uchiha clan, often regarded as fearsome, has shown no signs of genuine rebellion among the ninja clans. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen shares similar sentiments, he expresses a modicum of caution, advising against excessive pressure. One must tread lightly. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. Shimura Danzo coldly retorts, I concede that a rabbit might bite when provoked. But is the Uchiha a mere rabbit? They are far beneath that. Their shared laughter reflects their extensive experience after wielding power in Konoha for 28 years, rendering them unfazed by the unfolding events. At this moment, they plan to leverage the forthcoming meeting in 2 days to compel the Uchiha into submission, even considering forcing them to surrender Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shenwu. They are confident that if Uchiha Fugaku possesses any wisdom, he will make the prudent choice. Just as Sarutobi and Danzo are engrossed in their discussions, a sudden, forceful knock reverberates through the room. Kakashi Hitaki, Hiruzen's trusted aide, bursts in, urgency etched across his face. Upon recognizing the two men, he exclaims, Third Hokage, we have a grave situation. The Uchiha. Hiruzen's brow furrows in displeasure. Calm yourself, Kakashi. Speak slowly. What has transpired with the Uchiha? Kakashi, now a renowned elite jonin, steadies himself before responding. Our 8th Umbu squad, tasked with monitoring the departing Uchiha from the training grounds, observed that Uchiha Fugaku did not disperse his clan immediately. Instead, he convened them for a specific arrangement. Oh, Hiruzen's curiosity piques. What arrangement did Uchiha Fugaku devise? Kakashi's demeanor shifts to one of gravity. It appears Uchiha Fugaku intended to take action against Uchiha Shenwu and Uchiha Itachi. However, they did not remain passive. Particularly, the young Uchiha Shenwu was vociferous. Due to the distance and obstructions, our view was obscured. But we can surmise the outcome. All elders and ninjas of the Uchiha have abandoned Fugaku and elected Shenwu as the new clan leader. What did you say? Hiruzen leaps from his desk in shock. What? Danzo's expression mirrors the astonishment. The news strikes them like a thunderbolt. How could this be possible? Danzo exclaims, that girl, Uchiha Shenwu, is well known to me. Though she is hailed as a prodigy of the Uchiha and has caught Orochimaru's attention as a disciple, we all know she merely awakened the single Tomo Sharingan and is still a lowly Uchiha genin. How could such a subordinate have the qualifications to lead the clan? The Uchiha have always prioritized strength. Cough, cough. Kakashi interjects awkwardly. Her Sharingan has evolved to the double Tomo stage. Hiruzen's brows knit together in concern. Uchiha Shenwu, this young girl, does not harbor favorable sentiments towards our Hokage faction. Danzo retorts, that is a moot point. I recently attempted to assassinate her. Anyone with a sound mind would harbor ill will towards us. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's already grim countenance darkens further. He gestures for Kakashi to leave the office. Kakashi casts a lingering glance at Danzo before departing. Stepping out of the Hokage office, he inhales deeply. Since the passing of his mentor, he has remained at Hiruzen's side, cultivated as a trusted confidant. Being privy to many secrets of the Hokage and the Root organization, he has come to realize the murky depths hidden beneath Konoha's surface. Truthfully, over the years, he had never fathomed the extent of Konoha's corruption. The Hokage confiscated his mentor's legacy and relegated the orphan child to the slums, providing scant assistance while deploying numerous personnel for surveillance. Following the deaths of his father and mentor, Kakashi's spirit felt frozen. Despite his dissatisfaction, he refrained from inquiry. Hiruzen rationalized that such measures were to ensure the safety of the Jinchuriki and to forge their will. Only those raised in adversity could evolve into formidable Jinchuriki. Kakashi accepted this rationale. Hiruzen painted the Uchiha as power-hungry, plotting for the Hokage's position, orchestrating the Nine Tails incident, necessitating their weakening at any cost. Kakashi accepted this too. But did he genuinely believe it? If he did, he would not have hesitated to assist Hiruzen during the impending collapse of Konoha. Deep within, Kakashi harbors a flicker of doubt. Although Hiruzen's explanations seem flawless, the truth remains elusive. Observing their interactions, Kakashi senses that the third Hokage is far more complex than he appears. Sighing heavily, Kakashi departs. Back in the Hokage office, Danzo, uncharacteristically anxious, expresses his frustration. Uchiha Fugaku is a fool, squandering over 40 years of life, incapable of handling a mere child. With the situation escalating, what are we to do? Uchiha Shenwu will undoubtedly demand accountability. Hiruzen, equally furrowed in thought, advises, do not panic. She is merely a child. The upheaval within the Uchiha presents both challenges and opportunities. We must discern the advantageous aspects and take proactive measures to maintain our upper hand. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the reasons behind the clan's unanimous support for Uchiha Shenwu, leading to Fugaku's complete inability to resist. Danzo promptly declares, I shall investigate the truth at once. With that, he summons his root operatives, instructing Kyo to lead a team to uncover the matter thoroughly. By the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, with Uchiha Shenwu gaining power, Uchiha Fugaku and his faction will undoubtedly be discontented. Perhaps we could seize this opportunity to create a rift within the Uchiha clan, allowing us to utilize a portion of them for our own purposes. Thus, our strategy of balancing the Uchiha against themselves would not only succeed, but yield even greater results. Summon him. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded as he called forth two Umbu operatives. Go and bring Uchiha Fugaku here. The two Umbu ninjas departed swiftly. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's residence, where he had just returned home, disheartened. Unaware that his family, Uchiha Makoto and his son Itachi, were still oblivious to the news of his resignation. As Fugaku settled into his seat, a hurried knocking echoed from outside the courtyard. Itachi opened the door, and the two Umbu entered, stating directly, Lord Fugaku, the Hokage summons you. The Hokage summons me? Uchiha Fugaku chuckled self-deprecatingly. Had it not been for Uchiha Shenwu's astute analysis, he might have remained oblivious to the fact that the Sarutobi clan had evolved to such an extent. He had unwittingly bestowed countless powers of the Uchiha upon the Sarutobi clan, remaining blissfully ignorant. Sarutobi Hizashi had deceived him dreadfully. At this moment, what further schemes could Sarutobi Hizashi have in mind? Did he intend to exploit the residual value that Uchiha Fugaku had left behind? Having swindled my inheritance, does he now seek to deceive my very essence? Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, Please return and convey to Lord Hokage that I am no longer the head of the Uchiha clan. Although I remain AJ Nin of Konoha, I have chosen to retreat from public life, dedicating myself solely to my family affairs. I shall no longer concern myself with the Uchiha or Konoha. Summoning me serves no purpose. I will neither divulge any information nor engage in any matters. To Lord Hokage, I am no different from an ordinary elder. The two members of the Umbu exchanged glances, offered no persuasion, and turned to depart. Uchiha Itachi gazed in astonishment at the departing Umbu ninja, his eyes fixed on the imposing figure of his father. A sense of discontent welled up within him. How could his father act in such a manner? The Hokage's summons was clearly a gesture of esteem and a sign of closeness towards the Uchiha clan. Yet, he had chosen to outright refuse this opportunity. What could his father be thinking? Was it possible that he harbored treasonous intentions, plotting to incite a conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, thereby allowing other villages to exploit the chaos and plunge the citizens of Konoha into turmoil? Furthermore, what did his father's declaration of no longer being the clan leader truly signify? Makoto, Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku summoned both his wife and Uchiha Itachi to the hall, and with composure, he remarked, Do you both feel profoundly perplexed by today's events? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows deeply, yet not a single word escaped his lips, nor did he pose any inquiries. Uchiha Makoto remarked with an air of curiosity. I indeed feel quite perplexed. Fugaku, in the past, you have always exhibited great enthusiasm upon receiving a summons from the third Hokage. However, today seems to be an exception. Moreover, you have stated your intention to retire. What exactly is going on? It's rather simple. Uchiha Fugaku nonchalantly remarked, I have entrusted our clan to a more dependable and trustworthy member, who will manage it on my behalf. With her at the helm of the Uchiha, I am confident that she will excel beyond my capabilities. What? Uchiha Makoto was momentarily taken aback. Itachi Uchiha could not help but lift his gaze, staring blankly at his father. Once he regained his composure, Makoto Uchiha let out a sigh of relief and casually remarked, perhaps relinquishing the position of clan leader would be for the best. The conflicts between our clansmen and the village are evident to all, escalating without a hint of resolution. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan is fracturing internally, making it exceedingly difficult to manage. Although you, Fugaku, have exhausted your thoughts and efforts, the clan members remain ungrateful, and the situation only deteriorates further. If you were to loosen your grip and allow them to express their dissent, it might, in fact, yield a more favorable outcome. Uchiha Itachi was simultaneously contemplating within the depths of his own heart. What kind of person was his father, Uchiha Fugaku? After a prolonged period of interaction, Uchiha Itachi had developed an exceptionally comprehensive understanding of his father. On the surface, his father appeared to be a pacifist, wholeheartedly devoted to upholding the village's policies and the orders issued by the Hokage. However, only Uchiha Itachi was privy to the deeper truths. Uchiha Fugaku is merely a fade. He is not a purely pacifist figure. For instance, within the Uchiha clan, members such as Tenka and Yuichi have consistently thrived on chaos, embodying the most malignant elements of the Uchiha lineage. Their arrogance, along with that of their followers, has driven a wedge between the village and the clan. Yet, in regard to these two individuals and the hawkish members under their command, Uchiha Fugaku has chosen a path of leniency, offering little more than verbal admonishments. This reveals that, while he presents himself as a dove, he is, in fact, aligned with the hawkish faction of the Uchiha. As Uchiha Itachi matures and engages in dialogue with Shursui and the third Hokage, he gradually develops his own convictions and ideologies. Itachi perceives that he has seen through his father's true nature. It is precisely due to Fugaku's permissiveness that the Uchiha clan has descended into such a predicament. After this contemplation, Itachi quietly nods in agreement. The resignation of his father may indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. With a leader who is perpetually scheming for a coup, the Uchiha clan would inevitably find itself at odds with the village, potentially igniting war. If a new clan leader could surpass his father, decisively reprimanding Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha Yuichi, compelling them and their subordinates to conduct themselves with integrity, it would be all the more beneficial. With this thought in mind, Itachi curiously inquires, if my father has stepped down, then who is the current leader of the Uchiha clan? Is it Uchiha Hokage, or perhaps, in Itachi Uchiha's mind, images of the prominent and influential members of the Uchiha clan flashed before him, yet he dismissed each one. None of these individuals could possibly be deemed worthy of becoming the new clan leader, even if Fugaku Uchiha were to voluntarily resign. These individuals lacked the requisite stature to command the respect and obedience of the entire clan. Uchiha Makoto also displayed a look of confusion. Although she had been preoccupied with household matters as a homemaker, she was not entirely oblivious to the dynamics of her family's situation. Among the Uchiha clan, apart from her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, there was no other individual possessing the formidable strength that commanded the respect of the entire clan, compelling everyone to willingly honor him as the patriarch. Upon encountering his family members, Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Itachi, and learning of this dire news, there was not a trace of disappointment to be found. Instead, their expressions merely reflected curiosity, filling Fugaku with an unprecedented sense of solace. Truly, they were deserving of his admiration. His wife and son demonstrated remarkable wisdom and a dispassionate attitude towards fame and fortune. Not a single person among them seemed to regard the power of the Uchiha with any significance. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "It may be beyond the imagination of all of you, and even myself, that the daughter of the esteemed Jonin, Uchiha Sharon, at merely the tender age of 12, has effortlessly captivated the hearts of all within the Uchiha clan with her remarkable talent and abilities." The 4 esteemed elders and the 10 commanding captains unanimously acclaimed Uchiha Sharon as the new leader of the Uchiha clan. This was not a decree I issued. Rather, it was a spontaneous call from the entirety of the Uchiha members, rising from the grassroots. The rebellious elder Tianhua and the formidable elder Xiongyi have also pledged their allegiance, declaring that from this day forth, they shall heed the commands of Uchiha Sharon. Truly astonishing, indeed. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his admiration without a hint of dissatisfaction, stating, Uchiha Sheri, truly a genius of our Uchiha clan. Itachi, she is not merely a prodigy of our lineage. She is also a paragon from whom you must learn. If the opportunity arises in the future, it would be prudent for you to engage with her. It would be immensely beneficial for you. Uchiha Sheri, how could that be possible? The delicate visage of Uchiha Itachi suddenly manifested an evident sense of apprehension and ire. What a jest is this? Initially, it was presumed that the newly appointed leader would be a dove of the Uchiha clan, one who would embody greater trust in the third Hokage than his own father. Indeed, it seems I was far too naive. Aside from myself and my brother Shursui, how could there possibly be others from the Uchiha clan who genuinely embody the will of fire, wholeheartedly considering the well-being of the villagers of Konoha? Uchiha Sheri is quite the spirited child, and certainly, Uchiha Itachi is not oblivious to her nature. During the inaugural Uchiha clan meeting, she boldly asserted that the Uchiha's resistance against the Hidden Cloud was unjustly blamed for the Nine-Tails incident, which ultimately hindered many clan members from contributing to the village. Subsequently, Uchiha Sheri expressed her sentiments multiple times, each instance imbued with a palpable animosity towards the third Hokage. This young girl is distinctly different from both Shursui and myself. Not only does she harbor resentment towards the village, but her decisiveness regarding Uchiha policies is formidable, undoubtedly exacerbating the rift between the Uchiha and the village. Uchiha Sheri, should you dare to proceed in such a manner, I, Uchiha Itachi, shall not show you mercy. As thoughts flickered through his mind, Uchiha Itachi's eyes opened and closed. His original double tomo, Sharingan, momentarily transforming and evolving into the three-tomo Sharingan. Meanwhile, as the Umbu ninja approached Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kenna dispatched a shadow clone, also making its way to the doorstep of Uchiha Sheri. At this moment, Uchiha Sheri was directing Uchiha Tenka, Uchiha Waiichi, and a couple of elderly gentlemen, as they frantically organized the 10 divisions of the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha Yuichi both possessed the illustrious three-tomo Sharingan, marking them as true elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, they have reached an advanced age. It is believed that mentoring students would pose no challenge for them. However, should a battle ensue, they may find it difficult to rival the numerous youthful captains of the Uchiha. Uchiha Shenwu gathered intelligence on all ninjas except for the 3 departing squads. With the awakening of the three-tomo Sharingan during this incident, the Uchiha clan, alongside the 10 squads, collectively possesses 17 three-tomo Sharingan. Furthermore, one individual must be tasked with safeguarding the safety of Uchiha Common. After a thorough consolidation, the internal security team of the clan was divided into 3 allied units, each led by 5 members of the Uchiha clan bearing the three-tomo Sharingan, with approximately 90 ninjas of various ages under each unit. These individuals are stationed in shifts, rotating daily to guard the Uchiha ancestral grounds. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shenwu assigned a trusted upper ninja, each possessing a three-tomo Sharingan, to serve as personal bodyguards for both herself and Kamen. As the clan leader, Uchiha Shenwu's protective capabilities are, of course, far from simplistic. Given the unwavering loyalty of Uchiha, she intends to bring him closer, establishing the Uchiha Umbu. However, she needs to first assess Uchiha's loyalty before allowing him to don a mask and undertake the clan's more clandestine affairs. 2 elite upper ninjas will be involved. 1. An elite Uchiha upper ninja responsible for liaising with the 3 major allied units of the Uchiha clan, and the other, a formidable warrior from another ninja clan, assigned to handle darker tasks such as assassination. The Uchiha Guard Brigade and the Uchiha Shadow Guards have been officially established. Upon seeing Uchiha Shenwu's arrival, Uchiha Shenwu displayed a look of confusion and invited him into her chamber, inquiring with astonishment, "Were you not assisting Elder Hishion with matters concerning the Uchiha barrier? What brings you here so unexpectedly? How are the arrangements regarding the family barrier progressing?" Uchiha Kamino remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. "The location for handling the barrier is not far from here. I utilized a shadow clone to arrive at this moment. Furthermore, both Elder Yu and Jonin Natsuki are seasoned ninjas. With their expertise, the task is assuredly foolproof." In merely half a day, the original barrier has been repaired and reinforced, rectifying all previous vulnerabilities. At this moment, they are commencing the arrangement of a new secondary barrier, which will require approximately 2 days to complete. It will be finalized before the village-wide Jonin meeting on Sunday. Indeed. Uchiha Shenwu nodded in agreement and remarked, "Your hurried arrival suggests that you have more to convey than just this matter. Is there something else of significance?" "Indeed, it is as such." Uchiha Shenwu spoke without haste. "There is a matter I wish to inquire about. How do you intend to arrange for the former clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku?" Uchiha Shenwu furrowed her brows. To arrange for Uchiha Fugaku? After a moment of contemplation, she expressed her dilemma. Fugaku, the clan leader, must be seething with anger towards me at this moment. How could I possibly make arrangements for him? Regardless of what I decide, it is likely to provoke his wrath and incite significant discord among the clan members. Therefore, I intend to refrain from making any arrangements for him. As if nothing has transpired regarding Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shin's perspective appears somewhat immature. Oh, Uchiha Shenwu displayed a curious expression. Uchiha Shenwu, although clan leader Fugaku presents a facade of weakness to the outside world, he exudes a formidable presence within the clan. Such a temperament may render him unsuitable for the role of clan leader. However, if we set aside his title, one might find commendable qualities in him as a ninja. For instance, he exhibits an aversion to the pursuit of power, possesses a keen ability to consider the greater good, and demonstrates proficiency in compromising with those in higher authority. If we approach him with both emotional appeal and logical reasoning, we may earn his trust. It is even conceivable that, akin to Sarutobi Hiruzen, we could exert pressure on Uchiha Fugaku to elicit certain concessions. Uchiha Shenwu inquired, "What are your specific plans?" Uchiha Kamikaze articulated his plans clearly. Uchiha Shenwu sought the consent of the dragon spirit within her, and the two young individuals swiftly reached a consensus, deciding to embark on a journey together to pay their respects to Uchiha Fugaku. They soon arrived at the doorstep of Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Uchiha Fugaku has just elucidated the sequence of events to his wife and son with clarity. Uchiha Itachi hastily rose to his feet and opened the door. Upon doing so, he beheld Uchiha Sharon and Kamino, accompanied by the ninjas who were safeguarding them from behind. Uchiha Itachi felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Alas, his brother Shursui, driven by a fervent desire to protect the citizens of Konoha, eagerly joined the 3 battalions of the Uchiha clan heading to the front lines. Otherwise, he could have sought Shursui's counsel on strategies at this very moment. By the way, Itachi Uchiha secretly contemplated, although Shursui is no longer present, the 3rd Hokage remains. Inquiring about Shursui would be more prudent than seeking answers from the departed. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage might be unaware of the intricacies surrounding the internal affairs. I must convey all that has transpired within the Uchiha clan to him. With this thought in mind, Itachi felt no inclination to entertain the 2 individuals before him. He turned to his father and spoke. "Father, you and Xiangrong, along with Shenwu, are engaged in conversation. But I have suddenly recalled something urgent and must take my leave for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, before Fugaku could respond, Itachi employed the body flicker technique and vanished in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku gazed in the direction his son had departed, gradually succumbing to a profound silence. Subsequently, the couple invited their 2 children to take a seat. Uchiha Fugaku inquired with astonishment, "Elder Xiaorong, what brings you here this time?" Uchiha can undo. "Fugaku, to speak candidly, the 2 of us have come here with a request." "Oh," Uchiha Fugaku remarked, "at present, I am merely a bystander. I truly cannot conceive of anything that might be of assistance to you." Uchiha Shenwu, "Lord Fugaku, your humility is truly commendable. Your prowess is known far and wide among the Uchiha clan. If you were to claim the 2nd position, there would be no soul bold enough to assert the 1st. Upon hearing Uchiha Shenwu's praise of his abilities, Fugaku maintained a stoic expression, yet internally felt a sense of satisfaction. Dismissing the flattery, he replied, "Enough of such compliments. Please, state your intentions directly." Lord Fugaku, as the long-standing leader of the Uchiha clan, had taken decisive action by establishing the Uchiha Guard, effectively expelling all the dark factions and root members who had been monitoring the clan. Uchiha Shenwu boldly stated, "Does Lord Fugaku not comprehend the predicament faced by our Uchiha clan? At this very moment, there are precisely 3 critical matters that require resolution. Oh, the current situation of the Uchiha clan, Although Uchiha Fugaku appears exceedingly weak in the face of external pressures, he is not entirely oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan at this moment. Upon hearing Kenpaku's words, Uchiha Fugaku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The Uchiha clan has long faced the persistent crisis of conflict with Konoha and its villagers. Although the revelation by Uchiha Shenwu unveiled the true instigator behind the turmoil to be Hiruzen Sarutobi, the esteemed third Hokage, the Uchiha clan remains notorious as the infamous practitioners of the cursed contract, rendering their claims disbelieved by many. The Uchiha clan's core issues remain unresolved. Besides this predicament, it is well acknowledged that the family has been increasingly marginalized by the village and other ninja clans, leading to a dwindling population and a weakening lineage. My relentless ambition to achieve merit and even aspire to the position of Hokage stems from a desire to leverage the Hokage's prestige to enhance relations with the villagers. Fugaku remarked, I have contemplated two matters, yet I find myself unable to conceive of a third. Uchiha Kenmudo. Firstly, there exists a demographic issue within our clan. Although the Uchiha possess formidable strength among their members, the reality remains that our numbers are scant. We cannot compare to the Sarutobi clan, which has quietly flourished over countless years. Even when juxtaposed with the Hyuga clan, it seems we hardly surpass them in strength. Furthermore, with the exclusion faced from both villagers and other shinobi, we must devise alternative strategies to bolster our numbers. Indeed, Fujitaka remarked, I have contemplated this matter, yet I find myself pondering what role I can truly play in this endeavor. Uchiha Shenwu smiled and remarked, it is utterly futile to think that the clansmen and villagers within the village would willingly assist us. However, if the village intends to ensnare us with their regulations, why should we adhere to their so-called rules? He continued, my solution is, in essence, quite straightforward. Throughout the current ninja world, countless displaced ninjas and civilians struggle to survive. Why should we, the Uchiha, not send forth a portion of our clan to seek out trustworthy individuals and gather them together, offering them refuge within the Uchiha family? Uchiha Fugaku's astonished response was, are you suggesting that we import or purchase people from outside? If the villagers are unwelcoming, then perhaps we should abandon the village altogether and engage with the people of the Land of Fire, or even those from other regions. Uchiha Fugaku is a person of considerable propriety. He first expressed his concerns, stating that the temporary residency rights in the Hidden Leaf Village are under the jurisdiction of the Hokage. If the Hokage is unwilling to permit others to enter Konoha, our Uchiha clan would have no recourse whatsoever. Uchiha Kanno, with an air of indifference, spoke, Lord Fugaku, cast your gaze upon the present Uchiha clan. Are we still merely a faction of the Umbu and Root, capable of dispatching individuals for surveillance at will? How many of our kin do they truly recognize? And how many remain unknown to them? Speak the truth. Uchiha Shenmudo. In order for the Uchiha clan to attain independence and instill fear in Danzo and Sarutobi, the foremost task is to conceal our true strength. At all times, we must refrain from disclosing our clan's capabilities to the Sarutobi family. Since from this day forth, our power shall remain a secret to all, how could Sarutobi Hizashi ever become aware that we have imported individuals from outside? Uchiha Fugaku, still taken aback, inquired, what shall we do about the village's protective barrier? Uchiha Shinmadu, this is quite simple. According to our investigation, within our Uchiha clan, we possess two experts capable of dispelling barriers. As long as we can bring individuals within 100 miles of Konohagakure, we can effortlessly transport them into the Uchiha compound and settle them all. Currently, the only concern regarding our Uchiha plan is the absence of a powerful ninja to safeguard our clansmen while they traverse the outside world, ensuring that our endeavor does not falter. Uchiha Kagami has made his intentions abundantly clear, and Uchiha Fugaku can no longer remain oblivious. Even Uchiha Mikoto has grasped the situation. Uchiha Mikoto smiled and said, so, what you are suggesting is to seek Fugaku's assistance in accomplishing this task. His strength is indeed formidable, and with the support of a few more elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan, it is highly probable that we would succeed. However, Uchiha Mikoto remarked, ultimately, I shall have to leave the village for an extended period, and there may be lurking dangers. Haha. Although Uchiha Fugaku exhibits a certain timidity towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, he remains utterly unperturbed when it comes to such tasks. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stated, speak. What are your demands? Have you considered the number of individuals to be brought at regular intervals in the designated meeting place? All I require are 10 Chunin as my assistants, and I shall ensure the successful completion of this matter." Uchiha Kamino and Uchiha Xiaorong gazed at each other, both filled with immense exhilaration. Uchiha Shalong respectfully stated, "Our plan is to undertake a round trip every 3 months, utilizing the Uchiha clan's ninja for message transmission. Ideally, the number of individuals entering at one time should be around 100, with a preference for women and those from declining ninja clans. This is not a mandatory task. Lord Fugaku may adjust the mission parameters according to the actual circumstances." Without a trace of hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku retrieved the ancestral summoning scroll of the Uchiha clan from his person and inquired, "Who among you shall engage in communication with me?" Uchiha Xiaorong declared, "Allow me to establish contact." As she spoke, she inscribed her illustrious name upon the summoning scroll. Uchiha Fugaku inquired, "What about the second matter?" Uchiha Shin nodded. "The second matter is equally urgent, concerning the internal traitors within our Uchiha clan. These individuals continuously relay information about our family to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chief Summerong and I are currently discerning the members of our clan, and thus far, we have not identified many suspicious individuals. However, it is noteworthy that Lord Fugaku's son, Uchiha Itachi, shares a close relationship with the third Hokage. It is said that during their time at the Ninja Academy, his connections with the Sarutobi clan members were more intimate than those with his own Uchiha kin." Uchiha Fugaku fell into silence. Uchiha Makoto was also deeply troubled. "Shinwa, Lord Fugaku has departed, and I hope to take Itachi with me. On one hand, it allows us to distance ourselves from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and on the other, it enables his strength to contribute to our clan. To be candid, we do not fear Sarutobi discovering our Uchiha efforts to increase our population. After all, is this truly a grave matter, a crime worthy of clan annihilation?" The cautious-minded Uchiha Fugaku pondered this repeatedly and concluded there was no issue, directly nodding in agreement before inquiring, "What is the third question?" Shinwa replied, "The relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha is evident to you, Lord Fugaku. Although we Uchiha are reluctant to engage in war, unwilling to risk mutual destruction, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo may resolutely decide to fight us to the death. It is not the fear of 1,000 enemies that troubles us, but rather the anxiety of a single unforeseen circumstance." Shinwa contemplated for a moment and continued, "We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. What if the Uchiha were truly exterminated?" Fugaku responded, "What do you mean by that?" Uchiha Shinmudo stated, "Even if the Uchiha clan were to face annihilation, we, the Uchihas, still have Lord Fugaku, Itachi, and several other unassuming clan members outside. I pondered that during such times, our kin should at least have a place to rely upon." After some contemplation, Uchiha Shinmudo calmly remarked, "What does Lord Fugaku think of the Star Ninja village in the Bear Country? My intention is not to forcibly seize another's village. We Uchihas possess knowledge and heritage, which we can leverage to engage in trade with them. Of course, if they remain obstinate and overreaching, then there is little more to be said. I have utmost faith in Lord Fugaku's capabilities. Your prowess would render the matter concerning the modest Star Ninja village utterly effortless." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded repeatedly. He now possessed a means to strengthen his clan, and he was determined to contribute to his family to the best of his abilities, truly reflecting his worth. Although he no longer held the position of clan leader at that moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt a newfound sense of value, greater than ever before. At that time, Uchiha Fugaku exchanged names of the Uchiha clan members with Uchiha Sharon, while Uchiha Kanyu finalized the selection of 10 members who would depart with Uchiha Fugaku, each bearing a double Tomo Sharingan. As the 10 ninjas prepared to leave the Uchiha homeland, where they had grown up, they were filled with profound sorrow, feeling as though they were losing the most significant part of their lives. However, upon learning that their mission lay outside the village of Konoha, aimed at paving a future for the Uchiha, they felt a spark of hope, as if they could indeed effect change and shape their destiny. Suddenly, one among the 10 ninjas awakened a 3-Tomo Sharingan, caught between mild melancholy and fervent aspiration. When Uchiha Itachi received praise from Hiruzen Sarutobi and hurriedly left the Hokage's office to return to his family, Uchiha Fugaku and the other 10 Nin had already made all necessary preparations, merely awaiting Itachi's arrival. Glancing at his son, who rushed back from the Hokage building, Uchiha Fugaku said nothing but calmly remarked, "Now that you have returned, hasten to prepare your belongings. Let us not keep everyone waiting for you alone." Upon hearing these words and observing the gathering of Uchiha ninjas within his home, Itachi Uchiha instinctively sensed something amiss. He promptly inquired, "What has transpired? Where must we go?" Uchiha Fugaku, with a somber expression, calmly stated, "It is not a matter of great significance. It is merely a minor task that requires our attention. I, along with 10 other ninjas from our clan, will partake in this mission, and Itachi, you shall accompany us as well." Merely participating in a minor task? Though Uchiha Itachi may seem somewhat peculiar, the current circumstances appear to leave little room for explanation beyond undertaking missions. After all, his mother and Sasuke remain in the village, and it is inconceivable that his father would act so ruthlessly as to abandon his wife and son. Given this, it is of little consequence. Does Uchiha Itachi truly fear venturing out on a mission? Thus, a group set forth, carrying their modest bundles, toward the land of bears. Uchiha Shaong and Uchiha Kamino stood at the village entrance, silently watching their departure. Uchiha Kamo once again proposed. Although Fugaku's departure has taken away the significant threat posed by Uchiha Itachi, we, the Uchiha, must expeditiously enhance our own strength. We can directly invite the Iblis clan, long confined to the shadows, to join us. Within our clan's territory, we shall allocate a designated area for the Iblis members to reside. While it may not be feasible for them to roam freely within the village of Konoha for the time being, their active participation within the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly permissible. Moreover, upon leaving the Uchiha, they can still engage alongside our members, allowing them to adopt the guise of the Uchiha clan. This arrangement not only instills hope for the revival of the Iblis clan, but also fosters gratitude towards us. Furthermore, by dismantling the laboratory strongholds, we mitigate numerous security risks. Additionally, intertwining the fates of the Iblis and our clan will forge a stronger bond of honor and disgrace between our two peoples. Uchiha Sherry nodded, refraining from making an appearance herself. Instead, she dispatched a substantial contingent to swiftly transfer the instruments from Laboratory Number 49, along with the hidden Iburi clan, to the Uchiha clan's territory under the cover of night. These 3 significant matters were conveyed with utmost urgency to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. All the Uchiha's 3 Tomo elite shinobi acted in unison, swiftly subduing the Umbu and Rude operatives who were surveilling the Uchiha clan. Once they had seized control of everyone, they cast them into the nearby forest of Konohagakure. Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi led a team of ninjas on an enigmatic departure, the destination shrouded in mystery. The village's guardians, conducting routine inquiries, were met with fierce resistance and repelled with violence as the formidable group made their exit. Uchiha Shearing introduced a bloodline ninja clan from the shadows of the village, merging it into the Uchiha clan's territory. 3 pieces of news emerged, each more dire than the last, each escalating in severity. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were seething with rage. According to their beliefs, when the initial incident occurred, the Uchiha clan had already sealed their fate, warranting immediate action. Yet, neither of them took any steps to intervene. The actions of the Uchiha clan, in the eyes of those 2 individuals, are undoubtedly excessive. However, the words spoken do not pose any real issue. The Uchiha clan has concluded its scrutiny and dispatched its members to the battlefield, which clearly indicates the family has absolved itself of any suspicion. Being monitored by the Umbu is a situation the Uchiha have chosen not to resist. In reality, what would happen if they did resist? Would they no longer be suspects, yet still be subjected to surveillance? This situation, if voiced, would not favor them. It is impossible to target the Uchiha for this matter. Fugaku and Itachi's departure could easily categorize Fugaku and his companions as rogue ninjas. Yet, Hiruzen Sarutobi does not intend to lose Itachi, a valuable asset. So this can only be deemed a minor transgression of leaving the ninja village. The final matter, however, incited Hiruzen's uncontrollable rage. Orochimaru, Danzo, you 2 scoundrels, inept allies. It is no wonder Hiruzen is infuriated. 3 significant issues have arisen. While the first 2 are substantial, they pale in comparison to the third, which genuinely threatens the restrictions imposed by the Hokage on the Uchiha. Since the era of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the previous 2 Hokages have painstakingly targeted the Uchiha clan. What is their objective? It is to stifle the growth and development of the Uchiha clan. Yet, now the Uchiha clan brazenly associates with other ninja clans, even directly inviting a ninja clan from outside Konoha to join them. Logically, as Hokage, Hiruzen should vehemently oppose this. If such a situation were to arise, Hiruzen, as Hokage, should mobilize a large force to demand accountability and rectify the Uchiha's overstepping by recruiting external powers. Additionally, he could investigate the memories of the Iburi clan to uncover any malicious intentions. However, according to Hiruzen's knowledge, The Iburi clan's entry into Konoha was not facilitated by the Uchiha, but was orchestrated by Orochimaru, with Danzo involved in its development long before it reached Uchiha Sharon. If memory searches were conducted, the unfortunate ones would not be Uchiha Sharon, but rather Orochimaru and Danzo. Orochimaru is currently the commander at the border, and Danzo is even more untouchable. It is possible that Uchiha Sharon has inherited the 49th experimental base without having commenced any experiments, thus bearing no concrete culpability, at most implicating Orochimaru and Danzo. Therefore, the second option of memory searching is out of the question. What Hiruzen can do is merely the first, to hold the Uchiha accountable for harboring external forces. If he cannot investigate memories, it implies he cannot ascertain the Iburi clan's status as spies from another village. Thus, even if the Uchiha harbors external ninja, what charges can Hiruzen bring against them? Hiruzen ponders deeply. The three actions taken by the Uchiha clan are indeed heinous crimes deserving of severe punishment. Yet, these actions are glaringly evident to all, and as Hokage, he finds himself utterly powerless. Despite his contemplations, Danzo possesses numerous strategies at his disposal. I have long told you, the Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. If we do not swiftly eliminate this threat, it will surely rebound upon us. Am I correct? Danzo, with a nonchalant demeanor, retorts, Hiruzen, at this juncture, cannot you decisively resolve to eradicate this malignant tumor for the village? Hiruzen glances at Danzo, hesitantly inquiring, even if we wish to eliminate the Uchiha, what means do we possess? Is it not impossible to publicly declare the Uchiha as inherently evil, alleging they have made pacts with demons, thus inciting all ninja clans to unite against them? Impossible. This thought is extinguished almost as soon as it arises. His strategy would only command those clans close to the Sarutobi and Shimura families, as well as Konoha's civilian ninjas. If he truly sought to rally the larger clans like the Inuzuka, Nara, or even the Hyuga, it would be a fool's errand. Should these prominent clans refuse to intervene, relying on civilian ninjas and a few inept fighters, it is likely that even a handful of Uchiha Jonin could overpower several clans. At that point, rather than subduing the Uchiha, they would significantly weaken their own forces. In contrast to Hiruzen's thorough considerations, Danzo's approach is decidedly simpler, grounded in an unshakable confidence in his root strength. Hiruzen, you are overcomplicating the issue. Dealing with the Uchiha does not require your evidentiary pursuits or mobilizing the other ninja clans. Although it may seem grandiose, the Uchiha can still argue their case. Instead, why not act decisively, deploying the barrier team to confine the entire Uchiha clan within a barrier, followed by sending in a multitude of root ninjas for a covert assault? With just one night, we could eradicate the Uchiha clan entirely. Indeed, Danzo insists, we must also pursue Fugaku, who has fled. After the Uchiha's annihilation, I will dispatch my root operatives to hunt him down. Hiruzen, initially anticipating strategic insights from Danzo, is taken aback by his recklessness. Setting up a sealing barrier and sending en route to engage the Uchiha in battle within that barrier? Hiruzen questions, Danzo, which side do you anticipate will emerge victorious? Do you believe your root possesses 2 Manjiki Sharingan? Listen to me. Hiruzen asserts, the Uchiha have previously been relatively compliant. We could allow them some freedom. However, their recent actions have laid bare their sinister ambitions. We can no longer afford to be lenient. We must decisively sever this threat. Yet, the current situation in Konoha is precarious. The village cannot withstand a significant internal upheaval. Even if we must eliminate the Uchiha, it must not cause a commotion that undermines the village's strength. Otherwise, the Fourth Great Ninja War could erupt at any moment. Hiruzen continues, gradual measures are the most prudent approach, the only viable method. Any other method of dealing with the Uchiha will inevitably invite trouble upon us. Our immediate objective is to compel the Uchiha to relocate their clan, distancing them from Konoha, while re-establishing monitoring by our Umbu and Root. Danzo, filled with indignation, retorts, what if I insist on using my own methods against the Uchiha? If we strike tonight with Root, what then? Absolutely not. Hiruzen declares, a small act of impatience can ruin a grand strategy. We must proceed step by step. Shimura Danzo exclaimed in anger, Uchiha Shalong is not Uchiha Fugaku. Forcing her to concede may not yield the desired results. Yet she continues to develop steadily, revitalizing her clan. Your methods may not suffice against the Uchiha, who have already begun their resurgence. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, we must proceed step by step. Danzo, seething with rage, retorted, one day you will surely regret this. Hiruzen, unwavering, declared, for now, I am the Hokage. Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen, distressed, rubbed his temples and instructed Kakashi, who had been lurking in the shadows. Summon Nara Shikaku. We must unite all possible forces to confront the Uchiha. Understood. Kakashi swiftly leaped out the window, returning shortly with a middle-aged ninja sporting a ponytail and an air of languidness. Upon seeing Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku respectfully addressed him, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen inquired, Shikaku, you must have heard about the Uchiha clan's situation? Shikaku replied, indeed, I have heard a bit. Although Fugaku was not one to jest. He was a reliable person and quite warm-hearted in his interactions. I never imagined he would resign so soon, especially in the prime of his life. He appeared genuinely regretful. Hiruzen continued, it is not merely a resignation. Fugaku has led 10 Uchiha ninjas away from the village. He elaborated, the Uchiha's most pressing issue is not merely the change of clan leader, but the new leader who has taken over. The entire village of Konoha holds no goodwill towards any ninja clan or commoner associated with the Uchiha. Hiruzen inquired if Shikaku had heard about the Uchiha clan introducing another ninja clan into their territory as vassals. Such a thing exists. Shikaku was hearing this for the first time, but quickly grasped the implications of the Uchiha's intentions. It was evident that the Uchiha, led by Shalong, had entirely abandoned the pretense of cooperation with Konoha, opting instead for a more confrontational approach. The current strategy of the Uchiha clan is, in essence, quite straightforward. It revolves around relentless development at any cost, compelling others to watch, whether they wish to or not. If there is a challenge, they are prepared to confront it, even if it leads to conflict. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, at this juncture, the village genuinely fears retaliation. It must be acknowledged that while this strategy is simplistic, it effectively strikes at the heart of Konoha's vulnerabilities. Konoha finds itself in a position where it can undertake various actions, yet one thing remains impossible. It cannot genuinely confront the Uchiha clan. On one side, there is a determined push for growth, while on the other, there exists an inability to retaliate. The situation has become exceedingly evident. Nara Shikaku, in a state of helplessness, implored the Hokage to reconsider his stance, warning that any aggressive action against the Uchiha could severely weaken the village's strength and provoke covetous gazes from other ninja villages, resulting in detrimental consequences. Sarutobi Hiruzen had initially thought that Shikaku, being a wise strategist, would possess profound insights. He was taken aback by such a perspective. The ninja under his command were reluctant to apply undue pressure, fearing the potential outbreak of civil strife. In the past, he and Shimura Danzo had collaborated to apply relentless pressure, causing Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi to retreat, apprehensive of igniting an internal conflict. Yet, at this moment, the Uchiha clan had ceased their retreat and instead commenced an advance, prompting the village's elite shinobi to consider withdrawal. This stark contrast left Hiruzen feeling profoundly frustrated. After much contemplation, Hiruzen chose to disregard Shikaku's advice, resolved not to back down. He was acutely aware of the lessons imparted by the Uchiha. In the past, Uchiha Fugaku had retreated out of concern for the village's safety. However, such retreat, once initiated, leads to a continuous cycle of concession without end. If he were to begin retreating now, it would only empower the Uchiha further, allowing them to gain the upper hand. Therefore, it was imperative not to relent. How could he possibly retreat? After a moment of deep reflection, Hiruzen instructed Kakashi, go to the Uchiha clan and invite the newly arrived head of the Iburi clan, conveying that I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage of Konoha, wish to speak with him. Upon hearing this, Shikaku inquired with curiosity, what does the Hokage imply? Hiruzen replied with unwavering conviction, the threat posed by the Uchiha clan has grown significantly. We cannot allow them to strengthen further. Shikaku nodded, understanding that Hiruzen aimed to devise a strategy to fracture the Uchiha's influence. Shikaku's own desires had been clearly articulated earlier, and he realized he could neither prevent Hiruzen's decisions nor halt the unfolding events. He could only observe the situation evolve. Kakashi proceeded to the Uchiha territory, swiftly locating the newly settled Iburi Yuta. After knocking on the door, he courteously conveyed the Hokage's message. Iburi Yuta hesitated, opting not to leave with Kakashi immediately, but instead chose to first consult with Uchiha Shenwu. Essentially, Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions were already anticipated by those in the know. The Iburi clan, being a subordinate ninja clan of the Uchiha, held no significant ties to Konoha, and they lacked the title of ninja. Uchiha Shenwu pondered. Kakashi-sensei may convey messages to Lord Hokage. Any words from Lord Hokage may await my availability for a personal audience. As for the members of the Uchiha clan, I shall oversee them on behalf of Lord Hokage. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Shenwu issued another command. No member of the Uchiha clan is permitted to visit Lord Hokage privately without the patriarch's consent. Any violations will be dealt with according to clan regulations. Even Kakashi, who had grown cold and indifferent in the wake of his teacher's demise, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this decree. With a resigned sigh, he turned to leave. By the way, Uchiha Shenwu continued, it is nearly time for salary disbursement. The Uchiha Police Department originally had 431 ninjas, and now we have 465. I implore the Hokage not to forget our timely remuneration. Kakashi nodded indifferently and replied, I shall convey this matter to the Hokage. What? Upon receiving the news in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but stare in astonishment. It was one thing for the ninjas to be under the Hokage's command, but to audaciously demand their salaries? The Hokage is aware that the Uchiha clan oversees the security and law enforcement of Konoha. If they were to go without their wages, chaos would surely ensue. Narashikaku, witnessing the unfolding situation, felt something amiss and could not refrain from offering a warning. He was genuinely concerned that Sarutobi Hiruzen might rashly decide to withhold payment or provoke conflict. Shikaku knew all too well that if the Uchiha clan were denied their salaries, they would not retreat like Fugaku, but might resort to targeting Konoha's casinos or brothels. It would not be difficult for the police department to acquire funds through forceful means, and the villagers would likely remain silent. This could spiral into a violent confrontation between the village and the Uchiha clan. Such a conflict must be avoided at all costs. Should war arise, Konoha would be ensnared in the tempest of battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen's loyal confidant, Narashikaku, was deeply distressed. He would tolerate any decision from the Hokage, except for the prospect of civil war. While Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored a certain disdain for the Uchiha clan, he was not as ruthless as Shimura Danzo and recognized the critical importance of timely payments. Delays in salary could lead the Uchiha to a point of no return, where conflict would become inevitable. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the detrimental effects of retreating at this juncture, resolving firmly not to yield easily. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, the salary issue will be addressed after the convening of the J-Nin Council. This applies not only to the police department, but to all major departments. Kakashi, please relay this message to the Uchiha clan. Time passed swiftly. 2 full days went by without incident. During this period, the Uchiha clan established a second layer of ceiling barrier atop their original defenses, further fortified by a rotational patrol system among the 3 squads, significantly enhancing their security measures. Under the directives provided, Uchiha Shirdai personally led his clan members to publicize 2 significant events that had recently transpired. The first event pertained to the Kyubi incident, wherein detailed explanations were given regarding the cellular fusion experiments conducted during the era of the second Hokage. It was suggested that the root may possess would release ninjas and potentially Sharingan users as well. Furthermore, the narrative elaborated on how Shimura Danzo obstructed the Uchiha from providing assistance to the 4th Hokage during the Kyubi turmoil, culminating in the revelation that Danzo was actively scheming for the position of the 5th Hokage. The second matter involved the assassination attempt on Uchiha Rin, where Danzo's sinister plot to eliminate the Uchiha prodigy led to a demand from the Hokage for an explanation from the Uchiha clan. In summation, this assembly of J-Nin was, in essence, a reckoning by the higher-ups, spearheaded by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, aimed at the Uchiha clan. These rumors rapidly permeated throughout the Uchiha clan, inciting a wave of indignation among its members. Such occurrences within any shinobi clan would undoubtedly evoke a passionate response from its populace. Within a mere 3 days, Uchiha clansmen of various ages exhibited a remarkable awakening of their Sharingan, specifically the single Tomo variant. The new generation of Uchiha talents, Uchiha Ryun, Uchiha Yuju, and Uchiha Miyuin, each aged 12 and possessing abundant chakra reserves and formidable spirit, all successfully manifested their single Tomo Sharingan. On a Sunday morning in the Hidden Leaf Village, J-Nin from various clans, dressed in vests and adorned with headbands, emerged from their respective territories in a display of utmost formality. The Uchiha clan is led by Uchiha Shenwu, although the young girl before them is merely a child of tender years, having only recently held the title of a genin. She has naturally ascended to the position of the clan leader of the Uchiha and consequently the head of the Konoha police force. Even if Sarutobi Hisashi is reluctant, the elevation of her title is inevitable. Regardless of her lacking the requisite strength, she must be bestowed with the rank of an elite jonin. For this signifies the stature of the leader of Konoha's foremost shinobi clan. In contrast, Uchiha Kamui, despite his grandfather Uchiha Kage's promise to involve him in political affairs, finds that such involvement is limited to internal clan meetings where he may exert influence. In the Grand Assembly of all jonin in Konoha, Uchiha Kage wields no substantial authority. Additionally, among the Uchiha clan, there is an outsider ninja, Ibuli Wutai, who has also been brought into Shalong's company. Although he does not don the forehead protector of Konoha's jonin, his attire bearing the insignia of his clan, along with his distinctive hair color and robust physique, renders him remarkably conspicuous amidst the Uchiha. Not long after the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan departed from their ancestral grounds, they encountered the Hyuga clan, who had also emerged from their domain. On the surface, the Uchiha clan is regarded as the foremost ninja clan of Konoha, boasting the highest number of J-nin and elite J-nin. They possess a remarkable total of 38 J-nin and 5 elite J-nin. It is worth noting that although Fugaku has departed, his title remains unrevoked. The Hyuga clan, while slightly inferior to the Uchihas, also claims 5 elite J-nin, including the esteemed brothers Hisashi and Hayashi, along with the 3 esteemed elders, in addition to 35 J-nin. As their gaze fell upon the 5 leaders of the Uchiha clan, Hyuga Hisashi offered a subtle nod, devoid of any intention to extend greetings. The rivalry between the two clans, as they vie for the title of the premier ninja clan, has led to a strained relationship between the Uchiha and Hyuga. Through the gaze of Uchiha Shayan, Uchiha Kamui also beheld the Hyuga clan. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to perpetuate the policies of Uchiha Fugaku, thus indicating a reluctance to continue hostilities with the Hyuga. Uchiha Shenwu took the initiative to speak, saying, "Hinata Rizuku, since we are traveling together, let us proceed to the Hokage building as 2 clans." Upon hearing the contemporary leader of the Uchiha clan speak up, Hinata Rizuku was quite taken aback. This statement carried a notable intention of mending relations. Unfortunately, Hinata Rizuku had no intention of accepting such goodwill. It was evident to any observant individual that the higher-ups in the village were devising ways to undermine the Uchiha clan, until a victor emerged between the two sides. No one was inclined to associate with the Uchiha. Although the Uchiha clan, previously fragmented, had remarkably united under the leadership of Shenwu, Rizuku remained skeptical about their prospects. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Hinata Rizuku calmly responded, "Our clans are numerous, and we have shared grievances from the past. If we were to walk together, unforeseen incidents might arise. It is best that we part ways." Uchiha Shenwu smiled and inquired, "So, which of our factions shall depart first?" In an instant, both great ninja clans found themselves on high alert. Hinata Hayashi displayed visible tension. Even though the Uchiha clan had lost Uchiha Fugaku, a direct confrontation would certainly put them at a disadvantage. However, if they were to concede so easily, how could the Hinata clan preserve their dignity? Although Hinata Hayashi felt a tinge of frustration, after weighing the pros and cons, they ultimately resolved to adopt a prudent approach and temporarily yield. Hinata Hayashi coldly stated, "The Uchiha clan has always been the unrivaled foremost ninja clan in the village. Naturally, it is your privilege." Before his words had fully settled, Uchiha Shenwu nonchalantly replied, "What does it matter if one clan is deemed first or second? Such titles are merely hollow accolades. If the Hinata clan desires the title of the foremost ninja clan, we shall gladly bestow it upon you. You may depart first." What? Her proclamation sent ripples of unrest through both the Hinata and Uchiha clans. Esteemed clan leader, is this truly appropriate? Upon hearing Uchiha Shenwu's words, Uchiha Tianhua and Uchiha Xiong felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Uchiha Shenwu elucidated, "In truth, we are all aware now that the village's most formidable clan, the foremost lineage of shinobi, is none other than the Sarutobi clan. The essence of the premier clan has long since dissipated. Since it no longer exists, why should we contend for this hollow title? By voluntarily relinquishing the reputation of the foremost shinobi clan, we can provide our kin with motivation to strive for the restoration of our former glory." rather than remaining ensnared in the delusion of a fabricated honor. Upon hearing that the prestige of the foremost shinobi clan has long been but a mere facade, the four elders sighed deeply, feeling at a loss for further words. Consequently, the four esteemed elders of the Uchiha clan collectively conveyed the might of the Sarutobi clan to their clan's shinobi, resulting not only in profound astonishment among the uninformed Uchiha shinobi, but also in immense shock within the Hyuga clan. Unbeknownst to many, a new rumor began to take shape. The Uchiha clan was initially merely mentioned in passing by the four elders. The Sarutobi clan boasted a population exceeding 10,000, with 3,000 shinobi among them. Consequently, upon hearing this, numerous elite shinobi from the Hyuga clan engaged in hushed discussions. What? Hyuga Hisashi pondered in disbelief. So the Sarutobi clan has actually developed 3,000 shinobi and has over 10,000 members? The elite shinobi of the Hyuga clan continued their discreet conversations. Initially, everyone unanimously acknowledged the figures of 3,000 shinobi and 10,000 clan members. However, it seemed one elite shinobi misheard the information, mistakenly believing that the Sarutobi clan had cultivated a staggering 1,000 shinobi and possessed a population of 40 to 50,000. Soon enough, the Uchiha clan caught wind of the Hyuga clan speculation, with their elite shinobi discussing the outdated information regarding the Uchiha. They exclaimed, "The Sarutobi clan has now amassed 1,000 shinobi and a population of 40 to 50,000. Both Hyuga Hisashi and Uchiha Ron were left utterly astonished. In an instant, the atmosphere among the elite shinobi of both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans turned grim, with heavy hearts clouded by unease. The shinobi of both clans made their way to the Hokage's office building, entering the conference room designated for elite shinobi. Uchiha Shayong brought Ibuli Wutai inside. Once everyone settled in, discussions commenced among them. Although the Hyuga clan had a contentious relationship with the Uchiha clan, many ninjas from other Konoha clans had established familiarity with them. Soon, the news of the Sarutobi clan boasting around 40 to 50,000 ninjas, along with a population exceeding 100,000, spread among the elite shinobi. The four most trusted confidants of the Sarutobi clan, Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka, listened in shock to the discussions in the conference room, their hearts filled with astonishment. Although it seemed somewhat implausible, what if, just what if, it were indeed true? How much resource had the Hokage hoarded to develop his family to such an extent within a mere 28 or 29 years? Sarutobi Hisashi and the Sarutobi clan were among the last to arrive. As the esteemed leader of Konoha and the beloved third Hokage, it was only fitting that he made a grand entrance to assert his status. As Sarutobi Hisashi led the Sarutobi elite into the conference room, all eyes were immediately drawn to them. Almost every elite ninja from Konoha gazed at the Sarutobi clan in disbelief. Despite the Sarutobi clan's gradual growth, they had not overtly exhibited formidable power. Otherwise, they would not have remained unnoticed by the other prominent clans. However, Sarutobi Hisashi had merely refrained from showcasing his immense strength in public settings. He had been generous in bestowing titles and distributing salaries to the clan's ninjas. The number of elite ninjas from the Sarutobi clan undoubtedly exceeded 20, potentially surpassing that of the openly dominant Uchiha clan. Although the Sarutobi clan had made every effort to conceal their strength, their apparent lack of power had now raised suspicions among the attendees, who quickly began to notice numerous inconsistencies. "Have you noticed?" murmured Yamanaka's clan leader, Yamanaka Hachi, to his companion Nara Shikaku, two elite ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Ichimu and Sarutobi Kenta, who work with me in the intelligence department, are absent. A hint of concern creased at Kimichi Chose's brow as he remarked, "All the Sarutobi members we've collaborated with, including Sarutobi Chikuma and Sarutobi Hain, are also missing." Nara Shikaku had certainly noticed many discrepancies as well and nodded in agreement. The Sarutobi clan is likely concealing at least half of their strength. The number of elite ninjas may very well surpass that of the Uchiha clan. Unlike bloodline clans, the Sarutobi members do not possess such high cultivation aptitude. For every 10 Uchiha, there is one elite, while the Sarutobi might require 100 to produce one. The population of the Sarutobi clan could be several times that of the Uchiha clan. While it might not be as exaggerated as the legends suggest, possessing 10 times the strength of the Uchiha clan is indeed terrifying. Nara Shikaku sighed inwardly. Who had disseminated this information? Was Konoha now on the brink of a war of public opinion? At that moment, Sarutobi Hisashi remained oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere within the elite ninja conference room. Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Gate Kurenai had all arrived. After a round of opening remarks, Sarutobi Hisashi transitioned into the main topic, slowly stating, "Next, we shall discuss 5 pressing issues that require urgent attention in our village." The first issue pertains to the aftermath of the Ninetales incident. It has been over a month since the chaos unfolded, yet we have still not identified the true culprit. As the one responsible for this case, along with my umbu, I bear significant responsibility. Let us deliberate on how to address this matter, who the possible perpetrator might be, and how we should apprehend them. Sarutobi Hisashi's countenance darkened as he posed the first question. Shimura Danzo cast a composed gaze toward the Uchiha clan, while Tsunade and Mito Gate Kurenai exchanged knowing smiles, greatly impressed by their old friend's maneuvering. Although the investigations by the Umbu and Root had long concluded, raising this issue would certainly secure at least an 80% advantage against the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, even amidst the most fervent of discussions, finds themselves devoid of any possibility for defense regarding this matter. In the swell of public sentiment, it would not be difficult to compel the Uchiha to once again submit to surveillance, should they attempt to expel the Umbu again. Even prominent clans like the Hyuga and the Inuzuka would not remain passive. As Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his statement, over 300 jonin present began to respond with fervor. The first to speak was Sarutobi Masao, a jonin from the lesser-known Karasuma clan, Hokage-sama. Although the chaos of the Ninetales incident has long since passed, and most evidence and leads are elusive, there remains one crucial clue we are all acutely aware of: the 3-tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. It is the mastermind behind the Ninetales attack, conspiring against our Leaf Village and causing the tragic demise of the 4th Hokage and his wife. And this shadowy figure must undoubtedly possess the 3-tomo Sharingan. Indeed, echoed a ninja from the Yamashiro clan. It is well known that the Sharingan is a unique bloodline limit exclusive to the Uchiha clan. No other ninja or clan could possibly wield such power. Another lesser-known jonin from the Leaf Village asserted, it must be an elite Uchiha jonin orchestrating this from behind the scenes. If not, where else in the ninja world could one find another possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan? Calmly, Yagami Kazekage from the Moonlight clan interjected. I believe that this matter could be resolved quite easily if the Uchiha clan were willing to cooperate. A simple investigation into the alibis of the Uchiha jonin present that night would likely lead us to the true culprits behind the Ninetales incident. Indeed, the assembly of ninjas directed their ire towards the Uchiha clan members, vociferously declaring, if the Uchiha ninjas were willing to cooperate, the true perpetrators could be easily identified. Yet, the inability to uncover the guilty party raises the question, are the Uchiha ninjas unwilling to cooperate, perhaps seeking to shield the true criminals? The Uchiha must face severe consequences. All must be restrained and interrogated one by one. We must unearth the true murderer and avenge the 4th Hokage and his wife. The emotions among the jonin grew increasingly agitated, and the atmosphere became charged. Observing the fervor of his subordinates, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily, turning to the Uchiha representatives and inquiring, Sakura and esteemed members of the Uchiha, do you have anything to say? He regarded the Uchiha jonin seated calmly beside him, his eyes flickering momentarily as he inquired with apparent warmth. On the surface, it appeared as though Sarutobi Hiruzen was seeking the Uchiha clan's perspective, yet he was already prepared with a contingency plan. Based on his estimations, in the face of the collective outcry and scrutiny, the Uchiha would likely offer Shimura Danzo as a scapegoat and present the findings from the previous investigation. Following further discussion, it would be all too easy to conclude that the prior investigation had been insufficient. Thus, a new inquiry would be necessitated. If the last investigation could not identify the true culprit, how could a second attempt yield any suspects? This would naturally lead to the imposition of surveillance upon the entire Uchiha clan. This time, not only the Umbu and Root would be involved, but also other major clans such as the Inuzuka and Akimichi would be drawn into the fold. If the Uchiha clan were to truly revolt, it would undoubtedly incite conflict. Yet the village would find it manageable. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently contemplated, weighing all possibilities and calmly awaiting the Uchiha's response. In the conference room of the high-ranking ninjas, all eyes were fixated on the Uchiha members, anticipating their reply. The various ninja clans, including Inuzuka and Hyuga, who were acutely aware of the Uchiha's predicament, regarded them with sympathetic gazes. Empathizing with their situation, they understood that if they were in the Uchiha's position, they too would feel utterly powerless in the face of such a dilemma. At this moment, the Uchiha clan finds itself in a precarious predicament. In the next instant, a ninja from the Uchiha clan spoke up. It was Uchiha Hokage, the leader of the pacifist faction within the Uchiha clan, who addressed the Hokage, Lord Hokage. With so many individuals in your Umbu and Root divisions possessing such immense power, how is it that after such an extensive investigation, you have yet to identify a single suspect? How can it be that the Umbu and Root are so utterly ineffective? The Uchiha clan appeared to be rehearsed. As another ninja calmly continued, I, Uchiha Ryuichi, harbor considerable doubts regarding the necessity of the Umbu and Root within Konoha. The esteemed jonin of the Uchiha clan engaged in a fervent exchange, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen and all present shinobi utterly bewildered. Were we not interrogating the Uchiha? What could this implication of the Uchiha signify? Were they, in turn, questioning the ineptitude of the Umbu? Uchiha Sharon raised her hand, signaling for her subordinates to fall silent. With an air of calm, she addressed the Hokage, stating, Lord Hokage, the incompetence of the Umbu is evident to us all. It is unnecessary for you to publicly reiterate this matter before so many witnesses. Such remarks place an unbearable burden on our Umbu colleagues. While it is true that they have faltered in their duties, this is inconsequential. Konoha is not solely reliant on the Umbu under your command. We, the Uchiha, stand ready to assist. Should you find yourself unable to uncover the perpetrator, we would be more than willing to lend our support. In fact, during this period, our clan has been diligently pursuing the impostor who has wreaked havoc in Konoha. Fortunately, we have unearthed some leads and have even identified the true instigator. What? As Uchiha Sharon's words resonated, an air of profound silence enveloped the entire meeting room of the elite shinobi. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, known for his composure, could not suppress a look of incredulity. What a jest it was that the true instigator of the Nine Tails turmoil had been uncovered, and astonishingly, it was a member of the Uchiha clan who had revealed this. Surely, the Uchiha clan would not merely produce an individual to take the fall without due cause? The response from the Uchiha clan has indeed taken Sarutobi Hiruzen by surprise. He suddenly realizes that all the contingency plans he devised have become futile. The malevolent Uchiha clan has deviated from expected protocols, leaving him with no choice but to adapt and proceed cautiously. Sarutobi Hiruzen, maintaining his composure, reflects on the unexpected revelation that the Uchiha clan has already identified the perpetrator. He wonders who the assailant could be, perhaps an elite J-nin from the Uchiha clan? Shimura Danzo, too, gazes at the Uchiha with a grim expression, his remaining eye betraying a flicker of doubt. Uchiha Shalong cast a glance at the perplexed Sarutobi and Danzo before disdainfully proclaiming, before revealing the true perpetrator, we Uchiha must first share 3 exceedingly valuable pieces of information with all present jonin. I implore you to lend your attentive ears. The 4 titans of Konoha exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to comprehend the intentions of the Uchiha clan at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only observe the unfolding situation with caution, carefully contemplating his response as he remarked, I am uncertain what this information entails, but please, Superior Shalong, feel free to speak candidly. Very well. Uchiha Xiaorong spoke without much courtesy. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I wish to share a piece of splendid news with you all. I wonder if the esteemed ninjas present are aware that our Konoha ninja village possesses an incredibly potent ability, regarded as a legendary Kekkei Genkai. Would release? Sarutobi Hizashi was taken aback. In an instant, Shimura Danzo grasped the implications, and his expression transformed into one of unprecedented dismay. He could already foresee the intentions of the Uchiha clan's ninjas and could not help but reveal a look of unease. Yet, alongside that anxiety, an unavoidable glimmer of hope flickered within him. Until the very last moment, he was resolutely unwilling to concede defeat. Indeed, would release. Uchiha Summerong, perceiving the confusion etched upon the faces of those present, continued to elucidate. Since the demise of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, many have presumed that would release ninjas had become extinct within the confines of Konoha. In truth, however, the reality diverges significantly. Would release ninjas have persisted. According to my investigations within the Uchiha clan, there exists, at this very moment, a young ninja adept in wood release within the roots of the village, known as Danzo. I wonder, could there be inaccuracies in our Uchiha clan's findings? Does the roots indeed harbor such a ninja? The incredulous Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a disbelieving glance towards his longtime partner, Shimura Danzo. To be candid, despite his position as Hokage, he was utterly unaware of this matter concerning the roots. What is the situation? Does Danzo have a wood-release ninja among his subordinates? Is this truly the case? As Uchiha Shenwu's words fell, an elder from the Uchiha clan rose to speak. Lord Danzo may deny it. Yet there will inevitably come a moment when the wood-release ninja makes their move. At that time, the truth shall be revealed. Alternatively, we implore the Hokage to grant the Uchiha permission to take action. We possess the capability to uncover this ninja. Since we are privy to this information, we are confident in our ability to locate him. Shinobu Danzo rose in outrage, his voice booming with indignation. Ah, the Uchiha! You truly harbor sinister ambitions, daring to investigate our root in the shadows. If you had not probed into root, how could you possibly be aware of such a critical piece of information? His words caused an uproar in the chamber, leaving even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, astonished. Though Danzo did not explicitly acknowledge it, his statement clearly conceded the validity of the Uchiha clan's assertions. Among those present, who would care whether the Uchiha had investigated root? After all, the significance of the wood-release ninja far outweighed the issue of probing into root. May the heavens bless Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile, his heart brimming with gratitude. It appears that Konoha still possesses a wood-release ninja. Indeed, we are truly blessed in our village of shinobi. Uchiha Shenwu nonchalantly remarked. Does the Hokage know that the so-called wood-release ninja does not truly bear the surname Senju? Furthermore, his mastery of wood-release is not the result of relentless training. Rather, it is merely a product of a forbidden experiment conducted by our Leaf Village. Forbidden experiment. Upon hearing the term experiment, Sarutobi Hizashi was suddenly enlightened. In an instant, he grasped the full context of the situation and even anticipated the two pieces of information that Uchiha Shenwu was about to reveal. The impending events filled him with profound shock, compelling him to glance repeatedly at his old friend Shimura Danzo. At that moment, Danzo was enveloped in a torrent of rage and hysteria. Their gazes met, and in that fleeting moment, they both calmed. Their years of tacit understanding allowing them to easily discern the thoughts hidden within each other's eyes. Shimura Danzo said, "We are in deep trouble, Hizashi. You must navigate this situation carefully." Sarutobi Hizashi replied, "Navigating is not an issue. Once this matter concludes, our affairs will not be settled." This reckless Danzo had left such a significant handle for Uchiha to seize. Hizashi's initial fervor to confront the Uchiha dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of frustration at the need to clean up Danzo's mess. It appeared that everyone had already surmised that Uchiha Shenwu had no intention of pursuing legal action. She directly stated, "The next two pieces of information we are about to discuss pertain to a bloodline experiment that emerged during the tenure of the second Hokage, officially named the Regeneration and Fusion Experiment of Bloodline Cells. This experiment enables the cells of bloodline ninjas to merge with the bodies of unrelated villagers, granting them the abilities of the bloodline ninja. This research not only achieved success 11 years ago in creating the Roots wood-release ninja, but it also involved a conspiracy to usurp the Uchiha's bloodline power, mastering the Uchiha's three-tomo Sharingan." What? As Uchiha Shenwu's words fell, the high-ranking ninja conference room erupted into chaos. The notion of experiments involving the regeneration and fusion of bloodline cells? Is this not a violation of humanity? Hasn't the third Hokage already taken measures to publicly halt such endeavors? How could anyone possibly wield the wood-release and Uchiha bloodlines, particularly those affiliated with the root? Any sensible individual, upon a moment's reflection, would quickly grasp the implication. The so-called experiments were merely a facade for the ongoing activities conducted in secrecy. Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly contain his dismay. For heaven's sake, must I endure this incessant chatter? Hiruzen truly wished for silence. Yet the members of the Uchiha clan continued their relentless discourse. One Uchiha Jonin remarked, "From our understanding, it appears that Root is not lacking in ninja capable of harnessing the Uchiha bloodline, and their prowess surpasses that of our clan." Another Uchiha Jonin added, "It seems that Danzo has also acquired mastery over our Uchiha bloodline. Might he consider removing his bandages to prove his innocence?" The ninjas of the Uchiha clan exchanged words, each taking turns. Some of the more impatient among them could hardly contain their eagerness, seemingly yearning to forcibly unravel Danzo's bandages. Shimizu Danzo, ever vigilant, scanned his surroundings for any potential ambush while simultaneously preparing for his Izanagi in order to prevent being swiftly outmaneuvered by the Uchihas. The Uchiha clan found themselves in a fierce confrontation with the four great leaders of Konoha. Meanwhile, the various ninja clans of Konoha, who had initially pledged their allegiance to Sarutobi and Shimura, abruptly extinguished their support. Even the Sarutobi and Shimura clans hesitated to voice their opinions. The events of the day presented irrefutable evidence. Any attempt to argue otherwise would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the Uchiha, escalating the situation further and placing their leaders in a more precarious position. Thus, they were caught in a dilemma. Silence was not an option, yet any attempt to defend themselves was equally futile. The ninjas of both clans found themselves in a most uncomfortable predicament. Cough, cough. As the Uchiha clan continued to unveil revelations, Shimura Danzo quickly found himself under intense scrutiny. Yet, Danzo was left utterly speechless. How could he possibly defend himself? The allegations presented by Uchiha are substantiated by both eyewitness accounts and material evidence. Firstly, regarding the wood-release ninja. The Uchiha clan has demonstrated an ability to accurately identify his identity and name, as well as ascertain his proficiency in wood-release techniques. Both the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo harbor no doubt that the individual in question can indeed be located. Furthermore, concerning the cellular regeneration and fusion experiments, Iblis can testify, as these so-called experimental subjects harbor a wealth of incriminating evidence related to Orochimaru and Danzo within their minds. Most crucially, Danzo himself has, for an indeterminate period, transformed into the sole evidence of possessing both wood-release and the Sharingan. Will he continue to deny it? Can the Uchiha clan simply let this matter rest? Sarutobi Hiruzen weighed the pros and cons and soon realized that denying the situation and engaging in a verbal dispute with the Uchiha clan would yield no benefits for the higher-ups. The most prudent course of action was to swiftly bring the issue to a close before the various ninja clans had a chance to react, thus preventing the situation from escalating and further tarnishing his reputation. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen, regaining his composure, cleared his throat to redirect everyone's attention from Shimura Danzo back to himself. I never anticipated that the Uchiha clan would focus their investigation on the Foundation. Indeed, both Lord Danzo and I are aware of the existence of wood-release bloodline users and Sharingan users within the Foundation. I admit that this is true. At this moment, it was clear that Shimura Danzo had been caught red-handed by the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen found himself with only two choices. Firstly, to distance himself from Danzo and let him take the fall entirely. However, should the situation unfold in that manner, he would lose his so-called scapegoat. Where could Hiruzen find another such capable Hokage to bear the blame? The first option was utterly impractical. Thus, he was left with no choice but to opt for the second approach, to confront the predicament alongside Danzo, utilizing his own prestige. And considering the lack of candidates for the fifth Hokage, he might salvage Danzo's position at the cost of some of his own interests. Nevertheless, the trouble Danzo had stirred was immense, and Hiruzen was not one to show mercy or engage in charitable acts. He would ensure that Danzo paid a hefty price for his indiscretions. After much contemplation, Hiruzen decided to accept the blame. He then swiftly continued, however, whether it pertains to the cell regeneration and fusion experiments, or the existence of wood-release and Sharingan users, these matters are of utmost confidentiality within the village. Currently, only Lord Danzo and I are privy to this information. In light of the Uchiha's quest for vindication, I shall refrain from pursuing this issue further. This information would henceforth be sealed, and any discussion of it was strictly prohibited. Should I discover that any ninja or clan within the village dared to converse about this matter, they would be prosecuted for espionage and face severe punishment. Is that clear to everyone? As Hiruzen's gaze swept across the room, the many ninjas under his command quickly regained their composure. The Inuzuka clan's Kiba was the first to proclaim loudly, "Rest assured, Hokage-sama, since this is a village secret, we would never dare to leak it or speak carelessly." Following suit, the voices of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans echoed in agreement. The Inuzuka, Aburame, and Hyuga clans, representing four of Konoha's major families, were expressions of deep concern. Wait, just as Hiruzen believed the overwhelming support of his allies would drown out all dissent. Another Konoha Jonin rose to his feet. Though he was a member of a clan, he was not from the Uchiha clan. The assembly erupted in surprise. For the ninja before them was none other than Akimichi Choza, a figure closely aligned with the third Hokage. Filled with indignation and bitterness, Choza stood, his eyes burning with rage as he directed his fury towards Hiruzen and Danzo. Let us be honest. Anyone with common sense knows that this meeting is merely a facade for the higher-ups to target the Uchiha. While it is true that the Uchiha are not the most popular, our Akimichi clan, along with the others, has always supported the Hokage. In other words, we Akimichi, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans had no intention of involving ourselves in this conflict. We did not even plan to speak. However, this meeting has turned into a devastating revelation. The crimes of Sharingan users have unearthed inhumane experiments involving cell regeneration and fusion. Why did we establish a ninja village with the Senju and Uchiha clans? Was it not to ensure the safety and prosperity of everyone within the village, free from threats to life? Whether in support of the Hokage or in warfare, our motivations have always been rooted in a desire for peace and the protection of life. Yet now, our beloved Konoha is embroiled in such darkness? There are individuals conducting illegal human experiments, perhaps for years, with successful subjects already emerging. And now, Hokage-sama, you expect us to maintain silence? To refrain from spreading this information? Let us be frank. That is simply untenable. Choza turned to the 80 or so Akimichi Jonin at his side. We cannot abide by such secrecy. Hokage-sama, based on your earlier statements, does that mean the cell experiments are indeed real? Have we already produced subjects with wood release and Sharingan abilities? Why must these experiments remain confidential? Did we not agree to abolish such inhumane practices? How long have these experiments been conducted? How many lives have been sacrificed? Where did these lives come from? What truly lurks behind Konoha? The secrets of our village should indeed be protected, but in this instance, we are not seeking to pry, but rather to uncover the truth. Living in Konoha while such darkness festers around us is intolerable. If the truth remains hidden, I believe not only we Akimichi, but every villager in Konoha will lose sleep over this. This issue is far too grave and outrageous. I believe the Hokage must provide us all with a satisfactory explanation. In this chaotic Jonin meeting, the power lay in numbers and the strength of their voices. Why does the Uchiha clan often find themselves at odds with the third Hokage? Their numbers are simply insufficient. How could the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans be unaware of the significance of numbers? Akimichi Choza had scarcely finished speaking when Yamashiro Kai from the Yamashiro clan vociferously responded. Our village has its own regulations. When the cellular experiments were abolished, it was clearly stated that delving into such forbidden research is tantamount to betraying the village. So now, with the Hokage and the elder advisors conducting this research, how should we address this matter? We demand an explanation. We must uncover the truth behind this situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo gazed in astonishment at the three clans before them. Despite their prior suspicions that the revelation of the cellular experiments would place the burden of responsibility upon them, they had not anticipated such swift erosion of their foundational support. Although the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had historically allied with Sarutobi, they had typically turned a blind eye to any of his excesses in order to maintain a facade of amicable relations. However, this time, Sarutobi and Danzo had crossed a line. They had directly appropriated the bloodlines of Konoha as clans and conducted inhumane experiments. Were the Uchiha and Senju not the only victims? Did the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans also suffer in ignorance? If there were no repercussions for this matter, what distinguished the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans from mere sycophants of Danzo and Sarutobi, too intimidated to resist? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he regarded the three clans, deeply pained by the loss of such influential support. Yet, the voices of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi ninjas rose and fell, showing signs of agitation. Suddenly, another voice joined the fray. What hidden truths? Or the third Hokage's explanations? The Hyuga clan cares not, nor do we wish to listen. Hyuga Hayashi abruptly stood and proclaimed, what we desire to know is whether, apart from Sharingan and wood release users, there are also Byakugan users among the root. The notion of bloodline fusion experiments suggests that any ninja S cells could be utilized for experimentation and integration, does it not? Given that Root's ninjas have access to the bodies of the first Hokage and the Uchiha, it stands to reason that they should also possess our Hyuga corpses. Wouldn't you agree? Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi glared at Shimura Danzo and demanded, has our clan's bloodline been compromised? We, the Hyuga, require an explanation. The senior members of the Hyuga clan erupted in fervor. Although it was merely his brother and clan members voicing their outrage, Hyuga Hizashi remained steadfast and did not intervene. Yet, Hizashi showed no intention of silencing his clan. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were merely targeting the Uchiha, the Hyuga could endure it. After all, the demise of the Uchiha had little bearing on their clan. If Sarutobi Hiruzen sought merely to amplify his clan's influence at the expense of the Hyuga, they would tolerate it, as retreating occasionally posed no threat to their survival. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had now even unleashed replicated would-release users. The Hyuga clan, renowned for their bloodline, should not be overlooked in Root's endeavors to replicate only the Uchiha. If their bloodline had been pilfered, it seemed clear that they were intent on extinguishing their very existence. Indeed, they wished to remain passive, to refrain from speaking. They could endure it all. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, it was evident that no avenues for survival were being left open to them. Were they truly resolved to extinguish their lives? Given that they had reached such a critical juncture, what further discussion could there be? The Uchiha clan boldly takes a stand, and even the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have rallied in support. We, the Hyuga clan, have also voiced our concerns. Surely, it is not unreasonable for us to seek justice for our own. Hyuga Hizashi sighed deeply, stating, I am Hyuga Hizashi, the leader of the Hyuga clan and a distinguished elite Genin of Konoha. I stand here on behalf of all Hyuga clan members to implore Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, and the Root organization for an explanation regarding our family's plight. What on earth is happening? Upon witnessing such a profound reaction from Hizashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen could comprehend the gravity of the situation. Given the context of the bloodline fusion experiments, it was inevitable that the Hyuga clan would draw alarming parallels and unite in opposition alongside the Uchiha. However, Shimura Danzo found himself utterly bewildered. What was the true nature of this predicament? Indeed, he had conducted research on cellular regeneration and fusion experiments, and he remained fixated on the powers of wood release and the Sharingan. Furthermore, he possessed tangible evidence of both wood release and the Sharingan. He acknowledged all these facts. Uchiha accused him, and rightly so, for he was indeed guilty. Inuzuka and Nara also held him accountable, and he accepted their judgment, as the unity of the three clans underscored their profound concern for peace. However, the situation with the Hyuga was different. Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi. And their kin, were they truly mistaken? What was this nonsense about Byakugan ninjas? The bloodline fusion experiments were exceedingly resource-intensive with a minuscule success rate. It was utterly implausible that anyone would engage in such futile research merely to merge with the inferior Byakugan. Byakugan. Shimura Danzo spat. Such a worthless bloodline. Not even a dog would wish to merge with it. How dare you? Hyuga, come here to demand accountability. Momentarily taken aback, Danzo quickly regained his composure and raised his voice in defense. Hayashi, Hizashi, do not misconstrue my words. I acknowledge that there are wood release and Sharingan ninjas within the Root. However, you have gravely misunderstood. The fusion of bloodline cells is extraordinarily challenging, requiring immense resources for each successful instance. It is entirely impossible for Root to expend resources on research pertaining to the Byakugan. Rest assured, there are none among us. A profound silence enveloped the Hyuga clan as they absorbed Danzo's assertions. What? We can rest assured? Shimura Danzo, you must be jesting. Hyuga Hayashi's initial fury morphed into a deep scowl, his countenance darkening ominously. The faces of nearly every Genin present were equally grim. In an instant, a greater wave of outrage surged forth. Nonsense. Root possesses would release and Sharingan ninjas. Yet where are our Byakugan ninjas? We will not be placated. Hand over the Byakugan ninja from Root, or you must produce one. Silence. Danzo's voice thundered, cutting through the clamor with an intensity that quelled all dissent. Such audacity. If he were indeed guilty of such actions and caught red-handed, he would have no recourse. Yet, how dare the Hyuga clan humiliate him so brazenly? Their audacity was astounding. Danzo glared with a fierce eye at the Hyuga clan and thundered, Hayashi, Hizashi, what is it you seek? Do you wish to rebel or betray Konoha? I am an elder of Konoha, one of the three great elders established during the second Hokage's reign. He entrusted me with Root, which embodies the shadows of Konoha, deeply buried underground. Though we remain unseen by the sun, no one can deny the sacrifices made by Root. It is precisely because of my efforts and those of Root that you and all others can live peacefully under the sun, enjoying tranquility. Indeed, Danzo continued vehemently, Root has engaged in research on cell regeneration and fusion. Yes, we have studied the fusion of wood-release cells, but so what? For nearly 29 years since the second Hokage's passing, Has there been a single day without war or strife in the ninja world? What is wrong with us striving to enhance Konoha's strength? Should we not? In that moment, Inuzuka and Nara were astounded that Danzo could remain so composed and articulate even amidst such chaos. It was astonishing how thick his skin was. While Root indeed operated in the shadows, harboring many unspeakable deeds, what had Danzo truly contributed to Konoha? It was a widely acknowledged fact that they were covertly researching the bloodlines of various ninja clans. Although the Hyuga were intimidated by Danzo's reputation, there was one issue they could not yield on. Upon Danzo's declaration, Hyuga Hisashi hesitated only briefly before asserting, "Root embodies darkness." But targeting the ninjas of Konoha's bloodlines is hardly justifiable. Danzo, incensed, retorted, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you not know I am an elder of Konoha?" His single eye glimmered with menace. After a moment of panic, he regained his composure. He was the shadow of Konoha. What was there to fear? Wasn't it his role to act in such a manner? According to the second Hokage's directives, all his actions were reasonable and justifiable. He was in the right. It was the Hyuga, Hayashi, and Hisashi, who, as Konoha's ninjas, ought to have been contributing to the village, yet they squabbled with him, a noble ninja devoted to the village's welfare, over trivial matters, demanding explanations from him. It was utterly absurd. Previously, he had thought only the Uchiha clan harbored innate malevolence. Now it appeared that the Hyuga were equally culpable. Both the Uchiha and Hyuga were but two sides of the same coin, detrimental forces within Konoha, their existence a blight that must be eradicated to restore peace. Faced with the collective ire of the crowd, Danzo quickly devised a scheme to absolve himself. It was not merely a plan for exoneration. Danzo's rationale had always been akin to this. What was Root's purpose? Darkness. Nothing more needed to be said, as long as it operated without restraint. What was his role? Darkness, again. Nothing more needed to be said. The worse the deeds, the better, as it aligned with the expectations of his mentor. He had firmly etched in his mind the notion that all his actions were for the village, viewing anyone opposing him as harboring ill intentions. Yet, in the depths of Danzo's heart, he was not entirely devoid of doubt. For instance, after reporting Orochimaru, he feared that if Orochimaru were captured, he might reveal Danzo's complicity. Thus, he dispatched his elite subordinate to warn Orochimaru and assist in his escape. In essence, Danzo himself was afraid. However, when the moment of crisis arrived and the weight of oppression bore down, the teachings of my mentor, Danzo, surged to the forefront of my mind. Danzo, I thought, though you have engaged in the darkest of deeds, it is precisely through such shadows that the prosperity of Konoha has been forged. Indeed, as the splendor of Konoha's flourishing state filled my thoughts, I could not help but revel in my own monumental contributions. Without my influence, how could the village have acquired the vast wealth of the Uzumaki clan? Without my actions, how could the legendary would-release bloodline have resurfaced? Without my intervention, how could the Uchiha clan have diminished to its current meager strength? In that instant, I felt the weight of my lifetime of illustrious achievements. In comparison to these accolades, what were the individuals before me? What right did they have to challenge me? At that moment, Shimura Danzo raised his voice, directing accusations towards the Hyuga clan. He berated them while simultaneously addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, the Hyuga clan is conspiring against us, obstructing the operations of Root, and plotting against our upper leadership. Their ambitions are glaringly evident. We cannot remain passive. We cannot allow them to act with such impunity. I propose we swiftly mobilize Root and the Umbu to suppress the Hyuga clan. While Danzo clashed verbally with the Hyuga, Sarutobi Hiruzen was deep in thought, striving to devise a solution. After all, he had been Hokage for 28 years, and his skills in extricating himself from perilous situations were formidable. In a fleeting moment, he conceived an excellent strategy for absolution. However, before he could act upon it, Danzo's request reached his ears. What is this? The Hyuga are rebelling, leading the Umbu and Root against us? What genius could conceive such a notion at this juncture? Hiruzen felt tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Danzo, in our private discussions, your suggestions for dealing with this or that were acceptable, but how could you voice such claims before this multitude? Truly, a blundering ally. Yet, Hiruzen could empathize with Danzo's predicament. His vulnerabilities had been laid bare, provoking public outcry from nearly half the ninjas of the village. Furthermore, the Hyuga openly demanded the surrender of the Byakugan experimenters, effectively cornering Danzo. In such dire circumstances, mutual accusations were not entirely unexpected. Hiruzen, after a brief contemplation, grasped the emotions of those present. Noticing Danzo's eyes redden, he feared what might transpire if this continued. Hiruzen could not allow the situation to spiral further and thus interjected with a resolute voice. Danzo, cease this insolence at once. Yes, Hiruzen, Danzo exclaimed. His gaze fixed on Hiruzen. I see this matter clearly. You and Root have disregarded lives, conducting experiments on bloodlines, with irrefutable evidence infringing upon the Hyuga's interests. As the head of Root, instead of showing remorse and contrition for being caught in such misconduct, you audaciously cast aspersions upon others? Stand down. Danzo's countenance shifted as he retorted, Hiruzen, what do you mean by this? Hiruzen replied calmly, rest assured, I am the Hokage of Konoha, and I will handle everything. Their eyes met, and the years of mutual understanding allowed Danzo to retreat with composure. Hiruzen turned to address the assembled ninjas with a gentle demeanor. Everyone, please take your seats. I understand the gravity of this situation and the emotions at play. Rest assured, I will provide the accountability you seek and safeguard your interests. Not a single concern will be overlooked. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pledge my reputation built over 28 years as Hokage to ensure that each of you receives a satisfactory resolution. Now, please sit and listen to my words. The Uchiha clan sat down without a care. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans exchanged glances before also taking their seats. Finally, the Hyuga clan, filled with resentment, reluctantly sat down. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and spoke. I understand that everyone has strong opinions regarding the Root organization. The discontent stems from two primary concerns. First, the cell experiments, which inevitably result in significant loss of life. You fear that we might use the villagers for these experiments. Is that correct? Upon hearing this, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans nodded in agreement, as their worries were indeed justified. Hiruzen smiled and reassured them, in truth, you are all worrying unnecessarily. As Hokage, I am the protector of this village. How could I possibly inflict harm upon our villagers? Over the past decade, have we ever witnessed villagers or children mysteriously vanishing from our midst? The experiments are conducted on the most heinous criminals confined within Konoha prison. While research is essential for progress, we must not harm the villagers. Though Root has engaged in illicit research, all experimental subjects deserve their fates. When I authorized the resumption of experiments, I instructed Danzo that only the so-called irredeemable individuals could be used as subjects. I acknowledge that this decision was certainly flawed. However, in the face of the looming threat of war in the shinobi world, I had no other choice. Suddenly, Hiruzen stood, facing the assembly. Bowing deeply with a heart full of sorrow, tears welling in his eyes. As Hokage, I am willing to bear all responsibility. Yet, these experiments must continue. For they strengthen Konoha. If it means fortifying our village, what does it matter if I must bear the blame? Where the leaves flutter, the fire endures. The flame shall continue to illuminate our village and nurture the new leaves sprouting forth. I, as the withered leaf upon the tree, must burn to light the path ahead for my village. Now, I implore you to judge me as you see fit. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were taken aback. Many from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were equally stunned. At that moment, Hiruzen's power surged forth. Hokage-sama, you are commendable. Hokage-sama, you are innocent. Hokage-sama, your sacrifices are unparalleled. You are the greatest Hokage in history, the strongest Hokage Konoha has ever known, and the most virtuous Hokage. The praises flowed endlessly. Given Hiruzen's heartfelt declaration, who among them could condemn him? Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Inuzuka clan, sighed. If all the experiment subjects are indeed irredeemable, how can we place blame on Hokage-sama for conducting small-scale experiments? The three clans fell silent. However, the Hyuga clan could not relent. Their bloodline had been merged and replicated. It was entirely possible that Root had amassed an army of Byakugan-wielding birds in cages. Hyuga Hayashi, unwilling to concede, demanded, Hokage-sama, what of the bloodlines of our clan and the Uchiha? Though he harbored grievances against the Uchiha, he was not foolish. In the current situation, relying solely on their clan was futile against the overwhelming support for Sarutobi. For the sake of their bloodline and family, they had no choice but to ally with their enemies to eradicate the Byakugan bloodline outside their clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained composed as he addressed them. Hayashi, you must understand that Konoha's bloodline experiments have always been shrouded in secrecy. While there are indeed Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas involved, all of them are undeniably wicked individuals. The intent was always to obliterate these bloodline powers after harnessing them for the village's benefit. You may rest assured, I will instruct my subordinates to execute a cleanup plan after each experiment, ensuring that no remnants of your bloodlines will pose a threat in the future. This is our assurance to both clans. How do you find this arrangement?" After uttering these words, Hiruzen let out a quiet sigh. This was the only solution he could conceive. The first issue was easily resolved by asserting that no innocents were harmed. The second issue, concerning the clan's bloodline, however, was far more complex. Even if he claimed there were no other bloodline users, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. In any case, it was difficult for the opposing parties to be satisfied. Hiruzen sighed, realizing that from this day forth, ordinary ninjas and bloodline users would be irrevocably at odds. As the situation unfolded, he felt utterly powerless. "Hokage-sama," Hyuga Hayashi pressed, still unwilling to relent. "Can we not know the specific personnel composition of Root?" "I'm afraid not." Hiruzen replied without hesitation. "The details of Root's personnel are Konoha's most guarded secrets. Aside from myself and Elder Danzo, no one can be informed." Hiruzen grimaced. "Honestly, even if I were to disclose this information, it would be of no use. The bloodline clans led by the Uchiha and Hyuga would only perceive it as further concealment by Konoha and would never fully trust it." Hyuga Hizashi, still unsatisfied, inquired, "Can we at least learn about the distribution of Root's laboratories?" Regrettably, that too is a village secret, Hiruzen coldly rejected. The three elder members of the Hyuga clan could no longer contain their outrage. "Then, we simply wish to know how many Byakugan bloodline users are en route." "Surely that is permissible?" Hiruzen hesitated before responding. "You can rest assured that regardless of how many existed in the past, from this day forth, there will be none. Would they simply stand by and watch?" The Hyuga clan, comprising over 40 ninjas, turned their gaze towards the meeting room of Konoha's upper ninjas. One by one, the upper ninjas either turned their heads away indifferently or lowered their gazes in silence. Clearly, no one was willing to stand with the Hyuga clan during this time of crisis. Why should they intervene? The third Hokage represented the will of the people. The democratic Hokage who stood for the interests of the Konoha's common ninjas and small clans. While the third Hokage had indeed conducted experiments involving bloodline cell fusion. What of it? It did not infringe upon the will of the village. After all, the Hyuga clan was not part of Konoha's common folk. They had not aligned themselves with Sarutobi's faction. Moreover, the critical point was that if this experiment succeeded and was made public in the future, it would imply that even those ordinary upper ninjas, who were not particularly strong, might one day gain the legendary powers of the Sharingan or Byakugan. The once untouchable bloodline users and noble clans of Konoha would no longer hold any special privileges, as all would stand on equal footing with respect to strength. If the bloodline experiment had failed, it would have been one matter, but now that it had succeeded, it was time to share the benefits, not to seek accountability. This incident had truly cut deep into the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Thus, the two clans would genuinely exhaust their efforts and resistance. What concerns could other families without bloodline abilities possibly harbor? Yet, there are some clans, despite lacking such lineage, that possess secretive ninjutsu techniques and now display subtle signs of hesitation. If the village can conspire to seize the abilities of the bloodline clans so openly and unabashedly, then it stands to reason that these families' clandestine ninjutsu would not be spared either. However, with the political power currently wielded by the third Hokage, they managed to remain unperturbed. Though those possessing secret ninjutsu must henceforth exercise vigilance. Once this assembly concludes, a meeting with Nara Shikaku must be arranged. Mere resistance does not preclude the necessity of preemptive precautions. Upon witnessing Hyuga Hizashi attempting to rally public sentiment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo simultaneously erupted in fury. Sarutobi slammed the table and vociferously declared, "Hizashi, given the detriment to your clan's interests, I have exhibited great forbearance alongside the village. Yet what is this behavior? What do you mean by this? Are you inciting discord between the J-Nin and the village? Do you wish to instigate turmoil within Konoha?" Observing the J-Nin meeting room, he found no supporters present. Moreover, under his penetrating gaze, even the leader of the Kurama clan, who also possessed a bloodline, averted his eyes in submission. How could Sarutobi accuse them of sowing discord between the village and the J-Nin? What, pray tell, is this village of Konoha? Is it merely a dictionary definition encompassing all its residents? And what of the democracy of Konoha? Is it but a definition representing every citizen? Hyuga Hizashi, feeling numb, sank into his seat. One who has never experienced such despair can never truly comprehend it. Unbeknownst to many, at this very moment, the power wielded by certain individuals within Konoha had become so formidable that it obscured everything else. the Hyuga clan found themselves incapable of standing as equals before Sarutobi. At this juncture, even the protection offered by their bloodline was rendered futile. Faced with the pressure exerted by Sarutobi and numerous Genin, the members of the Hyuga clan sat dejectedly. Sarutobi, too, breathed a sigh of relief. In this instance, he had indeed gained a slight upper hand due to his prior accumulation of influence and prestige. Yet he understood all too well that he and Danzo had merely triumphed in appearance, suffering significant losses in the process. Firstly, there was the growing suspicion among the villagers regarding the higher-ups, alongside the defection of the Inuzuka clan. Secondly, his own reputation had plummeted dramatically. Finally, it was evident that after today's meeting, all bloodline clans in Konoha would inevitably unite, with the Uchiha clan undoubtedly emerging as their leader. The very strength of the Uchiha, which he and Danzo had tirelessly sought to counter, was only growing. Sarutobi clicked his tongue, a wave of melancholy washing over him. The situation should not have unfolded in this manner. Yet, due to the Uchiha clan's insidious machinations, the village had transformed into such a state. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was a malignant tumor within the village. Going forward, the Uchiha must not be allowed to operate freely. Should the opportunity arise, they must be eradicated at all costs. Only through the removal of the Uchiha can Konoha hope for a future and prosperity. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi calmly stated, "Is there any issue remaining among us? If not, let us continue our discussion regarding the true instigator of the Nine Tails incident. I implore the Uchiha to provide us with an explanation." An explanation? What explanation? Uchiha Tennis scoffed. Shouldn't the root provide an explanation to all of us? Why must it fall upon the Uchiha to clarify matters? It is well known that on the night of the Nine Tails incident, we Uchiha were unable to engage in battle due to the control exerted by the root. Even afterwards, our clan has been subjected to scrutiny by both the Umbu and the root. Have you managed to identify the culprit? The facts have long since demonstrated that the Nine Tails chaos bears no connection to our Uchiha clan. Rather, it is Shimura Danzo who stands implicated. A matter deserving of your attention. Uchiha Tenka scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further. The matter could rest here. Who was truly the perpetrator behind the Nine Tails incident? As the four prominent leaders stood at odds with the Uchiha clan, an unsettling silence enveloped the scene. Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza exchanged glances, their expressions revealing unspoken thoughts. To speak candidly, given the circumstances, it was not merely the Uchiha under scrutiny. Even they found themselves harboring doubts about Danzo. If the root had no Sharingan-wielding shinobi, one might dismiss the notion. However, with the revelation that not only could root possess Sharingan, but even Shimura Danzo himself might be implicated, Danzo was a figure of considerable stature. Indeed, a Kage-level ninja. Owing to his high-ranking position and the potential to inherit the role of fifth Hokage, he must at least possess capabilities on par with the Kage. This alone rendered his culpability more pronounced than that of the Uchiha. Moreover, the key issue lay in the events of that fateful night. On that night, neither the root nor the Uchiha engaged in battle. The reason for their non-participation stemmed from root's suspicions of the Uchiha orchestrating the Nine Tails incident, leading to their surveillance of the clan. Such reasoning was, quite frankly, laughable. The Uchiha clan has indeed been under scrutiny, and every individual has faced investigation. However, the perpetrator remains elusive. Both the root and the Umbu have yet to uncover the identity of the criminal. Strangely, the root has never been subjected to investigation, as all matters pertaining to it are deemed classified by the village. In light of this situation, one cannot help but cast suspicion upon Shimura Danzo and the root. Is it not conceivable that the events of that day unfolded in a particular manner? Perhaps Danzo and the root orchestrated this chaos, not only planning the upheaval itself, but also premeditating the scapegoat prior to the incident. Thus, in the immediate aftermath, they sought to manipulate the Uchiha, with the intent of framing the Uchiha clan for the turmoil. The Uchiha clan, along with everyone else, remained oblivious to the fact that Root had also harnessed the power of the Sharingan. Consequently, they were inevitably susceptible to the schemes and suspicions orchestrated by Danzo and the rest. This principle is, in essence, quite straightforward. It is something any individual could discern. Not only did the assembled crowd grasp this notion under the Uchiha's subtle hints, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo came to this realization. The expressions on their faces turned unprecedentedly grim, a testament to the absurdity of the situation. What does the Uchiha clan truly signify? How dare they attempt to attribute their heinous and treasonous crimes to Shimura Danzo? It is utterly shameless, profoundly disgraceful. When Sarutobi and Shimura first encountered the Uchiha in the face of the plunder of their bloodline, they displayed little to no significant reaction. The response of the Uchiha clan stands in stark contrast to that of the Hyuga clan. Initially, the two appeared remarkably peculiar, overwhelmed by a sense of incredulity. The previously volatile Uchiha, known for their fiery tempers, had astonishingly descended into a profound silence, particularly in the face of such humiliation. At this moment, clarity dawned upon them all. There is a saying that aptly captures the essence of their situation: a barking dog seldom bites. The former Uchiha, despite their loud protests, proved to be ineffectual when it came to yielding at the right moment. Now, the Uchiha clan had fallen silent, yet the level of menace they exuded had surged exponentially, disrupting the rhythm of the entire village. Inside the shinobi conference room, the atmosphere shifted from tranquility to a cacophony of confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly intervened, urging silence. "I implore you all to listen to me," he continued. "I understand the concerns that weigh heavily on your minds. It is not solely the Uchiha who possess the Sharingan. The root does as well. However, what remains unknown to many is that all the powers of the Sharingan within the root are under the control of myself and Elder Danzo. You may rest assured that no issues will arise from the root. The true suspects in the Ninetales incident have always been the Uchiha clan, under the control of the Hokage and Elder Danzo." Hyuga Hizashi remarked with a hint of derision. Hyuga Hayashi coldly retorted, "The Uchiha present no threat. This has already been established by both the Umbu and the root. If there were indeed a problem, how could such significant departments fail to uncover even the slightest trace in over a month? Is that conceivable?" The members of the Hyuga clan chimed in. Aside from the Hokage and Elder Danzo, it seems no one truly comprehends the specifics of the root. It is difficult not to suspect the whereabouts of the Sharingan during the Ninetales incident. The expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo darkened significantly. In the ongoing blame game surrounding the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha, the very individuals implicated, had not yet been adequately addressed. The members of the Hyuga clan appeared as if they had taken up arms, resolutely intent on challenging the two men before them. The enhancement of the Uchiha's power has suddenly intensified the pressure on both individuals. In truth, the Hyuga clan indeed harbors intentions of retaliating at this opportune moment. However, they have also articulated the sentiments shared by all present. After all, the Uchiha clan has indeed been investigated, and even the higher-ups have been unable to uncover the perpetrator. Although the Uchiha holds some suspicion, the likelihood of their involvement is exceedingly low. Rather, it is Shimura Danzo who bears closer scrutiny. Every eye turns skeptically towards Danzo. For during his tenure in Konoha, he seemed to specialize in treacherous plots, did he not? It is utterly outrageous. In response to the collective doubt, Danzo indignantly proclaimed, "I orchestrated the Ninetales incident. I targeted the fourth Hokage and his spouse. Would I frame the Uchiha? How could that be plausible?" He pointed an accusatory finger at everyone present, asserting, "I am an elder of Konoha, devoted to the village with unwavering diligence and significant contributions. How could I possibly conspire against the Hokage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, ever the loyal companion, sought to vindicate him. "On the night of the Ninetales incident, my wife, Sarutobi Biwako, also tragically perished within the barrier. After years of marital affection, I could not possibly refrain from seeking the true culprit. However, Danzo's innocence is clear during the Ninetales incident. Not only was the Uchiha clan's whereabouts well documented, but Danzo's actions were also thoroughly accounted for." Uchiha Yuichi spoke once more, stating, "Understanding the whereabouts is merely a matter of leaving traces. Even a mere genin skilled in shadow clones could accomplish that. After all, we Uchiha are under constant surveillance. But as for Danzo, who would dare to monitor him?" The Uchiha clan appears to have resolutely decided to attribute the blame to Danzo Shimura. As for Danzo himself, to be frank, it would be a pity not to cast the blame upon him. Otherwise, his true worth may remain unrecognized. Uchiha Shinsuke, with a gentle smile, remarked, "The Hokage's words hold truth. However, in comparison to our Uchiha clan, Elder Danzo's motives are evidently more compelling, are they not? After all," Uchiha Itachi spoke with piercing clarity. "In the aftermath of the Ninetales incident, the treatment we Uchiha receive is well known to all, and it offers us no advantages. Conversely, consider the positions occupied by you both, Lord Hokage and Danzo. What have you truly gained? Must I elaborate further? TSK, merely a consort has been sacrificed. Yet such status and benefits might entice some. Perhaps there are indeed many who would be willing to make such a trade. A wave of shock rippled through the assembly, as almost everyone was taken aback by the words of the Uchiha clan. Previously, in the absence of doubt, they had been unperturbed. Now, when reflecting upon the Sharingan of the root, the current positions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, as well as the actions of Root during the Nine-Tails turmoil, one could not help but question the truth. It is not merely the Uchiha clan that harbors suspicion towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Even the Hyuga clan shares such doubts. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself could not suppress a burgeoning suspicion. Could it be possible that Danzo was indeed the architect behind these events? Sarutobi turned to glance at his longtime partner and confidant, pondering who could fail to cast suspicion upon Danzo in such circumstances. Lord Hokage. At this moment, Uchiha Xiaoron finally rose, revealing her intentions with a loud declaration. We demand the detention and interrogation of Shimura Danzo, and simultaneously, a thorough investigation into the Root organization. What? Everyone gazed incredulously at the Uchiha clan. Hardly anyone had anticipated that the Uchiha would possess such audacity. Directly targeting the capture of Shimura Danzo and launching an inquiry into Root. This was, after all, Shimura Danzo. This was Root. The expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo transformed dramatically as realization struck. Danzo vehemently accused. So this is your true objective, Uchiha clan. Not only do you seek to pin the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident on me, but you also covet the power of Root. You are utterly delusional. The authority of Root shall never be entrusted to anyone, especially not to the Uchiha. Impossible. A ninja from the Shimura clan immediately countered in sheer panic. Root is an organization subordinate to the Hokage and cannot belong to any single family, let alone allow the Uchiha to investigate Elder Danzo and the Root organization. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan rose, vociferously expressing their indignation. Currently, there are only two factions suspected in the turmoil of the Nine-Tails. One is our Uchiha clan, and the other is the Root organization. The members of Root have conducted investigations into our Uchiha ninjas, whether to frame us or to uncover the true culprit. In our quest to prove our innocence, are we not entitled to investigate the ninjas of Root? Furthermore, what does it mean to say that our Uchiha clan covets the authority of Root? Whether we have such aspirations remains an ambiguity. Yet, it is evident to all that Root is indeed coveting the bloodline powers of our Uchiha clan, which have now fallen into their hands. Are we not permitted to scrutinize Root? Indeed, exclaimed Hyuga Hizashi, rising with ire. Our Hyuga clan must also partake in the investigation against Danzo. The heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans exchanged glances, recalling their past collaboration with Minato Namikaze. Although Minato was indeed youthful, he was supported by a significant number of ninja clans. Not solely the Uchiha, but at the time of Minato's ascension, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, who held a certain degree of independence, fervently supported him. Now, his demise remains shrouded in mystery, with the suspects before them. After a brief hesitation, the three rose simultaneously, asserting, the matter concerning Elder Danzo is of grave importance. Directly related to the cause of the fourth Hokage's death, we, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, must also be involved in the investigation. Though none explicitly accused Danzo of being the perpetrator, the prevailing atmosphere suggested that nearly all present had already concluded his culpability. Whether Danzo was indeed the true culprit seemed of lesser significance. What truly mattered was that, compared to the Uchiha, his motives appeared more substantial, and crucially, he possessed both power and the Sharingan. Despite the vehement defense mounted by the Oil family and the Shimura clan, insisting that Danzo could never commit such acts, the five strongest clans of Konoha united in a moment, collectively demanding the third Hokage investigate Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave. The initial queries posed by the four high-ranking leaders were fundamentally aimed at undermining the Uchiha. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that the arrow had missed its mark. Rather than striking the Uchiha, it had instead ricocheted back upon themselves. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Hiruzen recognized that Danzo's suspicion was indeed substantial, perhaps even exceeding that of the Uchiha. If he were to continue shielding Danzo without any indication of accountability, the unrest would escalate beyond mere discontent from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans and the stirred sentiments of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. It was likely that all dissatisfied ninja clans would unite against the four high-ranking leaders. Thus, retreat was not an option. He was compelled to concede once more. After careful consideration, Hiruzen acknowledged, in the matter of the Nine-Tails incident, Danzo Shimura certainly bears considerable suspicion. However, I implore everyone to understand that Danzo, as a member of the Umbu, holds numerous secrets from the root organization, and the unique nature of this department precludes an open investigation. Therefore, I propose this. The Umbu shall detain Danzo for investigation, while the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka clans may dispatch ninjas to accompany the Umbu in this inquiry. What say you? At this juncture, this concession represented the greatest compromise Hiruzen could afford. Any further retreat would jeopardize their privacy, a risk he could not entertain. However, the Uchiha clan had long since devised a plan for their revitalization. How could they so easily overlook the actions of two individuals? After hearing this statement, one pressed on relentlessly. The Umbu and Root are akin to one family. If the Hokage were to investigate, who could be deemed trustworthy? Just moments ago, the Hokage seemed to protect Root. Root has sought to usurp our Uchiha bloodline limit. Why should we not investigate them? Furthermore, we Uchihas are merely participants in this inquiry. What authority do we possess? We are utterly powerless to rectify the losses sustained by our clan or to vindicate the injustices faced by the Uchiha lineage. Uchiha Hokage proclaimed loudly, merely stating our position is insufficient. We demand that the Uchiha be held accountable. And the bloodline of the Uchiha within the root must be thoroughly investigated. At this juncture, even the Hyuga, reluctant as they were to align with the Uchiha, found themselves with no alternative but to voice their concerns. Lord Hokage, they declared, we cannot entrust this matter to the Umbu. The bloodline of the Hyuga within the root also requires diligent scrutiny. Should we fail to achieve a comprehensive investigation, neither of our clans will find peace. Uchiha and beyond, the matter of bloodline is intrinsically linked to the heritage of the clan. This time, Danzo has cunningly implicated the Uchiha with his Sharingan. Next, he could easily employ the bloodlines of other clans to frame others. We cannot afford to let him go. Upon hearing this, even Kurama Tsukuyami, the leader of the Kurama clan, involuntarily shuddered and weakly suggested that the Umbu investigate the root. It is indeed difficult to instill trust in them. It is best to leave it to the Uchiha. On the surface, it appeared that Sarutobi Hiruzen initially managed to temporarily suppress the bloodline issue through his unparalleled prestige. However, this is a matter of the bloodline limit. How could clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga ever genuinely relinquish their claims? As long as the truth remains obscured, and as long as the concerns surrounding their clan's bloodlines are not entirely alleviated, these two clans shall never cease their endeavors. It is not only their duty, in the eyes of others, these clans are compelled to act. Although their methods may seem radical and carry the sin of conspiracy against the root, to outsiders, their actions appear entirely justified. The revelation of bloodline secrets. Should even the slightest opportunity arise to investigate Danzo and the root, the two clans, even if allied, must dedicate all their efforts to truly seize the primary authority in the investigation. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, united in their alliance, cast their watchful gazes upon Shimura Danzo. Though no blows had yet been exchanged, the current atmosphere hinted at a potential eruption of colossal violence within the confines of the Hokage's meeting room. Should their interests remain unprotected, Shimura Danzo seethed with uncontainable rage. However, alongside this fury arose an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Not only did the other clans begin to question the legitimacy of the root organization, but even members of the Shimura clan began to harbor doubts. Given the prevailing circumstances, it seemed inevitable that he would bear the brunt of the blame, a burden he could not simply cast aside. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at the Uchiha across from him. His voice deliberate yet resolute. It is inconceivable to hand over Danzo to your clan, for you also harbor significant suspicions, until the truth is unveiled. No suspect shall be easily dismissed, nor can trust be freely granted. The root shall be scrutinized solely by the Umbu, with representatives from the 5 great clans permitted to observe. Beyond that, no other arrangements can be entertained. Drawing a deep breath, Sarutobi continued with quiet intensity. If you remain dissatisfied, then let there be war. Uchiha, Hyuga, do not exploit this opportunity to pry into the village's most guarded secrets. As Hokage, I must stand firm in my resistance without yielding an inch. Should you choose to take action, I shall arrest you under the charge of betraying the village and bring you to justice. He turned to the trio Kakuzu, Inuzuka, and Aburame, urging them to consider their stance carefully. Would they, too, engage in forced reconnaissance of the village's intelligence, akin to the other clans? The expressions of the 3 grew increasingly grim. To abandon their pursuit of Danzo would be to dishonor the spirit of the 4th Hokage. Yet, to demand a surrender would mean intruding upon Konoha's secrets, thereby igniting a conflict with the 3rd Hokage. What path should they choose? Regardless of the decision made, genuine conflict seemed improbable. with Sarutobi having invoked the specter of force. The three clans hesitated to press further. After all, the fourth Hokage had perished. To voice a few words of justice in his memory seemed trivial. But to provoke war in honor of a deceased leader was an entirely different matter. Caught in a dilemma, the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi subtly conveyed their apprehensions before the steadfast Sarutobi, retreating once more into a protective stance, an embodiment of self-preservation. Initially, the three clans believed that Sarutobi's unwavering firmness would compel the Uchiha to retreat. However, to their astonishment, the Uchiha remained resolute, refusing to back down. The members of the Uchiha clan rose in unison, their Sharingan activated in an instant as they vigilantly surveyed the surrounding ninjas, proclaiming loudly, "Then let us battle." Soon after, Uchiha Xiangrong turned to the bewildered Hinata Hinatsu and declared, "Hinatsu, as the leader of your clan, we Uchiha have resolved to risk our lives to defend our clan's bloodline and to vindicate ourselves from the injustices we have suffered. Have you and your clan made up your minds? Will you stand with us, or will you choose to withdraw? Are we truly going to fight?" The Hinata clan hesitated. Despite Hinata Hinatsu's seemingly cold and indifferent demeanor, resembling that of Uchiha Fugaku, he was, in truth, a seeker of peace. Otherwise, he would not have lacked the courage to confront a situation that could lead to mutual destruction, suppressing his own anger instead. Under normal circumstances, they would never entertain such an invitation from the Uchiha clan. However, given the current circumstances, how could they possibly refuse? The union of their two clans would create a formidable force, bolstered by an aura of righteousness, compelling the Hinata clan to engage in battle for both pride and their own interests. In an instant, 300 elite shinobi gathered, with nearly 90 of them advancing together. Their imposing presence fixed upon Sarutobi Hizashi's subordinates. "Uchiha, come on, why don't you take action?" "Sarutobi, indeed, if you have the courage, do make a move." "Hyuga, let's give it our all. Everyone, join in." However, the outcome was exceedingly clear. No one made a move. The first to act would be akin to a fool. The current Konoha is no longer a place where civil war can erupt. Sarutobi Hiruzen, distressed, rubbed his temples and lamented. It seems everyone has recognized that no one is willing to initiate conflict. Yet, allowing this stalemate to persist is hardly a solution. "Let us compromise," he suggested. "What I propose is this. Since both clans seek to investigate and require evidence, I permit you to conduct your inquiries. The A and B will investigate openly while you may proceed covertly. Once you acquire evidence, you can directly confront the root experiment subjects, annihilate the bearers of the bloodline, or publicly disclose the findings. Surely, this should suffice?" Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's allowance for the two clans to investigate the root, it was clear that, while not a free entry, it was an invitation for cooperation. Nonetheless, it appeared to be the limit of Sarutobi's patience. Uchiha nodded in satisfaction and spoke. "Since the third Hokage has demonstrated his sincerity, we Uchiha shall take a step back. Danzo can be disregarded, but we Uchiha require three things. First, in an effort to ease the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, we once gifted a Sharingan to Kakashi, which ultimately proved futile. Now that our bloodline has spread beyond our clan, it is a profound humiliation for us. We implore you, esteemed Hokage, to return Kakashi's eyes to us." Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment. This request seemed quite reasonable. Reluctantly, he realized that in order to appease Danzo, Kakashi would have to make a sacrifice. Uchiha Tenka spoke. "The second item pertains to the orphanage located in the western part of the village, an establishment under the jurisdiction of the root. The director is reportedly named Yukushi Nanoyu. As our Uchiha clan faces targeted oppression from Danzo, resulting in a significant decline in our population, we seek to acquire this orphanage to replenish our numbers. As a subordinate of our clan, the root has taken our bloodline. Surely they would not be so unwilling to part with this small concession?" Ahem. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Uchiha Tenka continued. "The third condition is that we require the flesh and blood of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama." "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo exclaimed simultaneously, jolted by the revelation. The two then echoed in unison, their voices low with incredulity. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hashirama's cells are the very essence at the heart of the village. The power of would release cannot be entrusted to anyone." "Lord Hokage," Uchiha Shirong remarked, "would release is indeed the essence of the village. Could it be that the Sharingan is not the cornerstone of our clan? Since the village is permitted to delve into our bloodline, why should we not explore the core of the village in return? Even if it is merely a matter of mutual benefit, it is only fitting." Shimura Danzo, seething with rage, retorted, "Your Uchiha clan is utterly ambitious, insatiably greedy. to the point of coveting even the wood-release bloodline. The Uchiha clan was equally enraged, vociferously rebuking. "It is you, the higher-ups, who embody true avarice. You dare to covet the bloodline of our comrades within the village? No, you have already tainted it." In an instant, the two factions stood once more in stark opposition. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance was unprecedentedly grim. Kakashi's Sharingan could be returned, and relinquishing 1 or 2 orphanages was hardly a significant sacrifice. However, the Uchiha clan's demand for Hashirama's cells is undoubtedly a price that the village cannot bear. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen Sarutobi solemnly stated, "I can entrust the entire training ground 19 of the Hidden Leaf Village to the Uchiha. However, as compensation for the roots research on the Uchiha bloodline, the Hashirama cells are absolutely out of the question." Uchiha Xiaorong indignantly exclaimed, "What kind of industry could possibly rival the power of our clan's bloodline abilities? Only the strength of the bloodline can provide any semblance of compensation. Furthermore, this is merely compensation. If we, the Uchiha, were to discover a ninja with the Sharingan at its roots, they would be met with the same ruthless fate." Uchiha Tentu asserted with unwavering resolve, "The village conspired to study the bloodline of our clan, and even if we were to reclaim it, we might not recover all the powers of our lineage. Therefore, a fair exchange must be proposed. The village may research our bloodline, whilst we, the Uchiha, require the cells of Hashirama. We deem this arrangement both reasonable and just." The Hyuga clan echoed an agreement, insisting that the cells of Hashirama must be surrendered as compensation. After extensive negotiations, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, despite their formidable influence, were compelled to concede amidst the fervent public outcry. The outcome of the Ninetales incident was as follows. The Umbu apprehended Danzo and commenced an investigation into the true nature of the Ninetales incident. The Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka clans were granted surveillance rights over the Root faction, allowing them to identify suspects and handle bloodline wielders with conclusive evidence adequately. In light of Root's secretive experimentation on clan bloodlines, the Uchiha were compensated with a piece of regenerative Hashirama flesh and a facility for an orphanage in the west. Additionally, the village was to surrender Kakashi's obtained Sharingan to the Uchiha, while the Hyuga clan received a piece of regenerative Hashirama flesh and a training ground designated as number 19. The so-called regenerative Hashirama flesh refers to the derivative flesh cultivated from Hashirama's cells in a petri dish. Due to the formidable energy of Hashirama's cells, only first-generation derivative cells can merge with experimental subjects, thereby giving rise to the Roots Type A. Regenerative flesh is not the genuine Hashirama cells, however. It suffices for acquiring wood-release techniques. Initially suspected Uchiha members, after thorough investigations, revealed no conclusive evidence, leading to the cessation of surveillance. Following the determination of the results, and at the fervent insistence of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, all resolutions were executed without delay. Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched the captain of the Umbu to immediately detain Danzo, and the relevant property deeds were collected and transferred to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans respectively. Crucially, Kakashi's involvement was paramount. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Kakashi and provided an overview of the events. What? Surrender the Sharingan? Absolutely not. That is utterly inconceivable. Kakashi erupted in outrage. What a jest. My sensei has perished. Though I feel a modicum of sorrow, I cannot abide the mistreatment of my sensei's legacy.